Good morning and welcome to day 4 of competition at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, live from South America, Punta Rocas, Peru, one of the most high-performance waves in the area, playing host to 400 of the world's best junior surfers out there across 4 different divisions. Schedule for today, 24 heats of boys U16 main event round 2. So going to be a long one just with that, and then going straight into 5 heats of Reparage girls U16 afterwards. Metro Salazar here with one of the greatest surfers on the planet right now, current WSL World Longboard Tour champion Rachel Tilley. Rach, great morning to you. 3 days done and dusted so far. Day 4 underway right now. And of course, we still see a good amount of surf out there. 4 feet, occasional 6-footers, plenty of chances for these kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday, we really saw, or on day 2, we really saw that spike in the swell and we saw some big surf. This is, this is a relook at this morning's surf and what we have to expect. So kind of nice, Mitch, that the swell has backed off a little bit because we see some cleaner shapes again already this morning.
Yeah, it just seems like, as you said, the shape a bit better, the swell direction just as good as it had been. The Aussies out there have been going off. Max McGillivray, Ocean Lancaster, of course, is always showing up first thing in the morning. Indonesian surfers also doing very well in the event. And, of course, we've seen a couple of these people that come from, open playing fields where they're originating from. Rachel doing quite well. Jamie Vaselko as well, the Portuguese surfer who was looking for a medal right here in Peru for the first time. Sister Kika, close to qualifying for the World Championship Tour. What I like seeing, too, is the diversity of nations that have done so well, that have podiumed over the last few years, Rach, through different kinds of parts of the world, right? 4 to 6 feet, more of a west-northwest in there today, so really good direction when it comes straight in. Wind is going to be relatively light, but as you can see right there, Rach, a bigger coefficient with the tides.
Yeah, and something that really strikes me, that south plus that west-northwest, so we have a combo swell happening. That was something we were really seeing fill in yesterday afternoon, and you can quite literally see on your screen the different angles of those two swell directions, making wave selection really crucial. And those surfers that were able to get out in the water today have that advantage of understanding which swells and which direction waves are the ones that are going to be maximum scoring potential.
I'd be surprised that everybody's only looking right today. I did see a couple of lefts available during the free surfs, a lot more than we had seen on previous days. You heard the horn in the background. The heat is on. This is the first one of the round, the first one of day 4. So out there right now, main round 2 for the boys U16. Max McGillivray from Australia in the red, Memphis Brown from Canada in the blue. Calais Rivas representing Hilo, Hawaii is out there in the green, and Se Shen Lee, they call him Che Che. He's out there from Tainan City. Chen Chen started surfing 3 years ago, so bit of an anomaly when you ask me about kids that have qualified for the respective national teams. And of course, with such a high quality wave against the world's best, they're giving themselves a real good chance to be able to consider themselves one of the best in the world, Rach.
Absolutely. And talking about best in the world, there is Team Australia, our reigning gold medalist, Mitch.
Mila Brown, Sam Lowe, Mav Wilson right there, Mitchell Peterson in the background too.
What a stellar team they have all together, from the coaches to the athletes, of course, and that all-around support crew. We do always see Team Australia show up with a really strong, cohesive team.
Very well organized too, and you've been part of the U.S. teams multiple times yourself. Anything that really stands out to you when it comes to doing well from day 1 all the way to the last day of competition here at the ISA?
I think just having good team camaraderie, making sure that energy is good between you and your athletes and any there on, support crew that are there, and just finding each athlete likes to prepare in different ways, and some people like a lot of people around them to keep them loose, to keep them distracted. Other people like silence, and so I think that support crew coming in and really understanding the needs of each athlete is really helpful in finding that opportunity to perform throughout the week.
Good breakdown right there. And everybody's different, right, Rach? You can't necessarily treat from a coach's perspective one person exactly the same as the other, and it comes down to real good timing before the event as well. Speaking of Australia, Max McGillivray out there in the red. He's from Evans Head, same place as Callum Robson, riding a JS Golden Child. He won one of Aki's Grom comps earlier in his career, 16 years of age for the kid from Evans Head. He's coming up against Memphis Brown out there in the blue, representing Canada from Haiku Maui. Sister Bailey also in the event. Loves big waves and diving. 16 years old, so most of these surfers in this heat aging out after this year. Seems like McGillivray on the inside lets that one go.
I see on Max's athlete team bio as well. You can see all the athlete bios on ISAsurf.org, but I see he also says he loves a chat. So I'm curious from him if he's made tons of friends already, just chatting it up with all the different 57 nations represented here.
He also put ha 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 afterwards, so I don't
love
know.
a chat.
I don't know if that's sarcastic or not, but kid's definitely talented. We saw him get a couple of great waves during the free surf. Here he is, first wave of day 4. Throws a tail. It's going to be incomplete. And outside, Lee had a look from Chinese Taipei in the white. And with the decrease in size, we mentioned the really good shape out there, but seems like a couple of people too far outside for a few waves so far in this opening heat. Here's blue. This is Memphis Brown, Team Canada. Surfs on Maui quite a bit. Ho'okipa, one of his good training grounds over there. Longtime team rider for KT Surfboards. And the thing about surfers from Maui, well, they get pretty windy conditions year-round, Rachel, so this being extra glassy is a major point of difference for them. They're not super used to it, but Memphis doing well. It's going to be the best score of the heat so far, 4 minutes off of the clock.
For sure. That's a great way to start your heat. You know, Max had that opportunity for that one major maneuver there, and unfortunately getting knocked off of it. Taking a look at this replay for our surfer from Canada. The opening half of this wave, a little bit sleepy, a little bit softer, but he did well to just keep it busy. A little two-stage cut back there, and I was thinking, okay, this isn't going to be a huge score, but this back half of this wave, Mitch, really just kind of started to stand up, and he took full advantage of it. A lot of clean surfing all the way through from start to finish.
Really nice combination right there on the inside for Brown. Waiting on that score for him. Tide's still coming up. It is 7:05 local time, so we still got a while on the tide rising. That might be good for a few of these sets, though, on the outside. See Chen Lee out there in the white, and Calais Rivas, surfer out of Hilo, in position. Gonna have to let that one go. It's gonna break underneath, and perhaps McGillivray with the look here, and he decides to go. So under priority, but a potential good wall for him. Nice two-shot right here of both surfers. McGillivray into the lip, a little hung up. It is complete though, fits in one more, and then Rivas on the outside. Ooh, a bit of a slip. So missed opportunity out there for the surfer representing Hawaii. 14 minutes to go, and McGillivray is gonna get one of the best of the heat and his best as well. But most importantly, Rivas, unfortunately, right there with better positioning over Lee, had a missed chance at perhaps a good score right here, Rach.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave that we saw out the back. It was really nice to see both of them surfing on that one. Let's take a look at Max's again. A smaller wave, but he did well to really maximize it. That's kind of what he went for on that opening wave and got knocked off on. And I thought that was going to be it. He got a little bonus section there, so that's just adding to his score. And looking at this replay from our surfer from Hawaii, a bigger wave, nice, smooth, clean face, clean opening turn, wraps it back around. So everything's looking good from this point, Mitch, and he just looks like he buries that rail. And something that I kind of look in reading that wave is the wave, sometimes you have to anticipate when it's going to back off, because it can look like it stands up and backs off just as quickly as it stands up. And I think he kind of anticipated more energy. And as he buried that rail in, that wave backed off. And so he didn't have enough speed from the wave to really drive through that turn, unfortunately. So that will be, he will be hoping that that turns into a throwaway score for him, but still waiting for judges to drop a few scores now.
It goes fat quick here, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And as you pointed out before, staying in the pocket the entire time is complicated. Of course, you want to be able to get those scores immediately out the back if you can, but for all four of these surfers so far, they've really struggled to be able to get something going when it comes to major scores so far. Waiting on a few here for the surfers out there in heat number 1, 12 minutes on the clock. Lee did get a wave, a 217. Hopefully it doesn't factor into his top 2 at the end of this heat. And Rivas out there from Hilo, Hawaii might be getting one of the best of the heat. Meanwhile, here's Lee's last, a 217 on his opener.
A nice sized wave as well for him. And I think the thing that we're seeing in that score reflection at 217, it was clean surfing, but he stayed in that upper half of the wave.
And here's McGillivray now. Beautiful fade on the takeoff, much better right here on his opening carve. Once more of a setup turn right there, but a couple of impactful maneuvers. Spray is always good in the judge's mind. It just means you're accelerating, you're pushing as hard as you should. And McGillivray having a couple of scores owed to him. One thing I really, do think that you could point out for us is that it seems like the fade is a crucial part of really doing well at this wave. You competed at Sunsal a few weeks ago. You obviously won another world title over there. It's a wave that has certain similarities, but from your perspective, how important or how crucial would the fade be to a lot of these larger scores here?
Yeah, it's interesting you make that comparison because I've been thinking that. I was actually talking to Lele, one of our fellow commentators who has won a gold medal here at the ISA here at Punta Rocas, and I was saying, hey, well, what's your take on this? I kind of see a lot of similarities to El Sunsal, and he felt similarly in the fact that it has that ability. You have to really anticipate how it's going to, train along that reef and know and anticipate before it happens when it is going to back off, and making sure you're staying in that critical section in order to get those high scores. So talking about that fade, that allows you on your bottom turn and extending that bottom turn a little bit longer really allows you to do those major maneuvers in the pocket and kind of give yourself more space in the pocket as well with the fade.
10 minutes on the clock right here. Great breakdown, Rachel. A 4.5 for McGillivray second. That is his best. His backup now is last, a 3.67. Memphis Brown out there from Canada, his sole score of 4. Kalei Rivas in green, a 3.77. And Chen Lee with a 2.17. So far, the Australian, the more active surfer, he's caught 3 in comparison to everybody else who only has 1. Seems like a good strategy given that the swell direction has changed. Even if you show up at 5:30, it's already light out here, Rach, but doesn't necessarily guarantee that you've seen every single wave available out there. As yesterday afternoon, it seemed like it had dropped. There were still a couple overhead sets. As we see how you can join us online. Follow us at ISAsurfing on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and use the hashtag ISAsurfing. And remember, Rach, you can find out all the information about these surfers at isasurf.org. There's still a couple of your profiles, by the way, on that website, too, from when you were competing for the U.S. team.
Oh, that's good to know. I've been loving learning about the athletes through those athlete bios. You see some really interesting backgrounds of surfers from all around the world. I mean, we keep saying it, but 57 nations were represented. There's multiple landlocked nations among those that are representing here. I love learning specifically about those athletes too, and how they find that passion and drive to incorporate surfing into their life when it's not necessarily easily accessible, like Hawaii. We see our team coach there on our screen.
One of the greats when it comes to coaching, a good friend of mine, Jason Shibata, had a chance to compete at the Masters event last year at El Sunsal. I hyped him up a little bit too much. I texted him before the event. I saw him on the team. I said, good luck. Go out there, do your thing. Didn't get the result he was expecting, but he had a great time competing. So different from, being behind the scenes. And I think both you and I can relate to that too, doing this job, doing a couple different jobs throughout the industry. It is very stressful being a coach I'd say the most stressful part definitely still has to be a competitor, no doubt. You're out there alone. You think that there's people that can help you in the moment. And in the end, you have 20 minutes of your own decision making, Rachel, to make it out of that heat.
No, that's for sure. As much as we talk about ISA having that team component to it, at the end of the day, it is an individual sport, and you can have all the conversations beforehand, but it's up to you to really execute out the back once you're in your heat.
Isla Huppets, Coach Pete, Ocean Lancaster, the Aaron Kanjis, they always bring the sting, as Chris says. Gold medal team last year. And a couple camera shy people on the Australian team as always. It's funny with the broadcast now being a thing for, the past 15 years, really getting more popular among, the junior events the last 12 or 13, I'd say. Even still, a lot of these surfers get camera shy, and it's pretty funny that once you put a microphone in their face, they tend to lock up. You give them an opportunity on TikTok, though. Everybody knows every single dance there is.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's something that's fun about the juniors, too, is this is a lot of athletes' first time on a world stage, or maybe being interviewed at a post-heat interview, and that can be an intimidating thing. I know my very first interview after a heat was horrible. The guy said, my strategy out there was to go for the rights, and the interview said, it looked like you were going for the rights. Talk to me about what was your plan. I said, yeah, my plan was to go for the rights, but then I felt like maybe I'm sounding too partial and biased against the lefts. And so I said, yeah, so I just went for the rights, and then I also went for the lefts. And he was like, alrighty, well, great strategy. Moving on, thanks for that. I was like, oh gosh, my parents still give me.
They do?
They still heckle me for
Do
that.
they have it recorded on their phone
No,
too?
yeah, I'm sure somewhere in the back in the archives.
Trust me, Rachel, you're not the only one. I've had moments. Oh, you can ask Will Dean from the U.S. team back in Brazil. After working, 5-10 hour days already at that point, he probably is the victim of one of the worst interviews I've ever given. So it happens to the very best of us. Just over 5 minutes. Rivas right here with priority for Team Hawaii. Needs less than a 1 for second place. He's going to get that and more right here. How's that hack in the pocket for Calais? Takes his time off of the bottom. Really good patience. And Hilo, a part of the big island that is very windy, rains a lot too. This has to be one of the cleanest waves he's surfed in a while. Nice layback jam right there from Rivas, and he's easily going to move up into the top 2 spots right here. But Lee on the outside in the white. Incomplete at the end, but seems like he had some work done before that, going left for the first time in this heat. 4 minutes 30 on the clock. And the Canadian team, Coach Shannon Brown with the flag. Perhaps indicating something towards Memphis out there in the blue.
That's what I was just going to say. A lot of these teams finding their indications. I've seen boards used as big pointers. I've seen flags used, and that is their way of communicating with their team out there. Let's take a look at what Lee was able to do on the outside. Nice opening hit, and gets a little bit behind it, so mistimed on that second one, but like that first turn there. But it is the Hawaiian who got the better of those 2 exchanges. A really clean, beautiful wave. Love that wrap. And that head turn, Mitch, was just wise beyond his years. Great fundamentals there, and I love to see it. Not a lot of variety in this wave on these opening turns. Great carves, but I love that he stalls here, and that way on the inside, he does incorporate some of that variety, and that will really help his score jump up from that 4s and beyond.
Well, it comes in as a 6.33, so he goes straight to first right here. Last of Lee, 2.27, his best. But he is in third, just over 3 minutes, needing a 5.9 or better. Deep bottom turn, much better into the lip right there for Lee. And unfortunately, incomplete right there for the surfer representing Chinese Taipei in the white. Memphis Brown in the blue from Canada down to fourth. Needs a 4.18. And McGillivray, he surfed a smart heat at the beginning of it. He's been the most active surfer so far, Rachel, but not necessarily guaranteed a spot into round 3. He's got a 3.67 as a backup. Fortunately for him, though, does have second priority over the heat leader Rivas.
Yeah, but Memphis surfing in comparison to Max, you said Max had a busy heat. Memphis has had a really patient heat, just having that 4. So he's looking for that 4.18. His score is similar to Max's. Max has that 4.5, Memphis a 4. Interesting, Max taking that busier approach has him in that leading spot right now, but because he couldn't really maximize on that 3.67, it's not as commanding of a hold as I'm sure him and his family watching would be hoping for. There's definitely still the door open, especially for Memphis only needing that 4.18, and its lead needing a 5.9. So a higher requirement because his single wife score is not as high as Memphis.
How many heats would you say you've made with the backup of a 2 before? Because Lee still has a chance, a minute 45. And with time left on the clock, he might have to depend on just the one single good score and rely on a really small backup. Perhaps his best wave right there on a smaller insider, 90 seconds to go, and really no other thing that he could have done, given that he was in 4th priority, way further inside, doesn't have pick of the litter out there, and you're really just depending on what happens here. A minute 20, Brown has priority, Rachel, 4.18 what he needs, and a couple lines on the outside.
Yeah, choosing not to go on that first one, so it looks like Max will get another opportunity. Will Memphis get one out the bag? This is exciting.
3.67, what he's looking to improve on. The Aussie McGillivray, big snap right there into the lip. Love the way he's able to really put some emphasis on that as well. It seems like Team Canada, something might have happened with Memphis Brown. They were excited. 40 seconds. Rivas with priority. It seems like while McGillivray was riding, Brown was also riding in the blue jersey. And here we go. Memphis, at this point of the heat, Rachel, needing a 4.18.
Yeah, he needs to do something to get that requirement. A 2-turn combination. Love that he cut that first one short so he could really maximize that placement and timing, make that second one more critical. But Mitch, to me, this was probably the better 2 of the exchange. I don't know about you, but a smaller wave. I think he went a little bit more major on that final turn, but we'll leave it up to the judges. This is where I'm happy I'm not a judge. It's a close one.
Yeah, and of course everything has to happen right at the end of the heat too.
I know, it's always like that.
McGillivray, though, I agree with you. Cleaner surfing, and I think especially the second one major. Although, I know Rivas is in the lead. I wouldn't necessarily say he's safe, though.
True.
Memphis Brown right here, the Canadian, needs a 4.18. But once again, Max McGillivray is more than likely to get his best score, and he is in second. His low score, a 3.67. Unfortunately for Seshen Lee, out of the event, but a good performance by the surfer representing Chinese Taipei. Very impressed with the team they brought this year. Last of red, McGillivray, 6.73 into first. So now that means that Memphis Brown in blue, 6.11 or better the requirement. Only 2 waves, Rachel. You simplify it, that's all you need. They score your top 2. Was it the second or the third best wave of the heat right here for the goofy footer from Maui?
Yeah, I mean, he did great work on it. He didn't make any mistakes. Did he push it enough? I'd feel a little bit more convinced if this first turn was a little bit more rounded. He did have to cut it short because of that lack of time up and high. And so it came down to, was that last turn big enough? He surfed it clean. He did what he needed to do. So it is in the judges' hands.
3.73, so falls short for the Canadian Brown. Good performance, nice effort, but unfortunately not enough. It's going to be the Aussie McGillivray with the win, and Rivas from Hawaii in second place. Heat 2 coming up when we return to Peru. Back in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, Punta Rocas, one of the most consistent waves in the southern hemisphere. Out there right now, 4 surfers from different parts of the world: Ecuador, Switzerland, Israel, Italy. Sandro Rivera out there from Ecuador in the red, Gabriel Cohen from Israel in the blue, Michael Montero, who dropped a 9+ ride yesterday in the green from Italy, and Matias Banto representing Switzerland is in the whites. Mitchell and Rachel with you. Here's Montero. He dropped a 9.33 yesterday, going right, going left for the first time in this heat rage.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing the lefts incorporated a bit more today. We saw our surfer from Chinese Taipei go left yesterday too, in the last heat. And this was a split peak situation. Our surfer from Israel taking the right there on his backhand. This one shouldering off a little bit, so getting some work close to the pocket done, but nothing overly critical. So those are going to be some smaller scores to start the heat.
Yeah, and Israel has some good waves too. Not as consistent as maybe a lot of other places worldwide, but they have ran a couple QS events there in the past. I want to say Matt McGillivray won a QS there a few years ago. It was a 3,000. Yeah, and every now and then you get proper waves, and they have slowly but surely been able to get better surfers on their team. Of course, more Olympic support. Anatle Lior has been able to compete multiple times for Israel now in the Olympic Games. Ecuador out there in the red. Rivera, he's having a look at this. Might be a bit too deep for the right. And same thing for Banto representing Switzerland. Italy, though, I've said it multiple times so far in this event. They've impressed me. I think they've been one of the most improved teams so far when it comes to the juniors, and I think they are definitely a threat, at least for a top 10 finish, in my opinion, Rach.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Michael getting a 9.33 yesterday, the highest single wave score of the entire event so far. That is something that you carry into each heat. That's confidence you carry into each heat from there on out. So I'm sure he'd be feeling good. And he's only 13. Mitch, he's basically as tall as you. When I did my post-heat interview with him yesterday, he was a whole head and a half taller than me. And I was like, sorry, your bio says you're 13. Is that true? And he's like, yep. I could not believe it.
I want to get your take on this because as a tall person myself, and I've gotten much bigger since the time I competed here at the juniors back in 2011 and 2012, but your mechanics change once you grow. And of course, with more weight, more muscle mass on you too, you have to adjust that to your surfing as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Your fundamentals, and that's why it's important to really get your fundamentals down as a Grom, because if you embed that into your surfing and your understanding as your body changes, as you grow, those fundamentals at least create that foundation, and you learn to operate in your growing body.
Operating is a good word to describe that too. Cohen now in the blue has a 2.3 as his opener. That's going to be a quick one for him as his backup score. 15 minutes on the clock. Banto out there from Switzerland. A lot of these surfers representing Switzerland have done very well in heavy water waves in the past. They're used to wearing a wetsuit for the most part. But talk about proximity between two countries out there. Switzerland and Italy, they share a border actually, the northern and southern part. And here goes Matias now. Deep on this one. Nearly got knocked off right there. Somehow was able to recover. Does well, comes around the corner. Into the lip. How's that lip line hit for Matias Banto? Good work. And fits in perhaps a few more. Layback jam in the pocket. And he is going to ride out with control. Now Rivera pushes just too hard right there. The surfer from Ecuador. So waiting on multiple numbers. Meanwhile, let's go downstairs with the Aussie McGillivray and Chris.
Yeah, thanks, team. All the way from Evans Head, Australia. Max, first heat of the day. You said you had some shaky legs going into that one?
Yeah, I sure did. Just pretty nervous, but kind of clutched up in the end. Got one good one and won the heat, so I'm super stoked. On to the next.
Pretty cool scenario. You had all 4 teams represented in that heat on the bluff right here. What are you seeing and hearing from your team while you're in the water?
Oh, just yelling and screaming is that good. We're all just such like a big family, and we're all behind each other. So it's great support. It's awesome.
And you're on a roll. That's a win in round 2. So what's next? What are your goals for the rest of this event?
Just take it slow. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, so just prepare and be ready for the next heat.
How about the support crew back at home?
Yeah, I've got the best support crew back at home. Big shout out to Evans Head and Lennox as well. It's just got so many people behind me and it means a lot. Doing it for you.
Congratulations, Max. Keep it going.
Thanks, Chris. Congratulations to the JS team rider. Riding the Golden Child is Max McGillivray. Had a 6.73 in that one, Rachel.
Yeah, you guys can't see Mitch, but he did the 6-7 hands.
I had to.
I'm not even going to acknowledge it.
We were talking about it on the bus ride here to the site.
Man.
And if it came up organically throughout the day with the kids, with the Groms, we had to do it.
It did come up, and Mitch executed it perfectly.
I did.
Any Groms watching from home would be, I think, proud of that.
Proud.
But, you know, Max, I was interested to see how that post-heat interview would sound because, remember, we were talking.
Love to
he
chat.
loves to chat, and I think he seems like a really nice guy.
Love to chat. Ha, ha, ha,
Ha
ha.
ha ha ha. Seems like a nice, funny guy.
Okay. Couple of replays to get through, Rach. Looking at Rivera's first, waiting for this to still be scored.
Yeah, we caught up with this at the end where he had that flyaway moment. There it is. But good work done on the outside two-turn combination. This one was really impressive to me. I'm excited to see where the judges go with that. I'm thinking at this point, he's missed some opportunities, racing it down. Okay, nice opening turn. That's where it gets critical. Really well executed, and I thought that was it, but it's not. Then I thought this was it, Mitch, but it's not. This wave just kept giving so much speed, power, flow between each of those maneuvers as well. That was really well executed, exactly to the criteria, and because we had that close-up shot of it too, it was a nice surprise for us watching as well.
100%. And how about that spray on the second turn too? Drops in the best of the day so far, a 7.5, well deserved for the Swiss surfer Matthias Banto. Cohen in second in the blue, 2.3143. Monteiro from Italy, the left was just a 2.4. Still waiting on the opener of Red Rivera with 11 minutes on the clock right here. You know, I've been telling everybody, to me this has got a really good arena-like feel. It seems like a stadium
Absolutely.
almost at Punta Rocas. You have the High Performance Center right here from the IPD, the Peruvian Institute of Sport, but just the vibes, the feel, it almost seems like you're about to watch Gladiator with Russell Crowe, but instead of somebody in their 40s, you're watching the world's best surfers under the 18.
Yeah, and what incredible surfing they have been performing. You know, you would not think they're juniors. They are surfing wise beyond their years, and I think that's a testament too to the junior surfing championships that continue to happen each year, giving these kids a platform to compete on the world stage from such a young age. Some of these surfers, it's their 4th, 5th time competing here at their juniors. We have 11-year-olds getting started. That is so instrumental, getting that experience to building a professional career, Mitch.
Pretty funny because, you know, the first time I met Leilani McGonigal, I'd already known her brother Noé for a little while, but she's been doing these events since she was about 11. Now she's actually one of the athletes commissioners, and it's really cool to see that come full circle as well, the impact that she's had. Of course, Ledley Osuna, same thing. He's won 2 ISA gold medals for the Argentinian team. He's been an Olympian already. Actually got a silver medal here at the Pan Ams back in 2019 at this very location. So a lot of members that are within the community still are very active. And of course, here at the ISA, you have more than 400 competitors at this event. That's just competitors, Rachel. We're talking about parents, coaches, everybody involved with the teams. I'd be saying close to 1,000 people involved in this event this week here in Peru.
Yeah, and Peru just playing an incredible host to all of that. Everyone's staying in all the towns near and by. There's lots of beach towns and just to the north and south of us that have great restaurants, great waves too. I cannot believe as we're driving along the coast, Mitch, from our hotel to here and then north there on too, how many good waves there are. And it seems like they just never stop.
And we've driven, what, 10, 15 miles at the most with this coastline right here, the small part that we're on. You still got hundreds more to the south and another 100 more to the north, and the incredible part about it, I've been here twice now. I've never seen it get smaller than 4 feet.
Me as well. My first international trip ever actually was for an ISA here to Peru when I was 15.
Really?
Yeah, and we were not in the outskirts of Lima as we are now. We were in Huanchaco, and that is a big left-hand point. Peru known for its left-hand points, so many amazing lefts, and that was an incredible wave to surf on. So yeah, I'm thinking back to all the great waves we got back then, and that all the distance between here and Huanchaco, which is an hour flight away, just nonstop waves all in between there.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool location when it comes to hosting an event of this magnitude, of its size. And of course, I think if you ask the majority of the surfers, they'd be saying, I'll come back on a surf trip anytime you want me to. This place has excellent waves. We've talked about the food too and how good it is to be able to get some local cuisine. I think Matias Banto has been enjoying that as well. He enjoyed the opening ride that he had in this heat, I can assure you that. 7-5 on that score. This is going to be his backup right now, and he's just got that turn on lock right in the pocket. That Mayhem looks excellent under his feet. Just over 7 minutes, and this might have to be a fight for second. Really, when you look at it, Rivera has a 3.33. Both Monteiro and Cohen only have something in the 2s at the moment. But Michael was up and riding there momentarily. And just a couple of looks from both blue and red. Maybe one more chance here. And Cohen has first priority, so has unconditional right away, but I think this one's gonna slip underneath him. And same thing for Rivera, even though he had a good dig at that. And Monteiro gets just enough for second place, Rachel, a 3.27, so small scores between second, third, and fourth at the moment right here.
Yeah, with those high tides, you can see how big and rolly these waves are, especially taking a look at this 327 from Michael. You know, nothing overly critical, really cleanly surfed. I know he is hoping that that wave was going to stand up like we saw for our surfer from Switzerland earlier in the heat that went to that 7.5 range, but doing enough that helps the confidence. Taking a look at now the backup for Matias, not offering as much opportunity, but really well surfed. And like you said, this turn he has on lock. And I love that he jammed that in. Look how shouldery that wave was, Mitch. So he did that fade, as we were talking about earlier today, really extended that bottom turn and had perfect placement of that maneuver.
Matias is a nice kid, too. I've been able to see him around the contest area. Really quiet, polite, loves to surf, of course, and you know, you've been the first heat of the day. You've also been the last heat of the day, Rachel. Anything you see from being the first ones, especially considering that you have a difference in tides, of course, a difference in swell direction. Most importantly, it seems like the decrease in that long period swell, too. It seems like there's more shorter intervals right now with that west-northwest involved out there.
Yeah, it's tricky being one of the first heats of the day, especially the very first one, because I really like to sit and watch, you know, the judging scale for the day. I like to sit and watch where the competitors are sitting, what waves are getting those scoring potentials, and these surfers are paving that for those surfers in that 4, 5, 6 and thereon heat numbers. And then being the last heat of the day is tricky too, because you wait all day. I mean, at least these surfers, they're going to get the job done, and then they get to go, okay, now let's go have breakfast. Now let's relax. Now I'm just going to focus on cheering my team on. That's a great feeling, but I think the nerves are higher when you're that earlier heat.
I always appreciated that you had the chance to watch a couple of heats before yours if you were 5 or 6 of the round. Being mid-round to me was always kind of the ideal scenario. I'm not surfing when it's windy. I'm surfing when it's still glassy. But I don't have to wake up at the crack of dawn to go free surf. If I want to, it's an option, but you can see right here, heat 2, that last set caught them off guard, so maybe you're still waking up. You still probably haven't seen proper waves out there, and positioning is always going to be the key factor, because at this point in the event, round 2, most people that will be advancing more rounds are right here. right, Rachel? You're thinking about
Mm-hmm.
people that have the talent, that have competed, won national events back home. So everybody's good at this point of the event. Now it's who's the better competitor at this point of the event.
Yeah, and adapting. I think that's something that has really struck me about Matthias's surfing is his adaptation during the wave, just looking really mature and wise beyond his years, and how he read that initial wave and turned it from what could have been a 3 into a 7.5.
Good surfing right there from Banto, the Israeli team on screen. Always well dressed. Although I will say, you know, with how dusty it is right here, those white hoodies might be getting dirty a bit later. Cohen now, the Israeli up and riding. He's down to third. Needs a 3.37 or better. Using first priority, smart. We're under 3 minutes now. Nice patience and timing, and I
Oh.
say that, and unfortunately, it's incomplete at the end. You see the reaction from his team.
They're getting stressed. 2.5 minutes remaining. That would have been the perfect opportunity to switch that heat for him.
I think they were already stressed. Now they're mega stressed.
Yep.
Had first priority, was on his way to the score, 2.77 instead of the 3 that he was needing.
Oh.
Now needs a 2.91, just over 2 minutes. Monteiro, though, on the outside. Second priority, he's got to give way to Rivera. And this kid, the Ecuadorian, he don't need a whole lot either. 2.34 or better. 2 minutes. Another swooping roundhouse. In the pocket, deep bottom turn, much better. That'll score well. Throw some spray. Looks back out. And he's going to recover positioning with a 1:45 right here. Very intelligent surfing right there. Not pushing too hard, but pushing just hard enough with the 1:40.
I think there's a point in which when you're on the wave, you know that you got the score, and we can feel it too. It was when he went for that snap and rode out of that cleanly, you can feel a lot more convincingly, okay, that was a phenomenal wave. That will be the score. And he would have known that too. And so at that point, once you reach that, you're like, okay, I'm just going to make sure I cut out of this cleanly and not make any mistakes so I can confirm that the judges give me what I need. It was a small requirement, and it looks like we have a situation change.
You got the confirmation, as you're saying, 4.27, his best. Monteiro down to third, needs a 4.33. Cohen now in fourth, needing a 4.83, 55 seconds. Banto, he surfed a perfect heat, 7.5 and a 4. He's only caught 2 waves. Don't need much more than that, though. Cohen on the inside, 45 seconds. The wide angle, it seemed like this wave doesn't have a ton of face on it. He does well on the first section, though. Straight up and vertical.
Oh.
And as expected, that wave just a bit too fat on the open face. Banto, this might be a victory lap for him. Looking to replace a 4 if he can, though. Seems like he's just having the best of times out there at the moment. Empty lineup at Punta Rocas. Surfing long, right-hand point break. Under the age of 16. Not at school. Seems like a perfect day to me. Meanwhile, Monteiro, he's not going to have another chance. So Banto still riding here, but he is safe in first. It's going to come down whether or not they appreciate that one turn from Cohen enough to be close to a 5-point ride.
Yeah, Mitch, I don't know. It was a great turn, but if he had gotten more work done, let's take another look at what happened out the back here. Well, actually, we're going to check back in to that wave of Gabriel. This is the score that we're waiting for. That was a great first turn, and it's a shame that it didn't line back up. I'd feel a lot more convinced about it had there been more opportunity, because he set that up to be a great wave.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's going to fall short of 3.47. Nice efforts. And Banto's still waiting on his score, but he is in first. It's going to be the Swiss surfer in the white and the Ecuadorian in red moving through. Cohen from Israel and Monteiro from Italy. We'll perhaps see them in the under-18s next year. Be right back with more action. Heat 3 coming up from Peru.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Record number of nations, record number of competitors here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, Punta Rocas, Peru. Beautiful location we're at for the 2025 edition. Good chance we can crown new champions this year as well. Last event for the ISA in 2025. It's been a busy calendar, busy schedule for them as of late. Still got a few more days of this event to go though. Heat 3 of Boys U16 round 2 out there. Alejo Valido from Spain in the red. Josh Carbas from Ireland in the blue. Ben Eisterhuis in the green. And Carlos Sanchez from the Dominican Republic is in the white. Mitchell Salazar here with one of the best surfers in the world, Rachel Tilley. Just under 19 minutes on the clock, Rach. And it seems like Ben out there from the Republic of South Africa has a no-5. We call that a no-fer in judging terms.
A no-fer.
A no-fer. Anything under a 1 is considered a no-fer. This might not be, though. Carbis, the surfer representing Ireland out there in the blue. Good replay right here, Rach.
Yeah, waiting for this score still to drop on his backhand. A smaller wave, but he does well to connect it to the inside. We'll wait to see if he really gets to maximize it with a final maneuver here. Lots of great carves here until now, and it looks like it's going to just be a lot of those roundhouses, really well surfed. That would have been a great way to start his heat, at least.
It seems like a split peak situation right here. Seemed like green was on the right. We're gonna stick with Sanchez in the white on the left.
Oh.
Ooh, seems like he had to go over somebody right there. And I don't know if that is Alejo Valido in this heat, but that is closer to the second podium over at El Bosque. So I believe that was the surfer in red from podium 2. Surfer in white is way up the beach. I mean, we're talking about at least, what, 300-400 meters in between both peaks, Rach, and he was very close to the surfers in podium 2. Still, I like seeing the lefts as an option. I like seeing that they're surfing it a lot more as something today. 17 minutes to go, Carbis from Ireland, 5.33. Mid-range score to start things off. And now looking at the right from Ben right here, the South African.
Yeah, waiting for this score to drop in. He already has that 0.5, quick up and down. Really nice looking wave. Love the lines that he's drawing here. Love that accentuation at the end and coming unstuck. Unfortunately, this is that split peak situation that we were talking about too. Nice mid-faced snap, bringing it back around again here. A beautiful looking wave. And these lefts providing a lot of opportunity. I don't know if enough surfers are looking at it, and it does look like Carlos did kind of lock eyes, knowing that that was like a potential hindrance there, and I kind of feel like he did back off of that commitment for that last maneuver, but I don't think that was, I think we've decided, Alejo, so no interference really can be had.
Yeah, because this is Valido right here, and he's on the other side of the peak. It's one of the best styles, I would say, the one that Alejo has in this event. Short surfer, really compact though, has, you know, that low center of gravity. Rachel, and unfortunately, maybe the words are just leaving my mouth a bit too early, but he was on his way to a Big score right there. Meanwhile, just over 15 minutes on the clock. Why don't we go after this wave right here from Carbis, the Irish surfer from the backhand surfer right here in the blue. Looking well. He's going to kick out 15:25 on the clock. Let's go downstairs. Matias Banto with Chris.
Yeah, thank you, team. All right, congratulations. Heat victory over here in round 2. You've now surfed both podiums. What's it like here to surf on the main stage?
It's so amazing. The wave's like perfect point break. Yeah, I love it.
Now, you're on Team Switzerland, and you guys are pretty low-key, but you got a lot of talent. I know you come from the island of Maui, which is absolutely packed with talent. What inspires you to surf like that?
Yeah, Maui's got lots of waves, and it's great for practice. But yeah, we got a couple heavy hitters on the Switzerland team.
And what are your goals team-wise and individually?
I want to beat my result last year, but best, I want to win, of course.
I know you got shout-outs for the friends and family back home.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching. On to the next.
Let's do it. Good work. Keep it going.
How nice are all these kids, Rachel? I mean, they don't stop smiling. Heavy hitters, of course, but then you see them in person and you're like, are you really one of the best junior surfers? You seem too nice. You don't necessarily seem like a competitor. And then you see them go out there and drop a couple of sevens. You're like, all right, I believe you now. I know that you're the real deal.
Yeah, it's been great getting to see some of their personalities and get to know all of them. And I think those post-heat interviews and getting to hear their take and what they were thinking going through their mind, I love getting that insight into the athletes at all ages, but especially these juniors, because you can see them really forming their maturity in their heat surfing and the way they compose themselves and rely and talk about their teams. It's a really fun insight to have that we get here on the broadcast.
And it's really funny that, they're so quiet and then all of a sudden they go and rip and then you talk to them again and they're like, yeah, it was just another surf. And I'm like, you're talking about potentially winning a world title, right? And they're like, yeah, I mean, it's cool, but like, how good are the waves though? Like, look at where we're at. So it's cool to see that a lot of these kids, especially the U16s, focus on the little details and appreciating the moments that they have, because in the end, as most of us know, a lot of these careers aren't long-lived.
No, they're sure not long-lived, but I mean, honestly, I've been having a professional career now for over 12 years, and of course there's a few standout moments in terms of results that stick to mind, but over the hundreds of events I've surfed, the things that really stand out, it's not like, oh, I got a third there, a fifth there, a round of 16 there, It's the memories that you make with your team. It's the memories that you have from experiencing a new country. And so it's great to see, like you said, the athletes enjoying those little details and being present for what is an entire journey that makes being here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship so special.
There's more to life than just surfing, isn't there?
There is. And I feel like these juniors know that because they're trying to build a professional career, but what we see from them as well, especially in their athlete bios, is they have a lot of different hobbies. They have a lot of different sports they enjoy. I really enjoy observing that.
I've been enjoying observing the season of events for the ISA in 25. World Longboard Championships back in late April, early May. World Surfing Games, both events were in El Salvador in early to mid-September right there at La Bocana. World Parasurfing Championships, I'd have to say the best ever in Oceanside, California, early November. The SUP and Paddleboard Championships, this happened, and of course right here finishing the year with the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. A few days away from potentially crowning new gold medalists as well. 11:30 on the clock here in heat number 3. Carbis out there in the blue with the lead. 5:33, 3:17 is back up on his last. Ben out there in the green. A small kid from South Africa, 3:83, 2.8. Valido, the Spaniard, 3.4 in his opener, and Sanchez still only with a 2.5, a 4.13 requirement. And the Dominican Republic, by the way, they've hosted a couple QS events in the past. They share an island with Haiti, but they have some amazing waves too. It's known for its baseball talent. Manuel Selman, longtime ISA competitor, has been living in the Dominican Republic for the majority of his life. He windsurfs, he foils, he surfs, he does basically everything over there. And he says best decision his parents ever made was moving to that island right there in the Caribbean.
I mean, gosh, I can imagine growing up on a beautiful island and having all of those activities and that's what's so fun about us surfers, right? Is the ocean and everywhere around you. When you have a coastline, you have a playground, but more than just that, you have an opportunity to find community no matter where you go in every country. I mean, we have 57 nations represented, so 56 countries have traveled to Peru, and immediately there's a sense of community and home for all of these athletes because of surfing.
You want to record my voicemail too? Read a self-help book or something like that? I mean, it's too early for this, Rachel. 7:54 local time. You give me a few more hours to get warmed up and perhaps have self-help talks out there. 10 minutes on the clock. Valido with third priority might be looking at an insider. Had a good line on it, and that might have been a paddle, so we'll see if priority does switch or not. It does. So he's down in the priority order even more. Needs pretty close to his opening ride, a 3.24. Meanwhile, Ben out there in the green, he has unconditional right away with first priority. Carbus from Ireland, good style, the Gilfy footer on the back end. Best score of the heat so far, 5.33, back up a 3.17. Seems like Ben might be having a look right here, and he's going to use that priority. One thing that really stands out to me so far in his first few waves, how centered he is on his board. Low center of gravity, well done right there. The wave just a bit flat. Still might be improving on the 2.8. So when you look at it, Rachel, even though he splashes the water right there, when you convert on a score and improve using your priority, is that still something that you see as a positive sign?
Yeah, it depends on where I'm at in the heat. I'd say with 8.5 minutes remaining, yeah, I'd say that as a positive. But if you are in the last few minutes of the heat, that's where you like to have much more of a command of that advancing position. His competitors right now only need 3s and 4s to advance, where Josh, having that 5.33 already in his scoreline, has him feeling a lot more comfortable. This has been a sleepy heat, but right now we're kind of more looking at that conversation for second because of that 5.33. That is where you start feeling a lot more comfortable. And Josh looking like he's using his first priority, scratching in.
And he's looking to improve and change that 3.17. 8 minutes. More of a setup work on the outside. So far this wave really flat, and well, 2 waves in a row that have just gone dead on these surfers really, and everybody else gonna get caught inside by this set out the back. And good thing to point out right there, you mentioned depending on what point of the heat it is, right? When and how you use priority. There's one heat especially that I remember a few weeks ago when you won your newest world title, the opening round heat. I think Kalisz Kaleopa at that point had the best wave. You eventually used priority to your favor, got the best of the heat, and eventually got you through. That's what you're talking about, right? Converting when you need to convert.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at that point, I needed a pretty hefty score, a 7-something, and I had priority for those last 5 minutes. Once you get into those last 5 minutes, okay, the next wave that I get, that's probably going to be my last wave of the heat. Maybe here it's last 3 minutes, I'd say, because it's a shorter paddle out. But you're then looking for that wave having that quality to allow you to get to a score of substance. Whereas opposed to this situation here, 3.24 and 4.13 respectively as the requirements to get into advancing position. I'd say Ben's sitting out there knowing he doesn't have that on lock, so to speak. And so that really opens up the playing field of pretty much any wave that comes through almost is that ability to get that scoring potential. And that's where you want to remove that, make that requirement higher. And so then you're relying a little bit on luck as well, whether the ocean's going to provide that wave. And that's the thing about surfing. It's not entirely in your control.
It's pretty crazy when you think about it. I mean, how many heats have been decided because people have just got unlucky.
Yeah.
You got first priority, you go on the first wave of the set, thinking you're going to play some defense, and well-played defense too. All of a sudden, they're 2nd and 3, and people jump from 4th all the way to 1st afterwards. Quick wave there for Ben in the green. just under 6 minutes. But it's such a different sport to anything else. I mean, the playing field changes. You go to snowboarding, you go to skateboarding. Those things are always there. I mean, you come to surfing, it can change from 1 hour to the next. The wind can pick up, the swell direction can change. And of course, you could be feeling your board a certain way too. And your equipment might have to change the next day too. 5 minutes 20. Valido right here having a look. And he is up 3.24 with the requirement for him. Gaining speed. Big section ahead. Make sure to just ride out of that deep bottom turn. Well done right there from Valido. The Spaniard all the way back. Really great tempo on this wave so far. Nothing crazy, but well surfed. And he's still going through on the inside. He's close to the rocks right now, by the way. Even with this high tide, a few of them do poke out. And he's going to kick out before he gets there. 4 minutes 40 on the clock. Not only expecting a situation change right here, might be competing for the best wave of the heat rage.
Yeah, this was a great wave, building that speed up through the flat section so he could really maximize it. This moment right there in the pocket, wrapping it around straight into another one. So really great flow and connection between those opening turns. And then it shoulders out, but him at this point in the heat, knowing that he needs a score, I appreciate that he milked this all the way into the inside and tried to just add those little points all the way through, knowing that nothing is for certain and wants to just get as big of a score as he can with such little time remaining. That's crucial.
Yeah, and Spain, always a very complete team, very diverse. They have a couple of territories, the Canary Islands, a couple of great surfers from there, including Dylan Donegan, team captain this year. Boys U16 gold medalist. He's now in the U18s. 3 minutes 30. Waiting on the score for Alejo Valido. Meanwhile, Sanchez out there, the Dominican surfer, only has the 2.5. And he does have priority over the other two surfers that are already on the outside. Carbis still leading at the moment, 3.17, his backup. Meanwhile, Ben in the green, 2.8, his low score that he's keeping. That's the next heat. One of the few locations I've ever seen for World Juniors that has actually had the opportunity to have caddies in the lineup too.
Yeah, it's been great to see the teams coming together and having those teammates provide those potential equipment changes.
Backup boards, yeah.
Backup boards, if anything were to happen, especially on those bigger days. Really smart for some of those teams to be having those caddies sitting out there.
Hey, props to the coaches and the teammates that are doing that too. You're pulling double duty
I know.
at that moment, and it is tiring as well. Once it gets closer to finals day and you're doing that, good luck doing it 3 to 4 times in a single day as well. 4.57, the last of Valido. He's into second place. Ben, the South African, in third, now needing a 4.15. And Sanchez, the surfer out of the Caribbean, needing a 5.47. Look at the work that Carbis did at the beginning of the heat, Rachel. 5.33. Took him a few more waves to be able to get his backup of a 3.17. But really, that opening ride, the 5, set the pace, the standard for him. And now with 2 minutes to go in the driver's seat right here.
Yeah, that was really crucial for him to get that. So that pressure on Ben, you know, you saw that frustration when he cut out of that wave that was that 2.53. Really wishing, knowing that he needed to improve upon that scoreline to make that requirement higher, and was frustrated when he couldn't do so because he knew his competitors more than capable, and that's exactly what happened. So the pressure is back on Ben now to try and get into that advancing position. Ben and Carlos both having that first and second priority. Sets on the horizon. Maybe we're going to see an opportunity, Mitch, in these last minutes.
And it seems like Sanchez, Carbis, they're going to split. Ooh, seems like Sanchez, well, he was looking left originally. Carbis was on the right. And Sanchez did have higher priority at that moment, so was there hindrance of score? We hope not. But Carlos doing well on this one. He loves it, needs a mid-5 at the moment for second place. Meanwhile, Ben in the green. Esther Hoyes He's needing a 4.15 or better. 40 seconds on the clock. Cool little release of the tail right there and of the fins. The Vuvuzelas are out. Kai Hall and the team very stoked on what they saw from Ben in the green. Now, the situation though, it was a split peak. It is a peak, but the right is better right here, and you'd feel for Carbis if this were to affect his heat, the outcome of it too, given that he's been in the lead pretty much the entirety of it. 10 seconds right here, and he might not leave things up to chance either. He's paddling and he's up. Delayed bottom turn. Well done to time that first section. Once again, grabs the rail on the bottom turn. Good pacing, timing so far on this one. Pushes just a bit harder. And he's gonna try to ride this wave out till the very end. Zigging, zagging, he's gonna kick out. So he's looking to improve on a 3.17. But an interesting situation on the wave previous to this though. Still waiting on a couple of numbers. They have scored the Dominican surfers last wave, Rachel, a 2.7, but here's the situation we're talking about right here.
Yeah, let's see. So he's already behind the section Carlos is, and he's working his way around. Look, to me, it's up to the judges, of course, but I don't think Josh necessarily interfered, and that's what the judges are really going to be looking at is, was there an interference to the ride that Carlos was going to have? And he was still making his way around the section. He was deep. I don't think that will be a priority situation, but always scary moments. Now, this is what we didn't get to see off the takeoff is these first two turns. Mitch, wow, we saw the back half of this wave, and it gets a little bit smaller, but he surfs it all the way through. I was really curious if he had that outside section. He did. That's kind of reminding me of Alejo's 4.57 that the judges gave. So that's right around his requirement. And Josh getting a beautiful wave in literally the last 3 seconds. Timed this one perfectly. This is potentially that victory lap for him coming in. Just really nicely, cleanly surfed.
Well, and Valido's got to be careful right here. Heat's over. And there is a chance that Ben does get the 4.15. And to your point, there does need to be hindrance of scoring potential right there. The issue is, even if he was on the other side of the peak, the one thing that the head judge always says, unconditional right away, right? When you have higher priority. So
For sure.
you can do whatever you want with the wave. And we're still waiting on 2 scores. It would be a major bummer, though, if that were to happen. Because Carbis has surfed well. He's no doubt been one of the best 2 surfers of the heat, too. And that's the thing. You have to follow within the rules and the guidelines as well.
Yeah, and if he were to get a priority interference, that means he would lose that 3.17 in his score line, and he would have to have a single wave score that was above the heat total of the other surfers to be in that advancing position. So judges still taking their time to probably review everything. They're taking their time with Ben's wave as well. You know that they're watching replay after replay. Mitch, you sit as a judge in plenty of competitions as well. What is happening in this moment?
Yeah, well, they're comparing pretty much what he needs, the 4.15 requirement, to the other 4s in this heat. Is it just under the 4.57 of red? The last of blue just dropped. It's now his backup, the 4.6. So it's comparable to that too. Is it nearly half a point under that? 4.15. Personally, I like it. Personally, I think it's his best wave too when you compare it to the 3.83. And it's going to be very close. And unfortunately for Valido, he didn't have a huge ton of opportunities out there either.
Yeah,
Still waiting on it.
I'm at the edge of my seat. I think it's going to be close. Mitch, I agree with you. I think it's probably going to be the nod. I really liked those 2 opening turns, and he took advantage of that inside section. Taking a look at this situation again, Now, did Josh break that wave down in front of Carlos? He did a little bit, to be honest. Did that hinder him from getting into the face of the wave any slower or quicker? I'm not so sure. So I don't know if the judges will necessarily decide that that's, to me, I think they're not going to recognize it as an interference.
And this is the wave that we're waiting for. The score that at this point is the most important of the heat. 4-1-5 or better. I mean, there's a lot of quality in those first two, Rachel.
Yeah, those first two were really crucial into talking about it going into the fours. And not a lot of opportunity in here, but love his extension and love the way that board is looking under his feet. And he took it all the way to the inside, even jamming that tail on that end section, small section, but really pushed it. I appreciated that. I think the judges will too, seeing that he is trying to give everything this wave will offer.
So still waiting on the score, but I also feel like, I don't know if they fully made it on this, a decision on the wave that was shared.
For sure.
There is a chance that they're still thinking about that as well. It's always the low-scoring heats, isn't it? Nobody's got into the. It's always these heats that it's close between second, third, and fourth, even the leader. You never fully know until the heat's over.
Yeah, judges take their time too, deciding those interference situations, rewatching over and over, the priority judge, analyzing, you know, the positioning. They're analyzing the quality of the wave, the opportunity that potentially was, like you said, unconditional right-of-way as well. But Mitch, the fact that they're taking as much time on Ben's wave right now has me thinking it's going to be close. We could be dealing with a split panel situation.
It happens.
It does happen. And they're just trying to find what is the scale that they're looking to set with this wave here.
So there's the back end of the competition area right here at the High Performance Center at Punta Rocas. So this was built for the Pan American Games back in 2019 when they had it here in Lima. And just heard the beach announcer say that there has been a priority interference, blue on white. So that means that Carbis, his second best score, will be eliminated.
I'm heartbroken, Mitch.
And that's what I'm telling you. You can be the best surfer out there, but unfortunately, rules are rules, and it seems like he's going to be moving down into third. And Sanchez, unfortunately, right there, you can see a bit disappointed too. He had a decent performance, a couple of twos from the Dominican Republic. And there's Ben. So we are still waiting on the official results, but based off of what we heard from the beach announcer, there has been an interference deemed blue over white. And there's the reaction, 5-2-3 for green. So he will be advancing regardless of the situation. Be right back with Heat 4 when we return to Punta Rocas, Peru for more of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip during tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too. The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come free.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in the under 16 boys round 2. It's the main round, and surfers will be advancing through in those top 2 positions. We've got already the buzzer beater down on the beach, so we're going to go down to the beach very quickly to check in with Chris Cote before we set the tone for the next heat.
Yeah, thanks, team. That is a wild way to win a heat. You saw you standing over here. The whole team was silent, just looking at each other. And then you got word that you got the victory, and a win is a win. How you feeling so far?
Yeah, geez, it was quite stressful in my heat. I was kind of bogging a bit, and I felt like I just need to catch one more wave, and I found that last one. I was super happy that I put it together a bit. And geez, when I came onto the beach, I was sprinting it just to get to my team and up so they could support me. And yeah, when the score came through, I was just so stoked. Yeah, super happy.
I know you've been an ISA fan for a long time. Now you're an ISA competitor. What does it mean to you to represent South Africa here in Peru? You're an international surfer now.
Jeez, it's amazing. I couldn't ask for anything better to represent my country. It's been a dream of mine since I was young. I remember watching one of my mentors and someone I look up to, Luke Thompson, coming third when he was 18, and that for me is one of my biggest goals, and it's just great to represent my country.
And now your first time in Peru, you said that you're really loving this place. There's waves all over the joint. How's it been so far on your trip?
Jeez, it's amazing, hey. Surfing almost every day with the team, it's amazing. We just surf basically all day at these pumping waves here in Peru.
Surf all day, win all day. Congratulations. You want to send a message back to the friends and family back home?
Yeah, this is mostly for my opa en oma. Ek wil net sê julle is die beste. Ek so bly dat julle kom my hier gekyk het en hierdie was meestal vir julle. Dankie.
Right on. Keep it going.
Wow, congratulations to Ben out of Team South Africa, finding himself in the victory position. He would have been advancing anyway, so that's great, to know ahead of time, but even to just secure that first place position, he's also going to have a higher priority heading into the next, or a higher seeding, heading into that next round. As we take a look at our current heat, we're in heat number 4 for round 2. Japan, Mexico, Chile, and Tahiti with surfers in the water. Taro, Mikkel, Kai, and Liam looking for their opening rides. We've got about 17 minutes remaining on the clock for the start. We do have a score to drop in for the first of red. Other than that, no waves have been ridden. And in the booth, this is Shannon Hughes. I am joined by Peruvian surfer, legend, Olympian, and a former world champion in Sofia Milanovic. And Sofia, you're from right here in this area. Punta Rocas is one of your home breaks. It's such a pleasure to call the action with you. And how have you been finding having the world's best juniors here?
Good morning, Shannon. Yes, super excited for this 4th day of competition. The waves look amazing again. And yeah, I've seen some really good surfing from the last heat and the heats before. So yeah, excited for what's coming.
Well, thanks so much for tuning in today. Shannon and Sophia here to call the action as we're in the under 16 boys. And yeah, we've seen the swell really decrease overnight. From yesterday, we still had a little pulse. It was kind of dying off through the day. What are we kind of expecting from a local's perspective today?
I think there's going to be always plenty of waves. Even if the swell has backed off a little bit, there's still going to be plenty of opportunity because Punta Rocas is so consistent. And yeah, I think people should be watching the whole time because there's always going to be opportunity for every surfer.
Well, we got opportunity right now for Liam out of Tahiti. Just, kind of transitioning through the outside section of this wave, keeping that board with a lot of speed as he carried through the flats, and now this wave starts to stand up for him on the inside section. Pumping and driving down the line, and he'll kick out here. So he'll put his first score down. We do have a solid first performance from our Japanese competitor, Taro Matsuno. Sophia, he has dropped in a 7.17 to kick off his campaign.
That's a great start for Red. Taro Matsuno from Japan. I'm sure he ripped that wave to get a 7.17.
Yeah, we'll have to get a look at the replays there. We were able to jump down very quickly to catch up with Ben, who took the win on that last heat. So he missed this in live action, but let's take a first look at it here.
Here's the replay of Red. Wow, beautiful hack at the beginning of the heat. Oh my God, how's his style? Beautiful style. Wow, that last turn, throwing lots of water, pushing the back foot a little bit more. And great start for Red. And then we have the replay of White, the Tahitian, the young Tahitian, waiting for that section. Decide to go back to the right. That's a nice turn off the top. Unfortunately, the wave kind of flattens out there.
So just a 2.17 for the opener of Liam, lacking in any actual critical maneuvers, but really could check out, the amount of flow and speed he had on that wave anyways was just incredible. We know that his basics are there, and we'll hopefully see him on a much better wave as this heat continues. 7.17 for the start of Taro. That was a really awesome wave to get a look at as we see our surfers from Mexico and from Chile just waiting to get themselves into their opening ride. No priority established yet between those two as they haven't paddled for any waves or caught anything here off the start of the heat.
There's some waves coming at the back, so they're going to have the opportunity to go for their first wave.
Kai Cork having a look at this one. And we'll see if it's going to have a nice looking wall to it. Give him some scoring potential. He's going to have a look, decide not to go, and under priority then, Taro's already freed up. He's got that 7 on the board, and he's not able to get into that one, but you can really, get that feeling now that he's just going to be hunting off anything else, wanting to get that backup score on the board as quickly as possible. As third priority is now awarded to our surfer in white, and with fourth priority, just going to stay busy on the inside.
Yeah, exactly. He started with a 7.17, so he knows that if he gets another one, like a good backup, it's going to be a lot of pressure for the rest of the field to get there, to get to those scores. So he's a smart surfer, I can see. There's some waves coming at the back. Beautiful waves at the back.
Yeah, really, really beautiful morning here. No wind yet, which is great. We've had those light onshores that have been picking up about midway through the day. And they haven't gotten too strong, thankfully. We've had some of those afternoon glass-offs as well. But kind of through the middle part, we tend to have a little bit of that bump on the surface of the water, a little texture. And it looks like we were
barely out of
hoping
position there.
that Kai was going to be able to be in position. So this is maybe a good sign for that swell that's still lingering, that there's a slightly bigger set that's come through.
Yes, for sure. There's still some sets. So you have to kind of time the sets before you go out. See how often they're coming, so that they just don't get you in a bad place, because it takes a lot of time to go back out to the place where you want to get the wave again.
Yeah, positioning seems very important at a break like this, whether it's, timing your paddles or actually your takeoff positions.
Yes, for sure. It's just 20 minutes, so you have to play it smart.
Short heats on the clock. We are back into the main round specifically for our under 16 boys. The Reparage round ran yesterday, a little tongue twister. And we saw the top 2 surfers from that were able to advance back into the main round. And from here on out, it's going to just be elimination heats. So top 2 surfers continuing on the draw. Bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition without that opportunity to fall back into any continuing Reparage rounds, which is typically what happens at the ISA events of any surfing discipline, shortboarding, longboarding, world surfing games, etc. But just due to the fact that there are so many Groms in the event this year, speaking to the growth of surfing, around the world, in order to actually get this contest done on time within the 10 days of runtime that we have, we've had to axe the rest of those Reparage rounds. As we take a look now, finally some action from the Chilean Kai Cork into that opening wrap, looking solid, sets it up on rail for the second. And this wave now has this nice little corner to it. He's going to continue driving through each of those turns, and he'll kick out complete.
Yeah, unfortunately the wave kind of dies off there. He caught a little bit of rail in his second move. But still, you can see he's pumped and he's ready. I'm sure he's going to paddle hard and go and have another try.
Yeah, 16 years old, out of Chile, born to a Chilean mom and an Australian father, so gets to spend some time between the two, but also has spent a lot of his years, his young years, actually living and surfing in Indonesia, in Bali. That's where he was introduced to the ocean and started surfing at a really young age.
That's a beautiful place to live, Indonesia. Such good waves there. Here comes more waves at the back. It's super consistent still. Plenty of opportunity.
Kai dropped in a 3.5 for that first wave. And he'll be on the paddle back out, currently sitting in second. Here we go with surfer in blue. Now, Michael from Mexico unfortunately gets hung up on that first turn. That will be his first opportunity to put a score on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately he falls off in that wave. Looked like a good wave. There's some more waves at the back. Priority number 1 is with white, the Tahitian.
And Michael up and riding once again. Nice opening snap, and he'll kick out. So representing Mexico, but he was actually born here in Lima and loves surfing at Punta Rocas. This is his favorite wave. So though he's got the Mexican flag flying with the team, he is a local in the lineup right now, and we'll see how he's able to showcase that knowledge.
He's probably surfed this wave so many times. There's so many contests here in Peru in this wave, so I'm sure he feels confident. He knows what to do.
From a really young age, his family moved from Mexico here to Peru. He started surfing at age 4, and it's his lifelong passion. His goal along the way is seeing surfing develop him into a great human being as well as an athlete to perform at the highest level. And I love, you know, pulling those two things together as we take a look now at the Tahitian in Liam. Nice open face wraps to start. Driving hard off the bottom now and starting to really utilize the entire face of the wave as he drove through that second turn. Releases the tail as well. And this wave is incredibly good. It's going to set him apart from the rest of the field.
Wow, that was amazing surfing by White, the young Tahitian. Great surfing, great timing to all his moves, pushing the tail in almost every move. Really committed surfing, risky surfing, and I think judges are going to love that. The wave quality was really good too.
Just 12 years old. We'll take another look at it here.
Here is the replay of that last wave of White. Beautiful setup turn going back to the power source. Showing a lot of patience in his surfing. Wow, great first turn. Beautiful drone bottom turns too. Wow, you can see how like he pushes the tail on those two turns. Great surfing by White. I think he's going to be happy about that wave.
Currently chasing a 1.34 to advance, but this will be putting him, you know, in that conversation towards that leading position as he'll sneak up into that second
Look at this
place
section.
spot.
Wow, beautiful turn there, throwing water. Eyeing that section for that turn, it was so good. And this third turn, throw the tail again. Wow, that was a lot of risk, a lot of commitment. This is red.
Yeah, just behind this. We missed the live action. So
Wow.
getting our first eyes on this wave, Sophia.
That was such a beautiful first turn of red. Second nice turn. Beautiful style of the Japanese. This is
And
green, the Chilean.
another first time taking a look. So great to see 3 of our 4 surfers getting a piece of that last set.
Yeah, they're all surfing so good. Going for it.
And for Kai, really able to make the most of this all the way through to the inside. We'll see if he's able to finish off
Wow.
and flares the tail as well.
That last turn was the money turn, I think.
Taking a look at this one from Liam. Able to sneak another wave, it sounds like, on the paddle back out. So a lot of action in a really tight space of time.
Yeah, they got so many waves in those last like 3 minutes. Unfortunately, he falls off on that one, but wow.
So we know there's going to be a wave of consequence dropping for our heat leader Taro, for our second place surfer Kai, and for our fourth place surfer Liam's going to have 2 waves of consequence to drop. We're going to see the situation shuffle around without a doubt.
Yeah, the judges are going to have a lot of work right now.
Yeah, we're likely not going to see those scores drop in for a moment because we already have a learner out of Mexico up and riding once again. Remember, representing Mexico, born there but raised here in Peru, surfs Punta Rocas on the daily, and absolutely loves the opportunity to get into some of these chunky, wedgy opportunities out here.
You can tell he's a great surfer. That first move was super committed. He totally attacked the lip without hesitation, going for it.
He's got a 3.03 and a 2.1 at the moment, but we're waiting for scores to drop for the rest of the field that could put their bigger requirements onto our surfer out of Mexico for Michael to take himself into that advancing position. Judges right now will be taking a look at replays for guaranteed, you know, that last wave of red, last wave of green, and the last 2 waves of white before they put anything on the board. And we've got another set rolling through here. A longer paddle still for green, blue, and white to get out, but red could be in a great position.
What a hit, Shannon.
Yeah, this is turning out to be really exciting. You know, coming down to kind of 9 minutes, there was that 717 on the board. Other than that, it was pretty sleepy, and we still were looking for a couple surfers to get their first wave. And now that last set has really started to turn things on. There's still plenty of time for everyone to get another wave under their belt as well.
The waves are smaller than yesterday, but still it's so consistent. So much opportunity.
Team Mexico down on the beach, fielding a smaller team than usual here at the World Junior Surfing Championships. And, you know, they've been such a strong force across the World Surfing Games, across, you know, the Longboard World Championships every year. They put together some really decent teams. And so it's kind of surprising to see a smaller team represented here for the juniors, and the hope that that next generation and next crop is kind of able to find the pathways to competition, because we know the talent level is so high in Mexico.
Super high. I remember that final with Alan Cleland.
Oh,
that was amazing surfing, right?
Wow. Unbelievable.
What a great surfer.
And the amount of, you know, that basically he needed to win that event to have any shot at the Olympics. And to do that, have that task in front of you. You know, it's the same story for a lot of other surfers, but there were kind of like things out of his control that if he did that, it wasn't a guarantee he would still get the call up based on other people's results, but he just knew what task he needed at hand. And yeah, that was just incredible to watch Al get the win. And then of course to just go on a run for, you know, the Mexican contingency on the championship tour, and just to see him really come into his competitive space where he's one of the absolute best chargers on the planet. And now to see his kind of raw surfing appreciated on a global competitive scale is really,
and he
really
surfs
awesome.
all kinds of waves, you know.
Yeah.
Later on, he wins the US Open in small waves.
Crazy. So
You know?
unlikely.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
Some
well,
waves at the
scores
back.
are starting to come in, Sophia. We got 2 minutes on the clock. There's a set approaching right now. Everything is locked in. Red maintains the lead. White moves up into second for Tahiti. Green down into third now, and blue down into fourth. In that order, nearly is priority. Heat leader holds on to first priority. Our second placer for Liam under third priority is able to sneak into this wave. He did have higher priority than blue, who was also taking a look at it. He's currently chasing anything to improve on a 357 to move himself or put their requirements higher on the rest of the field. That likely won't do it as we take another look at Kai now. So his requirement should stay at a 4.25 on the board to take the advancing spot away. For blue down in fourth, he's chasing a 6.21 to take the advancing spot. And as far as those individual scores go, the best of the draw was a 6.6, the second wave now of Taro. He got the best of that last exchange. A 5.67 came through for Liam. He was kind of second best of that last exchange, and then bettered his backup score with a 3.57 after. He's now up and riding again. Taking a look here as he sets himself up down the line. And just a nice little wrap. And he'll dig into that final maneuver as we come closer into the rocks here. He just tags the finishing section and makes it look so easy for the young Grom out of Tahiti.
Beautiful turn by the end of that wave. Unfortunately, the wave had a bit of white. It was really hard to surf, but he managed so well that last turn. Great surfing by White.
Looking to improve on a 3.57, a 5.67 being his highest. And then Kai Cork out of that last exchange as well. He scored a 5-point ride, so that was a great score for him, but unfortunately, because he doesn't have a strong backup, he's still chasing that 4.25 to get the advancing spot. We've got 10 seconds remaining on the clock, and at this stage, we'll see if Kai is able to get into this one. He's going for the foam takeoff, the whitewater takeoff, and unfortunately, there's just so much power with it that he can't even stay in that prone position, let alone get up to his feet. And that will round out his week of competition here at the ISA World Junior Championships.
Yeah, it's strong, it's powerful, these waves. Not easy to take off like in that position.
Yeah, well, a very strong performance from Taro Matsuno out of Japan taking the lead. Liam Kua out of Tahiti advancing through in second. Kai Cork for Chile and Mikael Lerner out of Mexico, unfortunately eliminated from competition, but great surfing displayed from each of those. We're going to see more of those kids in the future. Coming up next, we've got more from our under 16 boys. Stay tuned.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in Punta Rocas, Peru, and the surf has been firing throughout the week. The Groms have really been lighting this location up, surfing a very high quality, high performance wave that's also had some challenging sides to it for our first couple of days of competition. Now it's getting a little more fun and playful, still plenty of size available, but really starting to open up and clean things out so these Groms are able to lay into the rail, and we've had such a fun time getting to watch their surfing, Sophia.
Yeah, we have a great hit in our hands.
Hawaii, Belgium, Spain, and England out in the lineup right now. 4 surfers, top 2 will be advancing through into main round 3. Bottom 2 surfers now will be eliminated from competition. And so it's, these 20 minutes are now extremely crucial, and it's really, I think, opening up the conversation for these surfers to start pushing their surfing already in such early rounds of the competition.
Yes, for sure. The good thing is that there's opportunity. It's so, like, being a surfer, when you go out there and there's no opportunity, that's when you really get frustrated. But I think Peru always has opportunity, so it's good. I think it's good that they have that,
Yeah, I think that it's a great move in competition, actually, and allowing everyone those 2 opportunities to surf. So whether this is the second shot, this main round 2 is the second chance for everybody. They've surfed their main round, they've either won there and now they're surfing again, or they lost, surfed the Reparage round, and they're back up into this main round. And now all that pressure is on, and it's just the same as basically any other surf contest outside of ISAs around the world, where you really don't typically get that second opportunity to surf, unless it's some kind of like a fun event, maybe an invitational or something like that.
Exactly.
Having a look here for our surfer in white, Asbjorn up and riding for England. Gwennon driving through that opening turn. Nice form as he comes through for the second. Driving through with a lot of power for those first 2 turns. Now making it through that flatter section to find the punch on the end.
Wow, that was a great wave by White. Really powerful surfer, timing his moves really well. Big turns. Good work on rail for sure. So we'll see what the judges think.
There's our surfer in blue from Mexico, Mikel, coming in over Punta Rocas, the actual rocks here. Seems a little bit challenging to get it in and out of the lineup.
Yeah, I never do that. I always go.
Yeah, what's your move? Do you paddle all the way around to the beach break?
Yeah.
Taking a look now at Alvaro for Team Spain. You got some wisdom there, Sophia. With your years has come a lot of wisdom with where to paddle in and out of these. Working hard to make it through that flat section. He does well to now connect on the left and find an explosive turn on his forehand. Wraps it around and redirects here on the inside section. We haven't seen many waves like that ridden, and I really like the look of it.
Yeah, that looked really good. Alvaro Casanova from Spain, adding some spice to his surfing, throwing that tail, changing directions. I really like that wave.
Opening up maybe a different, part of the wave that a lot of surfers haven't been looking at today as we take another look here.
Yeah, this is the replay of that left. Great surfer. Looking for that section, pushing hard to get that speed, and this turn is beautiful turn, throwing the tail, changing directions. He saw opportunity on that right, so Wow, he served that wave really well.
You can tell from a shape perspective, well, we'll get back to that in a moment because we have some live action. On the inside position, it's the Hawaiian, Kahanu. Drives through to that opening turn. I almost thought he was going to be able to get barreled off the takeoff. Now setting it up through this little corner, just working it around, waiting for this inside section to stand up to really capitalize. Eyes it off down the line, decides it's not worth wasting the rest of his time with the hefty amount of work he was able to get done on the outside. We saw Gaston there in blue for Belgium. He was having a look at that wave as well and kind of forced Kahanu to have to make the decision. So he'll now be sitting on the outside with first priority in his pick of the lineup.
Yeah, I really like that wave from red. That first bottom turn was super drawn, like really deep bottom turn into that first hit. I think that was probably the best maneuver of his wave. Unfortunately, the wave kind of dies off, but still you can tell he's an amazing surfer and he's gonna go for more opportunity.
So waiting for the score to drop in now. We've got 13.5 minutes on the clock. A 4.67 was the last score for white, but let's appreciate
This
this
is
surfing.
a replay. Look at this first bottom turn. Wow, driving through the bottom turn. Really nice first turn, throwing lots of water. Fortunately, the wave didn't offer much after that. Lots of waves coming at the back.
All right, so waiting for that first wave of red still. What we do have is a 3.33 on the board for Alvaro for Spain. That was the score for the left, so that's kind of good to keep in the back of our minds. So we haven't seen many of those lefts ridden. And a 4.67 for the opener of Asbjorn, which was the right. We've now got a 3.4 on the board for the opener of Kahanu from that first big turn on the outside section.
Yeah, 3.4 for red. That was pretty much for that turn.
Yeah. If he'd been able to connect, you know, with another couple maneuvers outside of those just transitional wraps, he would have easily had the highest score of the heat based off the strength of that first maneuver.
They're totally out of position
Whoa.
in this hit, in this set.
Have a look at that wave, though. Just like driving down the line. Kahanu deciding to turn and go on this one. He'll just fall on the takeoff.
It's hard, you know, because those sets come like every once in a while, but you just don't know if they're going to come in your hit.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to choose where to sit.
And would that next section, so we kind of, you know, we watched that full size of that, you know, tumbling white water as that corner was peeling down. That section then closed out in front, and where Kahanu went to then turn and think, well, maybe the rest of this wave is worth it. Is that a wave that could still have some scoring potential down the line like that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's a really good section at the end of the wave that you can, if you hit it right and do critical moves, you can get a good score, for sure.
So worth taking a look. As we've got 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. We'll take a look at the surf report for where we're currently sitting. That swell direction has changed, south plus a west-northwest swell mixed in today around 4 to 6 feet. That low tide is going to be at 2:30 p.m. We're still approaching the high tide this morning, which is in actually about 9 minutes. I just looked at my clock. It's 8:41 a.m. So we're just coming up to that high tide, and we'll see that tide draining through competition for the rest of the day. Water temp, air temp, both pretty pleasant. Not too cold, not too warm. It's a nice one for competition week, specifically with so much time spent in the water and on land. Now 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Chris Cote.
Thanks, team. Taro, Sofia Milanovic, world champion, says you have a beautiful style. Where did you learn how to surf like that?
I favorite surfer called Hashman.
Right, that's a big inspiration for you. Tell me about the team you have. It looks like you brought some really great surfers for Team Japan. Yeah, come on in here.
Yeah, always kind.
I like that. You got a kind team. And I know you have friends back at home and family. Do you want to send them a message?
夜だと思うんですけど、応援していただきありがとうございます。メインバンクでいいサーフィンもできたので、また勢いつけれたと思うので、このまま集中して頑張ります。応援ありがとうございます。
Great surfer, awesome team, big things coming in the future for Taro.
I could not agree more. His surfing absolutely lit it up out there, getting a great heat total on the board. Team Japan always comes so well prepared. You know, they've got such an incredible Olympic program. They've got such drive. They've, worked with different coaches across the years to really start to develop their, they're already Olympians, they're championship tour surfers, but also that new contingency that's coming through.
We see this replay of Blue. Oh, that second turn was amazing, throwing lots of water, really sharp turn. In that last section, he wants to finish good this wave. Fortunately, the wave kind of dies off. But yeah, it's amazing like how good Japan team is. Such a strong team, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
in every ISA event, Japan is one of the strongest teams by far.
Yeah, they're really a tough team to beat, and I think seeing a Japanese surfer in the draw, just any other country, any other surfer from any other country is like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
The last time Japan took out a win at the World Junior Championships for a team gold specifically, not the individual sides, was in 2018, 2019 USA, 2022 Hawaii, 2023 Brazil, and then 2024 Australia. So it's been about 5 years since Japan's won as a team in a team aspect, but they're looking so sharp that I would not be surprised to see them with that gold victory this week. As we take a look now at Alvaro, has that 3.33, drives around that bottom section into a top turn, adding a bit of variety here for that finish. And I think for me, what's standing out between Alvaro's surfing and Gaston's is they've got that speed, they've got that intention in their surfing. Though their waves haven't been massive or anything, you can see there's a lot of intention with each of those maneuvers.
Yeah, you can see that spark in their surfing, right?
Yeah.
Like speed, control, and they're ready for anything that comes. But unfortunately, that wave didn't offer much.
3.93 on the board as the high score that's just dropped in for Gaston. And for Alvaro, a 2.67 now backs up the 3.33 that he opened up with, so he's sitting in second. And for Kahanu Rangel, who had that really nice big opening wrap to start out with, hasn't been able to find himself another wave that's had any opportunity, as we see some dolphins coming through the lineup.
They want to ride some waves too.
Yeah. There's that amazing picture of Gabriella Bryan from the Women's Championship Tour out at Margaret River. It was a victory lap for her, riding a wave with dolphins in the wave, and she's doing this huge wrap, and there's just dolphins in the face of the wave, and she took out the win in that heat for the contest, and it was such a cool moment. As we take a look now at Kahanu with a great re-entry on his backhand, sets himself up down the line, drives through the pocket, and he's going to have even more to work with. Unfortunately, can't hold on to the finish, but great surfing on the way there. And you know he wanted to just land that in section.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he did one turn that I thought he lost control, but he was totally in control. Great surfing by Red, the Hawaiian. Going for it.
Yeah, one of the Kauai surfers in the draw this week. Of course, a lot of incredible surfers out of Kauai, the Irons brothers, Rochelle Ballard, Gabriella Bryan, who is currently on the Women's Championship Tour, nearly taking out a world title in the last couple of years. So the Kauaians have really set the standard for Hawaiian surfing. As we take a look now, driving down the line.
Could be a really nice wave if he got it.
Setting
Wow.
things up now for Gwenin, opening up on that first wrap, looking solid. The wave's starting to soften up here, but we might, well, he's going to decide to kick out.
Sometimes it seems like it's going to stand up and it's going to offer sections, but then it totally dies off. Maybe it's also because of the tide. The tide is starting to go up.
Yeah, we're on high tide right now, so it'll start to drain out from this next heat. 5 minutes on the clock, a few little fish jumping through the lineup as well. They're probably getting chased by the dolphins. As we take a look here.
The dolphins were like right there on that wave. That's the replay. Beautiful first turn. This second turn is so good. Look, it seems like he lost control, but then he was in total control, landed it perfectly. So much risk in that turn. Then another good turn, and then he lost control in this last one. But still a good wave. I think he already got some points on those first moves.
And in the context of the heat, a 4.67 is currently the highest wave of this heat number 5 for our under 16 boys round 2.
I think that's gonna be the best wave of the heat. Let's see what the judges think.
4 minutes remaining on the clock. One important score to drop in for Last of Kahanu, who's currently sitting in that 4th place position. He's chasing a 2.6, which he'll get to move up into 2nd. And if he gets anything, well, in the 6 range, which is exactly what he's just gotten, a 6-point ride, it's taken him straight into the lead. Everything we would have expected off of that type of surfing. And he's now sitting in a decent position leading the pack. A 4.74 is the requirement on 2nd to take away 1st. And then those 3- and 2-point requirements still on the board for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that was a great wave by Red. He goes straight to the lead. But that 2nd place is still super open. Alvaro needs a 3.48, that's nothing, and Gaston needs a 2.88. So this heat is still wide open. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Priority number 1 is with blue. Priority number 2 is with green.
Yeah, and that's a nice place to be sitting for those two. You know, they're chasing scores and they're in those priority positions. Using his first priority on this one, Gaston representing Belgium, driving around the section and looking farther down the line, surfing his way towards that 2.88 and greater with the chance to steal away that advancing position from Asbjorn.
Yeah, that wave was not really the best wave. He didn't really offer critical sections. He kind of got a little bit stuck too in one of his turns. But still is good, you know, there's still some time left. He's far from the pack, better because he doesn't have priority, so maybe an opportunity can come, one of those wider waves. I would stay up, like far from the from the pack now when there's just 2 minutes to go. Needing a 2.88. Yeah.
Yeah, and without the critical sections on that wave, even one chance to, you know, get that board really vertical, it's tough to get a 3-point ride. And that's what we're seeing here. A 2.70 has just dropped in for Last of Gaston, and that has him sitting in that 3rd place position now, chasing a 2.88 to take away the lead, or sorry, to take away that advancing position from White. So he was able to jump from 4th up into 3rd, but wasn't able quite to get away with that advancing spot.
With 1 minute to go. Let's see if there's more sets for these surfers.
1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. It's looking a little bit sleepy. You can see our surfer with 2nd place position at the moment. He's in a lower priority spot than the 4th place surfer, Alvaro, who's chasing down a position, but he was staying close to him anyways. Alvaro decides not to go on that wave. He is sitting with 1st priority though, chasing just a 3.48, and he's gonna have a look potentially for a left, tries to sneak into it on time, and he's not quite gonna be able to get there. It's also gonna separate him though, and we could have a little split peak action on one of these waves coming through. Alvaro now spinning to go on the left-hander, chasing a 3.48 to get himself the advancing spot. Let's see what he's able to do. So opening wrap, nice and horizontal, just kind of in that open face. Setting himself up now for a 2nd turn, able to get that board nice and vertical. So a 2-turn combination, chasing, you know, nearly a 3.5-point score on the board. It's gonna have to be his best wave.
Yeah.
19 seconds remaining. We're not sure if anyone else got a wave. It looks like Red and White now just kind of coming in. White very quickly gets himself out of the priority interference conversation there as Red took off, so that won't factor into anything. Looks like the only question now, did Alvaro do enough on that wave, Sophia?
I honestly think he's not gonna have the score. I don't think
Yeah.
that was enough. The wave never really like walled up. You know, he didn't really carry that much speed. So I don't know. It's gonna be close. I'm not a judge though, so let's see what the judges think. But I just think the wave really didn't offer much. It was a little bit wide. You know, like he never looked like he had speed on it, and it was just kind of like a forced turn there.
Yeah. Yeah, very manufactured. I mean, he did everything that he could do, essentially.
Yeah.
But the wave was never going to offer him that stand-up section, anything with a critical opportunity. We'll see where the judges go with it. And it is just enough.
All
so
right,
they're fine
good
with
for
the
him.
manufacturing. Well done. I mean, that is awesome. In competitive surfing, you just got to throw it all out there, right? He literally did everything he could have on that wave. And he's rewarded a 3.87, just, you know, 0.4 higher than what he needed to get that requirement. And it's going to knock our English surfer, Asbjorn Gwenin, down into that third place elimination spot. And Gaston Gardout out of Belgium falls out in fourth place position. Well done to the Hawaiian Kahanu Wrangle for taking out a victory here at Punta Rocas. We've got more action when we return. Top two surfers continue to advance through for the day. Welcome back to the action. We're in heat number 6 for round 2 of our under 16 boys. We're officially done with the elimination round in this division. The Reparage round ran yesterday. From now on, every surfer will be advancing through if they're in the top 2 positions, and those bottom 2 surfers will be falling out of competition. As we got a lot of surfing to get through this week, and it's going to put a lot more pressure on from an early stage of competition here for this year's ISA Juniors. Out in the lineup right now, surfers from Argentina, Panama, Germany, and Greece in the water, with Kai Schmitz from Germany opening up with a 0.17 on the board, so he at least, got his feet in the wax for a moment. Taking a look now at Mason Moskopoulos out of Greece, and he goes in for a huge re-entry. Him and his young sister, his little sister, Charlotte, are representing Greece from the family background, but actually from San Clemente, California, where some of the best high-performance surfers in the world are bred. So a great addition for the Greek team to have the 2 siblings for Mason and Charlotte join their team this year.
For sure, this is a beautiful international heat.
17 minutes on the clock. We'll go down quickly to check in with Chris Cote and the winner of that last heat.
Pine Trees on Kauai has produced a lot of great surfers. Here's one of them. Congratulations. You came in and Coach Seabass said, nice and smooth. How'd you feel out there?
I felt smooth but nervous. I had some butterflies on my first wave, but then I got the butterflies out. And then, yeah, I had that one turn. I almost fell, but sticky bump saved me. And then, yeah, had one more turn and fell. I'm going to go, these next couple of days, I'm going to practice so I don't fall next round. Okay, get serious, yeah. Can't be falling at this level.
Can't be falling. We got this team behind you. You know, you rose to that occasion. You got your chains out. Yeah. What are you drawing inspiration from to perform like that?
Wait.
What inspired you to surf like that?
Rick, Andy Irons, Coach Bass, Coach Botts, my whole team. I love all these guys. They're so supportive. Yeah.
Great answer. And you're going up against 56 other nations. Are you surprised by the level of surfers you're facing?
Yeah, pretty surprised. You guys are nuts, and I think it's so sick how frickin' these guys are so funny. I think it's so sick how they have this contest in Peru. I love Peru. There's no grass over here, but it's sick. Yeah, no green grass or anything, but I love it over here.
You got to get to the mountains. So I know you got a lot of friends and family back home watching. You want to say what's up?
Yeah, my grandma's watching. What's up, Grams? Grandma, my Auntie M, my mom, everyone. Legend. Thank you, Hurley, Uncle Brett, if he's watching. Yeah, all my sponsors. Tiger, all the boys back home. Thank you.
Doing it for the boys. Nice work.
Well, good to see those butterflies just kind of, letting loose. They can fly away, not come back for Kahanu, and some great surfing taking him through with the victory, Sophia.
Great surfing by the Hawaiian. I like how he said there's no grass in Peru. Totally right.
He brings up a good question. At least in this Lima region, can food grow? Can things grow in the ground?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's more this part of the coast. Like if you go up north, there's a bit more of green. Still not as much as Hawaii, Okay. But in the mountains, it's for sure more rain. There's not that much rain here. That's why there's not that much green.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a crazy part of the world. It feels like being on Mars.
Yeah, like you're on the moon, right?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like this. I haven't been to a location that's actually had this kind of context to it at all. As we take a look now at some replays, and we'll track here with this wave, maybe live from Facundo, up into the lip. He's already got an 8.17 on the board, and he's driving through to put down another solid one to back up an excellent opener. Or actually, sorry, it looks like this is that 8.17 that he opened up with, as we are just getting fresh eyes on it.
Wow.
And this was during the interview.
Wow.
Great looking wave, and no surprise, I was thinking, wow, he's going to have another excellent score dropping.
So aggressive he's surfing. He's totally attacking each section, giving it all. And that paid off. That was an 8.17, excellent score for the Argentinian.
Mason getting a piece of the action as well. That first turn slides through the second one, and looking really solid on his feet here as he drives to the inside section. Just setting himself up straight past Facundo on the inside. This wave has a lot to offer for it. Way more turns than I would have anticipated upon takeoff. And he's got even more as he comes through to the inside section. What was that, like 9, 10 turns connected together?
Beautiful surfing by White. Beautiful style, too.
All right, so at the moment, our current situation, we've got 12 and a half minutes on the clock. Heat leader is Facundo Ruggiero out of Argentina. Currently sitting in second is Mason Moskopoulos out of Greece. He's got a 3.33 with another score to drop. Kai Schmitz of Germany is sitting in third with a 2 and a 0.83. And Victor Camarena from Panama has yet to open his account. He is sitting with priority now next to his name, currently chasing a 3.34 to get that advancing position, as we've got about 12 minutes remaining in this heat. And it seems, Sophia, like there's quite a few heats where at least 1 to 2 of their surfers are really getting their campaign started around that halfway mark. But a lot of those surfers have been the ones coming out victorious as well.
Yes, for sure. They're, being patient, waiting for those good ones. And wow, that last wave by Red was really beautiful. What an amazing surfer. I have never heard from him, Facundo, but I'm impressed.
Yeah, he's 14 years old. He's from Mar de Plata. And, incredibly talented young surfer, taking out some great results on the Alas Pro Tour for 2025, finding himself with a victory there. So nice to see him, getting some of those opportunities to compete on it is an international stage for the Alas Pro Tour, you know, the Latin American tour that spans so many different countries in this region of the world. And then from there, it's a great stepping stone into competing against this ISA field, which has, you know, that more global perspective of competitors that he's surfing against as well.
Yes, for sure. I see like he caught another one. I wonder if what we saw is the 8 or it's the one that they're like, we'll see.
Yeah, if they're having another thing. So we've got on our scoreboard, and for those of you back at home that are, you know, following along with live scores online, we've got that red circle that always indicates that there is a score dropping. We've got that red circle currently sitting underneath the 8.17. We know the 8.17 was from pretty early on in the heat, and that we definitely missed it because that score dropped while we were listening to the interview. He's now got a 4.77 that has dropped on the board. And so I think that 8.17 was likely what we were watching as a replay. And then we got that 4.77 now that's dropped in to back it up. Sitting on essentially a 13-point heat total, that's a great way to kick things off in the first half.
Still 10 minutes to go, and he already has exactly like a beautiful heat in his hands. Great campaign for Red with an 8.17 and a 4.77 for his backup. And I'm sure he wants to improve on that 4.77. After an 8.7, your confidence is so high, you just want to do 8 the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking for a wave that will give you another opportunity like that.
Exactly.
Current requirement then on second Mason to take away the lead is in the 8s, and 8.61 would get him first. For Kai, he's requiring a 3.90 to take away second. And with the strength of the 4.33 that dropped in for the second wave of Mason, Victor is now chasing a 7.66 for an opening ride to put him into that advancing position. Now thinking through, you know, the region that we're currently in right here, it's a very wave-rich region, Sophia, an awesome surf destination for anyone traveling around the world. Is there some other areas, though, that you would recommend here in Peru? If, you know, there's some families that are traveling here, a lot of the kids are on the road with their parents, their siblings, whether all the siblings are competing or they're just on kind of a family holiday, end of the year, celebrating things that are great locations for family holidays in other parts of Peru and things you would recommend to see?
Oh yeah, Peru has amazing places, amazing places. Just depends, like if the parents want to go and watch their kids surf more or they want to go to the mountains and experience Machu Picchu or the jungle. There's so much culture here in Peru, and seriously, the places are mind-blowing.
How far away is Machu Picchu from where we're at here in Lima?
Right here, it's like an hour and a half flight to Cusco.
Okay.
And then you have to go to another place to catch a train. Like, it's a little bit of a mission, but it's so worth it. It's so beautiful, that zone of Peru. And then you also have the jungle that is amazing too. And obviously the coast up north has amazing waves, beautiful beaches.
One of those really unique places in the world with so much history to it. As we take a look now at Mason on his backhand, just a quick couple of turns, trying to keep his campaign active. And Victor with an up and out on the outside section. I'm thinking that was kind of on the takeoff, as we can see surfers from the next heat.
This kid in red that is coming to next heat, Paul Huguet, he's so good. Like, yeah, I'm impressed how good he's surfing right now. Like, in the last, I think, 3 months, his level has gone up so fast, and just he's really focused and surfing really well.
Amazing. And making the Peruvian team would have, you know, really the opportunity to get that focus going. As we take a look at Victor there, great style. Just one quick wrap. Facundo also has a look there, decides not to go. And it does seem a little challenging to pick the wave that's going to stand up. So I like that mindset to just take off, catch a wave, and if it looks when you're up and riding like it might open up, stick with it.
Yeah, exactly. And if it doesn't, you should just kick out as soon as you can, because it's just going to take too much time if not.
All right, so 7 minutes on the clock. A nice little corner coming through here. It's so glassy out there this morning. It's making me a little jealous that these surfers get to enjoy an empty break like this.
This is a good wave. Let's see who's in position.
Well, when Sofia Milanovic says it's a good wave, surfers better take off on it, and it's Facundo, our current heat leader. He's already got an 8.17. He's got a great-looking pocket to open up with. Steep section as he comes in for that second turn. Airdrops out of the finish, and right in front of that rock. Hopefully he doesn't collide with it. and is unable to ride out complete, but very aggressive attack.
Wow, he's totally ripping Facundo. You can just tell that his confidence is going through the roof. He's attacking every section as if it's the last section of his life, you know. He's just going for it. And it's great to see. I love to see that amount of risk in each section, in each maneuver. And I think that's what judges want to see. These kids have the talent, so they should just go for it.
That's right. And that risk on the outside, because if they fall, now he's risked the scoring potential of the rest of the wave. He's only got a 3.7. Rather than kind of going soft and easy, putting that risk farther down the line while building a score.
Exactly.
Scores are in, a 3.70 for last of Facundo. And now on the paddle back out, he's up and riding once again. This wave, nice complete combination on the inside to finish. And he's chasing down, you know, about a 5-point ride to improve on his 4.77 and make a difference. At the moment, though, he's set himself up, like you said, his confidence should be through the roof. The requirements for anyone to take away that leading position from him are in at least the 8-point ride mark, but then even for our surfer in that 4th place position, you'd have him in a combination situation right now.
Yes, for sure. And I think he's going to improve his second best score with that last wave. That was a beautiful wave too. He threw a lot of water in all his moves, so I think it's going to pay off for him. Let's see what the judges think. But wow, what a hit for him. Amazing surfing, Facundo.
Yeah, just getting the job done really, really well. He's 14 years old. He's been surfing since he was 2. So from that full family of surfers down in Mar de Plata, and, you know, gets to go out with his brothers, Juan and Nacho, on the regular. They surf at the Machine, which is their local spot. They absolutely love it. They taught him to surf, and they taught him to get his fear out of the way when he's out in the lineup.
Wow, that's great. He gets a 6.5 for that last wave.
Oh, solid.
So
that set him up in a great position.
Amazing campaign by Red. We see White in a wave.
Mason now with the opportunity to answer back. He's got the surfing to take him into the excellent range. I love the precision of that second turn. Just kind of comes down with it a little soft, and it allows him to unleash on the rest of that. There was so much flow within that wave.
Beautiful surfing by White. By far his best wave, I think. His flow was super good in that wave. He timed every move perfectly. And I think he liked it. He showed some passion. He wants to go through this heat. He's fired up.
Scores to drop as we take another look at the last wave of Facundo. The last 2 waves.
Wow, that carve up the top was amazing. Look how much risk he put in this turn. Oh, unfortunately he falls off, but still it's so good to watch. This is a replay of the 6.5. Those 2 first turns, throwing a lot of water, finishing well.
6.5 rewarded for that second wave. Can't help but think he would have had another excellent if he hadn't fallen on the second turn of the one just before.
Oh yeah, that wave was really good. And then you see the replay of White. Beautiful surfing by White. In that last section, going hard. And this last turn was beautiful, throwing lots of water.
Mason now finds himself in a combination situation because Facundo's heat total is into that 14-point range, but he's just broken it. He's dropped in a 4.8 for that last wave. That has helped him go back into a single score requirement, though it would be a 9.87 to take away the win. It has helped improve the requirements or increase the requirements. He would see it as an improvement, not his competitors. They would not see it as an improvement. For Kai now chasing a 5.36 to get himself the advancing spot, and for Victor chasing a 7.16 to get the advancing spot. So for both Kai and Victor, each of them 16 years old, this is their last year able to compete in the under 16s division. From next year, they'll be competing up into the under 18s, which means they'll be kind of the underdogs in that field, coming in slightly younger. And, you know, it's just awesome to see those surfers like Victor out of Santa Catalina in Panama, who's just having a great time, you know, surfing back at home, getting to travel more around Central America, now coming a little bit farther away from home, getting to surf here and represent in Peru. And then for our German surfer, for Kai Schmitz, he is a phenomenal surfer, out of Tenerife in the Canary Islands. We know that he's so capable of some incredible waves. And at the moment, though, we're going to keep all eyes on Victor Camarena out of Panama. This is the kind of surfing we know he possesses, and he just hasn't been able to find until that moment. Chasing a 7.16, does he have enough time to turn this heat around?
I think there's not that much time left, but everything is possible. We can just see by that last wave, he is an amazing surfer, really powerful surfer. So he needs to find the wave. If you don't find the wave, if you don't find those critical sections, it's really hard to get the score. So I think the most important thing for these competitors is to really watch the conditions, assess the conditions, and see what the best waves are. Where are they?
Facundo on an incredible looking open turn. That wave will just taper off down the line. He's in that winning position. Victor with a chance, so he got a 3-point ride for that single turn on his last wave, chasing down a 6.13, and in the context of the heat, it's going to have to be something, you know, really dynamic. It's going to need a very critical section, and it's just not going to offer it. 15 seconds remaining on the clock, and that's a disappointing loss from one of the strong hopes for the Panama contingency to walk away with a medal this week. He can hold his head proud for the type of surfing that we did get to witness. However, those adjustments for wave selection in a heat like this, when a world championship is on the line, will need to be made.
For sure.
Incredible surfing today, and there's more incredible surfing to come, as we can see a great set rolling through before the next heat kicks off. And surfers are just making their way in. The next heat will be paddling out to get into position. As we are going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, Mitch Salazar and Rachel Tilley will be on the call.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves in Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Oh, you know what it is. It's day 4 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, the world's best. Looking for gold medals at the end of the week in Punta Rocas, Peru. Mitchell Salazar with the current WSL World Longboard Champion, multi-time World Longboard Champion Rachel Tilley. Brand new heat out there in the water. Heat 7 of boys U16 round 2. Local boy Paul Huguet from Peru in the red. Khalil Piñeres is in the blue. Mike Prada, the Venezuelan, in the green. And Nemo Aini from Finland is in the white. Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, Finland. So 3 South American countries represented. And then a European surfer from Finland in the white. Huguet, a local kid, Rachel, dropped an 8 the other day in competition over at El Bosque, just to the north. Kid's got talent. I mean, when you get high praise from somebody like Sofia Milanovic, you know the kid rips. And, of course, he's looking to go deep into this event and make his country proud right here at home.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of high scores dropped by the Peruvians. We saw Bastion as well go into the 8s yesterday here on the main podium that we're watching. And that's just so great to, you know, you want to advance through heats for your country, of course, but on top of that, as a competitor, it's so satisfying when you've had a heat where you've done surfing you're really proud of.
So Nemo Aini out there, the lone Finn. Captain Nemo, as we should call him. 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea, if you haven't read that book yet, Rach. Good recommendation as well. Also,
what about Finding Nemo?
Well,
I've seen that.
I know you have. It's a pretty sad movie, though, if you ask me. But it has a very, you know,
no, it has
nice
a beautiful
message.
arc.
Yes.
It has a happy ending. They find each other. Well, he finds Nemo.
Finding Captain Nemo Aini. That
Will
could
we
happen.
find Nemo at the top of this heat by the end of this 16 and a half minutes?
Well, you have that amount of time to figure it out. Khalil now up and riding. Represents Colombia his last year in the U16, sophomore in high school now. Lives on Maui. Oh, how's that tail slide? Cool attempt. Just unfortunate that it was incomplete. Nemo now on the outside. That's a casual style by the goofy footer out of Finland. Right in front of his competitor in blue. Still going through the motions. Nice rhythm and flow. And he'll get a decent finish as well. So Aini on the board. Mike Prada in the lead, has a 5.5 already. And then just a 1.5 for the Colombian in the blue. Let's go downstairs to Chris Cote with the winner of the last one.
Thanks, team. Hey, nicely done out there. Did you have a plan, and did everything go according to that plan?
Well, yes. With the team, we have a plan. I was fortunately captain the first wave, and I make an 8, and so that it made me feel so happy, so proud of me. And then I catch another wave and I make the hit. No, like
you ripped that heat. And I know you've been to Peru a couple times. You've been in a few ISA events, but the level of competition this year is incredible. Did you know you were going to be going up against such great surfers?
Well, the ISA ever have a great level of surf, and in Peru the waves are incredible, so the endeavors of surf increment, and well, it's incredible to see this.
You're an incredible surfer, and I know you got a lot of friends and family back home in Argentina watching. You want to send them a message?
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos los que están apoyando, Argentina, acá, a todos mis amigos, a mis amigos de colegio, a toda mi familia, y nada, muchas gracias y vamos con todo.
Right on, keep it going.
Thank you, Chris. Facundo Ruggiero right there. Dropped an 8 in the process as well, moving into round 3. Really appreciate a lot of these kids where English isn't their first language, you know, making the attempt of speaking as well as they can. And not just that, you could see the nerves right there. Couldn't contain a smile, and really awesome to see him develop into not only a great surfer, a young man as well. He mentioned the talent. We got a couple of big talented surfers out there right now. Mike Prada dropping a 5.5, the Venezuelan out there in the green.
Yeah, having a look at this now for our first time. Man, that end section really well put together. That's where the money came on that turn. Another one for our surfer from Peru opening up his account. This one dropped in, Mitch, as a 4.1. Nice opening maneuver, and does well to keep up his speed through this section. Section's going a little bit long, but he does well to make it around and gets more action on this side of things. Mitch, I appreciate that he kept up with it and made it to the end here. Great combination towards the end. This one kept on giving, and I'd say,
whoa, cockroach.
I'd say that is the example of a local really understanding what the wave is going to continue to provide and why he kept with it through that section that actually kind of gave a lot of downtime.
During the last heat yesterday, the Peruvians were already on the rocks. 10 minutes left, standing there barefoot, about to jump off with the high tide. Everybody else paddled out from the beach break. These kids just have a ton of calluses on their feet, though. Yeah. And it's pretty crazy with all, you know, all the moss, how slippery they can get. Of course, you have the barnacles in place, too. It's not easy growing up here with all the rocks and the reefs. But of course, it does make the waves better, as you can see. Just a ton of quality waves, very steep, and of course, in the area alone, we've had 2 big ISA events on the junior side in the last 15 years. Back in 2011 over in Punta Hermosa, about 15 minutes north of here. You have Señoritas and Caballeros, where Paul surfs the majority of his time, but Punta Rocas, this is where the high performance center, the training center is, Rach, and for the most part, a lot of these kids consider Punta Rocas their favorite wave, and they're one they're surfing the most because that training center is here. Looking at the first of Captain Nemo on the outside of 433 for the surfer in white.
Yeah, bringing it around. This wave is shaping up nice. Another wrap for him. Slashes that one. And this one, he did a lot of great surfing, Mitch. Nothing overly major. It was kind of like a lot of consistent surfing from start to end. So that'll be a nice score for him to start out. Gets him right there in the heat. So take another look at this wave. This score to drop for our surfer in green, unfortunately comes unstuck, or else that would have joined his 5.5 really nicely.
You got to give him credit, though. He tried to celebrate there at the end. He was like, I don't know if you guys saw me. I didn't go prone. I didn't go to my belly. They did. It's a 3.27. It's still his backup.
I was willing to look away.
Here's Nemo now, the surfer in white. Just a quick one for him. So priority with the surfer in red who gets. Khalil out there in the blue only has the 1.5. Father Ryan for Piñeres as a restaurateur. And we were talking about, you know, Khalil being a sophomore right now in school, hails from the island of Maui, his mother from Colombia. And we were talking about, you know, different opportunities when it comes to potential college education. A lot of scholarships now and potential to surf on a lot of national surf teams too, Rachel. I know you went to school in Australia for university, but overall, west coast of the United States, especially in California, a lot of chances you get to surf on a collegiate surf team as well. Seems like Prada might be having a look. Big dig, and he's up. Looking to improve on a 3.27 halfway through the heat right here. Smooth star right there on the opening wrap. Much better, but digs a rail. And 10 minutes on the clock, that probably won't change anything. Meanwhile, Khalil, longtime Channel Islands team rider, actually got a board from Surf Place Peru. They have a stand right behind the center that we're at right now. I believe this is a freshie underneath his feet. And looking for a combination to get wave 2 done and dusted. Nice way to finish off that second one, and should be helping his cause with 9.5 remaining.
Yeah, you can hear the cheers from behind us, Mitch. His team, Colombia, would be really happy with that one. I think that's going to skyrocket to the best single wave score of this heat.
So at the moment, it is a 5.5, the best of the heat. That is for the Venezuelan Mike Prada. It's a 4.93, so just under. Judges do appreciate the combination on the inside, though. Now, Aini needing just a 2.11. The local boy Huguet needing a 2.34. And certain places, especially with a lot of locals on tap, for the majority of the free surfers, I would say you're following those people that know the location a little bit better. The only issue maybe with that, Rachel, I want to get your point of view on this. You're probably not going to be catching the same waves that they're catching. Why? They're going to be on them, of course.
Yeah, it is. It's so important to get here and early and understand the wave for yourself and learn what you can during the free surfs. I know the athletes have been saying they've really struggled to find waves in the free surf because it has felt like all 424 competitors have been out in the lineup at one time. But even just sitting out there, well, that can be frustrating. Sitting out there and watching what other waves, what other people's waves, how they're materializing, where they're sitting. You know, we had our ISA event at Sunzal, and the lineup can feel very similar, very, very packed. And what I do out there when I'm struggling to find waves to actually catch, I watch other people's waves and go, okay, I'm predicting that's going to be a good one. And then I watch it and I go, okay, I was right, or I was wrong. That wasn't a good one to take. And there's a lot of ways to learn the lineup. And as you've said, Mitch, while these athletes have their teams to rely on, and it's up to them to actually execute once they're out there on their own.
And there's different ways to learn. There's different ways to practice too. That can be from land, that can be in the water. And we have seen some people really benefit from these events because, just being fully honest, and this is in pretty much any sport worldwide, iron sharpens iron. The only way you're getting better is with surfing, by surfing with people that are better than you too. I would think that that's how you eventually got to your world titles as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting pushed by your competitors. Something that I noticed yesterday was some of those really high-scoring heats actually had high-scoring second places as well, because it can turn out that once your competitors start showing, oh, I can get into the sevens or I can go excellent, it pushes the other competitors to go, oh, wait, that's possible out here. I'm going to push myself a little bit harder, see what I can draw out of my own surfing, and that turns into an all-around better heat.
So at the moment, 6.5 on the clock. Prada still in first, 5.5, 3.27. Benitez out there in the blue in second, 4.93, 1.5. The Finnish surfer Aini with a 4.33. He's needing a 2.11 for second. And the surfer with priority, the local surfer, needing a 2.34. Talking about Paul Huguet. And when did you feel that you truly understood that, okay, I might not be getting as many waves as I want to during the free surf, but if I don't surf with people that are better than me, I'm never truly going to improve? What was the catalyst moment for yourself, Rachel, that that kind of switch clicked?
Since I was a young Grom, probably from 10 on, I was always trying to surf in those older divisions, as a lot of these surfers are doing here.
Well, Aini in the U16, gotta give the Finnish surfers credit for how well they've done. How's that one turn? Big blast off of the top, a 2.11. Great advice, though, from your behalf. Going up a few divisions, especially if there are open spaces available. Why not? You're already here anyways, right?
We're seeing tons of surfers do that here this week, and it's great to see. You can learn kind of what is that difference that I need to do to jump and have success in that older division. You know, the same thing happens when you move from amateur to professional too, and you take that step. There's a clear gap in heat knowledge, in the way you break down a heat, in that maturity. And so getting used to jumping up those divisions, taking those steps and adapting are really crucial and continue to happen throughout your entire career at every single level.
Surfing humbles you real quick, too.
Sure does.
This is a sport that does not forgive at all. And speaking of unforgiving, this one from Aini, a 3.73 moves him up in a second.
Yeah, this turn so beautiful. We heard the cheers from the Finnish team out behind us, and it's Cahill looking to, this was his 4.93, another look at it. I love that opening turn, both arms over his head, wrapping this one nice and tight. A wider one. See, I thought this was maybe going to go a little bit higher on the scoreline because I really appreciated the variety of maneuvers that he demonstrated on this wave, Mitch, and the control through everything. I have to say that that's personally my favorite wave of the heat. Doesn't always mean it becomes the highest score, but I really appreciated the variety and the control and the flair that he had in his surfing.
Yeah, maybe the only thing that kept that wave down was that it was done on the inside, less critical sections, not as steep maybe. But I agree with you. Very creative surfing right there at the end. 3 minutes 30. Huguet in danger of being eliminated, and this would be a big loss for the Peruvian team. If that happens, he needs basically a 4 right now for second. Khalil out there in the blue needs a low 3, and Rachel, just looking at the way Mike Prada was able to start really quick, 5.5, 3.27 consecutive waves. He's been in control of the majority of the heat, but still, these low-scoring ones, these are the ones you need to be careful for, because even with the 4 that Huguet has, he can jump from 4th all the way to 1st.
Absolutely. Team Peru on the edge of their seats, quite literally. Like you said, all of them are within that competitive range, one of each other. 4s and 5s, that's all kind of in that same mix. So Team Peru hoping that Paul gets that 3.97. And interesting decisions from the local. Love this heat breakdown. You have the 3 surfers first, second, third priority established. Pole's paddled off on his own. He's looking for one under priority. I think this is where we start to see that local knowledge coming through, understanding that these wide ones can come through and really offer that scoring potential while going underneath those surfers that do have priority.
Well, he's so far off of the peak right now, he's not even in the priority rotation either. So that's saying something. I think, you know, from their perspective, they just want him to get on a wave. 2 minutes. Set incoming, priority with the heat leader Prada. He's gonna let the first few go. Let's see if Huguet lets this one go as well. He does. Few more on the outside.
Wow, lots of lines.
Green lets it go. White says, I'll take it. Minute 45. And it's a quick one there for Nemo. And now Prada, the Venezuelan. A lot of intensity right there in that first carve. That's some beautiful surfing from the South American surfer in green. In the pocket once again. Well done. Layback. That is complete and very intelligent surfing right here from the kid in green. Low scores at 3.27 at the moment. Gaining some speed down the line. One more, and he'll complete it. So a well-surfed wave and a very astute way of competing right here at the end. Chance for Huguet.
Oh.
Pole needs pretty much a 3.97 or better. First carve is nice. Second one on rail. Way he brings his shoulders around into the lip. Once again, this wave just giving him option after option. And you can just see right there his body language. He is stoked. So is the team. They can't believe it. 30 seconds. Where is Khalil? He's probably going to be needing a high requirement right now with this last one of red. And it seems like he is also waiting on a score. So a couple different waves right here. Now Nemo. You got to be assuming that after red's last wave, he's going to drop down at least a third. And a good attempt right there from Aini. It is probably not going to be enough, though. Waiting on multiple numbers here, Rachel.
Wow.
Of course, right at the end, as always.
That always happens. And I love it when the surfers just converge on these final minutes. It makes it exciting for us as spectators. Mitch, you know, we're not hoping for any one person in particular. We just want to see great surfing and a great heat, and that is what we just saw. I'm at the edge of my seat with that red round thinker showing that judges need to drop scores for all of the surfers.
Well, this is Khalil's wave. We hadn't seen this one yet. At that point of the heat, was only needing a low 3, Rach.
Wow, I'd say at this point he's gotten it really nice outside surfing. Wraps it up nice and high and tight. Can he connect this? Okay, so I think he'll get the score that he requires, but I also think Pole will get the score he requires here. Cuts that one a little bit short because he knows he needs to race this section. Wraps this one around. Really nice. Loves that he brings it down to the bottom of the wave. Slashes it there, releases the fins, brings it around. Mitch, every single maneuver was connected one to another. I saw a lot of flow in that wave.
So did I. Excellent use of speed, too. And got to give props to the kid for just being able to get a wave, first of all. Surfing it the way that he did under pressure. That takes a lot of skill, but a lot of determination as well. Waiting on numbers. Last to Prada, 4.53. So at the moment, he extends his lead. Now the fight potentially going to be for second place. Waiting on a score for red, 1 for blue.
And Mitch, important that Mike actually extended his lead too, because I would say no one is safe at the moment with our surfers in red and blue requiring scores. Okay, Mike is safe there, Mitch. Now.
4.27, the last of Khalil. So moves up into second. Red needing a 5.1 or better. Peruvians on screen checking their phones. They're waiting for the same info as us. The heat has ended. Everybody's on the beach. And how's the sportsmanship right there between green, white? Really cool to see that regardless of the result.
So Pole has a 4.1 already. He needs to be exactly a whole point higher, a 5.1.
Initial thought? If you'd say yes or no, which way are you leaning towards?
I actually think we're right on the line here with this one. We're right on the line. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. Of course, previously he needed a 3.9. I thought absolutely it was going to be the score. I think we're close in the fact that if it's just shy, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't say it's robbery. But if he gets it, I also wouldn't be surprised. I thought he did a lot of work on that wave, and I thought it was well surfed. I don't think he could have done much more. I think he gets it.
And it's more than enough. It is the best of the heat.
Oh my gosh.
From fourth all the way to first. Pole Huguet drops a 6.67. That means Mike Prada in second place advances. Khalil Piñeras, unfortunately, out of the event. And same thing for the Finnish surfer Nemo Aini. Great heat right here in number 7. We'll be right back with heat number 8. More action on the line from Punta Rocas when we return.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
That last one was a nail biter for sure. Heat 7. Pole Huguet able to advance in the dying seconds of the heat with the best score of the heat. Making his hometown proud right here, just south of Lima. We'll be hearing from him with Chris in just a few moments. Heat 8 out there right now. Brody Price from the US of A in the red. Dylan Wilcoxon, the young phenom from Indonesia, is in the blue. Kaveh Pearson from Tahiti in green. And Tomas Garcia from Chile is in the white. Mitch and Rachel with you for Heat 8. Outstanding one, this one, Rach. Kaveh Pearson, 11 years old, surfing in the boys U16 right here. Tomas Garcia, a lot of talent. Brody Price from Santa Cruz. But this guy from Indonesia, Dylan Wilcoxon, my personal opinion, one of the best juniors in the world. He's already won a couple of big events worldwide. Actually, last year in El Salvador, I brought him a couple of boards. The Gian Bernini, team manager for Mayhem, asked me to bring for him. They have a lot of trust, a lot of belief in this kid, and talking about somebody who surfs in a lot of quality waves right here in Indonesia. And by the way, Kaveh Pearson got into the water right now after winning his Reparage heat in the boys U18. 11 years of age for the kid from Tahiti in green.
Wow, I mean, that is, that's amazing. That's a lot of surfing to be done. Mitch, we were talking about how great of an opportunity it is to surf in 2 divisions, and that is what we see from some of our young surfers here.
Garcia up and riding. Tall, goofy footer out of the beautiful country of Chile, known for its left-hand point breaks. Interesting to see how many of them eventually go left today if they can. But here at Punta Rocas so far, it's been majority of the rights. Get a flow on this one. Nothing that has really stood out too much. The wave hasn't steepened up a ton, but it's going to be a good opener for Garcia with 17 minutes remaining in this heat. Wilcoxon drops a 4.83. Price out there with second priority, and it's the youngster from Tahiti waiting with first priority. And as we have seen, There have been a good amount of chances out there. Few chances, though, at the end. But Paul Huguet, Chris, was able to take it away in a big manner right there.
Silent on the beach, waiting for that score. Did you know that you got the score to get the win, or did you have any idea?
First, I didn't know exactly how much I needed, but yeah, it's a good way for the conditions. I surfed pretty well, and I was pretty confident.
Well, it's pretty cool, Paul. We can actually see your house from here. You live right around the corner, literally. What's it mean to you to be surfing your home break in an event this big?
No, it's an amazing opportunity to be here with my family, friends, all the people that I know from a very young age. It's incredible. I love to be here, and yeah, amazing.
And I know you were very relieved when you got this score and you came in. That was the largest celebration we've seen yet from a team. You guys have a lot of spirit and you're amazing hosts. How does it feel to represent Peru and welcome 56 other nations to your backyard?
Yeah, again, it's amazing to have a World Cup here in a wave that I surf all my life, where I start surfing. It's incredible to have all my friends here, all the people that I grow up with, and yeah, amazing.
Yeah, and lastly, I know you have a lot of support here. You got the whole neighborhood out on the beach. Your whole family's here, but you probably got a lot of fans watching all around Peru as well. You want to send them a message?
Yeah, un saludo a todos los que están viendo. Muchas gracias por estar apoyando a todo en Perú. Logramos pasar con toda la siguiente ronda y
watch out for this guy. Good luck, Paul.
A man of few words right there, riding that great Erica Arcara surfboard. Big win for the Peruvian, the local boy Paul Huguet. He's in round 3 of the main event of the boys U16. 14:30 remaining on the clock right here. Dylan Wilcoxon with a 4.83. Santa Cruz surfer Brody Price with a 2.83 in second at the moment. Garcia drops a 3.17 on his opener, waiting on the first score, the first wave really, for Cave Pearson. Father Stephen, many years on the qualifying series, top 100 surfer for a good amount of years as well. And Tahiti, I don't know if you've been yet, Rachel, but to me, it is probably the most special place I've ever been to so far, and I'm longing to go back. To me, it is some place that I know is going to be the birthright of a lot of great surfers, including this one. Pearson, moments after he just won his Reparage U18. 2-stage roundhouse right there for Cave. Not many 11-year-olds have the technique that this kid has. Surfing in both divisions right here, the U18 and the boys U16. This kid is just really awesome. He's got a great attitude. You talk to him, it doesn't seem like he's really that competitive. He gets out there in the water with the jersey on, and watch out. Wilcoxon, setup carve in the pocket, much better. Slides the tail. And it's going to be a 3-turn combination on the outside for the kid from Indo. He's looking sharp so far in this one.
Yeah, he is. Coming from Kandui, you know, I feel like a lot of the Indonesian surfers, we see them from Uluwatu or that mainland of Bali. So having Kandui as his playground, or the Mentawais as his playground, is you can see how naturally that surfing is coming to him in these critical sections.
Here's Brody Price, kid from Santa Cruz. Big carve right there, and there are similarities to this wave right here at Punta Rocas, to both Steamer Lane, Pleasure Point, a ton of the waves they surf up there in Northern California. I heard Rachel just say, watch out for the rock, Brody, but guess what, Rach?
He watched out.
They're used to a lot of rocks over there in NorCal, I can tell you that. Good layback to finish things off right there from the product of the United States. And it's going to be his best ride, 12 minutes on the clock right here for all 4 surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. Used to these big, long, slopey, but fun, powerful waves, such as Steamer's Lane, looking right at home, building upon that 2.83, and he will. So I expect that to jump him straight into the lead. But it's our leader now backing up.
Oh.
Wow.
Watch out for this kid. I'm telling you, how's that whip in the pocket? Wilcoxon. Rachel pointed out that he is from Kandui, and some of the best waves in the world where he is from, making sure that he is not only decisively winning this heat and leading it, most importantly, making it known that Indonesia has a lot of great competitors too. Second time competing here at the ISA World Juniors. For good reason, he is one of the most talented surfers to ever come out of Indonesia. His previous one, Rach, a 5.5, expecting a larger number here for wave 3.
Yeah, that was a beautifully surfed wave. That first turn, I actually thought because he had the rail engaged, the rail came disengaged, and he did really well to keep with it completely with flow. His upper body never faltered. He stuck with it, and that was due to that speed that he executed that turn with. Really impressive.
Speed, power, flow. Talking about the 3 major elements of the criteria. Here's a replay. Break it down for us, Rach.
So this turn, you can see that's where that rail came a little bit disengaged, but with that S turn, his upper body really brought it around. And then the next 2 turns, Mitch utilizing that variety and the arsenal of maneuvers that he has. But I think that first turn's really going to be, those first 2 turns is where the money's at for him. Waiting for this one to come in for our surfer from the USA, as we said, looking right at home from Santa Cruz. Nice wraps around. Everything looking really clean. Avoids that boil like it didn't distract him at all, because like you said, it didn't distract him. He's used to that stuff at home. And I like that he finished this all the way to the inside, executing some variety. You could see that little looking over his shoulder to his team.
Another look at the 5.53 right here from Price. Of course, from the drone angle, we can really appreciate that boil that you're talking about. But one thing I love about Brody is that he's got a smooth, casual style. There's the rock. And from that angle, you can truly see the size of it as well.
Yeah, it was huge, a huge boil, but a greatly surfed wave. Mitch, the judges have dropped this score, so we now see Brody into that advancing position.
5.53 for the NorCal surfer Price. 7.33 the last of Wilcoxon, so he is in the lead by a significant margin here. 5.5 his backup. The backup of Price, a 2.83. Pearson drops a 4.07 on his opener. Meanwhile, Garcia with priority has a 3.17. Still lots of time for all 4 surfers, just under 9 minutes. So Price traveling here with the team, of course, but Mother Marty and Sister Munchie here visiting the youngster. First time ever making the ISA junior team. You came through the same program. You still compete, actually, in the national events over in Oceanside for the most part, the longboarding portion of it. The juniors, they're lucky. They get to compete at lowers in the summertime. But I will say, I know you're kind of nodding and you're like, oh my God, I want to surf lowers. Believe me, in the last 3 or 4 years, it hasn't been that great when they've had the event, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah. I mean, a beautiful venue that these athletes get to qualify their team on. And this lineup right now is looking a lot like lowers. So they'd be feeling comfortable and at home in a place that they feel like they've gotten competitive experience at. So crucial.
Garcia now. He did paddle for the previous wave, so went down in the priority order, but fortunately for him, nobody else was around. Much better ride for this one for the Chilean. Good flow. Steeper section right there at the end, 7:20 on the clock. Needs a 5.2 at the moment if he doesn't get it. Definitely his best. See everybody else out there waiting patiently for their rides. And Pearson only with the 4.07 decides not to go on this one. Meanwhile, Garcia says, I'll take it if you don't want it.
Yeah, and he made the most of this one. He's looking for a 5.2. I don't know, Mitch, if this will be it, but I do think this will replace at least his 3.17. He did a lot of work on that one. Love the way he timed all of those maneuvers, even maximizing that end section, getting that that floater climb.
So unfortunately for him, it doesn't go as his best. It's a 3.1, so
only just so close.
Judges really want to see you get up into the lip at least multiple times right here, and understandable.
Yeah.
You're in round 2. We're talking about the very best, but this is an elimination round already with only one Reparage round. You either advance or you're going home, supporting the rest of the team. And right here, you can leave no doubt whatsoever. There's Team Indo, fearless leader, TP Jabrick. Good person to have as your coach. Daughter Suri right there to his right. Always got some good colors on them. Love seeing the Indo team. Really nice people, of course. And boy, do they have some amazing waves where they're from too. Pearson, late drop, uses priority on this one. Needs a 4.3. He's got that neon colored board. And it matches well with the green jersey that he's wearing actually, but fortunately for Cave, this wave pretty flat. Better at the end though. That was rad. So it needs a 4.3. It would have to be slightly better than his opener. 5 minutes to go right here for the Tahitian. Meanwhile, Price out there in second, low score at 2.83. As we see Ryan Simmons and the rest of the USA Surfing team. Captain Will Dean. There's the Tahitian crew. Yorana, as they say over in Tahiti. I don't know if you know what Yorana means.
I don't, because I've never been to Tahiti. I would love to go, and I mean,
learning little by little. You're
learning little by little.
Really good at Spanish fast too. So I feel like if I tell you what Yorana means, you're gonna be able to,
I'll remember it.
Understand quicker. Yorana is what they say good morning. So anytime you see them, you say Yorana, somebody's gonna smile. And they know that you're just presenting yourself. You're saying hello basically every time.
I love that. I love finding those morning greetings in a bunch of different languages, because at least then you can have like a nice good morning to so many people you see around the event.
How many do you have unlocked so far?
Like
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
Bom dia in Portuguese.
Yeah, Ohio in Japanese.
Okay.
Yeah, that might be everything.
Selamat pagi.
I have not gotten that one yet.
Yeah, selamat
I know
pagi.
Terima makasih.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, Rachel, you're a polyglot by now.
It's sounding like it, doesn't it?
3 minutes 40 to go. Last of Pearson, a 3.17. So unfortunately for him, not enough. Garcia needs a 5.2 still. Price out there with priority in second. Pretty low backup at the moment, 2.83. Wanting to improve that. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Wilcoxon, throwing a 4.83 away. Pearson on the inside. Doesn't want to leave anything up to chance. Oh, how's that carve? Another one into the lip. He don't need a whole lot, this kid. A 4.3 or better. I like what I'm seeing. Meanwhile, Garcia on the outside. Casual, cool wrap. Waiting for this wave to steepen up. Much better into the lip. Once again, brings it back. And he has just had unfortunate luck with a lot of these waves that haven't really stood up for him. Price slides the fins. How's that blowtail from Brody? Commits to the rail once again. Great exchange right here with 2:20 on the clock, and the U.S., they're loving what they're seeing right here.
It's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you're sitting in that second place and you don't know what your two competitors have done, but he just knows that green and white need scores and they took off on waves. So really smart for him to take off on one and try and increase that 2.83.
Santa Cruz, as most of us know, former colleague of mine, Peter Mell, the great Pete Mell, big wave world champion. His son, by the way, actually just won QS in Morro Bay. John, congrats to him. But they have an incredible field of surfers. I mean, they show up with their West Coast Board Riders team, and they could have probably 3 teams that would still be better than a good amount of other ones. Same thing from your hometown in San Clemente. They have won
I was
multiple
just going to
times.
say that. I was going to say.
Don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. But guess what? Our colleague Chris Cote can say that Encinitas, they're national champions as of last year. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, I love those board riders types of communities, and we have our own on the longboard side too, the coalition events that have been taking place for actually a lot longer.
Yeah,
and
in the U.S. at least.
In the
yes.
U.S., yeah, it has created, and we see it all around the world too, creates just a great foundation for the youth especially to be around competitions, get heats, find community.
I'd say those events have really materialized into something big for practice for a lot of these kids here. As with 55 seconds, looking at the last one, Garcia needs a 5.2 or better, and fortunately comes in as a 2.83, Rachel.
Yeah, I think what was just lacking on this was a section that really stood up tall and steep for him to unleash on. I liked his surfing on it. Everything looked clean. And let's take a look at this one from Brody. He was looking to increase that requirement for his competitors. A frothy wave, but he had so much variety in his maneuvers. Slides that one around. I mean, he looks like he's at a skate park at this point, just having fun, looking really loose, Mitch.
Yeah, I really love the combination right there. As you said, kind of a really cool tail slide. Releases the fins. A lot of variety right there at the end, and judges agree he gets his best. 6.23, remains in second. The last of Pearson, not enough. 3.63 as we look at the heat leader, Wilcoxon. And he really just cruised through this heat right here. Looking to improve on a 5.5. Was throwing away a 4.83 before this. And that's going to be it for him. Seems like the U.S. going to hold on to second place, though, with Price. Unfortunately for Cave, his road in the U16 is done, but he is still alive in the boys U18. And we also say goodbye to Tomas Garcia. Good surfing by the Chilean. But today belongs to the Indonesian. Wilcoxon moving through with a victory. Meanwhile, Brody Price from the United States also advancing in second place. Another great heat coming up when we return. It's Makai Castro, Philip Duke, Sonny Giles, and Joachim Bjork when we come back to Punta Rocas.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to beautiful Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Rachel Tilley. This is Huntington Beach's Makai Castle representing the United States. First time in competition at the ISA level for Makai, traveling here with his parents, Kevin and Melissa, and younger brother Finn as well, another standout surfer. So he's from your father's hometown, Huntington Beach. He's out there in the red. Philip Duke from Indonesia in the blue. Sonny Giles from Hawaii in the green. And Joachim Bjork from Finland is out there in the white. Young surfer out of Finland. Really cool kid. Lives in Bondi. And he's actually part of the Bondi Board Riders Club. So nice to see more Finnish representation right here at the junior level for the ISA surfers.
And we just saw USA and Indonesia advance through that
Correct.
heat before. So 2 surfers in this heat have been able to see their teammates both go out and execute a well-strategized plan. So we'll see how these surfers, you know, I think they would have gone out with similar strategies. And we'll see how this heat now, strategy-wise, plays out. But here is our surfer from Hawaii, Sunny Giles, opening up with a 3.33, and that would be why, just kind of coming out of control a little bit in this wave, being a smaller one. Judges showing that they want to see those bigger waves, Mitch, that really stand up. So this offered a lot of opportunity. Ouch. And then that looked like it hurt. A replay of this wave from our USA surfer, a 4.83, and I'd say it's for that, Mitch, that end section maneuver. We're talking about going vertical, we're talking about taking advantage of steep sections, and that was a great example of it.
And he has an excellent sparring partner in his brother Finn. Telling you, these 2 kids coming out of North Orange County, they have a lot of talent. They ended up 1 and 2 in the regional Grom search as well. Not just that, they have been at the forefront of both the U14s and the 16s for USA Surfing for a number of years right now. Father Kevin, also a great surfer. So they spend a lot of time at the beach as a family. Mom Melissa right here with them as well. 16:20 on the clock. Meanwhile, Sunny out there, surfer representing Hawaii. Obviously a great privilege. There is that debate whether surfing originated in Peru and Hawaii. Better not to get into it, because depending on who you're talking to, they'll claim that it originated there. But just speaking about his Hawaiian heritage and how important it is to represent Hawaii, there's a big deal for a lot of these juniors doing this. And you look at the who's who, the history of who's competed, who's medaled for that team. It is obviously a big honor for a lot of those people representing the beautiful islands of Hawaii.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have such a rich surfing heritage, of course, like you just said. But on top of that, amazing surfers that continue to come out of Hawaii. So just to be on that team competing on the national level, or sorry, the international level, is such an honor.
Looking at the season of events for the ISA, World Longboard Champs, week-long event, late April. In early May is when that ended. World Surfing Games at the early part of September, parasurfing. Early November in Oceanside, California. Of course, the SUP just finished, and here at the World Juniors. Big shout out to President Fernando Aguirre, also doing an amazing job with our Vice President Jean-Luc Arazu, and of course Bob Fasulo. A lot of scholarships being delivered as always for a lot of these junior surfers. And of course, stay tuned to ISAsurf.org to keep up with what's going to happen in 2026. This is Philip Duke representing Indonesia. A couple of big open face carves. Fully committed to that layback right there. How's the variety presented by this young man representing Indo? Cool, calculated. I would really argue that mature should be the best word to describe his surfing, Rachel. And outside, another situation potentially with priority that could have been maybe hindering the scoring potential for Joachim Bjork and Sunny Giles. We shall see what happens, but first, let's go downstairs. Dylan Wilcoxon with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Well, raised at Rifles on Kandui Island. How did that prepare you for international competition?
Yeah, been super stoked to make my heat, and yeah, stoked to get a couple waves.
You didn't seem like you were nervous out in the water, but here on the glass, you know, you're talking to the world. You're going up against 56 other nations here at the ISA. What's been your favorite part of competing here in Peru so far?
Yeah, it's super sick competing with everyone my age, and super used to competing with like older people in the QSs and stuff, and it's super fun.
And one of your teammates is out in the water right now. Did you happen to cross paths. Did you get to tell him anything?
Yeah, I just went by him real quick, just said good luck and wish you the best.
Well, hey, great surfing out there. I know you got a lot of support, your friends and family back home. What do you want to tell them?
Ya, makasih Indonesia and semua teman-teman keluarga saya dan Kemenpora and PSOI Indonesia.
Right on, Dylan. Good luck moving forward.
A big selamat pagi to everybody watching back home in Indonesia. Wilcoxon, as Chris pointed out, nothing phases him once he's out in the water, but it seems like a lot of these young kids, as soon as they get on the glass and Chris, sticks the mic in their face, they get a little flustered. It's all good, and it comes down to practice. Rachel, I appreciate you giving me every single interview during your world title run over in El Salvador, and here's the situation we're talking about. So, it seemed like at the moment of takeoff right here, white had a higher priority than green. But we're still waiting on an official decision. We've already seen a priority interference earlier today. Hopefully we do not see the same thing right here.
A heartbreaking one too, Mitch. Our surfer who was in the lead at the very end just got a silly priority mistake, a mistake that he made dropping in on one he didn't need, and it cost him advancing into the rest of the event.
So the surfer in blue from Indonesia, 4.57, his opener. And at the moment, no indication of anything with priority, so they might just let it play on, say that there wasn't enough scoring potential on that wave right there. Don't mind it, honestly. It's unfortunate. There are rules in place for a reason, but I think in this case, especially Rachel, it just didn't seem like the wave had a whole lot on it. So no harm, no foul. They're going to let it play on, and with 11 minutes, basically a heat that is still completely wide open, given that both Castle and Phillip only really have something in the fours that have them in the top two at the moment.
Yeah, sometimes judges can take their time awarding interferences as well, trying to make sure that they're replaying the situation and really going over the rule book. Was it a hindrance? Was it, the person who had absolute priority? Did they have to change their line?
Yep.
You and I had a split decision in the last priority situation that went down. I did not think it was going to be awarded. And that's because some of these things, while we do have rules, they can be subjective a little bit too. Well, was it a hindrance? Was it a change of direction? I agree with you on this one, Mitch. I don't think there was a hindrance or a change of line or direction on that one. I don't think the judges will go for it. But when they are reviewing these things, they're replaying these videos over and over and getting the panel to put in their 2 cents to get on the same page.
Right, and that's actually a great point you make right there. If the head judge or the priority judge are on the fence, they make a collective decision for the most part. In the end, it's typically the decision is made either by the priority judge or the head judge. But yeah, I think adding your 2 cents, especially if it's in a close decision, something important as a scoring judge. Makai Castle here, current heat leader. Frothy insider, big layback right there from the kid out of California. Duke on the outside. A lot of speed right here for the second one. Well executed for the young man out of Indonesia. 9 minutes and 20 on the clock. So Sonny Giles out there in the green. 3.33 his opener. Short one after that. And he's going to get another quick one after. So, at least what I'm seeing so far, Rach, today, there's a lot of waves that are much quicker, a lot softer, and that is because of the wind swell that is out there from the west-northwest. So not a whole ton of them really offer up those longer walls, and not necessarily because it has a long wall doesn't mean that it's going to be a quality wave either.
No, that's for sure. And you can see just on the other side of that triangle of whitewash on the farther top of your screen, that is our other podium, Mitch. So they really are, when you're down on the beach, they're both right there. And you can watch that other podium by clicking over to podium 2. Watch the action happening over there as we take a look at this replay of Makai. Love his use of variety here, choosing to go for that layback on the end maneuver. That will replace his throwaway of a 2.2.
Yeah, and he does replace it substantially by a good margin of 4.57 for Mackay. Philip still waiting on his second ride. Needs a 4.84 or better to move up into first. That would give us an indication of what both Giles and Bjork need to move up into second place at the very minimum. 7:45 on the clock right here. So the schedule for today, another long one. That's, you know, pretty evident most of the time that you come to ISA World Juniors, though. So 24 heats, round 2, boys U16. And we are running 5 heats of the Reparage for the girls U16 to finish off day number 4. What's it like being on the other side? I know days are long when you're competing. Days are probably longer when you're working here at the ISA.
No, they are longer because we are glued to the action all day, Mitch, and seeing what's happening. But I love sitting in this role and getting to watch the action, watch these heats, watch heat strategy. That's my favorite part of competition is participating and watching strategy play out.
Okay, so Giles now needs a 5.31 because the last of Duke, a 4.07. Sonny. Oh, he's looking like a mini Sonny Garcia out there right now with that way he's able to move that big board around. Some nice polished surfing so far from Giles. Keeping the flow going, nothing extraordinary at the moment so far on this wave. But well surfed. Let's see if he is able to get something more on the inside. He's gonna kick out with that, ooh, over the falls. And maybe he just jumped off.
That's why.
Knowing that Bjork had higher priority. And Joachim right here, representing Finland, now lives in Bondi Beach in Australia. And just unfortunately falls off right there. With 6 minutes on the clock. That was kind of his shot to get back into the heat too. Not a whole ton of time left. So was needing an 8.14 at the moment. Now it's a 1.07, so he needs a 7.57 to move up into second. Meanwhile, the last of Green Giles, it's his best, Rachel. 3.7. Still needing close to a 5-point ride with the 4.94 though. So looking at the standings right now, those 4s by both Castle and Duke really do matter at the moment. I mean, you're talking about low to mid-range scores that have had a major impact in this heat.
Yeah, and you know, if I'm looking at the position of white, a 7.57, there's still enough time to catch 2 waves. I would not be looking for that 7.57 yet. If you're looking for a 7.57, you're being really patient, hoping one of the best waves of the day comes through. Really, he needs 2 4s. Look at Philip Duke's scoreline, a 4.57, a 4.07. He needs basically just that, and love to see him on this one now.
So a 7.57 what he needs, just under 5 minutes. So Joachim, slowly but surely, doing things the way that, you know, maybe he didn't initially want to do at the beginning of the heat, but that's the thing about surfing. You're within a time constraint. As long as the buzzer doesn't sound, it means that you have a chance. Obviously, priority does matter at the end of the heat that's as close as this one. But you get back out there, and that was 6.77. That is very different to the score that he initially required. Duke. Long, drawn-out roundhouse. Deep bottom turn for the second one. A little sticky on the first 2. Much better and cleaner right there on the third one. And a big finisher right there for Philip. Actually, you got to take that back because he might have one more section afterwards.
Wow.
He does. Hammers it. And Lil Philip Duke out there representing Indonesia. He's only looking to improve on a 4.07. He's going to be doing that and a whole lot more. Potentially the best wave of the heat right here with 3 minutes and 40 to go.
That was my favorite wave of the heat personally. And like you said, it just kept giving. We thought that was his finishing maneuver. And then he went on not to just have a little slash at the end, another major finishing maneuver. Unreal. And he's looking to up that requirement. You always feel in these last 5 minutes a lot safer when you're sitting in that first place position rather than trying to defend off 2 people, trying to take your position. You have that little buffer. So he's looking to try and jump into the lead. I think he will when the judges drop that score.
So waiting on the number, 3 minutes to go. The heat leader Castle, at least momentarily in the lead, asking for the situation from the beach announcer. You can see him right there on screen waving his hands. And the beach announcer will be indicating the brand new score that we're seeing drop for Philip Duke. Takes the lead, a 5.83. Looking at the replay here from the drone angle, Rach, moves him into first.
Yeah, beautiful wave. This is a fun angle to watch this on. You can just see that canvas and how he's painting it, the lines that he's choosing to draw, wraps that one around. And see, Mitch, he's always placing it into the pocket, seeing that section in front of him that we couldn't see on that first angle. He races around it and finishes it off strong, feeling good.
And a little sticky at the beginning, made up for it at the end though, and gotta give the kid credit too. Handling pressure well, especially towards the pointy end of the heat right here.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it makes a big difference to go into the end, sitting in that leading spot and taking a look at this turn here, using that front arm and pivoting around it. Good fundamentals in breaking that down. Again, really just using that upper body to increase that speed and that power on that rail. Pushing on the fins on that one. Really like his body mechanics throughout this wave, Mitch.
So minute 30 remaining. I hadn't necessarily given up on him, but I didn't think the wave was going to offer up the last one, but it did. Love the passion too. Gritty surfer. Throws in the claim. Why not? Express yourself. 5.83 into the lead. A little over a minute. Castle down to second in red. And there's Team Hawaii. Sonny Giles out there in the green. He is needing a 5.7. Speaking of him, he is up and riding, and that wave just lets him down. 50 seconds. Castle looking to play some defense. Big fade. Straight into the lip. Deep bottom turn on rail. Timmy Patterson looks great underneath his feet. Wave fizzling out. Making sure he just adds as many points as he can right here. And he's going to connect the dots to the very end if he can. And that seems to be it for Mackay so far. Now Bjork on the outside, 7.53. At least before the last of Castle, his requirement. And even if he doesn't get the move on through into round 3, but at least wants to finish this heat with a stellar wave. Duke just playing some defense right there, keeping Sonny off of that wave. Nice little varial attempt for the Indonesian Duke. And waiting on multiple numbers, but it does seem like both the Indonesian and the surfer from the U.S., regardless of where they finish in 1 and 2, they'll be advancing right here out of this one.
2 heats in a row for both Indonesia and USA. So as we started the conversation in this heat, Mitch, both of those teams making good strategy, 2 heats in a row, and their surfers executing them well.
And for a lot of coaches, it works out better that way. You have 2 surfers back to back, watch the first heat initially, paddle back out. If they made any mistakes, don't make the same ones yourself. So waiting on 2 scores, but Giles, Bjork, they're out of the event. Last one for Joachim, the young kid representing Finland, 2.67, nice effort. And just waiting to see what Mackay Castle gets right here. A 5.58 or better moves him up into first place. Live from Punta Rocas, Peru. ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Very likely that we see new medalists, new gold medalists at the end of this week too. Finals day will be on Sunday the 14th. And this is our main podium right here at Punta Rocas. So waiting on the score, but meanwhile, while we wait, gonna go to a short break and be right back with heat number 10 of the Boys U16 main round 2.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in Punta Rocas, Peru, and the surf is changing day by day here. It is so fun. Right now it's glassy and it's just looking like a really great location to paddle out with a couple other people and get a few waves. And with 20 minutes on the clock, that's what Tiago, Manoa, Jarko, and Logan are getting to do right now. Just paddle out, catch a few waves. Of course, there's some consequence on the line for each of these 4 surfers, as the top 2 will be advancing through and keeping their campaign alive in hopes of a world title, and the bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Sofia Milanovic, and wow, what an outstanding heat from the crew in that last one.
Yeah, he was totally ripping. He seems pumped. We see his team that is super happy too with his performance, and we see some waves at the back.
Yeah, Mackay Castle from the USA took out the win in that last heat, and we'll be hearing from him shortly. No waves ridden yet in the current situation. Portugal, Vanuatu, Germany, and Switzerland with surfers in the lineup in support. As we just take a look at the beautiful setting here. We do have a second podium running throughout this week at El Bosque, which is just to the right-hand side, if you're standing on the beach looking out to the surf, of our main podium here at Punta Rocas. And it offers a great wave, a great left for our surfers competing in the second podium. We've had surfers going back and forth between the 2 the whole week, Sophia, and it gives that opportunity for each surfer to really be well-rounded in order to make it through to the finals.
Yes, for sure. The best surfer is the one that adapts the better to the conditions. So I think this is a really good test for them through this contest.
We got a 6.7 that's dropped in on the board for Tiago Guerra out of Portugal. So a nice start for him. And we'll take a look at that when we're able to. We do have a score as well dropping in for Logan Tinsley for Switzerland. So 2 scores that will be there, and we're waiting for for blue and green to get their opening rides. With that, let's go down to the beach to check in with the winner of that last heat, Mackay Castle.
Yeah, thanks, team. Well, here's a guy who will not settle for second place. He flipped it in the last minute. There was a lot going on in those last couple of minutes of that heat. What did you have going on through your mind, knowing that you were going to probably advance? First place is always better than second.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to get second ever, but I had the wave and I have prio, so I was lucky enough to just get it to stand up, which is tricky out there. So yeah, I'm feeling good,
Well, you surf around Huntington Beach, you're River Jetties local, so you surf with a lot of talented surfers nearly every day. But what do you think of the field you're competing against down here in Peru?
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing like all these kids come from different places of the world, and it can be a lot when you see like someone who's got a lot of hype, but at the end of the day, it's the person you can go out in the jersey and drop scores, so that's what I'm here to do.
Right on. So what are your goals for yourself, and what are the team goals this week?
Yeah, I want to win gold for sure, and I think this is a gold medal team for sure. And I just wanted to give a big shout out to Timmy Patterson. He keeps making me like the best boards ever, so thank you, Timmy. I really appreciate you guys over there. Scott, thank you guys so much.
Smart guy. Always thank the shaper. You want to say anything to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, I'll just like to say thank you to the whole USA surfing crew, Ryan, Isaiah, Morgan out there with the boards, and Tracy. Yeah, thank you guys so much. And big thanks to my family, of course, coming out here and supporting me. And yeah, stoked.
Right on. Mackay's going for the gold. Good luck, brother.
Let's go.
Beach local ripping it out here at Punta Rocas. And Timmy Patterson making some nice boards for him. Some great equipment under the feet of so many of these surfers this week, Sophia.
Yeah, Timmy Patterson is such an amazing shaper. I've ridden his boards also, and wow, I absolutely love him.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Were you riding them much when you were in competition?
Yes, I actually rode them in the Olympics, and I actually rode them when I got the world title in 2019.
Oh, wow, okay.
So yeah, he's like, thanks Timmy, like honestly, like one of the best boards of my life, like if not the best, one of them.
Yeah, incredible. And to have that as a selection later in your career, deciding to take it to the Olympic Games with, you know, one of the most important events that you could have ever competed in.
Yes, for sure. You know, I felt really confident under those boards, and yeah, I'm really happy I got to try them and use them.
Jarko now up and riding. He had that fall on his first wave, but he's now just resetting, representing Germany, driving through the section as he wraps it around. Looking for this wave to stand up. It's got that little taper kind of through that mid section. And as it starts to suck off the rocks here on the inside, it'll give him something really critical to work with as he goes vertical for that next maneuver, jams it off the foam to finish, and he'll kick out clean as we've got Logan Tinsley representing Switzerland on the answer back. A very powerful surfer, a big kid on this wave, throwing a lot of spray with each of these turns and looking like a great addition to Team Switzerland for this year's World Junior Surfing Championships. As he just wraps it around, looking for one more opportunity here through the inside. Board's looking nice and lively under his feet as well. And we've got a heat on our hands, Sofia.
Beautiful heat we have in our hands. Everybody's super pumped. They want to go through this heat. They want to keep their dreams alive of getting those medals.
So scores to drop now for last of green for Jarko. That's going to be an important one for him. Representing Germany, coming out of Ericeira in Portugal. Great to see him in the lineup. He's a two-time junior champion in the under-14s division for Germany and a one-time champion now for the under-16s. So really solidifying himself as one of those front-running surfers competing for the German flag. As we take a look at a few more competitors just, you know, hanging around the contest site here, and there's a lot going on behind the scenes that's not, you know, a lot of surfers that aren't out in the lineup right now. They're all scattered amongst the cliffs here in the High Performance Center, supporting their teammates and paying close attention to the conditions as well, making friends with some new faces from around the world. A 4.43 now has dropped in for Jarko, and that sets him up in second momentarily as Logan has a score to drop, representing Switzerland, but from Cape Town, South Africa. He's got a 2.83 on the board right now, and just a 2.11 will take him into that advancing position, and he'll have that with no doubt on his last wave.
First priority is with red, Thiago Guerra. Second priority is with blue. Still plenty of time to go, 11 minutes and a half.
You can see both Thiago and Manoa just sitting very tight together. Thiago with that higher priority. You can see that Manoa's just paddled right to the top of him. Make sure that he's sitting within sight, applying a little bit of pressure as he's under priority. He'll be chasing at least a 2.21 right now. Judges are taking a little bit of time with that last wave of white to drop in. Some really powerful backhand attack from Logan.
He was reaping on that wave, throwing lots of water. Logan from Swiss.
16 years old. He's grown up in Strand, or Somerset West specifically, in Cape Town. And Strand Beach is where he learned how to surf. And Strand in Afrikaans actually means beach. And so the surfers from Strand are from Strand, which is beach, beach, as the direct translation. But it's a beach break there. It's a great location to learn to surf. There's a great surf school there called Sun Surf that Mikhail Thompson runs. And so many surfers in the area and international travelers learning how to surf at the surf school there. I'm sure that Logan at some stage has either coached for Mikhail, as so many of the local Groms, you know, have their summer jobs or working through the winter as well. And just around the corner from what is one of the more soft breaks in all of Cape Town, being Strand, as a really slopey little beach break, is Caves at Cool Bay. And Logan says that's his favorite wave, a place that he likes to spend a lot of time in. It is one of the heaviest cold water waves in the area. There's this crazy drop off from the cliffs, and it goes from very, very deep water to very shallow water on a sandbank very quickly. It's got this little wedge that comes through with it, and it's a very heavy barreling wave. So for him, he's got a wild variety of waves just within about a 30-minute drive of each other.
Nice. He looks like an amazing surfer. I'm sure he practices a lot there. And he got a 5.6 for that last wave and puts him straight to the lead.
Puts him into a leading position. A 2.83 is the score that he'll need to drop to continue increasing the requirements on the rest of the field. Thiago with that 6.17 down into second. Jarko sitting in third from Germany, chasing now a 1.75 to get himself the advancing spot. And then Manoa Taro from Vanuatu, He is chasing down a 3.45 at the moment to get himself into a better situation. We can see another little line starting to come through at the moment. And it's going to give Tiago the opportunity to back up that 617 specifically, as he's just sitting with a single score on the board and he's in that leading priority position.
Yeah, exactly. Tiago just doesn't have a backup score yet, but he has the highest score of the heat with a 6.17. So he's going to be patient to catch that backup. He knows that it's really important for his campaign. And I want to see Blue too also in a good wave. He's a great surfer, Manoa. Yesterday he's showed us what he's capable of. So this is a great hit we have in our hands.
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday Manoa took out, yesterday or the day before actually, Manoa took out that win in his opening round heat. And it was the first time for an ISA event that a surfer out of Vanuatu has had a heat win, and that was just so awesome to see, as it's a country, a very small island nation that has great surf and great surfers that have come out of that country before. But from a competitive space, it's really challenging to travel, to get visas, to exit the country and be able to even, you know, surf around the world. So it's kind of hindered the potential of them growing their team and their opportunities to compete at an event like this for many years. So it's awesome to see the 3 surfers out of Vanuatu competing this year, and for Manoa to have finally found that heat win.
For sure, he's an amazing surfer, Manoa. I'm sure we're going to see some good waves of him in this heat when there's some waves at the back.
7.5 minutes on the clock. We'll see if anyone decides to go on this one. Of course, if you're sitting in Tiago's position, he's got first priority. He's going to want a really decent wave to back up that 6.17 because he already has such a strong one. If you're looking at the field from a different perspective, though, well, let's take a look at some replays first before we go anywhere else.
Of red, wow. Beautiful bottom turn and top turn, throwing buckets of water. Compressing again for that second turn, eyeing the section. He goes for it. Look at the extension in that turn. Throwing so much water, beautiful style too. Going for it, Tiago.
Yeah, really nice surfing, nice to get eyes on it.
Impeccable timing to all his turns.
A lot of power. And timing for this wave seems to be so important, Sophia.
Yeah, I think it's the most important ingredient here in Punta Rocas. Your timing. You have to be patient. You have to wait for that section to come to you and then just hit it as hard as you can.
And the Strand local in Logan.
Wow, he's really powerful surfer too. Wow. So much water in that second turn and first turn. Great surfer. Logan from Swiss. I really like his style. He totally unleashes at the top, throwing so much water.
So current situation, Logan is in the leading position. We're definitely going to see one of these waves ridden. I'll be shocked if we don't, as we can see multiple lines starting to come through. They're, you know, standing up a little bit taller than that last set. And now we've got Tiago utilizing his priority. Looking to back up the 6.17 with 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Throws a lot of spray out of that first turn, wraps it around for the second to set up, more importantly, for this third opportunity as he goes vertical. That board just slips away from under his feet, so he'll go incomplete.
He had so much projection in that turn. Bummer that his back foot slipped. But you can tell he's such a fast surfer, ready to hit all those sections.
Jarko now having a look at this one. Just a little kind of top turn to keep things moving. Won't be able to continue on as we take a look now at Logan, our heat leader. And he just throws a bit of spray here. Kind of those mid-face setups as he's throwing a lot more spray with each turn as he drives down the line. Now connecting really with that bottom to top turn surfing. This is a nice looking opportunity for him to increase his leading position specifically. Throws the fins on the final maneuver. He's looking to improve on that 2.83. Sophia, what are your thoughts?
Beautiful surfing by White. I really like how he surfs, his approach. There was one move in there that was so beautiful, perfectly timed. So much water, really explosive turn. I really like that. So I think for sure he's going to improve on that second best score.
Could put a decent requirement on the board for the rest of the field. At the moment, Tiago just needs a 2.26 to take the leading position, and he had that first opening turn that was really nice, fell on the finish. So he'll likely take the lead with that, but we know there's going to be a better score as well dropping in for Logan. So we'd expect those top two positions to stay the same currently, as a 3.4 has dropped in now for Tiago, and it puts the requirement to a 4-point ride, a 3.98, on Logan from Switzerland. Jarko and Manoa sitting pretty quiet in this heat, each having one decent score, or sorry, for Jarko having that decent score of a 4.43 on the board, but just a 2.73 for Manoa. Has been a little slower to getting his campaign rolling. Team Portugal there just paying close attention to the score updates at ISAsurf.org. Wherever you're watching this, you might be watching on YouTube. You can also pull up another browser and another tab open and take a look at ISAsurf.org for all of the information about this event, the live scores you're able to follow along with specifically as they drop in from the judges panel, and follow all those situation updates, as well as take a look at bios from all the different athletes that are competing and more information about what the ISA has been doing outside of competition. Jarko now up and riding, chasing down a 5.15. He's on his way to what could be a decent sized score as he goes in for a big flary finish, controlled exit as well. This is the moment he's been waiting for the German.
Beautiful surfing by Green.
So at the moment, current situation update as we take a look at this replay.
This is the replay of Green. First really nice turn. Then he goes back to the power source to try and get this last turn that was super good. Like, he totally committed to that last turn, throwing lots of water. That's his best wave.
Here we go with an opportunity for Manoa, currently chasing a 6.84 as other scores have dropped. Into a big open carve, setting himself up now, driving off the bottom and sending a lot of spray off that last turn. Just gonna allow Jarko to paddle over the shoulder of that wave as he looks for more opportunity down the line. Starts to stand up for him, and he's gonna unleash to tag the section on the finish. Unfortunately, that other part of the wave just came in and wiped him out.
He's a great surfer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a very good surfer.
Beautiful style.
Yeah.
Beautiful timing. Really patient with his moves.
Yes.
His timing.
Totally. He really timed that in section well. It was just unfortunate that that wave kind of converged together as quickly as it did behind him.
Yeah.
For that finishing section. So at the moment, we do have Logan back into that leading position as expected. A 4.83 has dropped for his last wave, and he's sitting in first. Tiago down into second. A 3.4 was his second highest score. Logan's currently sitting with first priority, and he's gonna stay tight on Tiago to make sure that Logan stays in that leading position, and if anyone else gets a score, it's Tiago being knocked out rather than Logan. Jarko drops in a 4.43 for his last chance, a 4.5 for his last opportunity, and it chips away massively at the requirement, but now needs a 5.08 to advance. And the only surfer with the opportunity now is Manoa. We know he has another score before this to drop, which is going to be better than the 2.73. His requirement is going to be a lot less than that 6.84 based off of his previous wave, and now he's going to have another wave to add to that. So we'll see another heat as well, so that has come right down to the buzzer.
Yeah, things get really interesting in this last minute of the heat.
So on about 10 seconds, Manoa was able to stand up. Let's take a look, because we weren't able to see the beginning of this wave, what kind of work he was done.
This is the replay of this last wave. Couple good turns for him. Let's see what he needed, because I think we still don't have that score of that wave before the last one.
That's right. We're actually waiting on 2 scores. So a two-turn combination for that final wave. Wasn't sure if there had been anything just before we picked up with it, but it was nice clean surfing for the 2 turns. And then his wave before that had multiple turns with an end section that would have been really great and important. However, he wasn't able to ride out complete and took a fall. And there the scores have just dropped in, and unfortunately it's going to fall shy of the requirements for him to take over the heat total. A 4.37 for that first of the waves you're waiting for Manoa, and a 3.17 for the last 2-turn combination. Unfortunate moments, he will be knocked out of competition, and it will officially be our Swiss surfer in Logan Tinsley, representing Switzerland from South Africa, taking away the win, and Tiago Guerra from Portugal walking away with that second place advancing position. The German Jarko Crusader and Manoa Tarot from Vanuatu unfortunately eliminated from competition today. We've got more action when we return. We're heading into Heat 11. Tahiti, Puerto Rico, South Africa, and France will have surfers in the lineup.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves in Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this today. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
And we're back into the action out in the lineup right now. South Africa, Tahiti, Puerto Rico, and France have surfers here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got 4 divisions, 2 for the under 16s, boys and girls, and 2 for the under 18s, boys and girls. And we've seen a lot of exceptional surfing so far. We're into our main round 2 on the under 16 boys here at Punta Rocas at the moment. Today there is also surfing happening at El Bosque at our second podium. As we see there that Torai Henroy, Ryan Parkinson, Kai Stubbs, and Paul Fabre are out in the water looking to get their accounts open. We do already have a score on the board for Kai Stubbs from South Africa. He's got a 4.17 to open up his campaign. There you can see the score graphic up there on the left-hand side of the screen, just indicating to us where those surfers are sitting as far as advancement goes. Top 2 will be moving through to round 3. Bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition. And it's been an exciting day of surfing. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Sofia Milanovic for the call. And Sofia, we got another set rolling in.
Yeah, it's been a lot of sets since this morning. Really consistent waves. And we see all the surfers. I think they already saw that set, so they're going to position themselves in the right place to see if there's an opportunity to take off on one of them.
That 4.17 being the benchmark so far for the South African, Kai Stubbs. His dad, Dave, is a great shaper. He's riding his boards out in the lineup right now, and Dave has shaped for, a plethora of the South African surfing community over the years.
This looks like a really nice wave.
All right, great looking wave ahead of us here for the young Tahitian. And Roy setting himself up with that first turn, looked great into that second one, really driving through and looking electric as he heads into that next one, throwing in some variety, looking composed and like he's having a lot of fun on that wave.
Yeah, that was a great wave for Red. There was one turn, there was the money turn. beautiful turn off the top, throwing lots of water.
Just 12 years old and surfing like he's about, 18, 19, 20 years old with that kind of speed and precision to everything. It's amazing to see surfers that are so young and so small in stature and size already have such good basics and foundations to their surfing.
Yeah, amazing fundamentals. And they're really mature too, to be able to manage that pressure too, because you feel a lot of pressure in these events. There's a lot in the line and they manage it so well.
Yeah, it's so true. To have that surfing when you're free surfing with your friends and you're at your home break and feeling comfortable is one thing, but to pull the trigger on a big wave like this for Ryan Parkinson out of Puerto Rico and have the opportunity to unleash on the rail, unfortunately he goes down on that first turn.
Yeah, unfortunately he fell off there. He kind of slipped, I think. His back foot slipped. Still plenty of time to go for him, for Ryan. So he's paddling back out.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time on the clock. Deciding to wear the helmet out there, which is a smart decision because as this tide is draining through the day, those rocks are becoming more and more exposed.
Yeah, there's rocks. We've seen a couple of them coming out to say hi.
Have you ever had a collision with one of these? Well, we'll get back to that in just a moment. But we know that we've got Chris Cote ready to go down on the beach with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, Team Logan. Congratulations. This is your first time competing in the ISA. What are your thoughts so far on what you've seen and experienced?
Yeah, wow, this event is incredible. I watched it the last couple of years, just missed the cut of getting to compete here, so it's super cool to get the opportunity to compete here, and it's exactly how I expected it to be. It's so cool, and yeah, it's super sick with everyone, all the teams, and the support behind every surfer. It's super sick, yeah.
And Team Switzerland's doing great today. You already got a couple of heat wins in the books. Tell me about the team that you guys have here in Peru.
Yeah, the team is super cool. I'm new to the team, so I'm kind of like learning how everything works. But yeah, the boys are super cool, teaching me. Yeah, and I don't think we've lost a heat today. So yeah, we made a couple sick heats. So yeah, all the boys are going through to tomorrow.
Heck yeah, that's exactly how you want it. Now, I know you got a lot of friends and family watching you from all over the world, South Africa, Switzerland, everywhere you've probably been. Why don't you say some words to the friends and fans back home?
Yeah, I just want to shout out the boys back home. I know they're watching. My dad just got a phone call. Matthew and Gregan, my brother. Yeah, shout out you boys. And shout out to my mom. Love you, Mom.
Got to give love to moms. Congrats, bro. Good luck.
Great to hear from Logan. Exciting for him to be included into a new team and find out all the dynamics of what a team support system looks like at a contest.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. Team Swiss is really lucky to have him because, wow, he's really powerful.
Yeah, I'm curious to know, obviously we didn't get to see him last year, what his progression has looked like in his own personal surfing from not making the cut last year to then putting in the extra effort in training to be ready to try and make the team again, having watched this event and knowing that he wanted to be here competing. As we take a look now at Ryan Parkinson, great tail slide to start for the opening turn, sets it up for the second, attacks it, absolutely, but can't hold on to the finish. Paul Fabre now up and riding for France, and he's got a decent size set up in front of him. Nice hook to start things off with. Big wide carve as he sets off the bottom once again. This wave's going to start to steepen up and give him a great pocket to work with coming through to the inside section. Really one of those waves that offers a lot of potential to it as we see a great closeout section, and he times it perfectly for the finish.
Really patient surfer, White. Not hesitating, not getting too antsy in that wave, just waiting for the section for him, and he does it really well.
This is his first time competing for the ISA, event here for the World Junior Championships, which is really impressive. 16 years old for Paul. For Team France, it's such a challenging team to qualify for. So imagine that, similar to Logan, would have had some years trying to qualify for the team, hoping to get the call up for the World Junior Championships, just not quite getting there. And with surfing like this, it's no surprise that he's made the team this year.
Here's a replay of green. Nice first turn. Second good turn, spicing things up a little bit there.
And this last wave from Paul, waiting for the scores to drop now.
Wow, that's a really nice wave. Good looking wave. Bigger wave. He's just waiting patiently for that critical zone of the wave. Going back to the power source. Waiting patiently. And this last turn is a money turn. Good surfing by White, the Frenchman.
Yeah, got a lot of good work done, and you could tell from takeoff that wave was going to have some true quality to it. That first turn for Ryan looked amazing.
Yeah, beautiful surfing by Ryan. Unfortunately, he falls off on that second turn, but he's definitely going for it.
Yeah, he's charging, 14 years old, from Isabela in Puerto Rico. His family, though, after, you know, being born in Puerto Rico, moved to the mountains in Utah, so likely spending a whole lot of time snowboarding. He says he loves hunting and skiing specifically. They've moved back a few years ago, about 3.5 years ago, to Puerto Rico, and that's where he picked up a surfboard for the first time, just at the age of 11, and has fallen in love with the ocean, with the waves, and the people that have helped him so far in his journey. And I mean, it's all paid off in a very short amount of time.
Wow, so he's just been surfing for 3.5 years?
Yep.
He's so good.
He's so good.
Wow.
Incredibly impressive from the 14-year-old. Now, it's a small score on the board for him right now, but it's not reflective of what he's capable of, just that 3.23. Although that came from that first turn. You know, if he gets a second one, he's looking at a 5 to 6 point ride. As we take a look now at Paul up and riding once again, and great looking execution. His first score comes through as a 4.97 for that last Sidesy set. Has him sitting at third place position at the moment, sitting on the second highest score of the heat so far, as the Tahitian has dropped in a 5.5 on the board. So at the moment, current situation, Kai Stubbs is sitting in the lead, the South African, with a 4.17 and a 4.03. And as I say that, another score drops in for Paul out of France. That's going to jump him up into the lead with a 3.4 to back. So currently France in first, South Africa in second, Tahiti down into third, though he's sitting on the highest wave of the heat so far.
That's what I was going to say. He has a 5.5, so things are really tight in this heat. Everybody's surfing good, everybody has good waves, and it's totally open.
Yeah, that 5.50 has Henroy sitting in a really decent position, actually. Probably the better position of the entire heat, because he's also holding on to priority. There is still 8 minutes on the clock, so there's lots of time to wait out wave selection to get another decent score.
Yes, for sure. He just has one wave, so he's going to wait for that second wave patiently. He knows there's good waves out there.
Having a look now, our heat leader, Paul Fabre, out of France, sets himself up with that first turn, links it around for the second. This wave has a little pocket for it on the inside. It's a smaller size wave, but it's got some good shape as he goes in for that finishing maneuver. Looking to build on a 3.4 to improve his score line.
I think he might go higher than that. Let's see what the judges think. That was a nice wave. He got a little bit stuck in a couple moves, but still he surfed it really well. I think it's going to be more than a 3.4.
What are some adjustments that surfers can make when they are getting stuck, you know, coming through turns or trying to generate some speed?
Here's a replay of that wave. See, he kind of get a little bit stuck there. Just like foot movement sometimes. Sometimes your foot is not in the right place. And just timing. I think timing is the most important thing. Usually you get stuck when your timing is not totally right.
Timing being such an important factor of surfing, no matter what wave you're surfing on. Kai Stubbs, just a quick in and out for that one. And a well-placed turn, as far as timing goes, can be the difference between it being a 3-point turn and a 6-point turn.
Exactly. If you time your move, your maneuver right, you usually get so much water out. It's like precision. I think precision is power. You know?
Yeah, I love that. And the evidence of the timing for a good top turn specifically would be a lot of spray throwing off that board.
Exactly.
Taking a look here from Kai. He's just staying really active. Missed times that backhand attack. And he'll just have a swim for a moment, staying as active as he can. Just trying to pick things off under priority from the rest of the field.
With 5 minutes and a half to go, we have the Frenchman, Paul Fabre, in the first place. Second place is Kai Stubbs from South Africa. Third is Red, needing a 2.7, but he has the highest score, so he knows that. He's gonna use his priority in a wise way, I'm sure. And then fourth place is Ryan Parkinson, needing a 4.97. These heats, anything can happen in this heat still.
Yeah, everyone has a good enough first score on the board, or a leading score on the board. Even that 3.23 with the surfing we've seen from Ryan, if he drops another one, that 3.23 is a decent enough backup score at the moment to hold him in an advancing position.
So it's gonna come down to the wire.
You can see the surfers for the next heat paddling out, getting into position. They, of course, you know, we've heard the beach announcers, they're doing a phenomenal job upstairs communicating all these situations to the surfers out in the lineup, keeping those, surfers in the next heat just at a far enough distance away where the jet ski is, where the buoy is there, to make sure they don't come into question at all in the lineup with the current heats going on. There's also a couple caddies that we've been seeing in most heats throughout competition this week, because the paddle is so far and it's so challenging to get it in and out quickly with the rocks, that if a surfer were to break a board, even just snap a leash, or the leash tie comes untied. How often does that happen in surfing, you know, where it's a silly mistake like that and the board is gone and the surfer's paddling for, you know, swimming for ages just to try and get it.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really good that they have caddies.
So that means the surfers will be able to just swim to that caddy, grab their, you know, their backup board already out in the lineup for them, and it could save them, honestly, you know, 5 to 10 minutes in a heat. As we take a look now, Kai Stubbs with a great looking backhand attack. This is what we've been waiting for from the young South African. Opens it up with some great extension on the second. Goes a little too big maybe on that finishing turn.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing by Kai Stubbs. That first turn was really drawn and changing direction. I really like that. Second turn was good too, but unfortunately that last turn, he falls off in that last turn, and that's gonna, you know, that's gonna take some points out of that wave, but still great surfing from Color Green.
So a score to drop. He's sitting on a couple fours. He's completely been the most active surfer in the heat right now. Taking off on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be his 7th wave that he's had a look at. Those 2 fours came from his first 2, and then a whole bunch of throwaways. And then this young surfer, Tao Rai, out of Tahiti, he's been really patient. He started out with that 5.5, and the patience is playing off with an excellent execution on this wave. Really smooth line that he's drawing all the way through, showcasing a lot of maturity for the 12-year-old surfer, and just flaring as he comes in for the finish, looking for a 2.70 to take away the advancing position, but he's looking at the lead with that wave.
Impressive. I can't believe he's 12.
Yeah, neither can I.
He's surfing on his mind just to be able to wait all this time for that second score. And he picked that wave really well. It was a great wave. It had a lot of opportunity. He surfed it perfectly. So, great job.
Very, very impressive from the Tahitian. There you can see Team France holding up, you know, a little symbol to Paul, trying to communicate what they want him doing out in the lineup. Now the last score of Kai drops in. He jumps into the lead for the moment with a 4.83. It makes the requirement a 3.04 now for the Tahitian to take the advancing position. With surfing like we just saw, he's certainly going to be moving forward, and it's going to be Paul that's in a knockout spot. Paul is going to be needing to chase a score now to get himself an advancing position for Team France, which is a shocking position, I'm sure, for them to find themselves in this early in the draw, because France has, you know, had so many ISA victories over the years. They're such a standout team every time they arrive, and now they're about to find themselves with a big question mark.
Yes, exactly. This hit comes down to the wire. I'm sure that the Tahitian's going to go to first after that wave. I really like that wave.
Yeah.
So that puts Paul to the 3rd place in these last seconds of the hit.
And then the young Ryan Parkinson out of Puerto Rico, he's also had some great foundations to his surfing. He's having a look at this one with a late takeoff. That was impressive that he got himself in position, but he's very far behind the section and won't make it back out into the open face. That's going to be a throwaway, but a well-surfed effort from the young Puerto Rican, you know, slightly newer to surfing in the conversation of many in the draw that started surfing as about two-year-old kids, with so many moms and dads and parents that have gotten these little groms into the lineup when they were just, you know, babies basically. But now the score has finally dropped for the 12-year-old Tahitian. We knew it was going to be decent. It's a 5.77. It takes him straight into the lead. And like you said, Sophia, the maturity that he holds on to, not just in his surfing, but his patient game as a competitor, to wait it out and only catch 2 waves and they got him the win, impressive.
That was a really, really good hit for him. He was super effective. He just got 2 waves, best waves of the hit, and he just won it like that.
Yeah. It's a simple plan, and he executed it perfectly as we just get to watch this final wave. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we're going to hear from the young Tahitian, and I cannot wait to hear what he has to say.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
And we're back with more action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, located in Peru this week at Punta Rocas, a world-class wave with a world-class high-performance center right here on the beach. As we take a look at the Argentinian, Tahil Sosa, up and riding for his opening wave. This is getting a little sleepy here. He's just gonna patiently wait it out as it stands up on the inside. Gives him that opportunity to connect together a couple more maneuvers, wipe the water from his eyes. Straight off the buzzer, he was able to find this wave, goes for a big closeout finish, and just gets bounced off. That would have been a challenging one to land for anyone. As we take a look now at Luca Bidge from Team Netherlands. Out in the water, quick in and out for him. Juan Lopez has just dropped in a 2.33 for Ecuador for his opening ride. And in the lineup as well, Bastian Arevalo for Peru starts out with 0.5 on the board. And we do have one local in the lineup with the opportunity to make himself known even more here for the Peruvian contingency.
Yes, I've seen Bastian surf many times. He's such a good surfer. Here he comes in that replay. Takes off in this beautiful wave. Wow, offers him a really nice section. He goes for it. Throws lots of water in that first turn. Trying to look for that second turn. Wow, that second turn was beautiful. Releases so much water. He knows he needs to finish well this wave to get a really good score. All right, yeah, Bastian. All right, that was beautiful surfing for the Peruvian.
Kicks it off with a 6-point ride. That's a great way to
start. Yeah, that's the best that can happen, honestly, being a competitor. To have a good start, it gives you so much confidence. It sets you up for the whole heat. So now he just needs to be patient and get that second good wave for his backup.
That's right. Sosa had that nice outside section and then found this to reform on the inside.
Yeah, this is a beautiful wave also by Blue. Trying to find that critical section. He sees it, because if not, he would have kicked out. So he finds it, but unfortunately he falls off on that last turn. Still a really good try for him. He's a great surfer from Argentina.
Scores dropping in a 3.5 for the opener of Sosa. Lopez sitting with a 2.33 for his first. And Bidge from Netherlands sitting with that 0.5 on the board. So small requirements to change things around. There's still 15 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. A lot will change by the time that buzzer sounds. And it's been a great venue to run an event this week because it's just so consistent. There's been so many waves ridden throughout competition this week, and there are so many more to be ridden. Well, that last heat was an incredible performance. Stealthy from the Tahitian walks away with just 2 waves on the board, and they're enough to take him to the win. He's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Team Taurai. That was an amazing heat. Only took you 2 waves to get the win. You're the youngest surfer out there, but you smashed them.
Thank you so much. Super happy to win this heat. Just want to thank all the team for supporting me, and my dad, my mom, my brother.
Where'd you learn how to surf like that?
In home in Tahiti. Yeah.
I read your bio. It says you like to do all things out in the ocean, paddle, fishing. You do it all. So you're obviously very comfortable. This is a pretty powerful wave. You're not scared out there at all, are you?
No, I love this wave, so especially when there's like only 4 guys out. It's so fun. Yeah.
Right on. Do you want to say something to your friends and family back home watching?
Yeah. Merci à tous de me regarder. C'est pour vous ça et merci. Hein. On continue. Tahiti moi.
Thanks, buddy. Good luck.
Wow, I mean, way to get things done, you know? A man, a few words, and getting the job done out in the water, letting his surfing speak for itself.
I love that kid. He just has such a calm personality.
Yeah, totally.
And just such a cool kid. Amazing surfer. I'm sure he's going to do more amazing work through this contest.
That's right. Man, Tahiti is growing some incredible surfers for the next generation. You know, we know the greats before. We know the Olympic gold medalist Kali Vast of that current generation, Vahine Fierro, who's just, you know, turning the world upside down with her surfing. And now to see this Grom pack that's coming up, the talent continuing for many years to come, we're going to see some world champions in the mix very shortly from that contingency. As we take a look now at Luca, with a little carve to start things off, disappears in the foam, reappears in order to continue looking for this wave to start standing up, looking for that critical section if it's going to offer him something. A lot of those transitional cutbacks just to make it through the soft section.
Yeah, that wave didn't offer much. It was not really a good quality wave, but he still surfed it really well.
Drops the 2.27. It met his requirements now in the 2s instead of the 4s, so that's nice. We've got that 6 on the board for Bastien. And we've got surfers running down the steps here. The steps to the sand, to the rocks, to the water. So a few elements they're dealing with. As we take a look now at Juan Lopez, goes in for a quick re-entry and no-fall.
Yeah, unfortunately he falls off. He had a really good projection into that turn, but unfortunately he falls.
Tahil
wow.
Throwing the tail out on that last turn, wanting to open up his account with some explosive surfing. He's already got that 3.5 on the board, a 1.03 as well now. And he's got plenty of time still to reset out in the lineup.
12 minutes remaining in this heat.
And we've just, I've just received the news on the girls' side. So we've got the under-18 girls main round 2 is competing on the second podium today. That in heat number 16, unfortunately, Ziggy McKenzie from Australia sounds like she has pulled herself out of competition due to an injury, which is shocking because she is the reigning world champion from last year in the under 16s, now surfing up a division to the under 18s. And Ziggy Aloha, unfortunately, it sounds like will not be competing. And that's such a shame because, man, you know, we got to see a lot of girls action on that opening day of competition, and she was looking so sharp. It's been really exciting to be able to track with what's happening in their surfing on that second podium throughout yesterday and today as well. And we just really hope that she is all right and, you know, her surfing won't be too affected for too long.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I hope she's okay and wish her a quick recovery.
We're going to have a lot of surfing to get through over the next, you know, few days of competition. We're in day 4 currently, and our finishing day will be Sunday. It's currently Tuesday here in Peru. So we've got a few more days to get through, and we'll be rotating the different divisions between our main podium here at Punta Rocas and our second podium at El Bosque, which is right around the corner. You know, for everyone that's here on the ground, for the teams supporting, for the surfers, a lot of surfers that are actually competing between the two divisions will be surfing multiple times today, potentially, and if they're continuing to make it through the rounds in the under 16s and the under 18s, they could be surfing, you know, 4 or 5 times by the end in a day by the end of competition if they're advancing through. They've got really easy access between the two breaks, which is awesome for these surfers to, you know, no one has to jump in a car to drive anywhere different. They're able to just run back and forth between the two.
Yeah, that's great. That's great for them, and they're ready for it. They've been training for months for this contest. They have so much energy, so much passion for what they're doing. So here comes Bastian looking at this one.
Surfer in green has first priority. Blue had 4th priority with that, and he's going to have to kick out. As we now take a look at Bastian driving through a very dynamic opening turn. Sets it up for the second. Now looking on the inside section here. It's a small wave, and it's going to have a little corner for him to continue to work with. Looking for that finishing punch, and he's going to back up that 6-point ride well.
Wow, that was a really nice last turn too. It was really like spicing it up. His surfing, you know, he hit it really hard, and that first turn was beautiful. It was like this huge hack throwing lots of water. Beautiful torque on that first turn for Bastian.
Tahil now up and riding into that first turn, looking really nice. Second turn throws a little spray off the back as he's just waiting for this now to link up on the inside section. Adding a bit of variety even so with each of those turns along the lines, and a great finish.
Great surfing by the Argentinian Tahil Sosa, throwing really good turns in the right timing of the wave, finishing well, throwing water. He's a powerful surfer. He's passionate too. He wants it. They all want it.
They all want it. He's 15 years old from Buenos Aires, and this is his very first ISA event for Team Argentina. An excellent selection for the team with the type of surfing that he just displayed. Of course, this heat is feeling kind of close at the moment. Bastian with that 6th, though he does have a second score to drop now. We're going to start to see that dividing factor come into play as we're down to 8 minutes. We'll see Bastian with a more significant lead over the field, and we'll see Tahil put himself into that conversation as well.
Some waves at the back.
Yeah, nice looking set approaching.
Priority number 1 is with white, Juan Lopez from Ecuador. This is the replay for Bastian. Look at this first turn, how he unleashes his power. Wow, that was amazing. So much commitment in that first turn. And this last turn too that he pulls right now, right here, is gonna be a beautiful turn, this one. Beautiful surfing by Bastian. Great backup wave.
Great back. I mean, it nearly equals his leading, actually. It's a 5.83 for last of Bastian, and now Luca is chasing a big score, a 6.50 to get himself into that advancing position. He'll fall on that last turn, and Juan Lopez now with the opportunity as well. Decent sized wave. It's got some great shape to it. It's got some speed in the wave as well, and he's just matching it perfectly so far. Chasing down a 6.44 to take the advancing position. This will help him chip away and add in a better score than those 2s he started off with. Really nice as he comes through to the inside section, looking for something to finish with, decides to get out of that and you know, got the work done along the way. Can see the Argentinians down there feeling you know, a little bit nervous with the current situation. He's got a couple of 2s on the board at the moment with a score to drop. Bastien, our leader, is currently up and riding. He's only taken off, well, aside from this wave where he just pushes that tail a little too far, he only had 2 waves, and they're essentially both 6s with a 6 and a 5.83 on the board.
Yeah, exactly. I think he already knows he has a 6 and a 5.83. So he wants to improve on that. And to improve on that, he has to go a little bit harder in each turn. As you can see in that last wave, he went harder. He unfortunately didn't pull it, but good for him that he's trying harder on those turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tahil Sosa can, you know, let his team breathe now for Argentina. A 5.27 has dropped in for his last wave, and that sets him up in 2nd position. Also, maybe more importantly, it's put a big requirement and ask on Juan and Luca in 3rd and 4th into that 6-point range.
Yes, for sure.
Argentinians now knowing that they've got a surfer in advancing position. However, that 3.5 would maybe, you know, still have a little bit of nerves holding on, wanting to improve the backup score to really close the door for advancement. As we take a look at Luca, who's got everything it takes to be pulling out some huge maneuvers here. Goes in for that little layback drive as he sets up through the inside section. And just driving around, I like the variety he added into that wave.
Nice wave by Luca from the Netherlands.
Chasing down a 6.50 to get himself that advancing position. It's also his very first time competing in this event, 16 years old. We got quite a few brand new surfers. It usually happens in the under 16s, of course, as it's, you know, the younger generation coming in. But sometimes it's some of those surfers that have tried, you know, they've been just working on their surfing back at home, working with different coaches, surfing when they're board riders, all that sort of stuff, to become good enough to make the qualification and finally get their foot in the door.
For sure. Making it the team of your country is not easy. I'm sure you have to go through a lot of contests. You have to have results to make it.
Yeah, and it's not even just, you know, that maybe that single national championship or the results from that season that you're having to work really hard for, but it's a lifetime, you know. It's from that first moment of picking up a surfboard and where that intention comes within surfing, whether it's just surfing for fun, for getting in the water, for you know, enjoying nature, making some new friends, or kind of clicking and realizing, you know, it's something that a surfer's interested in. Maybe they have that competitive spirit as well, and it's something they could really find a knack for. When you were young and you started surfing, Sophia, when was it that you started to click that you wanted to be a competitor specifically?
I think when I went to Hawaii, I really... Oh, here comes green.
All right, so Bastien from Peru, heat leader, drawing a beautiful line to start off with into that second wrap as well. Just linking all of these turns together with such a perfect arc through this entire wave. A couple of decent scores on the board so far. So it was Hawaii that really kind of turned that around for you?
Yes, when I went to Hawaii for the first time, I just loved everything about being in Hawaii and looking at the best surfers in the world, surfing, competing, and I knew I wanted to do the same.
How old were you then?
I was around 15.
Okay.
Yeah, I was supposed to go for just 2 weeks, and I ended up staying like 2 months.
Oh, really? Did you already have friends there? Were you couch surfing a bit?
Yeah, I was a little bit couch surfing. I'm like good friends with the Seed family, Ezra Seed, so I stayed there. They let me stay there, so it was great for me.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's a great opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, what it turned into, you know, as a lifelong surfer for you with so many incredible accolades of world titles and the Olympic experience as well. That trip, that decision, I feel like, to stay more than just the 2 weeks was a good one.
Yes, it was.
There's that trend going around on like Instagram and everything right now that's like point of view, this one thing happens in your life and it's important that you take it and run with it. I feel like for you, it's like it was important that you went to that trip and then decided to stay on.
Exactly. Kind of shapes your path, right?
Yeah, exactly. For me, I moved to J-Bay when I was 21 and I was supposed to go for 6 months and I stayed for a year and a half before I ever went home again. And
that's a good place to stay for 1 year and a half.
It was a very good place. Well, I ended up 7 years in total. As we take a look now at Bastien, hooking it up into the lip. This guy is on fire. His surfing is so sharp. He's absolutely going to be one to keep an eye on through the rest of competition. A local from here in the area representing Peru loves surfing here at Punta Rocas, and you can tell the amount of time he has spent at this wave.
Wow, Bastian, that first turn, that's the money turn. That's he in that turn. Wow, that was amazing surfing, Bastian. I felt like, you know, he felt really confident in that first turn. Looked so good, so powerful, throwing so much water. Look at this. Really good bottom turn, and look at this turn, how much water he throws. Such a good turn for the Peruvian.
It's
gonna be interesting to see how much they score, the judges, for that wave, because that first turn, pretty much he didn't need to do anything else apart from that.
Yeah, that first turn alone is the score, and then the fact that he added to it will be interesting to see where they go with it. A minute remaining on the clock, and it's currently Bastian Arevalo for Team Peru sitting in the lead, 15 years old. He's already a 2-time South American champion, and I feel like that's such a good building block. I mean, that's an incredible, you know, couple results in itself, but that building block to be a regional champion like that for South America, now to have his sights set on having achieved that 2 times into turning into a world champion is a great pathway.
For sure, that's the next step.
It's the next step. 20 seconds, on the clock. Scores are in a 6.23 for that last one.
Yeah, that's his best score. And you can see, you know, they are looking for quality, not quantity. They want these kids to risk, to show what they can do without hesitation, without doubting. You know, if the critical section comes to you, you have to hit it as hard as you can. Throw water, show control, show commitment, show risk, and you're going to get scores, really good scores. Like Bastian, he pretty much got a 6.23 for just one huge move at the back.
Yeah, very consistent surfing throughout the entire heat as well. You know, dropping a 4.13 and a 5.83, that one will just kind of almost not count from that quick in and out early on. So great surfing across that entire heat for the Peruvian. Tahil Sosa from Argentina, he holds on to that second place position with the 5.27 and the 3.5. And then unfortunately, Luca from the Netherlands and Juan from Ecuador just, you know, had a couple of opportunities but couldn't quite get there with their surfing in this heat. We're going to see much more of them in the future, but for now, they'll be supporting their team from the land for the rest of this event. And it's going to be Bastian Arevalo out of Peru that we'll be keeping a close eye on towards finals day. More action to come when we return.
It's round 2 of the boys U16 out there at the moment. Heat number 13. Mitchell Salazar here with the awesome Rachel Tilley for the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Paloma Stratton, Raito Sato, Oinats Ortega, and Roberto Camblor, the 4 surfers out there in the water right now. Paloma from Puerto Escondido, Raito Sato representing Japan, Ortega from Spain, and the surfer out of Uruguay, Roberto Camblor. He's in the White Ridge, place that I know you've Get very anxious to visit, get food, some fun waves, nothing crazy, but for them, good opportunity to get some real quality waves right here in El Peru.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of great surfing coming out of Uruguay, especially in the longboard side as well. One of the ISA athlete commissions as well, commissioners coming out of Uruguay, Nacho Pignatario.
The great Ignacio Pignataro. And of course you have Julian Schweizer, who's been at the forefront of longboarding in Uruguay for a number of years. That's pretty cool. Bastian Arevalo coming in, getting the celebration with his team. Here's Stratton now. Father is from Hawaii, mom from Puerto Escondido, and Calama surfs Cicatala pretty much every single day. And that is a banger to start for young Calama Stratton out of Mexico. 16:45 on the clock. Already had a 2:17, a quick one for him before that, Rachel. This should be a strong score for the kid out of the state of Oaxaca.
I love it when heats start this way. So he is under priority of all of those other surfers, deeper than them. So this is his wave to pick. Whacks it at the start. Really nice looking wave. And then comes unstuck. And then this is where him paddling back out, he would have been able to find this other opportunity. So this is where that last score that we saw finish off will come from. Nice opening start. Brings it back and then finishes it off nice and strong. Mitch, I love starting heats out off that way. You know, a little bit unfortunate to start with a fall, but then to go bang right away from out from under everyone else.
Here's Sato now. Deep bottom turn. Love the way he was able to momentarily touch the rail right there on the backhand bottom turn into the lip. I was about to say well done, but unfortunately incomplete for Raito Sato. 15:30 on the clock. Big heat win for Bastian Arevalo once again. He is downstairs with Chris.
Yeah, thanks, team. Bastian, way to go out there. When you have a team member who wins a heat before you, does that fire you up or does it make you feel a little bit of pressure?
Yes, a couple hits before mine was Paul, and he, in the last minute, got a 6 and passed in first. I also passed in first position. All the team is very solid. We are all advancing through to third round. In the afternoon, we will have our last team member of the U16, Luca Chipoco, and hopefully we all make it through and keep the ball rolling.
You said you live in Lima, but you spend your summers down here on the beach. What's it like here in this summer? What's the surf scene down here in this area?
Usually I surf in here. There are lots of my friends, family, and all the other locals. It's my favorite beach, and it's pretty fun. Lots of rides left and very constant.
Now you have a huge squad waiting for you on the top of the bluff. Tell me a little bit about the cheer that you guys are doing after one of your team members wins.
This event we invented a new cheer because the other events we do a different one, and we have a huge support crew and a good team, and let's keep on for the next hits.
Keep it rolling. You got a message for your friends and family watching from home?
Gracias a todos los que están viendo. Se siente su apoyo y feliz haber ya pasado a ronda 3 con todo cuando me toque.
Right on. Good luck for the next couple rounds, Bastian.
I don't know about you, Rachel, but there's something about a good haircut that also makes you surf better. Bastian definitely has that going on as well. Meanwhile, during the interview, Stratton once again, he improves his backup, replaces a 2.17 with a 3.77 right here.
Yeah, getting a little bit bogged on that first turn didn't stop him from finding that recovery for those last 2 turns. Unfortunately, though, with that mistake happening on the first turn, that's going to keep that score on that lower end of the scale.
3.77 though, not a bad way to back up the mid-5 that he had before that. Been busy, 3 waves in the first 7 minutes. Gotta like what you're seeing out there from the kid in the blue. Ortega, both Ortega and Camblora actually haven't really got much going on. But the Spaniard out there in the green, and the Uruguayan who, speaking of him, he's up. Needs at least a 3.34 for second. We talked about them coming from a lot of beach breaks that don't necessarily have a ton of point breaks to rely on. Although on the right day, right swell direction, every now and then a couple of those jetties that they have do turn on like that. Ortega now, the Spaniard. Cool, casual. Things very relaxed, a lot of flow. This doesn't necessarily score the best. Much better right there. And a 2 for 1 in a short space. Does well to keep the flow going. And this wave just gave him chance after chance. 12 minutes on the clock right here. So it took him a while to get things going, Rach, but 8 minutes into the heat, he's going to have one that potentially competes for the best wave.
It's like he heard you on that one when you were like, nothing really of, critical nature so far. And then he went bang, bang, bang and found more opportunities through the back half of that wave. And I thought the wave was already over. So they were all bonus sections from when we were watching it live. Still plenty of time, really crucial. That green and white have gotten now scores on the board. We're still waiting for those to drop, but that's still plenty of time. As you can see, white paddling really hard, seeing if he can overtake. I think that looks like blue back out there. So this is a paddle battle that we have on our hands right now. The judges, priority judge, watching this similar angle to us. However, they have their own angles to see who they award, getting out to the back
and
first.
They already gave second priority to blue, so nice effort there from the surfer in white. Got to make things interesting at least. And
I love that he went for it.
If it's close too, I mean, you never stop paddling until you either hear the beach announcer or you look in and you see your color up there. But word of advice to everybody, priority at this stage of the event does matter, especially when we consider how many programs worldwide now integrate priority into a lot of their amateur events, Rach. I know you yourself, a lot of the high school events, those are usually a couple tents on the beach, nothing crazy. You don't really start using priority up until you're in the later stages of high school. But the Spaniards especially, they've really benefited off of things like that.
Yeah, taking a look at this score, still waiting to drop, him opening up his account. So this is about where you said, okay, a nice few carves. We'd love to see him start to get a little bit more radical. And he went, okay, Mitch, here you go. Bang. And then this one continues to stand up. Love that float climb there. And wraps it back around. One more turn in that steeper section, maximizing that. Really crucial for the score that these surfers are connecting into that inside where it really stands up.
Yeah, and like the Backstreet Boys, baby, bye, bye, bye. That was actually not that bye, 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 but still pretty good. You get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying.
5 points for this one, Rach. So the Spaniard out there in second with just the strength of one score. I was rolling by the rock right there. And, when you look at the context of a lot of the heat so far, the first 12 of this round, 10, 11 points, it seems like it's doing the job. So he's halfway there with the 5-point ride at the moment.
Yeah, if we're hitting 10 minutes and I don't have either the highest single wave score or the second highest single wave score, or one that's right next to it, like this 5 and 5, 6, 7, I feel like I'm behind the ball. And I'm still thinking, okay, I need 2 completely new waves. I'm not thinking about that requirement. See, there's small requirements for red and white, but that is without significant backup scores for red and green. So at this point, I'm still going, okay, how can I break up these last 8 minutes to get 2 new rides, get at least into those 5s, so then it's a competition between our backup scores.
I got a question for you. 8 minutes on the clock, Stratton in the lead in blue, Ortega in second with the 5, Sato and Camblor not needing a whole lot. Preheat music at this event. You've had multiple ISA events as a competitor. You've obviously become a world champion on the WSL side multiple times too. On a day like today, you need something to really hype yourself up, or you want something a little bit more relaxing?
It depends how I'm feeling.
Oh, so not just based on how the waves are,
No.
also how you're feeling too.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't like music at all. Like for this last WSL World title, I didn't listen to any music at Sunzal. But for my ISA gold medal, also at Sunzal this year, I was listening to Billie Eilish a lot.
Well, you went way overboard right there. Ocean Eyes.
Overboard.
Yeah.
Okay, Ocean Eyes.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's a calm song.
yeah, that song I feel represents how Sunzal should be surfed perfectly. And I swear to you, I would listen to it about 3 times before each heat and visualize before I'd paddle out, because it just has a nice freedom to it. So I think in whatever I'm feeling, if I'm feeling like I need to be relaxed and get in the zone, I listen to something calmer. If I'm feeling like maybe a little bit nervous and want to like kind of loosen up and have fun, I listen to something more upbeat. So I'm kind of someone who goes off based on what I'm feeling in that moment for that heat.
So take it from Rachel Tilley. Billie Eilish works.
It does.
Roberto Camblor now, the 217 on his opener. He's needing something better than that.
No.
Nice attempt. Went for the tail slide, pushed a bit too hard. The wave was pretty flat, but once again, kid, you can just tell that he really wants it. Had the paddle battle with Kalama Stratton a few minutes ago, and now really you can see the sense of urgency with the paddle to get back out. 6:30 though, and as we have known for a number of years, the Japanese surfers tend to be very disciplined, and you wouldn't be surprised if Sato waits much longer to catch another ride. There was Ortega, and that was his chance underneath everybody else's both positioning and priority to catch that wave. And an unforced error right here, Rach, with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was a real opportunity to go into these last 5 minutes of the heat sitting in that top position and locking that top position. And, you know, when I'm talking about strategy, I'm always breaking down how can I have as much control as possible. And this is what Sato is trying to ignite now.
So he's going to go onto the open face, wrap it back all the way. Decides to go for the first wave of the set. And so far, it's been a sleepy one, and he recognized that. So waited for a number of minutes to be able to catch that wave, and it let him down big time. Fortunately for him, though, at the moment, only needs a 2.55, but, I mean, to put it into context, though, even if he did get that score, Ortega has less than a 1 as his backup.
Exactly. And it's not even the score, it's a 2.23. Judges being really crucial of what they're looking for.
Well, this one much better. You can already see the energy much higher up. And he was on his way to a radical score, and you can see right there the expression on his face. Not satisfied with that. 2.23 on his previous one. And there's the rest of the team. Always have some great uniforms.
Yeah, I personally think they're the best dressed. I know
Really?
we have a kind of a internal competition going on of who do we think is best dressed, and Uruguay also a well-dressed team. Well surfed, let's see.
Well, definitely well surfed so far. Camblor much better. And once again, it's just the finishes. You can see right there his reaction. He knew that was his chance. I think we need to like not even talk when they're surfing, to not even jinx them anymore. And I feel you, kid. He was on his way to a number. Instead of a 5, it's a 2.83. There's the Mexican team. Supporting the heat leader, who has been in the lead the majority of the heat too. Young Kalama Stratton. I might be biased too, but they also have great uniforms. Of course,
Well,
the colors are great.
speaking of back to that great uniform conversation, as we were talking about Team Japan, that last score for Sato was enough to change up the situation.
Although Ortega has something to say about that. Long drawn out roundhouse. Once again, surfing for a 173 or better. Bit of variation right there. More of a John Florence type layback right there with the arms behind his back. And throws the tail around. That was cool, creative as well. He's gonna kick out with authority, 2 minutes 50. So since Stratton got his backup of the 377, he has not been able to find another wave. He has been holding on to priority for a long time. And there it is, Rach, 3.6 for the Spaniard, back up into second. Sato down to third, needing something in the low fives. And now the Uruguayan, Camblor, he is needing a 5.77. And another thing too, I know it's only day 4, but talking about team medals, expectations for Team Japan are always high. This would not be good for their overall ranking if they lose one right here in round 2.
But an opportunity might be on his way.
Good eye. Sato, Stratton was out of position for this. Just a bit wider. A great start. Deep bottom turn once again. Pretty flat. Needs this wave to stand up much better. So good pace, 5.2. There's 2 waves to compare to so far in this heat for his requirement, a minute 45. Gotta put you on the spot once again, Rach. It's pretty close if you ask me, but there are waves. First turn was pretty impactful. I know the second one a bit flatter. Based off of what the section was like at the end, couldn't have done a whole lot more right there.
No, he couldn't have done a whole lot more. So, I mean, not too much against his surfing. Did that wave really give that opportunity to get that 5.2? Love the way he read it throughout its entirety. He linked all his maneuvers together. You know, I agree with you. It's going to be on the line. Let's take another look at this. On his backhand, love that deep bottom turn. First opening turn, lots of spray indicating how explosive that turn was. A little bit of a variety maneuver, going a bit wider, bringing it back around. I wish that he wasn't a little bit late to that final turn. So I'm thinking it might come. I don't know. But talking about, this is why it's so important as we're talking about strategy to try and get that 5 conversation before those 10 minutes, because then we'd be talking about him needing a 3 something and he would have gotten it for sure, you know. And so trying to win that opening exchange in those first 10 minutes really plays out to what you're looking for in these last literal 15 seconds.
And he is waving his hands, trying to get some information out of the beach announcers, but they are also waiting for the scores too. I don't know if this wave is going to break in time before the buzzer sounds. Hands need to leave the rail, and this wave will not count for the surfer in white Camblor. So just a bit too late for the surfer from Uruguay. Got to give props to him, though, for at least trying. So it'll all come down to this last wave of Sato. And it comes through just under.
Wow.
And a major upset for Team Japan. Raito Sato is out. He got a 5.2, got a 5.1. The Spaniard Ortega and the Mexican Stratton, they're on through into round 3. A major moment in the event so far right here in the boys U16 main round 2, heat number 13. Heat 14 coming up right after the break from Punta Rocas.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip during tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come break.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Back in Punta Rocas, Peru for heat number 14 of boys U16 round 2. It has been a fun week so far. It's day 4 competition. We started the event on Saturday. Opening ceremony was on Friday afternoon here at the Peruvian High Performance Center. Mitchell Salazar here with the multi-time world longboard champion Rachel Tilley. Also, a great ambassador for surfing. Welcome back, Rachel.
Thank you for saying that. Wow.
You know, I'm just throwing compliments, you know.
Well, I'm
throughout
honored to be
entirety
in the
of it.
booth with you too, Mitch. We've had a long career together, either whether it's commentating together or surfing, commentating, interviewing, lots of fun moments throughout our careers. And
I'm glad that you caught it. I was fishing for a little bit
yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah, there you go.
We have a fun relationship, Rachel and I, for those that are listening back home. But for everybody watching heat number 14, they know that this one's a good one. Anuar Chia from Brazil, one of the most highly touted prospects in the boys U16. Christian Stout from Barbados in the blue. Carden Jagger had a great heat yesterday representing Costa Rica. And Ruben Moy from England out there in the whites. And that's what I'm telling. Rocky Point, it's called Punta Rocas for a reason. The barnacles are scary here. Those rocks are not small either. And if you're not careful, Rachel, a couple of urchins every now and then right here on these rocks as well.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any athletes, getting cuts from those, but a really easy way to do that in Southern California. We have a lot of cobblestone beaches that at this time of the year going into winter have so many oysters on them, and that's something to always be careful of because you can slice your feet really easily.
They are sharp. Speaking of slicing things easily, Anuar Chia drops a 6.33 off of the bat.
Bang, that was a really smooth wave and smooth transition from you, Mitch. Another compliment there.
Rachel.
He sliced that wave up, and way to start his heat off. A 6.33, you want to be going that high this early to feel good.
And he's got a good start to this heat, 4 minutes into it. Speaking of a quick start, Kalama Stratton from Mexico downstairs with Chris.
Thanks, team. Kalama, you and I actually have a lot in common. We both skate. We both play Fortnite. The difference is you charge big waves and you win big heats. How was that 20 minutes out there for you?
Well, I had a game plan. I was looking at the waves. I wanted to start the heat. I started it. Wasn't a really good wave, but paddling back out, I got the good one, and I was confident in the first 15 minutes. That's what I wanted, so I wouldn't get stressed or nervous, so it felt good.
Now, coming from Playa Zicatela, you're obviously surrounded by great surfers all the time. But what was it like when you came down here and you got your first visual of the 56 countries that you're going against and all these amazing surfers?
Well, the first day I got here, I went out. There's like 50 guys out. It was really hard to catch waves, but it's just amazing to see all the countries having surfers. And this is my second ISA, and well, it's just really, really cool to be here.
And I know you got a lot of backing from people on the beach, of course, your team and friends and family back home. You want to send a message to anybody?
Yeah. Muchísimas gracias a todos ahí en Puerto Escondido y en todo México, mis patrocinadores. Muchísimas gracias. Pero también quiero dar las gracias a Dios que me da esta oportunidad y da mi talento que tengo. Y a mi familia y a mis patrocinadores. Muchas gracias a todos. Y viva México.
Yeah, viva México. What's your Fortnite name? I'll meet you on the island.
I don't even know.
All right.
Yes!
Come on, Mitch, I think he knows. I think he just didn't want to meet up with Chris.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even play Fortnite, but I feel like it would be fun to play with Chris.
I think so too. Chris is a great ping pong player too. We've been playing that.
And Chris plays Fortnite with his kids. You know how intense that gets right there?
I can imagine.
So shout out to Kalama Stratton, shout out to Brent Power and Britt Merrick over at Channel Islands too. They've been supporting a lot of these great juniors throughout the event right here in Peru. A lot of great team riders from both Channel Islands, Sharp Eye, Mayhem as well in the event. Anuar Chia out there right now from Brazil. He's got the only 2 scores of the heat so far. 6.33 and just an offer of a 0.3. 13 minutes 20 on the clock. And it seems like Anuar, he's having a look at a double up on the inside. They're staying right here, by the way, the Brazilian team at the High Performance Center. So it's probably paying off. But he's been able to surf this wave uncrowded as well. How's that turn? Delayed bottom turn for Chia, the heat leader. And I think this wave could even rival the 6.33 that he already has.
I agree.
Scary thing about this, Rachel, we haven't even seen his air game so far, which is one of the best in my opinion in the event. 12:45 on the clock. Kid is on one at the moment.
And before any of his other competitors have caught a wave, once this score drops, and I agree it's going to rival his 6.33, I think might even go above it, it's going to make those nerves of his competitors skyrocket because they're going to feel like, oh no, I've been maybe missing opportunities or not looking at this lineup correctly. There's waves coming through that have good scoring potential. Man, that is an impressive heat start for Anwar.
And shares the same manager as current WSL World Champion Yagodora, Daniel Cabrito. As you can see right here on the replay, especially one of these turns, a lot of quality in it, Rage.
What I noticed, a lot of patience in his surfing off the bottom, which timed every single turn at the top of the wave just so nicely. Look at that relaxed upper body, feeling really patient. And I think that just looks really nice, looks really composed. He doesn't look overeager, overamped, and puts a maturity to his surfing for his age.
And a lot of the surfers representing Brazil have really benefited off of the wave pools that they've been developing over the last recent years down there too. Here's Carden Jogger. Surfed well yesterday, won his heat. Real nice kid too. Cool polished style right here for the surfer representing Costa Rica. A lot of flow. Good way to kick off his campaign in this heat with 11 minutes on the clock. As he pointed out with Anuar on his previous ride, very few or very little upper body movement, I should say. Not the case for somebody much smaller like Yager right here. He needs to use every single ounce of weight that he has in his body to be able to throw as much spray. Another youngster, Christian Stout from Barbados. And the surfer out of the Caribbean doing well on this one. Keeping that board moving. Making sure he's getting back to the power source right next to the whitewater the entire time. But this wave unfortunately just hasn't stood up a whole lot for him. That doesn't mean he can't get a decent score out of it though, as seems like Moy had a quick one of a 1.4. And still waiting on multiple numbers, really 3 impactful scores when you think about it. 1 for Stout, 1 for Jogger, and of course the third wave for the surfer from Brazil in red.
Yeah, that was a great exchange. And now a series of sets are going to... Oh, he's getting beached. I did notice him when he came off of his wave. He was sitting pretty shallow. I figured that he sat on a rock. So he took that wave really far in, rocks popping up all around him.
Well, Punta Rocas literally translates to Rocky Point. So case in point right there. You come all the way in, you will be hitting at least one. And that is a kid that at the most weighs 100 pounds. So you get me out there, I probably would still be starfishing on that rock there at the moment.
Yeah, as we see that score drop for our Costa Rican Mitch.
Yeah, 4.67 for Jogger, but the impactful one in this heat, 7.33 for the heat leader Anuar Chia, his best, and he extends his lead. Meanwhile, Moy out there with a 1.4. And Christian Stout from Barbados drops a 3.43. So competitive heat for second place. 9 minutes on the clock, going to be very difficult to be able to surpass the total of the surfer out of Brazil in red. And as you had mentioned a few minutes ago, Rachel, look at this. Just wave after wave after wave. There hasn't been a single moment in the event so far, and we're talking about 4 days, where I've thought to myself, you know, in 20 minutes, these surfers aren't going to have enough chances for 4 people.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this right now.
What a competition venue we have on our hands. Absolutely. And that's what you want as a competitor. You just want to go out there and have as many chances as possible. So this is a great spot that we're holding our ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
I'm just looking at that left, and it hurts me that nobody's really attempted a left so far in this heat. All good. Maybe it's just the goofy footer in me, and
it's definitely the goofy footer in you.
You know, when we go to Sunsai, I surf on the other side of the peak because I end up going left at a right.
That's true. I'm happy to split the peak with you at Sunsai. Take all the lefts you want. I'll take your rights.
Well, that's exactly why I go left, though. Because I know that somebody wants to go right.
You know, earlier you had said, okay, a tough ask in these minutes winding down, 7.5, to rival that heat total of Anwar. But thinking back, he had that heat total within 4 minutes, actually. And so that's something that I always try and keep in mind, is that, of course, the ocean does have to cooperate by giving you those 2 opportunities. But it's not over till it's over, and even in those final minutes, you got to push as hard as you can to try and make it back out the back, turn around, get another opportunity, because so much can happen in just a few minutes in a heat.
And you saw him commit to the paddle right there. He's going to go down in the priority order, and it seems like he's also gassed, too. We're talking about 2 long waves, 2 demanding waves, both physically and mentally, for the heat leader. Of course, you know, majority of the time you're using your legs at a point break like this, but you got to be able to use your arms and your shoulders to be able to get into it, first of all. Meanwhile, Moy moved up into first priority. He's going to use it 1.4 in his opener. This one already substantially better. Up and over. Get a work by Ruben. Has more on the inside. As we have seen in this heat, though, got to watch out for those rocks. It's getting shallow at this point of the day. 6 minutes to go. Doesn't need a whole lot, Rachel. 3-2 wait, and feel like second place wide open at the moment.
It sure is wide open, looking that no one really has a backup score, and that is what he needed. He needed a 3-8, and it goes just above.
3.5 for the English surfer. Small backup, 1.4. That means that both Jogger and Sout needing some small requirements too. How's the venue?
Jeez.
The setup. There's a bowl. Chris Hardy went and skated that. We got an Olympic pool. Of course, where we're sitting at. Basically the HQ over here, the offices. Team Brazil, I know they're staying right here at the High Performance Center. Got a parking lot and, of course, an arena-like feel. Down to see maybe a gladiator match eventually at this place.
This basically is one. This is a world championship event. These athletes are going for trying to put a world title, a junior world title next to their name. I mean, that's as high stakes as it gets, Mitch.
Forgot to tell you, by the way, we do have a staff heat on Saturday, I believe.
Perfect.
So instead of wearing our jersey, we just wear our collared shirts. So see you out there. Hopefully, you know, we get a few fun waves.
Yeah, we'll split the peak.
I was about to say. So I think our broadcast production team will be surfing against the announcing team. So they got some talent over there. Mike Morrissey, G. O'Brien, world champion on the skimboarding side. Dan Stafford, of course. So we'll see.
That would be a fun heat.
And, of course, our great leader, Jay Johnson, former pro himself. Former team rider for the Frog House.
Yep.
By the way, shout out to
that would
the
be
Bryan
a
family.
really competitive heat versus each other, and I love that because right now we're a team making this broadcast happen. I mean, we're actually just the voices. It's the team that's making it all happen. But
well, at that point, up against Staffy and Mike Morrissey, no more friends in the lineup anymore. I'm just telling you that. If I have to ollie over somebody, it might have to happen. Rage, 4 minutes on the clock. Chia in the lead. Moy in second has a low score. Has a backup 1.4. Jogger, though, look at the small requirement, Rage. 0.23. And Stout out there with first priority, the thing that's really helping him, only needs less than a 1.5. Couple waves coming through right here.
Yeah.
Nervous moments on the beach, especially for the other team members.
This is where I think it's a lot more nerve-wracking actually as a coach or a team member rather than the actual surfer, because you're just sitting here without any participation or control or contribution to the matter. You just have to wait and see it unfold, and when it's your team member competing, you just hope so desperately. So Ruben's going to turn around and try and throw away that 1.4 right now.
Smart decision from Moy. Deep bottom turn, faded all the way back, even further than the whitewater to be able to get that second carve in. And there wasn't much on this wave up until that point. And now Stout has a chance to move up into second. So before Moy's, he was only needing a 1.48. Gotta be thinking he's getting that and a bit more. Beautiful turn right there. Can he ride out? Yes, he can. And the Bayesian surfer completes that wave. Meanwhile, Jagger on the outside. He lays it down. He loves it too. And after getting beached on the rocks a while ago, guess what, Rachel? The fin's still in place, still working. 2 minutes to go. We got a battle for second right here.
We sure do, and Jagger having the nod because he has that higher of the exchange between those three surfers. Let's see what happens on the outside. A smaller, frothier one, but it stands up for him. He gets a first little hit, wraps it back around, but he's really just trying to be patient so he can do exactly this. Love that extension. Something I really like about Jagger surfing is he puts his head super committed into every single turn, and that just shows that commitment and strong fundamentals.
Love the passion too. Let it out, kid. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Chia. Good flow so far in the first two. He's looking to improve on a 6.33. I believe he's been riding the Mayhems for a few years too, either on the driver or on the F1. Pretty far inside. Had the fall right there, but he is way out in front. Last of Stout in the blue moves him up into second, 3.87. That means that the Costa Rican team on screen, their surfer needs at least a 2.63. And the Englishman Moy needing a 3.81 or better. Looking at the last one here, Van Noir. Probably won't change anything, but still presenting some good surfing.
Yeah, this is just a victory lap for him to get a ride in, after the horn blows. You can't stand up on a wave. So here was an opportunity for him in an uncrowded lineup to lace one all the way in. 30 seconds remaining. We're still waiting for scores from Jagger.
Emphasis on the word uncrowded, too, by the way. It has been crowded as soon as the event ends and before the horn sounds in the morning. 20 seconds. Moy's last not enough. It's a 2.57. And the last of Jagger comes through. It matches his best score. Another 4.67. Stout back down to third. Needs a 5.47. And Moy needs a 5.84. Counting down this heat. He does it with 2 waves, Rachel. And the kid out of Central America moves through. Jagger with the buzzer beater at the end.
Wow, that was incredible. And he's so young. You can see his size is so small, but his fundamentals just really help with that that power that maybe his body is lacking so far. He executes his turns and his maneuvers so well that he's just gliding through these heats. And that last wave, I think he stood up before the buzzer, potentially.
Might have been right on the buzzer, but either way, he's going to be moving through.
Well, he'd be so happy. Look at Costa Rica taking a deep sigh of relief.
There's his dad getting the hug from Jen and Romeo Stone. Hines, cool to see them be so united as always. So Anuar Chia with the win, the Costa Rican Cardin jogger moves through. We'll say goodbye to Christian Stout and to Ruben Moy, and we'll be right back with more action. Heat 15 coming up of Boys U16 Round 2.
Welcome to day 2 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Goes for the alley-oop, he pulls it too.
It's keeping things really smooth. It's giving him all that speed and momentum through each section. Vertical, turn on the opener, which is now allowed. He's feeling that passion.
And a lip line floater at the end. He loves it. Love the attitude.
Our team's amazing. Everyone's been super supportive of each other, and vibes are really good, so just excited to keep it going.
Ellie Timperi from Finland, up and riding on his opening ride, looking really sharp as usual. He's a surfer out of Encinitas, California.
Tahiti's Miliani Simon with an 8-point ride. From the United States, Bailey Turner with an 8.1. The Peruvian Catalina Sarique with a 7.33. Tune in tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. local time for day 3 of action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Straight into the action right here for heat number 15 of the boys U16 second round. That's Vitor Bowerman from New Zealand out there in the red. This is Taro Takai from Japan in the green. They're going up against Israel's Guy Turner in the blue and Zhong Lai Ho from China in the white. Mitch and Rachel with you for heat 15. So really getting things going early on. A lot of it depends on really when you get the consistency of those sets. Also at the beginning of the heat, Rachel, as you obviously know, getting the quick start, as a couple of surfers have pointed out so far today, really settles your nerves. But more importantly, you get a good score on the board. You put your opponents in a complicated position to advance as well. Here's Zhong. And the Chinese team has made major improvements to their talent. And as soon as I say that, an unforced there right there from Lai Ho. Meanwhile, on the outside, the Israeli Turner. Goofy footer. Going through the motions so far on this one. Nice pace. Steeper, bullier section right here. Goes for the floater. Able to pull it off and might be able to get a few more maneuvers in too. He does. Well done. Guy Turner from Israel out there in the blue. He might be having one of the best scores of the heat so far with 3.5 off the clock, Rach.
Yeah, I liked that reaction from him that looked less like a claim and more like he's looking at his team like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Did you just see that we started off this way? And it's really nice to be able to look in at your team standing there on the cliff and supporting and cheering and sharing these emotions with you.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it? When you have those people right there, you can connect with them from the ocean. You're all here for the same love of the sport. So Takai dropped a 2.67 on his first. Behind the white water on this one. Took him a while to get around it. And not a whole lot afterwards, so that's going to be another throwaway for Takai. 15:40 to go. Like how? The surfer out of China in the white drops a 1. Waiting on the opener for Vitor Bowerman out of New Zealand in the red. Of course, the one that we're talking about from Guy Turner from Israel. Nice celebration right there from Cardin Jogger with the Costa Rican team. He moved through in second place. I don't know if you've been to Costa Rica yet, but obviously a great country full of waves, but a lot of people only think the Pacific side. Wow, the Caribbean side, underrated when it comes to a surf trip, Rachel, and a lot of heavy reef breaks over there too.
I'll have to keep that on note. This year was my first year to Costa Rica, but I didn't get to go over onto the Caribbean side. So next time.
Eventually got to get you over there. Vitor Bowerman in the lead with a 4.5. Let's go downstairs to Chris with Anarchia.
Thank you. Parabéns, Anwar. Great job out there. I saw you speaking to your coach when you came in. What were you guys talking about?
And he thanks so much, everybody. He talked for me, catch good waves and stay calm. And yeah, I'm so happy. Let's go hit by hit. It's a long event, and yeah, I'm so happy.
Well, this surfboard makes me happy. You did the art here. Tell me about what you got going on.
Yeah, this is a crazy art, and this board's a 6.0, and it's a magic. And let's go. This board maybe it's a gold medal.
How do you feel about your team's chances for an overall gold?
It's a big team. I'm so happy for represent Brazil, and it's a huge team. And let's go.
And what about your friends and family back home?
My kids for a family. Can I talk in Portuguese, olha bem? Muito obrigado a todo mundo que está torcendo aí no Brasil. Estou muito feliz de ter avançado ao round 2. Quero desejar essas baterias para minha avó, que faleceu há 2 semanas atrás. E é isso, bora bateria por bateria.
I'm tearing up myself, too.
Me too.
I didn't expect that from a kid so well-spoken and obviously such a good competitor, too. Anwar is a really nice kid, but he was speaking that he hasn't seen his family in 2 weeks now, so props to him. You know, he's competing for a gold medal at the World Junior Championships, so nice to see him convey that emotion. And, you know, it just signifies how much it matters to a lot of these young men and women to be here, perhaps away from their families for a good amount of time, but more than anything, in a new location, new country, without that support, and got to find other ways to be able to balance those kind of things too. So congrats to Anwar. He's into round 3. Live action, Vitor Bowerman from Team New Zealand. Deep bottom turn right there. This board looks fast too for the Kiwi in red. Good energy through this. A lot of speed right there. Nearly lost it. Still down the line. And a great ender right there for Bowerman. And once again, they probably have the best hype up out of any team when the ISA comes to town. They're Haka on the main stage when they're about to get things going. Nothing really comes close to it, Rachel. And you can see right here for this kid, a lot of energy. He does not want to go home in this round representing the Kiwis.
No, he doesn't, and I love the way he's executing this heat, already having a 4.5, not the highest single wave score, but right there next to that one. So he's in there in the mix and already getting a second strong wave before that 10-minute mark. These 20-minute heats go by really fast when you're out there, and I think your first 10 minutes are those establishing minutes for your heat, and then those next 10 you're trying to just build upon the 2 that you've already served instead of trying to chase. So Vitor is going to be in a strong position once that score drops in that first place advancing spot.
Do you ever do any warm-ups at home yourself, 20-minute drills, 30-minute drills, depending on the context of the event they're going to? Obviously, for a lot of surfers too, they like to put themselves in those pressure situations, even drills of 5 to 10 minutes each too.
Yeah, for sure. I do still sometimes. When I was their age, all the time. My dad was my coach and still is, but we would run stuff like that. Or even he'd be out there with me and creating moments like I'd be paddling for a wave and he'd say, okay, this next wave is for a world title. You need a 7.8. Go get it. And I would be like hearing that as I'm taking off. And I think even just having those types of exercises are really helpful for learning how to perform under pressure when it's all on the line.
How about the relationship with your dad still as your coach and slash dad right there? Does it ever come to a point where you got to tell him to calm down a little bit and be like, hey, I need you to be more my dad and not as much my coach?
No, not at all. Fortunately.
Really?
Yeah, no, not at all.
You're one of the few people that has said that too.
I know. I'm super lucky. I'm super lucky. He's always been priority dad, and then is a great coach. And not to say doesn't give me constructive criticism and feedback on my surfing. I mean, you need that to become a great surfer. But I think I've always drawn the line to, like, once we're away from the beach, I'm like, okay, I want to talk about other things now. And he did a good job at reading that in me and having our conversations and drills and stuff when we were in training, and then doing other things when we weren't. But yeah, I'm super lucky to have that for sure. And, you know, I know a lot of these kids in this event have their parents working with them as their coaches or really involved, and finding that balance coming from like a kid athlete perspective to the parents, it's really important. Like, you still need them to be your parent when you're walking off the beach.
Of course.
But having them standing there, both my mom and my dad standing there on the beach my whole career, has been just, first and foremost, that support is everything.
It's been a difference maker, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
So 8:55 on the clock right here. Bowerman gets his best on his last, a 5.43. Extends his lead, 4.5 on his second best. Guy Turner out there in the blue. He is in second, has a 4.93, the surfer out of Israel. And Taro Takai, just a couple of small scores, 2.67, 1.67. Zhang Laihao out of China, 2.53 and a 1. He's needing also mid-2 to move up into second place. 8 minutes 20 to go. You know, you look at a lot of the different nations we have out there too. I've talked to you about this over the course of the first few days of competition, but really when you integrate your own culture into your style of surfing too, we saw a big reflection of that in the attitude, the positive energy from Vitor Bowerman, especially on his 5.43. And I feel like especially in these rounds, you need to make sure that that's accentuated just a bit more, because these are the rounds when it comes to points. It's making a difference for your team in future years when it comes to your seeding too, Rachel. Most of us know that have competed here at the ISA level. It all comes down to being able to surf as a high seed in those opening rounds. Bowerman, once again, we just talked about that energy. He is bringing it on this wave here. Doesn't want to leave anything up to chance, and I like what I'm seeing from the kid representing New Zealand.
I like this shot now. Look at that crab.
Speaking of energy,
I feel like we're on National Geographic right now. Put on your best David Attenborough voice.
The sea crab from Peru with the barnacles. I can't be that good.
That was amazing. I wasn't expecting sea crab. That was amazing.
I wouldn't know what species of crab that would be, but
I think it's a sea crab from Peru.
I appreciate you backing me up right
that was great.
6:45 to go. Looking at this last one of Bowerman. Don't think he'll change his situation, but still love the approach.
Well, like you said, just having that energy, and we've talked about maximizing your wave count when you are in this position. He didn't have priority, and you know, he may as well continue to try and build upon that score and stand up on waves. It's not a crowded lineup. You know, he's looking pretty confident at the moment. It's more of that battle for second place. Those requirements small, but Guy sitting in the advancing position without even a backup. So he's actually looking quite strong too. All he has to do is get a second wave, but there is still work to be done. It's not on lock, such as Vitor, who has put in work to have those two scoreable rides.
You know, this is a good wave. It's consistent. It doesn't necessarily, and I think that's why we haven't seen so many airs be attempted. It doesn't offer a whole ton of sections or a lip line for you to be able to do that. And people have relied, just like Vitor, on their rail surfing. Great opening snap. Ball's right there at the end, but boy, you give this guy the right section and he just goes to hammer town. 5 minutes and 20 on the clock. Look at how shallow it's getting though. A lot of boils, especially on the inside section over here, and the scary thing about it, they're spontaneous. They just pop up at any random time, too. You don't know where a lot of them are. And I think if you even ask the locals, too, probably couldn't give you a secure answer. Takai, how's that style from the Japanese surfer in green? This wave has a weird bend in it, though. And he had to skip a couple of sections because of it. Meanwhile, the Israeli Turner, nice patient approach. He's looking for some work on the inside as well, and I am impressed with this kid surfing so far. Taking his time, not rushing anything, and he is going to be helping his cause out. Meanwhile, Zhang, much better at the beginning, still incomplete at the end, though. And a good chance he's going to be needing a hefty score after this last one of Turner. As we look at the Japanese surfers, they already lost one surfer in this round in the boys U16. They're on the verge of losing another one in about 4 minutes if Taro Takai can't get things going, Rach.
And in my opinion, that would be a bit of an upset. But let's take a look again at this wave from our surfer from China. Nice opening turn. As you said, Mitch, the opening part of this wave looking great, looking like he's surfing towards that requirement right now of a 2.41. Would go well above that requirement had he landed that, unfortunately coming unstuck. Turner sitting in second position. This is his first backup ride that he is going for, and that outside section a little bit slow, and it was really crucial to his score that he got that last turn, because I loved this opening turn from our Japanese surfer. So beautiful. That rail engagement throughout that whole thing. I mean, that was my favorite turn, I think, of this whole heat. Unfortunately, not really having opportunity to back it up would be an upset to see him knocked out so early. But judges are not giving it to him because the requirement has upped even more. Turner locks in his score.
The only way you're really getting a large score based off of one turn is if it's something crazy, and as he said, style does go a long way, just not long enough in this case. 4.1, the last of Turner, extends his second place positioning, and the requirements for both Takai and Lai Hao quite good. 5.96, basically a 6-point ride, the requirement for the Japanese surfer in green. Meanwhile, Zhang out there from China, 6.33 what he needs. And to me, they've made not only major developments, I think once they saw the real consequence of, getting Zhang Yuqi, Su Chi Young, the support that she needed to be able to potentially qualify. Eventually she did. Now they're putting a lot more support into surfing, talking about the Chinese Federation. And here he goes. Zhang needs a 6.33. Start's not bad. Much better right there on rail. Brings it all the way around. Once more for good measure. 1:40 on the clock. Could be getting the score on this wave as if he's able to close it out. Good work so far. Catches the rail, though. Slide of the fins and potentially one more section. He'll get it. He loves it. Meanwhile, Turner playing some defense on the outside. Not a whole lot for him. Same thing for Vitor Bowerman, the heat leader in red. 1:10 right here, Rach. And just looking at Zhang, he needs the best score of the heat. There's comparable waves so far. Say he doesn't get it. But as you have pointed out multiple times before, the paddle back out, especially with those waves, the break on the inside, 55 seconds could be enough time here.
It could be. It's a short amount of time. It will definitely improve his situation.
And it's a 3.77 for Lai Hao. Now needs a 5.26. Takai goes down to fourth. He needs a 5.96. Waiting on a score for both Bowerman and Turner. Don't think those two scores will change anything. And this is the wave. Heat might come down to this. Taro Takai needs a 5.96 or better. And this doesn't look great at the moment for Taro. And 2 losses in this round for the Japanese team. And you gotta call it an upset. A potential gold medal team on the junior side has already lost out 2 of their surfers in the second round of the boys U16. And a lot of it is due to this kid's performance. Guy Turner out of Israel. This wave did count. He needs a 5.1 for the lead, and if he doesn't get that, 5.01, excuse me, and if he doesn't get that, he is still in second place regardless. Last to Bowerman, 1.7. He's still in first, and it doesn't seem like this last one from Turner will matter. So it's Bowerman from New Zealand, Turner from Israel, knocking out Laihao and Taikai from competition here at the ISA World Juniors. Be right back with Heat 16 when we return.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. And he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer, you can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves, so really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67. That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. at isasurf.org.
Here we go, another heat, another day of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Day 4 out of 9, 10, 11, 12 maybe. Not maybe that many days of competition, but a lot here to get through till our medal rounds at the World Junior Surfing Championships, because we got a lot of kids in the draw, 424, representing 57 different nations around the world, and it's just so awesome to see so many Groms, to see the level of surfing continuing to rise. And now these 4 with the opportunity to keep their campaigns alive: Australia, Canada, Italy, and Ireland, with surfers out in the water. Caden, Tanner, Samuel, and Rory looking for their opening rides out here at Punta Rocas. Shannon Hughes alongside Sofia Milanovic to call the action, and what a great day of surfing it's been so far.
Yeah, there's been beautiful waves all day, since the beginning, since the morning. There's no wind today, so I think that makes the conditions a lot better. Less bumps, more predictable waves.
So much more predictable. That's a great way to describe it, because it has been a little challenging to read through the afternoons when that wind has arrived, as Tanner Sandvig, representing Canada, now up and riding. Setting himself up, looking good for those first couple turns, but you can see that wave's a little wonky and he'll go down. A 1.67 on the board for the opener of Tanner. A 1-point ride also already on the board for Sam out of Italy. And now waiting for Caden and Rory to get their campaigns underway. Very nice to see that that wind has just stayed at bay today in comparison to the light onshores that we've had for the rest of the week. But that onshore wind, although it hasn't been really that, like, howling description, has been just enough to complicate a lineup that had a lot of swell hitting it as well.
Yeah, for sure. It makes it a lot more bumpy, a lot more harder to navigate.
Some very clean conditions at the moment. Sam has a look. Tanner decides to go down the line and try and wash off that last wave. Sets himself up here for that first turn. A lot of water just kind of converged together there. Slowed him up on the first section. Now starting to find maybe a little more momentum. This wave feels a little slow for the pace of it, and he does very good to stick it all the way to the end. So we'll have another score now to drop through for the Canadian. And that first section started to stand up like it was really nice, and then it just got that extra bit of water on it.
Yeah, it kind of flattened out. It looked like it was going to be a good section to hit, but then it totally flattened out. And yeah, it's, you never know, you know. I think with the tide also, I think it's probably starting to go down, but still really high. There's still a lot of water in the wave. So how I've said all day, you have to pick your waves right. You have to assess the conditions really well before going out.
What was your go-to when you were still wearing the jersey often as far as a time frame to pay attention to conditions before your heats? Like an hour before or just the heat before?
No, I like an hour before, for sure. Because it's not just about observing the ocean, it's also seeing what the judges are, know what they're seeing, what scores they're liking, what waves they're liking. So I think an hour is a good time.
Gives you time to, assess multiple waves being ridden and then see if those conditions are changing across that hour, getting closer. Rory Murphy now for Ireland, setting himself up with a cruisy section to start, and he'll kick out. Took a look at his bio, and there's a long poem that's written in it. Doesn't say whether or not he wrote it himself, but it kind of describes him as a surfer and as a waterman and what it means to be coming from, you know, the part of the world that he comes from in Bundoran in Ireland. And I won't read it out for the sake of not shattering everyone's ears with my own reading of it, but it would be great if we get him on a post-heat interview maybe later this week or today after this heat to recite it himself, because it sounds, I'm sure, just really cool coming from Rory. And it's neat to see, you know, the different kind of things that these different surfers want to share about themselves, whether it's their passion, other hobbies that they're interested in, or surfers that, you know, stick to their bios being really heavy on their competitive careers and their results. There's a whole different variety of what these kids are wanting to share about themselves, and it's really sweet to see something different from Rory. As we've got 14 minutes remaining on the clock, we've got a little wave coming through here. We'll see if anyone gets into position. It might be our surfer from Ireland, Rory. He's having a look, and it doesn't look like it's going to stand up for him. Maybe for Tanner. Taking a look here, he got a 3-point rod for that last score, and this one's going to set him up with that single turn on the inside section. We've got 14 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. This right here is a patu, and this is exactly what Vitor took out there to these waves. The power of the haka was with you out there in that heat.
Yeah, 100%. Haka just brings the money like into the surfing, brings the money into like the whole team. We're all feeling real good. Surfing's good, so yeah, so fun out there.
And you have a spirited team. I heard them hooting and hollering and whistling for you out there in the water. Could you hear that? Did that inspire you?
I didn't hear it, but I knew they were rooting for me. So like, you just feel the energy, 100%. It's like they're always rooting for everyone. The whole team's together, so it's real good.
I love it. You couldn't hear it, but you could feel it. I know you got a lot of friends and family back there watching. What do you want to say to them?
I just want to say big thanks to my mum. She's just helped me through everything. Like, my boards haven't got here yet. I had to pick up this one, and she's just been on like the airlines, like just trying to get my boards here. But yeah, thank you so much, and all my friends and family back at home. So yeah, it's real good.
Right on, New Zealand doing big things. Let's go.
Well done, and an impressive performance. A borrowed board is always a challenging thing. I like the Sharpie kind of, you know, across there for the sponsors, and still recognizing the support system behind him. As we take a look now at Samuel out of Italy, throws it up into the lip. Great surfing so far in this wave. A lot of opportunity with it, and he's going to have a little corner to finish off with here on the inside. Multiple big wraps, looking really clean on the rail as he comes through for this finishing maneuver, and just, you know, a lot of fluidity within that wave.
Great surfer. Samuel Aglani from Italy. That was a beautiful wave. The wave had a lot of potential. He used it really well, that potential. He surfed really well each section. There was a couple of turns that were really, really good placed in that wave. So good job for him.
15 years old, representing Italy, lives in Fuerteventura in Spain. He's been living there since he was about 2 years old. And it's a great location in the world to grow up as a surfer as we take a look at this last wave of Caden Francis, the Australian.
This is a replay. Wow, how was that turn? Throwing so much water. In that second section. Oh my God, he's such a fluid, amazing surfer. His style is so precise, beautiful style, controlled. A lot of like speed too. He carries so much speed in each turn. Great wave by him.
Scores to drop still, so we're just waiting for the judges, getting to see it in real time now.
Wow, that first turn was mind-blowing. The second turn was as good as the first one. Beautiful surfing, really smooth.
16-year-old snapper local. He's up and riding again. He got a 6-point ride for that last wave. It set him up in that second place position, but he'll take the lead away with his surfing so far on this wave.
Wow.
Oh, that last turn would have been so good.
Wow, that was so explosive. So much water came out of that turn. Unfortunately, he falls off, but you can just tell he's feeling so comfortable in these rides. He's from Snapper, so he's a specialist in these kind of rides.
Yeah, absolutely perfect for him out here as we take a look at Tanner. Looking to defend his leading position. And his backhand is also looking really strong, displacing a lot of water with each of these turns. And just looking to finish off well after having multiple turns on the outside section of, you know, a variety, a little bit of those, that vertical turn to start off with, a couple of wraps as well as he falls on the finish.
Yeah, that was great surfing by Blue too. You can tell he feels more confident in this wave. He looks more active, more explosive.
Tanner's surfing between both divisions for the under 16s and up into the under 18s. As we take a look now at Samuele up and riding. He's got that 1-point ride from that big re-entry on the last wave, and now this will help his account. Chasing down a 5.01, but we know the requirements will change as last of Tanner and Caden drop in as well. So Tanner, a younger competitor here in the 15-year-old category, or, you know, he's 15. He's surfing up to the under 18s though. Representing Canada alongside his little sister Tegan. It's great to have them as part of the Canadian contingency, though they are from San Clemente, California, and spend their time surfing trestles pretty often. And we were, you know, comparing waves, the look of this wave on day one of competition when it's a little bit bigger and fatter with that fuller tide. It looks a little bit like Bell's. And then when that tide drains out, it has a little bit of that kind of peakiness of a trestles sort of break.
Yeah, for sure. There's a similarity with lowers. Punta Rocas does have a similarity with lowers. When it's smaller, how you said, and the tide is a little bit lower, it has that high performance look to it and feel to it. So yeah, I'm sure like everybody that surfs lowers feels really comfortable in these conditions.
Yeah, just frothing to come out here, having, you know, the opportunity to go left and right, with the rights being the predominant wave, but still a lot of opportunity on the lefts. As we just take a little flyover here of the contest site, we can see another surfer just shredding out at backline. 8 minutes on the clock, and the story is beginning to be set within this heat. We're still waiting for the second score of Caden for Team Australia in the red jersey, and we've got a score to drop in for Tanner in blue, and the last of white and green are locked in. So Samuele dropped in a 5.27 for his second wave. That 2.3 has just dropped in for his backup score on his last one. We've got a 2.1 on the board for Rory Murphy out of Ireland. He's sitting in that 4th place position, and he'll be remaining there chasing likely a bigger requirement than the 3.93 he currently needs, as we see scores starting to drop. Tanner Sandvig just dropped in a 3.5, bettered it with a 4.50. So that sets him up into the lead momentarily. Caden Francis now with another score to drop still. He's on the best of the heat so far with that 6. He's chasing a 1.57, as Rory now has the opportunity from Bundoran on the west coast of Ireland, up in the north, a great surfing location. So many incredible waves, really playful waves, but also some of those more heavy, you know, charging waves on the planet on the Irish coast.
There's some really big waves there, huh? wave with consequences.
Yeah, and the surfers from there, they're ready for it. They love charging something, you know, that really tests their ocean knowledge, and where you kind of have to leave fear on the beach paddling out. Scores in a 3.17 for last of Caden, and it sets him up in that leading position. So right now, all scores are locked in across the board. With 6 minutes, 25 seconds to go, requirement is a 2.73 for Samuele out of Italy to take away that advancing position. And for Rory, it's a 5.33.
Yeah, the good thing is that Samuel has a 5.27. That's the second highest score of the heat. So he doesn't really need much to improve on that second wave too. So he's sitting in a good position. He has priority number 2. Still plenty of time to go, still 5 minutes and a half.
We can see this next set starting to approach. Surfer in red with the leading position. He's in priority and he's on the inside. As a wave with a bit of a wall is on the way, he's going to use that priority. Setting himself up with this big open face wrap to start. Into that second carve, a nice little corner that popped up for him in perfect timing. This wave's looking really fun as he comes through to the inside section. Kind of taking a look at it, he's going to decide to stay with it. Just patiently pacing this out to put on a finish. And just milk it for every point that he can possibly find as he lets the tail free. Rory Murphy on the inside as well. A great answer back for that finishing section. We're unsure what happened on the outside, how critical any of his maneuvers were. But he finished off very well as Samuele is now having a look. The Italian lives in Spain, has some great results to his name in the Spanish surfing contingency, and is drawing a great line through this wave. Just staying really lively, keeping that board moving. And again, just pacing it out, looking down the line. One more section to tag, and he's going in for a big finish here. Has even more to offer him as he kicks out. So scores to drop for 3 of our 4 surfers. Tanner Sandvig for Canada is the only surfer remaining out the back now with priority.
Yeah, that last wave of red, he went all the way to the shore. He just needed to improve on a 3.17. I think he's going to do that. And that last wave of green, that was a crucial wave for him. He needed more than a 2.73. So let's see what the judges think.
He's currently sitting on that 5.27 as the second highest wave of the score. Sorry, of the heat so far. So he's in a great position. You know, when it comes to just needing that backup score really now.
Exactly.
To give him the jump over Tanner. It's a long paddle back out when a surfer kicks off all the way by the rocks. If they actually decide to continue with one of those waves that connects all the way in.
Yeah, it is a long paddle. There's a wave at the back. Tanner has priority number 1, and he needs to improve on a 3.5.
Paddle now for Rory on the paddle back out. He's just on the hunt now, feeling freed up after his last wave. And Tanner now using priority on this one. Big open carve to start things off. Stays in that top third of the wave, really for those first 2 turns, and now starts to get some top to bottom surfing connected together as this wave stands up. Frothy section now, and he's just, you know, hammering a couple turns. Looking really playful as he finishes off on the inside.
Wow, that was a great wave by Blue. Beautiful surfing. I really like his style. He attacks every section that comes to him, and I think that was his best wave by far. Let's see what the judges think, but I think that's going to be a great wave for him.
Yeah, it had that flow to it, didn't it? That just kind of continued giving, and he continued having just enough speed and adding some power with it.
Yeah, and also he had a good variety of maneuvers, you know. They were not all the same. That was beautiful surfing by Blue.
Yeah, it's an important part of the judging criteria to add in variety. And in a wave like this, sometimes it looks a little challenging to mix it up.
Yeah.
So when those surfers are able to, you know, just even offer a different type of turn, That's always a nice, refreshing thing for the judges to see, you know, that canvas being painted and for a surfer to take a slightly different approach to what everyone else is doing. We haven't seen too many errors in competition yet, a few moments of that, you know, deeper progression, but so far it's been rail surfing that's been winning heats. As we see Caden in that leading position, he was able to drop a 4.6 for his last wave, so it did improve his situation. And now he's just on a lap here to continue solidifying his spot in that red jersey, that high seed in this heat with the leading position. Great surfing. Again, you know, from Snapper Rocks, feels comfortable on his forehand here in these rights. And it comes from a land with extremely good surf on the Gold Coast of Australia. And he'll kick out on the inside. At the moment, 45 seconds on the clock. We're waiting for scores for last of blue and last of green. Blue up and riding already again. Little transition over the foam to start. Throws a bit of spray for that next turn. Straight into it as this wave begins to offer some speed. And he goes in for that critical finish. Needed really to hold on to that to improve his score line at the moment.
Yeah, like Blue is surfing really well. I really liked that wave, not this last one, but the one before. I think it could go as high as that 6, I think, or even higher than the red. He's timed it really well.
Yeah.
We see wide.
Rory with some great timing as well. That was an awesome opening turn, wraps it around. He's doing everything he needs to at this moment to surf his way to a score. We're expecting that the requirements might change, and Rory's just going to put it all on the line as he finishes off here on the inside section and makes the Irish team proud. Doesn't get the finish, and you can sense that frustration, but that was some really great surfing on the way to it.
Great heat.
All right, so scores to drop across the board for all 4 surfers. At this stage, Caden Francis is looking strong in that leading position. We've got a decent score, you know, potentially to drop for Tanner Sandvig. Sophia, you liked the look of it, thinking that it, you know, could be up there with the highest score maybe.
I'm not a judge, but I liked it.
Yeah, and you've got a lot of weight within your opinion, that's for sure. Let's take a look at this one from Rory, though.
That was a beautiful first turn of wide, beautiful surfing, really patient surfing, timing his moves really good. That's his best wave, I think, by far. Surfing really good, committed surfing. Waiting for that last section. He hits it again, throwing lots of water. Great surfing by White.
All right, so waiting for scores across the board, waiting for this wave of Tanner as well as the one before.
That was a good surfing by Tanner. Still, this wave didn't offer as much, but he surfed it well. Unfortunately, he falls off on that last turn.
Yeah, and it was the wave before where he was really able to, you know, connect it start to finish.
This is last wave of green. I didn't see this wave live, but unfortunately he falls off on that last turn.
He would have needed to really hold it together to likely keep his advancing position as we take a look at this last lap for our heat leader at the moment.
This is the replay of Red. Beautiful surfing by Red. So stylish, so smooth. Still, the wave didn't offer as much, I think, as his last waves. But surfing really good. By the end of this wave, he was like doing turns when there was not even a wave. He's such a good surfer.
Yeah, there is really no wave there.
Yeah.
He's still doing turns. Well, scores are in. It's a 5.87 for this wave right here for Tanner Sandvig, and that's enough to move him up into second.
Yeah, this is the wave that I liked of him, mixing his moves really well. This third turn is really good. Look at all the water he's throwing. Then he does a really nice fourth turn. Really smooth surfing, one after another. One move after another and finishing well. So that's a 5.87.
Very impressive. Well, overall, we still have a score to drop for Caden in the lead. We've still got a score to drop for Tanner, who's just jumped into second off that 5.87. Scores are locked in for last of Samuel and last of Rory. It's a 2.97 for the Italian and a 4.1 for the Irish surfer. And for Rory, that's actually his highest score. It did chip away at the requirement, but again, that requirement shifted and grew even larger. So officially, we will lock in with Australia and Canada having surfers advancing through. That last of Caden drops in as a 5.4. That betters his situation in the lead, and the last wave of Tanner would have needed to be a 5.54 to take first away. We know it's not going to get there with that fall on the finish and just didn't quite have that explosiveness that we saw from the 5.87. And Sophia, you know, if you say you like a wave, I think that's a great compliment to anyone out there, and you nailed it with the judging, right up there with that 6-point ride, just shy for that second to last wave of Tanner. What a great heat. The Canadians stoked with the, finish in that last 2 minutes for Tanner to get that advancing position. Caden Francis for Australia. We'll be hearing from him in just a moment with a team that's still looking fierce out in the lineup for the Irukandjis. We've got more action when we return for the ISA World Junior Championships.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships at a world-class wave with a world-class facility here built for performance training for Peru's best surfers. We're at Punta Rocas, and it is a special location to be at this week, Sophia.
Yeah, Punta Rocas has such good waves, really consistent wave. And we've seen it through the 4 days of competition, non-stop waves,
And
plenty of opportunity.
Plenty of opportunity. An excellent spot for these 4 surfers to battle out an opportunity to continue in the draw. 2 Brazilians up against a surfer from Uruguay and a surfer from Israel. As we take a look now at the Israeli with Shaked up and driving into that first turn, sets it up off the foam for the second, snap to start as he continues down the line. And we'll see what this wave has for him for the finish. Looking to try and find some speed, as this wave is just really soft and really slopey for him. Not offering anything too critical, but he's going to do everything he can on the opening ride of this heat.
Good start by White. There's some waves at the back. I think there's one more wave at the back.
We've got a score on the board of a 1.93 for Tiziano out of Uruguay, as we see the Australians, the Irukandjis. And we know that that cheer is loud and proud. And Team Australia, for their Olympic teams, for all their sports, the Olympic teams get given an indigenous name, an Aboriginal name. And it's awesome that the Australian surfing team is named after the Irukandji, which is a deadly stinging jellyfish. And it's because they bring the sting everywhere they go, every time they're in the lineup. And they have certainly been doing that across their Olympic dreams. Taking a look now at Pablo on his backhand for Brazil. Just precise surfing to start things off with. 1, 2, 3 strong hits. He's going to let the rest of that wave go and be happy with his performance so far.
Beautiful surfing by Blue. What a great surfer. Super precise in all his moves. That third move was incredible.
Arthur now his teammate, another Brazilian up and riding, and just lightning fast for those first 2 maneuvers. Really punching the tail free here for, you know, a surfer that is small in size but carries a lot of mighty power.
Yeah, he releases so much power and speed in those turns. He almost comes out with more speed after a turn than before he does it. It's really good surfing.
Incredible. Well, we've got scores to drop. While we wait for that, let's go down to the beach and check in with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Caden, congratulations. A heat win under the belt for you. Tell me how you're feeling.
Feeling good, yeah, through round 3 now, which is a great feeling because, you know, this first round's, everyone's surfing good, but, you know, you want to make it further, so it's always a little nerve-wracking, but the ball's rolling now. Team Oz has got some heat wins under the belt, so, yeah, we're feeling good.
Now, talking about expectations, obviously you're going to say gold medal as you guys are team gold medal defenders, but what does that road to get there look like?
Yeah, I mean, this is my first ISA Worlds, and yeah, it really is just a marathon, not a sprint. And you know, we've still got a week till finals day, so I feel like it's really important to conserve some energy and just be surfing smart heats, and then yeah, hopefully just have a bit more left in the tank when it comes to those medal matches.
Learning how to compete in those marathon type of events, and this being your first one, what is one thing that you've really learned on this journey so far?
I think from our captains, Miller Brown and Sammy Lowe, they're doing a really good job just, you know, setting expectations of, you know, we want to be, but we really just need to focus on where we are and conserving energy while supporting everyone. So I think done a good job, you know, limiting the froth, limiting the free surfs, and just focusing on like getting the job done, because, you know, it's a lot of fun to be here at this comp, but it's also, we're here to try and get the results we're after, so.
Yeah, I love that. So well said, well spoken. Would you like to send a message to home?
Yeah, just a big thanks to everyone at home for all the support, all my sponsors, and then just the whole Surfing Australia Irakanji's team, you know. It's been a great week already so far, and yeah, just really excited to see where we go from here and hopefully defend that gold medal, so let's go.
Well, you're doing what you need to do so far, so congrats on your heat win, and we'll see you for the next one.
Well done. Great interview there with Caden, and looking very strong and promising for Team Australia to defend that gold medal as a team. I was just having a look through our gold medalists, specifically through the years of the under 16 boys division, running all the way back to 2003, when we first introduced this ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And there has been 6 Australians specifically in this division that have taken away gold medals.
This is the last wave of blue. Beautiful turns, but this third turn, this was such a good turn. Look how much water he throws. You know, he changes direction, totally change of direction. And it was just beautiful to watch. Great surfing by Blue, the Brazilian. And then this is Red's last wave. Look how much speed he carries through his turns. Not this one, but this third turn. Wow, so beautiful, so explosive. Unfortunately, he falls in that fourth turn, but great surfing from Red.
Yeah, wow, just so much speed for the 14-year-old as he drives through each section.
Beautiful surfing by Red. Wow.
One more look at it
Throwing
here.
so much water.
This score, wow, man, comes through as a 4.83, so it's a decent start, you know, in that average range, close to a 5. And a smaller sized wave, we'll see if he finds himself onto something with a little bit more size to it and continues to surf like that. We could be seeing scores like the 7 that's dropped in for his teammate in Pablo. 3-turn combination, you know, just let the rest of that wave go. He knew the work was done. The scoring potential was capitalized on. Maybe he could have added another 0.5 to his score with, you know, a little bit of milking on the inside, but wow, the 7 for those 3 turns is
and his
great.
surfing is so mature. He does not look like he's 16. He looks like way older.
Yeah, very impressive performance so far from Pablo, currently sitting in that leading position. From Cabo Frio, just in the Rio de Janeiro area of Brazil. A very wave-rich area, such a beautiful community with, you know, the mountains just behind the beach and so much culture and life there, and a plethora of surfers as well. 11 minutes on the clock, and it's our surfer in the green jersey who's holding on to first priority. Tiziano, he's only got that 1.93 to his name. We haven't been able to see him really open up yet in this heat, but chasing down just that 2.91 to take away the second place position is not a large requirement, and he's in a great position sitting at the top of the peak, holding that priority to his name.
We have a great hit in our hands. And yeah, that's incredible that Australia has won six world titles. Like
6 World Junior
wow.
titles just for the under 16 boys.
So good.
Not even counting in the under 16 girls or the under 18 boys or girls.
Incredible.
So
what a great team.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. You know, Jordy Smith on that list, Owen Wright, Garrett Parks, Matt Banting, Jacob Wilcox, and then more recently, Willis Droomer back in 2022, taking out victories only in this under 16s category. So whoever, you know, joins that list, they're joining the greats of Jordy Smith, who won back in 2003, Keanu Asing. You know, there's so many great surfers. Felipe Toledo, specifically from this division, who have gone on to be world champions, like Felipe, who have really, you know, redefined what modern surfing looks like. As we take a look now at Tiziano on his backhand. I like his approach here, nice and steady.
Unfortunately, there was no critical sections on that wave, but still he looks ready for them, so he's gonna go and find another wave.
Yeah, you could see his intention there was to be ready. Nice smooth rail surfing, but looking for one of those waves that offers that critical section. It's exciting to see those pockets open up. I actually thought earlier this morning there was a few of those waves that were really pitching off the takeoff, that we were maybe going to see some barrel opportunities. Now it doesn't seem like there's really quite that throw coming with it, but it's standing up with such nice steep walls.
Yeah, there's some nice sections there.
That we're seeing some really incredible rail work, which just, you know, lights up our froth levels. It lights up the froth levels of the judging panel as well.
Of course.
I think that's something, you know, in talking to some of the judges in the panel over the years, what they're looking for and kind of trying to pick apart, you know, really we know that judging criteria, but knowing some of those little things that set it apart. And one of those head judges, Tori Gilkerson, that's told me in the past is seeing a surfer ride a wave and it makes you feel like you want to be out there surfing. That's a great wave, you know? It gives them that feeling of excitement. As we take a look now at Pablo, he's going to have to duck out because his teammate in Artur has first priority over him. And we've got a decent sized wave here for the 14-year-old. Staying in that top third to start and just kind of wrapping it back. He's got a lot of speed with each of those maneuvers so far and now connects vertically, breaks through that horizontal line of the top of the wave and setting himself up here through the inside section. Looking for something dynamic to finish with, and he finds that little lip to finish. Answering straight back is his teammate Pablo, who had to duck out of that last wave, landed in first priority, and took off on the next wave to come through the lineup. So incredibly mature, you know, execution of that moment. Throwing so much spray, now surfing on his forehand. Great to see the difference, the back and forth between his backhand surfing on the left with the 7, and now his forehand as the Brazilians are absolutely frothing.
Great surfing by both Brazilians. They always have a really strong team too.
Yeah, the Brazilians have, wow, they have been so impressive through the many years here at the ISAs. In this under 16 boys category, it's just Felipe Toledo who has ever taken out the win for the Brazilians. As we take another look here.
Wow, that first turn was amazing. He released so much power in that first turn. And then just looking for that section, waiting for it. Ah, that was a really nice turn too. And this last turn was good too, really critical, risking a lot. Great wave by Blue. His surfing is so mature, he looks like big and powerful.
Yeah, he does not look like a 16-year-old kid. All right, so scores to drop for every surfer. Nice little exchange there as we're down to 7 minutes remaining on the clock. Team Brazil overall has had many, you know, gold medal victories for individual surfers and 2 team gold medals in the history of the World Junior Championships. The very first year this event ran in 2003, Brazil took out the victory as a team. And then back in 2023, where they were the host nation in Rio de Janeiro, it was really exciting to see, you know, Brazil hosting that event. It was kind of a crazy one where there was a bit of swell at the beginning of the waiting period, and then it went completely flat, like not even surfable onto the shoreline. And we had to make some adjustments with the scheduling. We had to actually ditch the Reparage rounds at that event, not planned ahead of time like this one was due to just the number of contestants, but due to the fact that there were no waves to be surfed, and so running multiple podiums just wasn't an option. And in that year, the Brazilian team was able to pull it all together in a kind of a challenging context there at home and find a way to get that team gold medal.
Amazing surfers, Brazilians. Here comes
And
Red.
We've got a paddle from the young Brazilian up and riding. Oh, really let that tail loose, and he'll take a fall.
That was a critical section right there.
That was so critical. All right, so scores still to drop for those two. We got a 157 for last of Tiziano, a 1-point ride for Shaked, which means, you know, just those takeoff scores. At the moment, it's the Brazilians that are running away with this. They've definitely got the jump on Israel and on Uruguay. Just waiting now to see, you know, how high that score for the right for Pablo Gabriel will go, and for that last of Arthur as well. This is the score for Arthur that we're really paying close attention to.
Yeah, this is the replay of Red on that beautiful wave at the back. He's like going back to the power source, waiting for that section to stand up for him. Nice turn there for Red. Beautiful turn. He gets a little bit stuck at the end of that turn, but still great surfing for him. Finishes well. He knows a strong finish and is really important for the score. That's the last thing that judges see, so it's really important to end well.
Yeah, leaving a good impression in mind. Even commentating here, you know, sometimes I have to remind myself of what happened right at the beginning of a wave, because you get that impression of, all right, well, they fell on the last one, but you're like, actually, though, all the work they got done before that was very impressive.
Yeah, exactly.
But keeping that clean finish is always important, even if it's just a nice clean kick out rather than a closing turn, to really tie it up well.
Totally.
A 5.03 has dropped for last of Arthur, so that holds him into the lead. We're waiting still for last of Pablo, as Shaked's currently chasing a 4.34, up and riding. Great opening turn, finds the next section, floats across it, drifts the tail on that next turn. 3 different types of maneuvers for his first 3 opportunities, and now wrapping it around with a wave that continues to offer so much scoring potential through to the inside section. And this is going to be feeling really nice wave for him to open up. You can feel the stoke and the energy after being patient, waiting for a decent ride.
Wow, that was a beautiful wave. Kept standing up for him the whole
It
time.
just gave him so much opportunity. A 4.34 is the requirement, although we know that requirement's going to grow because Pablo's dropping a score for a very well-surfed wave. Multiple maneuvers completed on the inside as well. You can see him out the back actually waving his arms, waiting to find out from the judges. There's been a flurry of action here, so those judges are taking a look at replays. They want to make sure they get that score right before they, you know, confirm it and send it out to us here in the commentary booth and for the world to see what's happening.
This is a replay of Tiziano's last wave. Wow, that section looks really nice. He does a nice turn up the top, another second turn, and attacks for that third turn. Unfortunately, he lands right on top of that rock.
That just looks so sketchy every time it pops up.
Yeah.
Pablo now up and riding and driving through that first turn. Going nice and wide to trim off some speed and just keep things really fun and loose on this wave. Great couple turns as he just ditches those fins. And now setting it up on the inside section. He's got so much speed, so much flow, as this wave was so small to finish off with. And the way that he just punched that in section, you could see how much spray flew off the tail.
Yeah, he's a really powerful surfer.
We're still waiting for his last score before this to drop, so we've now got 2 scores coming for Pablo, and he'll take the leading position with either of these.
This is the replay of that last wave. That first turn, he kind of catches a little bit of rail on that first turn. Still, he manages to keep going in the wave. He's doing so many turns in this wave, looking so smooth, taking advantage of every little section. And going so fast.
Yeah, he's going so fast.
Oh, that last turn was money. It was so good.
He just had so much speed to be able to send so much water off of a tiny section like that.
Yeah, it was beautiful, beautiful turn. So much spark on his surfing.
So 2 scores to drop now for Pablo Gabriel out of Brazil. He'll be taking the leading position, chasing down only a 2.86. He's got that 7 that he started off with, as more Dolphins are joining the lineup here once again. Multiple times a day, our little friends swimming through the water.
Yeah, they've been coming really often, huh?
Yeah,
they're
it's
like
been
saying
really
hi.
great. Yeah. They can sense that something's going on.
Yeah.
That there's, you know, some gold medals to be won at the end of the week, and they want to be part of the conversation. Team Dolphin could be walking away with the team championship this week. 20 seconds on the clock, and it's a 6.93 for the last wave, the second to last wave of Pablo. We're still waiting now for his last wave, but that 6.93 has set him up with a great leading position.
Yeah, I think that last wave is not really going to affect. I think that 6.93 was better, but
Yeah.
let's see what the judges think. But he's solid in that first place. Great surfing by Blue.
And only, you know, a few waves ridden. A 6.4 comes in for that next wave. So either way, you know, both scores being in that decent category, setting himself up with a victory in that 13.93 heat total. And it will be the 2 Brazilians advancing through into main round 3. Israel and Uruguay eliminated from competition with the opportunity to support their teams moving forward. We're going to a quick break. When we return, we're going to hear from this man, Pablo Gabriel, after a fantastic performance for Team Brazil.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as woman empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership. And so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
There are some amazing things going on behind the scenes for the ISA with Olympic solidarity in mind there. Great to hear from Tash Mentasti. She's such a well-spoken individual. You know, former World Tour surfer alongside yourself, Sophia, and she's done so much to help the sport in South Africa and now on a global scale to continue getting more women invested in giving back to that community.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Tasha was saying. Great communicator, Tasha. I really liked what she was saying, and for sure it's really important to do things like we were seeing. You know, it empowers women. It gives them like a sense that we are all together in this, like trying to make the sport bigger and even more beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at this first wave of Ras representing Barbados, he's already got a 2.17 on the board. We've got a couple of turns here connected together as he links it all the way to the inside section. And he'll put a score down on the board. We've got Daniel Banfield from Barbados also in the lineup. And Kyan Giron for Costa Rica with a deep takeoff. 2 Costa Ricans, 2 surfers from Barbados. And a lot on the line here, as we will have 2 surfers advancing through into the next round. Bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition, as Ras has just built his scoreline with another 2, falling in a 2.67 to better the 2.17 that he opened up with. And we've got a set approaching here. Strong paddle from Ametz out of Costa Rica, who's sitting in that red, paddling around in that red jersey at the moment. Just had to duck dive under that wave, but it's going to set him up in position to have a look at this one potentially, unless Surfer in Blue sneaks the inside, and he doesn't. So it's going to be Ametz out of Costa Rica with the opportunity to get his first ride on the board. Very frothy wave in front of him, and he throws a lot of spray out of that first turn. Nice bottom to top turn combination. Gets a little out of control on that second top turn. Now looking to put on a good finish here though, deciding to stick with this wave all the way to the inside section. Nice corner popping up in front of him, and he'll be able to just tie it up nicely for the judging panel.
Nice wave by Red Ahmed Garay from Costa Rica. Really well surfed. That wave was a little bit wide at the beginning, but it did have potential. It was, you know, it was standing up the whole time. It had a really nice wall, kind of doubled up. And he surfed it really well. It's a great start for him.
15 minutes on the clock. And now we've got a score on the board for each surfer. Daniel Banfield having what will be the smallest of the scores in that 0.5. And the Brazilian contingency just put together an absolute, you know, clinic out in the lineup. From Pablo taking out a decent heat total on his win in the blue jersey, and his teammate Artur also getting some great waves. Taking a look now at Kian on his forehand. He's got that 147 that he started off with. This is going to improve that situation. Love that hand drag with the style to finish too.
Great surfer, White, beautiful style. I really like that last turn too. Really stylish, different line for sure.
13 years old. He spent the first 10 years of his life living with on his family farm in Costa Rica, surrounded by trees, monkeys, and sloths. His family later moved to the coast so that him and his siblings, his little sister and little brother, could start surfing on the regular, and it's paid off clearly with, you know, his talent level rising to representing his nation. But what a cool upbringing that would have been, you know, literally just in the jungle.
So beautiful. Costa Rica is so beautiful.
The Brazilians being very excited with their performance from 2 teammates out in the lineup. And you could see both of the kids there with, you know, hands on them and the cheers going.
1 and 2, right?
1 and 2. Got the job done. They'll advance through into the next round. They'll fall into different heats from each other, because the top surfer, first place, will go into one heat, second place will go into a different one. And so they'll split apart from there. The moment Ras is sitting in that leading position, Kian drops in a 2.13 for that last wave. So he'll kind of hear that information from the judges. Rachel Tilley was explaining it, you know, in her commentary yesterday, of, as, you know, a current competitor still who's putting on the jersey often, always wanting to kind of assess in the early rounds of a contest. All right, when a judge gives a score, they're communicating to me what they do or don't want to see, and how to take some feedback from them in that way.
For sure. Here comes the replay of Red. Beautiful first turn. Second, nice turn. He kind of loses a little bit of control in that second turn, but still he manages to go back to that third turn. Then he's eyeing this last section, and it's coming at him right here, and he finishes well. Good wave by Red. It's the highest wave till now. It's a 4.83.
The 15-year-old out of Hako Looking for another score if, you know, he gets himself into the right wave here. 4.83 to start for him. Let's go down to the beach, check in with Rachel, though, and Team Brazil as they are on fire.
Thank you so much, you guys. Team Brazil really is on fire. We're going to do one question in English before I hand it off to speak in Portuguese. You had you and your teammate Artur out there. How was it being out there, advancing both of you together?
In first, I was thinking about it. Without him, I would not be here. And I want to thank my Team Brazil for our sport to be here. And I'm so happy with my surfing this heat. I managed to catch great waves. And that's it.
That's perfect. Well, you did the job done, and you answered the question. Now an opportunity to speak to home in Portuguese.
Thank you. Estou muito grato por ter passado essa bateria e agradecer muito a Deus, minha família, a galera toda está comigo aqui. E é isso, estamos juntos, a galera do Brasil.
Thank you so much. I'll send it back to you guys.
Well, thanks so much. Great surfing. Great to see a successful win, a post-heat interview. That's always a great moment as well for a surfer, you know, to not just advance through, but to be able to speak and have that opportunity to learn how to start doing post-heat interviews. I mean, it's something they're going to be asked for a lot as a competitive surfer.
For sure, and he was really good doing it. He expressed how he felt, said hi to his family, and he seems so happy.
10 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Small scores keeping Ras out of Barbados, currently in the leading position with a couple of twos. Kind of a sleepier start to this heat as we're halfway through and we haven't seen too much action out in the lineup. We've got that 4.83 as the best score so far for Ahmet. As we take a look now at Ras. Opening up, he set himself apart from the rest of the pack as well, just to kind of free up the opportunity to look for another wave. He's got a real lanky style to his surfing and just whipping that board around turn after turn. It looks like it's got a little bit more meat to this equipment that he's riding as well, which is helping him to make it through some of these softer sections on a piece of equipment that's maybe a little bit bigger.
Yes, for sure. I think he looks really good on his board. Unfortunately, that wave didn't really offer that much, but still he looked good, ready for it. And he's going to paddle back out really fast to try and get another one.
One thing that is a huge benefit in a break like this is having a board with a little bit more foam to it, just for the paddle on the way back out. Daniel Banfield, his teammate, now up and riding. And that first turn looked great. Really trimmed off a lot of speed in that bottom turn, trying to set up, looking for the top turn here as this wave gives him a little more to work with, coming through to the inside. He's going to get too hung up to complete it, but got a few turns on the way to that finishing section.
That was a nice wave by Blue. It's so important to have good timing on that section. You know, there's one section or two sections that sometimes the waves offer, and that's the money section. You have to really take advantage of that because pretty much your score depends on that single section that the wave is offering.
Yeah, absolutely. Now up and riding. Garay for Costa Rica. Great timing for the first section, and he'll go down on the second. But yeah, those sections, the way that it pops up, you know, it looks like for the surfer on that last wave, trying for that wave, thinking the timing was going to be good, and then the wave got really flat all of a sudden instead of standing up.
Yeah, for sure. There's some waves that, you know, appear that they're going to have that section, but they don't. But there's a couple that you really need to have a good setup. Like you can do a couple of setup turns, like nice setup turns, but really you have to take advantage of the section that comes to you. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's two in a wave. But the sections are there. You just need to time it right.
And Ahmet goes down on that last one. He's dropped in a 2.30 to back up the 4.83. Has him momentarily in the lead. All scores are locked in across the field. Daniel Bamfeld did well in his last wave to drop a 4-point ride. And although he's sitting in fourth, he needs a small requirement to take away that leading position at the moment. Priority sitting with our surfer in white, Keon, for Costa Rica. He's chasing a 3.01. As another little corner just pops up and fades away again. Can't believe the wind has just stayed so calm today compared to what we've had for those first 3 days of competition.
So much better when there's no wind.
So much better. Is this a little bit more what it's like this time of the year, or is it pretty standard, you know, in December like this to have those little puffs of onshore through the afternoon?
Yeah, sometimes it like just depends on the day. It can be one or the other. But usually we don't get that much wind in all this coast, like Punta Hermosa, San Bartolo, Punta Rocas. It's not that common.
So many little waves dotted up and down the coastline. You just live north of here in Punta Hermosa. It's about a 5-minute drive.
Yeah, 5 minute, 8 minute drive.
Very
So many waves, like everywhere here.
And
Punta
it's-
Rocas has like, Punta Hermosa has like 12 like breaks, like one next to each other
Oh,
almost.
wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
And is it easy to be able to find waves without anyone else surfing? Or, I mean, it's obviously, you know, surfing is the popular sport in this part of the world.
It is the popular sport for sure in all these beaches on the coast, but still, like you can find waves that there's no one out, and still fun waves. But people just tend to go on on a pack together to the same wave always.
Yeah, yeah. They see one person out getting away, they're like, all right, well, we know it's working there. I'll paddle out there too. And then the
Exactly.
next person drives up, and the next, and the next.
Yeah.
And kind of driving up the coast, you have these little pockets of being able to see from the main road down to those breaks, and sometimes you can't quite see the break. And
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, it's a really neat area. It's been really fun to spend a little bit of time here. I'm sure for the team dynamics as well, with all these little towns, it's nice for the teams to just be able to, you know, support on the beach here, but then check out some different areas when they don't have surfers competing. Keon there had a look at that wave, just takes a stumble. And the green surfer has first priority here. Ras now up and riding. This is an important moment for him. He's got a couple twos on the board for previous attempts, and this wave is certainly going to set apart the scores for him for what he already has on the board. That two-turn combination finds that third tag to finish as well.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave by Green. Two nice turns, well placed in that wave. There's some more waves at the back.
Pressure starting to mount as we're into that 5-minute buzzer, that 5-minute zone. Beach announcers would have let the surfers know. They would have been checking their watches as Garay is now up and riding.
Beautiful section there. Wow.
Yeah, nice bottom turn to top turn to set things up to start. Wave gets slopey and he's adjusting accordingly. Now hoping this wave will give him that stand up to finish. He's going to kick out, not force anything too much on the inside.
But the damage was done, you know, like he took advantage of the part that had the most potential. So that's what I was saying, like there's not that many sections on the wave, so that's why you have to make them count.
Yeah. And it's nice, too, to see a surfer that makes those sections count and then just gets out of the question. You know, the way that we saw that 7 come together for Pablo in the last heat, he could have continued surfing and probably had maybe 2 or 3 more turns down the line, but he knew that his wave could be complete and that he'd had the most critical sections already nailed.
Exactly.
3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. A score to drop for last of Green. That's one of importance, chasing a 3.14 to take the advancing position. A 1.8 has dropped in for last of Daniel Banfield. He's in second at the moment, but that will change with his score coming through for the last of his teammate in Ras. Let's take another look at it here.
This is the replay of that last wave of Green with 2 nice moves. Beautiful last turn. Well served.
Scores are in. It's a 4.17. And that puts the requirement now at a 2.85 for Daniel Banfield, his teammate. Still an open door to take away that leading position, though. You know, taking a look at heat totals, the top 3 surfers specifically have 4-point rides, and no one has a good backup score.
Exactly. Well, we still need to see that wave from Red, that last one. I think that's gonna 4.9.
There it is. So that changes it. That second score dropping in for Ahmet Garay, a 4.9 on the board now, has him in a convincing leading position. And now the battle for second is pretty tight between the two Barbados surfers.
Yeah, this is a really good heat. Everything's gonna come down to the wire again. But yeah, like Ahmed pretty much got that 4.9 for one single good turn on the critical part of the wave. So that's what they should be looking at. There's some waves at the back. Priority number 1 is with White. He's needing a 4.71.
4.71 requirement for the Costa Rican as we take a look at Daniel Bamfield now up and riding for Barbados. Nice combination on the outside. He's looking at this and decides to get out. As Keon is up and riding, he gets stuck on that first turn. Now having the opportunity on the open face. Chance to get some work done here on a clean section. He drives through and drags that hand again, adding in his own flair.
His timing was a little bit off in that wave, but still great effort by White. Paddling super hard, knowing there's still a minute to go. Anything can happen.
I love also that tenacity, you know, paddling really hard, kicking out of that last wave, knowing he's got some requirements on him to get in advancing position, and he's not going to give up until that buzzer sounds. Daniel's just dropped in a score that takes him into the lead over his teammate. It's a 3.57 for last of Blue, and now Green will be chasing a 3.4 as Blue is up and riding again on the paddle back out. He's swung to go on an inside wave. At this stage, he needs to improve on a 3.57. Might take a wave with just a little bit more juice than that to get him into those 4s that we're seeing across the board for those high scores of this heat. 30 seconds on the clock. We've got an opportunity. Priority sitting with Green for Ras Lewis out of Barbados. On the inside, it's Keon for Costa Rica. Drives through that first section, drifts that tail a little bit. I like that he's pushing the limits of his surfing, knowing that he needs to go big in order to get the score, one of the highest scores of the heat, essentially, to take the advancing position.
That was a great heat.
Great heat, very tight across all 4 surfers. And it's going to be Ahmet Garay for Costa Rica with the win, and Daniel Bamfield for Barbados, who's able to sneak away the second place advancing position from his teammate and Ras Lewis off the last exchange. And Keon Giron with a bright future, a stylish future, as the Costa Rican surfer grew up in the jungle, now lives on the coastline. Unfortunately eliminated from competition, but we're going to see much more of him in the future. We're going to a quick break. When we return, still more surfing, more great surfing from our under 16s right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta, Rocas, Peru. I'm Chris Cote. Glad to be here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell was down on the beach all morning long. Really enjoyed meeting some of the future stars of surfing. There's some very talented surfer. I almost said kids down here, but they're surfing above and beyond their noted ages. An extremely talented group of surfers we have here this year.
And this division's funny because you have some really small kids, and then you have kids that are about to graduate into the U18s, but a fully international heat this one. And Tobias Sarike, well, he represents Norway, but he's from the northern part of Peru. Sister Cata competing for Peru.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Manuel Perugino from Portugal, Francisco Aglani from Italy, and Benji Lowen from New Zealand. So that's about as spread out as you'll have for a heat on a global scale like this. 17:20 to go, no waves ridden yet, but a lot of water moving around. This tells me that we just saw a huge set roll through this lineup.
I love how you've pointed out over the first 3 days of competition that at some times you just look out the back, and at this point it's not even a set anymore. It's just like wave after wave after wave. So 20 minutes, you think you have a ton of opportunities. I mean, you do, but you still got to search for them. And more than anything, you got to be in the right position for those waves. And it seems like Lowen in red might have been having a look at that one right there. Sneaky insider.
Yeah, positioning is critical. Has been for the first 3 days of competition. It will continue to be that. This is a huge playing field. And when you're sitting on the beach and watching it, I mean, it's pretty much a perfect peak. You got rights and lefts, but it does shift around a lot. I mean, by 50 yards sometimes, where these guys are sitting right here, I mean, you can see, right, that the whitewater's already starting to move over and move in, and they're all now identifying that the peak has already shifted over to the left. So all four surfers making a move, and yeah, on demand, another huge set rolling through.
I think ideally you come here, something a little longer for the bigger days would be better, but even something just a bit wider and thicker even on the smaller days. So, you know, those people that have really come from those locations that are similar to this, I think Ali Timpani, a kid from your location who competes for Finland, is a perfect example. Seaside Reef, tend to paddle out quite a bit, but more than anything, it's a reef break. You want something that'll fully engage the rails, maybe some fuller rails, and that's why I think he still had one of the best performances of the event, in my opinion.
Yeah, we had a couple paddles there, and this is open ocean surfing. I mean, they're hundreds of yards out beyond the point. And a little turn and burn on the inside. It's Benji Lowen. A little defensive surfing there.
Oh, I don't mind that.
Yeah, I think that was
it's competition.
That was well within the rules.
Got to be careful though. Once you start getting fully in front of the other person, if they're on the outside, you force the issue a little bit. That's where things can get a little tricky.
We see nice and glassy here through the afternoon. It is 1:39 p.m. here at Punta Rocas. Francisco Aglani strokes into this one with ease. He could have a good line to work with here through this inside. Building up speed. He's looking for the section. Comes around it, slams it. Great opening turn there. It's Frisky with the second, throwing the tail. Wave dies underneath his feet, but some damage done on that one. A couple big turns for the Italian surfer. And now we see Manuel Perugino, Portugal. So we got a good eclectic mix of surfers from around the world. Also goofies versus regulars. But we haven't really even been talking about that because it doesn't seem like anybody has weaknesses, backhand, forehand. I mean, it's been super even.
Yeah, and, you know, for some of the goofy footers on the backhand, I feel like they're better in the pocket. For a lot of the regular footers, you see an open face and you just find a little bit of weight, add in some variety. That works out in your favor too, but it all really just comes down to being on the right waves at the right time. And for now, I think Anglani's going to get a pretty significant score. The Portuguese surfer in green looked pretty good on the backhand, and this is where I'm kind of looking at myself. I haven't seen too many people go left. We got a left right here.
Oh, finally. Benji Lowen.
No.
Oh, ouch.
And then the wave was there too.
Thing was standing up down the line, wasn't it?
It's crazy because I think most of these guys just haven't gone left in a while. They haven't really been practicing too much on the left. Your technique starts getting, you know, a little off, and it takes you a few waves to get used to it once again.
I've kind of seen a few sneaky ramps on the inside of that left too. I mean, that could be something you might want to go to. I feel like not only are these surfers that we have, I mean, all the surfers from 57 nations, super talented, but I'm seeing a lot of surfers that are mentally prepared as well. Going out there with sound heat strategy, You know, putting up at least a 4 or 5 to start, and then giving themselves that luxury to be able to wait, be a little bit more choosy. So I got to give a lot of credit to our field. They've done their homework. They've done their own research. They know how to surf a heat. And when you're doing that at age 11, 12, 13, I mean, you got a head start on the rest of them.
Yeah, and I think prime example of that was Cavey Pearson. You know, the kid surfed in both divisions so far in this event, and I think he's been able to prove that regardless of age, as long as you have the right technique, yeah, there's obviously going to be things like size, power, and of course speed that come into play when you're facing the larger dudes, but still with the small details that really matter, those could get you through at least a few rounds. So if you depend on those things, especially with smart, savvy surfing, good strategy, not trying to overcomplicate or overdo things, you're probably going to be making a couple of heats out here.
Well, as expected, solid score comes through for Green. Manuel representing Portugal scores a 6.17. That's a great start. Francisco Anglani, a.k.a. Kiko, 15 years old. Second time participating in ISA Junior competition. His favorite break is Super Tubos.
In Peniche.
Yeah, he was born in Puerto Plata. And he is your European champion for the under 14 division in 2024. And going back to Portugal.
That was cool.
That was powerful and well placed. One turn. Sometimes that's all you need. The judges have been rewarding these big backhand snaps in those critical sections. So good turn out the back for Lowen. A couple of kind of just placeholder turns there, waiting to see if that wave was going to warm up for him. It didn't. But he will get credit for what he did on the outside section.
Yeah, really like the flow right there, the use of his body, his mechanics, especially the lower part of his body. You can just see that he has things under control really well. But, you know, going back to Peter Jr. right there, really smart for him to get a backup as quickly as he has right here. I know it's just the one turn, but, you know, pretty significant section on the outside. So to me, that's going to be a good backup. Right now, it's going to be a placeholder for him in the lead. Lowen, though, gets a good score right here, really with the flatter wave, and I'm telling you, that flow really matters in the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell a surfer not to do cutbacks because you really you don't have any other options on a lot of these waves.
You got to be good at them at this level.
Yeah, I mean, the judges have made it really clear. You've got to identify a critical section on these waves. I mean, we've seen surfers, I would say, you know, for Francisco or for Benji Lowen, at 4.77, probably at least 4 of those points came from that first turn. So it's not about quantity. Judges have made that clear over the past 3.5 days. It's about quality. One big turn can be a huge difference maker in your score line. 9:50 to go. Ooh, Tobias.
That was close.
That was on the edge. You cannot fool our priority judges. They have been right on top of it all week long. And that's definitely a paddle. And Tobias using his priority. Quick fade to the left. And that wave went nowhere. Gosh, it's tricky out here because a lot of times these waves look like they're going to give you that full line all the way through, but then they just flatten out like a pancake.
Yeah, you want the ones that seem like they're going to close out, you know, and in the end, if it does close out, but it gives you 2 critical sections on the outside, that's fine enough. So as of right now, Zadikie, just a quick in and out for him.
So we got 9 minutes left. Surfers getting themselves back into position. Let's go down to Rachel Tilley with the winner of the previous heat.
Thanks so much, Team Mets. Congratulations. A great team win. Team Costa Rica, you were in there with your teammate, not able, unfortunately, to go 1 and 2, but you did the job, you nailed the heat, and you're through to the next round.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling really happy, honestly. I'm kind of sad that Kian wasn't able to make the heat, but, you know, it's also part of the competition. He learns from that, and he's also 13, so he has a lot more ISA. So, yeah, I'm super stoked.
Okay, and I'm noticing you're riding a swallowtail now. We're talking about you riding a squash tail yesterday, and on the bigger days, what's with the change?
Yeah, well, my board snapped yesterday, so I'm using this one. It felt like a little weird, like it wasn't giving me much speed, but you know, it's fine. And hopefully it can be fixed for tomorrow, one of these days I have a heat. So yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, so you're planning on getting the snapboard fixed, hopefully to ride within the competition.
Yeah, that's right. We took it to Punta to a guy that knows a lot about like how to fix boards and normally surfing, and he like fixes Luca Messina's board, Alonso Correa. So yeah, sick.
Well, sounds like it's in good hands. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish back home?
Yeah, sí, quiero agradecer a todos en Costa Rica que me están apoyando. Vamos con toda la tercera ronda. Y también en Euskadi, a la Tata Iraya que estáis allí viéndome desde allí. Y luego a Aita que está en casa, un abrazo. Maite Saitud. Vamos arriba, por allá.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Pura vida.
Little bit of everything right there.
Yeah, he's a strong surfer. I mean, he made his team proud right there and came through with the dub. Your boys under 16 round 2 has been mind-blowing. The level of talent, the depth of field. I mean, we're only in round 2, and we're seeing surfers that are approaching this like it's finals day.
We already saw 2 Japanese surfers bow out in this round, and that's saying a lot considering they're always a favorite for the gold medal overall as a team. Wow, Pirugino right here, Chris. He found a gem, and he just went to town on this thing. How are those extensions? You mentioned gotta be good at cutbacks, but you gotta be able to be good at presenting them in different ways. Any kind of variety that you can present, especially with how repetitive a lot of these turns can be, get demolished that wave and presented a good amount of variation right there. To me, if that ain't excellent surfing, it's got to be very close to it on a day like today where there aren't plenty of scoring opportunities with those steep phases. He's for sure replacing the 3-4-3, and once again, I think if it's not an 8 or better, it's definitely got to be close.
See that amount of power and precision
and technique
in the under 16 round. Again, it's just it boggles the mind how many amazing surfers there are still in the draw. You see Benji Lowen now setting things up, speeding down the line. He's really finding the sweet spots on this wave that is not easy to ride. It's a little bit flatter than the previous wave we saw from Manuel. And here's Juno's scores come through. 7.67 paired with a 6.17 for a massive 13.84 total.
Yeah, you're not touching him anymore in this heat.
I'll let you do the 6 and 7 joke.
6-7.
Hey, 5.5 left.
I did it this morning, by the way, and it came up organically.
I heard it.
Rachel was so mad at me, but I told her we had a deal.
Hey, we're having fun. We're watching surfing. This is the best job ever.
How crazy is it that there's a couple of boils, but there's one rock especially, it just pops out of nowhere, and like, thing is, you can't see it when you're really on the wave. You can see it when you're paddling back out, though.
That's the Mama Roca from Peru.
Ooh.
Peruvian Mama Roca.
So it's the same name, Rocky Point, but with an extra S at the end. The other one's Punta Roca, this one's Punta Rocas.
Yeah. So 5 minutes to go here. Team Portugal well into the lead. They've doubled the scores of any other surfer in this heat. We are waiting for a score to come through for red, Benji Lowen.
Yep.
Presenting New Zealand.
Should be getting the score he needs.
New Zealand's had some success today.
We've had success in the past at this
forever
too.
In the history of surfing, they always seem to have success, but it feels like we're now starting to see the rise of some relatively newer teams, and obviously New Zealand's been competing for a long time, but you know, they're starting to field a young group of surfers that is putting them in finals day contention. And here's one of them, Benji Lowen.
I like the way this kid surfs, just good amount of flow right here. Not pushing too hard, pushing just hard enough for how slopey this wave is. That turned right in the pocket, a lot of spray, and just see great technique, great use of his entire body. And this one of the best scores of the day so far, 7.67 for Pirugino. A lot of intensity with that first carve. The second one just as nice. Well placed right here with this third. Full body extension and torque. And just never out of place. You know, doesn't rush anything. Makes sure to do things the way he wants to. And as you can see, growing up in Cascais, I mean, there's plenty of waves over there that resemble the location we're at the moment. Of course, you have beach breaks, you have reef breaks, but a lot of point breaks like this too.
And Galani now coming through from the outside.
Ooh, that was cool.
Nice finisher there.
Good heat for second right now.
Yeah, I mean, and just reflecting on Manuel's last wave, that is World Surfing Games level. That's Challenger Series level. Super powerful. You know, there is obviously a big difference between an 11 and 12-year-old and a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
But you know, for Manuel, you can just tell he's got all the fundamentals down, and he's just going to get more powerful as he grows up. So to already be throwing that much water around at 16, 15, that's a pretty great start. Here's Francisco Anglani.
So 4.37 for this one. I just don't think that they, you know, they're not appreciating that much that there's a good amount of disruption of flow in between turns. I don't mind it though. That last turn especially was, to me, pretty sick, and still needing a low 5 because Lowen was able to get a 5-1 theory on his previous one, Chris. And right now, 2 minutes 20. You know, I don't think the scores really reflect how good both red and blue has surfed at the moment. To me, they've had some really good waves. I know just in the context of the 7s and the 6 so far from Perugino, they're not touching that, but boy, I mean, red and blue, in my opinion, I mean, you coming from a free surf like this, I'd be pretty stoked myself.
Yeah, this is becoming a fun battle for second place. And I wouldn't count out Tobias just yet, just unfortunately, you know, a little bit lost at sea in this one. You can see he only has a 0.43, so 1 wave ridden. And it happens. You know, you'll get out of the tempo of what's happening in the lineup, and you start to see your competitors all packing big numbers. Can have a way of kind of messing with your mind. But for Tobias, definitely a learning experience. And maybe with a minute and a half left, we'll get to see his skills. He's a great surfer.
Yep.
Representing Team Norway.
At least finished with a high note, right, Chris?
Yeah, so let's try to will a wave to young Tobias Zareke.
Ooh.
Ooh, Francisco Anglani making his case. Looking for a 5-2-3. Good, strong power surfing. Could have a nice inside section to work with here.
One more.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh, so flow interrupted there, but tons of speed, lots of power all the way through from the outside.
It's going to be another one of those heats.
Oh, yeah. You knew it. That's one thing you can count on here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Every heat's going to go down to the wire. Every heat's going to have a lot of waves. And boys, girls, and women, everyone's going to be ripping. Those are 3 facts for you, Mitchell.
At the very least right there.
38 seconds left. All right, Benji Lowen sitting with a 9.90 total. I mean, Francisco Aglani is right behind him with a 9.04, looking for a 5.23. 25 seconds left.
I'd be trying to get on the wave, though, if I'm red. You don't want to leave things up to chance right here, because if blue does get the score, you got to be able to get on the wave.
Well, the problem is he's in 3rd priority, and both surfers are out there with him. So we see now, surfer representing Norway. All right, here we go. Tobias Zareke. And just can't quite get around that whitewater section, but he put a lot of effort into this heat. Just didn't go his way, and it happens to the best of them. So as we wait now for the score to come through in blue, this is going to be a super impactful score. It could be a heartbreaking score for Team New Zealand. That could be a hero score for Team Italy.
And, you know, we've talked about how good Italy has gotten over the last couple of years. I think it's going to be a close one right here, Chris.
This is definitely their best junior team that we've ever seen. Well, we have more action to come. We will pay off the score here in round 19 after these brief messages. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
You know, a better world through surfing sounds like a lofty, almost impossible goal, but guess what? It's working. We helped get surfing the Olympics. We're showcasing, shining the spotlight on the world's best junior surfers, 18 and under. We're doing everything we can to create a better place, a better world through surfing. So thank you to the ISA for, you know, putting events on all throughout the year, including this event we're watching right now. These are the current and future stars of this sport. Any of the surfers from our 57 nations potentially going to be a champion in the not so far future. We will have gold medalists on the individual and team levels at the end of the week.
Oh, and Anglani got the score right here, Chris. Knocked Lowen down to third.
Wow, okay, so the official results, or you kind of just slid that in there. That's a big deal. Team Italy with the buzzer beater. Look at, I believe he's looking for like a 5.
It was a low 5,
5'10",
yeah.
he got the 5.33. So Team Italy survives and thrives in a radical Heat 19 here in the boys under 16 round 2. And there's your official results.
Got to give it to Lowen. Had a couple of really good waves in that heat. I think the missed opportunities on the first 2, the falls, cost him the advancement into this heat, into this next round. But props to Anglani. Surfed a good heat. Got the score right at the end.
Yeah, that was a fun one to watch. Always bittersweet at the end for the surfers who are now out of this competition. But we got a lot more surfing to go today. 1950 on the clock.
Good heat.
Ocean Lannister, Luca Thompson, Aditya Somia, and Kamil Darave. Darave. Belgium, Indonesia, New Zealand, Australia.
You're doing great.
Hey. We're all learning, including the surfers in the lineup.
That's true.
This guy's learning right here that these two guys are learning that Punta Rocas has power, and you get pounded. You get caught inside by one of these rollers. And the hard part about it is bigger is not better today. The bigger waves are completely flattening out, but in order to be in the position to catch the medium-sized waves, you're going to have to take a few of those on the head.
That is correct, and it seems like perhaps Camille right here in the white, Belgian surfer.
All right, here we go.
Oh,
I was just about to say, such a good, clean style. I mean, you can tell a surfer has good style right when they stand up.
Yeah.
And right behind
this kid rips.
Camille, this is Aditya Somia. Strong surfer from Indonesia. They brought a powerhouse team.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, so Indonesia, obviously there's a ton of islands, a ton of world-famous breaks, and they definitely scoured the nation. Give it up to their scouts and their coaches and managers for putting together this team that I feel like is the best junior team Indonesia has ever fielded.
Yep, I agree. TP Jabrik, manager and coach, said he's still with a ton of jet lag. They got here about 3 days before the event even started, but he's still struggling. They're off hours all the time, but you know, TP, somebody I met when I did a number of QSs in Indonesia about a decade ago, and it was a big part about, you know, how I was able to move around, gave me some really good advice, and now to see him here with his daughter Suri and being able to coach the Indonesian team, it's a big deal for them. That's an idol over there.
Yeah, I mean, as a coach, you don't have to be a great surfer. I would say it helps because TP has been through, you know, the ups and downs of pro surfing. Again, knows the rules back to front, and he's got this a very kind of chill demeanor about him. He has that kind of guru-esque vibe, and he is an absolute ripper.
And he's held a ton of different positions within the industry too, and that matters when it comes to managing your team. You know, being a director in an event, of course, a surfer yourself and a competitor. So, in the long run, for a team as complete and as big as they are, but I agree. Not only is it the best team they've ever fielded, it's also one of the most complete teams. It's nice to see them field pretty much a full team this year. And outside of that too, you know, got to put some pressure on the government. Let's get some events back in Bali. Let's get some events back in Indonesia. They have the waves, obviously. They have the infrastructure. I know we're just waiting on the moment to get invited back because that's a place that I know I love to go back to see a competition once again.
Yeah, they have, a handful of specialty events that are very prestigious. But yeah, it would be cool to see some big time events go down in Bali and the surrounding areas. I know in the WSL QS series,
oh yeah,
there's a couple of great events at Waves that just make you froth when you're watching those contests.
Krui and Nias.
Yep.
Couple
Krui
of
for me
6,000s.
is the dream destination. A super long, rippable left-hander.
Well,
Nias looks like it could be a little much for me at times.
I think Nias on the right day, you'd enjoy yourself a lot. You'd have a ton of fun. And I think if you ask Ocean Lancaster out there in the red right now, he'd be saying the same kind of thing. Seems like Thompson, though, the Kiwi out there in the blue, going left.
All right, our first look at a left in a while. Big
Solid.
snap there. Great finish there for Luca Thompson.
And the thing about, going left is that you're presenting something completely different. You've seen it a couple times. There haven't been a lot of great lefts in the event so far, but judges haven't seen it because nobody's been able to do it and accomplish it. And this is a two-turn combination. It's basic surfing, but it's very well done. And I think Thompson's timing right here, especially with that last turn, was pristine. A lot of froth and a lot of white water on the open face too. So well done when it comes to landing and securing that piece of landing right there at the end.
Yeah, 20-minute heats when you have a lineup that's this vast goes by really quick. And I like this decision to fade and go on this left, not just because I'm a goof footer, but because look at this. Meaningful section there.
Yeah.
Closeouts have actually been some of the higher scoring waves we've seen of the event.
Well, yeah, because they're waves that stand up, and if your timing's right, you're going to get to the lip line, and you saw the release right there from the tail. Perfect stuff, and I'm expecting at least a mid-range score right here. Was a larger wave as well, so you mentioned a while ago, the biggest doesn't always mean better, but I think this two-turn combination probably has to admit something to the judges that this is what they want to see, combinations of major maneuvers in the steepest part of the wave.
Well, you know why Luca Thompson is so comfortable going left is that he was born and raised at Raglan, one of the most fun left-handers in the world.
One of the best, too.
He's 15 years old. He attends the Raglan Surf Academy, run by Larry Fisher. He is your former Aotearoa Maori national champ under 14 division. And his favorite break is Manu Bay. Biggest achievement so far in his young surfing career, making Team New Zealand. And, we all know how many good surfers there are in New Zealand. To make this team, you've done something to make yourself and your family proud. And right there, getting the attention of the judges, 6.5. So it's so obvious, it's so clear that the judges want to see you get up into the lip.
Yeah.
That was basically, the first turn was nice, but the second turn is where the bulk of that score came through.
Correct.
And I know you can't, just dial up the waves you want to rate. This isn't a wave pool, but if you go and look for a wave that actually looks like it's going to be a closeout, you might be doing yourself a favor.
Well, fundamentals of surfing will never go out of style. There are always going to be some things that are just totally important. And I think if you look at the way Iago was able to win the world championship over at Cloudbreak, his opening rod was a 7, and it was all based off of power surfing. And it's not necessarily the thing that he's most known for. Most people know him for his creativity, how good he is in the air. But you do the basic things very well, you're going to get rewarded. And those are just, things that have made surfing what it is nowadays. And, for a lot of these young kids growing up, everybody wants to be the air guy. Everybody wants to have good clips. I can tell you so many clips of Andy Irons back in the day that is just of power surfing, and I can still watch it over and over again.
Power will never go out of style. We know that. 12:30 to go. A little bit of a break in the action. It's perfect timing because we have Rachel Tilley standing by, the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, you guys, and Manuel, the winner of the last. Thank you so much, you guys, Manuel, the winner of the last heat. That is the definition of building a house. Okay, so very first round, you got knocked out into that Reparage round. You won your heat yesterday with about an 8-point heat total, and now you've just secured one of the highest heat totals of the day. How has this progression been for you?
I don't know. I don't know what happened on the first heat, and the second heat on the Reparage was like kind of tricky too. Couldn't find a backup. But now with all the team here and all the guys and the girls supporting me, just feels nice and yeah, gives me more confidence. And I just go to the water, try to make my surf, and yeah, start with a good one. Then with third priority, stay a little bit more on the inside, and then could find a nice double up and did my surf and give me a good score.
That's a really smart heat strategy that you played out. When you have a heat that doesn't go the way that you wanted it to, what does that discussion with your team look like? Do you review and watch the heat? Do you talk about it, or do you just try and move forward from it? Talk me through that.
We, in the end of the day, we always talk about our heats and try to see our mistakes to in the next heats don't make it again. And yeah, just talk to the coaches and try to make it good.
Well, you're a good student, taking from what you're getting coached and applying it and having a spectacular heat. Is there anything you'd like to say in Portuguese back to everyone supporting at home?
Yes, sir. Gostava de agradecer a toda a gente que me tem apoiado, aos meus amigos. Gostava de agradecer aos meus pais, principalmente, que me têm vindo a dar um grande suporte. E gostava de agradecer também a toda a equipa, aos meus patrocinadores, e bora com tudo para o próximo round.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations again, and I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Seems like he's got a great mind for competitive surfing. I mean, to be able to get that information, decode it between getting out of the water and getting up against the glass in that short of a span. I mean, that tells me he's a smart kid. And, you know, when you have the ability to quickly clean up the mistakes that you made and at least identify them, that means you're improving with every heat you surf.
100%. He said the key thing, though, don't repeat mistakes. That's the thing right there. You keep making the same mistake over and over again, you're never learning. And, you know, when you were working with Sophia yesterday, I heard you say a big quote that's actually from, you know, Carlos Gracie in Jiu-Jitsu. It's, you know, you either win or you learn. I mean, you simplify it like that, don't take it as a loss. Look at it as a lesson. And he took that first loss as a valuable lesson. Guess what? He's got 2 heat wins back-to-back now. And I'd say one of the best performances of the round so far right here, too.
Yeah. You could also say lose and learn.
Yep.
Winning's great. But I think oftentimes you actually learn more from a loss.
Oh, yeah.
You not only learn, you know, the physical stuff, but you also learn about yourself and how to deal with it.
And your heart. I mean, because there's some that sting a lot more, too, and you never want to be able to feel that again. So I made sure back in my day, and that's actually a reason why I stopped. I was like, I got so much other stuff going on. It's just affecting me personally. And once it starts hurting you physiologically and it starts bringing you down, that's when you know it's time to quit. It's just a bummer anymore. You stop enjoying it.
Just go back to the purity of surfing.
Exactly.
Wow. All the surfers we have down here, they got a long time until that happens.
Wow, Ocean Lancaster out there, though. We're talking about somebody top of the food chain. Hasn't caught a wave yet. Nearly 12 minutes gone by.
I mean, it happens. You can get lost. This place is huge. Okay, you just helped him out there. As we see now, that's why we've been waiting to see Ocean Lancaster. His surfing is so sharp, so powerful. Plenty of speed. I mean, that is about as solid a fundamental cutback as you could do. Gets vertical up into the lip there. Judges are going to like that.
I loved it.
Hung up a little bit, but cleans it up. Gets the finish. That's how you start your heat.
Nomination
Even if you're only starting it over halfway through, but he's got to feel good about that one.
Potentially one of the haircuts of the event, too, with that mullet he's got.
Yeah, he's looking good. Luka Thompson currently sitting on the highest single wave score of 6.5. I feel like Ocean's wave, it was pretty different than Luka's wave, but it felt like it had the energy of a similar score.
Ooh, lefts.
Right. Derive from Belgium. We've been loving this kid's style, and just another slip. I mean, that's got to be so frustrating He was just starting to build momentum down the line. Fortunately for Camille, he'll be right back out to the takeoff zone. Now we're going to see Aditya Somia. Nice layback slash there to start. A classic maneuver that's never going to go out of style.
Ooh.
And he gives us 2 of them. I'm fine with that. Somia. He's got a unique approach. Little whip at the end of that turn. Slides it again on the inside. That was really cool looking surfing.
This is a very interesting heat right here. Took Lancaster a long time to get his first ride. This is an excellent answer, in my opinion, from Somia to everybody else. And, of course, Thompson with that 6.5 on the left. He was looking for another one, but higher priority with every other surfer out there, so he's got to wait in line. 6 minutes, though, Chris. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, you pointed out a while ago, you got to be good at doing cutbacks. There were a lot of carves on the way from Lancaster, but everyone was different. There was a lot of speed involved, and then actually once he got into the lip line, added in that variety. So to me, if it ain't excellent, it's close to it. Same thing. But I really like Green's wave right here.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Kind of opposite approach. You had Ocean Lancaster, just pure power, driving down the line. And you had Aditya, who was getting really stylish with it and adding a little bit of extra flair to the end of his turns.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he did not get like a super critical section to smash, which the judges have been looking for throughout the entire event. But what the surfing he did on the open face was really nice. Just a different type of look. And I like when surfers are creative and kind of do their own thing out there. It feels like Aditya Somia is on that list of stylists that I'm compiling.
Oh.
And it's long. It's long.
And on the list of maybe people that eventually get a medal, too. Kid won the Grom Search back in Bali this year. He qualified for the international final in France, made it into the semis over there. And they, once again, Dylan Wilcoxon, he had a good performance earlier today. They got a good team. I'm excited to see what they do later on. I feel like, obviously, top 10 is what most of us expect from them. They should be, you know, medaling as a team, though, I feel.
It's a lot of names that have come up competing in the Rip Curl Grom Search series, and it's all in the name. I mean, we're searching the world for the best grommets. Rip Curl's done a really great job at fostering talents from all over the world. Thank you for that. And it also just, it helps surfers get more experience. You know, there's only one big ISA World Junior Championships, right? So you got to keep surfing, you got to keep competing, qualify for this event. You know, you got to be ready. So with 4 minutes left, here's how it stands. Ocean Lancaster, as expected, comes through with an 8.50. It's one of the highest single wave scores of the day, and he earned every bit of it. Luca Thompson now drops to second, sitting on that 6.5. Still waiting for the score to come through from Aditya. Needs a 4.01.
He's getting that.
I got a good feeling about this number. I think he made the most of the wave that was handed to him. Time's not on their side right now, though.
No, and Lancaster.
3 minutes, 30 seconds. It's getting gnar.
He was patient, waited a long time with priority. You know, went out there, got that excellent score. If I'm him, I'm scavenging anything I can on the inside and just getting that back up quickly.
Oh, 6.37 for Somia. He jumps into lead. Lancaster to second. Now Luca Thompson needs a 2.01. And I wonder if he knows what just transpired as he took off on this wave. He's kind of waiting, setting things up. Here's a good section. So a 4-turn combo. Could have some more through to the inside. Thompson from New Zealand.
Very smart.
Doing it on his forehand, his backhand. Camille de Rave. Good to see him get a solid ride. Had a couple slips earlier on, but you could tell, I mean, the kid's a great surfer. Just sometimes you have those heats that do not go your way. So with 2 minutes, 40 seconds left, we saw the switch. Ocean Lancaster, who was sitting in the top spot for just about 30 seconds. And Somia got the number 6.37. So Luca Thompson definitely got to 2.01, well beyond that on his last wave.
Yeah.
We got a heat on our hands and not a lot of time left.
Well, this is Camille's best wave by a mile right here. First carve is really strong. But as you said, he's just been a bit off in this heat. That one's nice too, but right here, coming out of it, you can see this is where you need to get that steepness and just catches the outside rail a little bit too much and put him off balance for the rest of the wave. So he was on his way to a really good score, but that combination right there at the end is going to cost him. And then this wave, I mean, very smart. Not pushing too hard, pushing just hard enough. Brings it all the way back in the pocket right here. Really like this turn into the lip, making sure he rides out of it, though. And luckily for him, got a couple of bonus sections on the inside, too, Chris. You can see brings it into the lip. And right here, once again, rides out of it. So it's up into the double digits now for Thompson. He actually takes the lead with this last one.
Yeah, 4-5-0. And then getting the backup, Ocean Lancaster, who unbelievably now has dropped into third place. Oh, this is the 8-5-0.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, this is gold medal stuff right here from Lancaster. If you can get on another wave, he's going to move back up into the top 2 spots, but can't get much cleaner than that. I really like the element of speed, though, as you mentioned, during this wave. I mean, every single turn was different, and just the speed, the spice that he had. He's needing a score, though. Don't need a whole lot, Chris.
Yeah, okay, he got it. He only needed
still, though.
Was that the heaviest commentator curse ever?
Oh, my God.
He only needed a .37. Well, he did. He got a .93.
He's waving towards the beach. He's like, what do I do? 30 seconds.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at what Somia needs. Oh.
All right, Somia needs a 3.07. There's 27 seconds on the clock. Panic in the lineup.
You got to be hustling if you're the kid in green. There's a wave outside. Lancaster's got to be on this right here.
We got 18 seconds left.
Oh, my God. Ocean, here he goes. And then Green, can he get to his feet?
All right, so big snap there. That's going to delete that .93.
Oh.
But Somia now needs a 3.07. So one turn on the outside. Nice carve there. Silky smooth.
Ooh.
Adds a third.
Ooh.
Oh, big section on the inside.
Oh.
Somia!
This is crazy.
Aditya Somia with a potential buzzer beater. That would be a shocking turn of events for Ocean Lancaster, who was sitting on the highest single wave score of the heat. Now we have 2 seriously impactful scores to come through. At the moment, needing a 3.07, it's Aditya Somia. So second score has come through now for Lancaster, 3.37. So now the question is, did Somia do enough to get a 4.64 or beyond?
And, I mean, you got to feel for Luka Thompson if he doesn't make it out of this heat. He surfed a great heat, very smart, a 6.5 and a 4.5. One quality turn right there from Motion. Props to him for getting up in time, getting that wave, getting the one turn. But this is the one that we're talking about. Is this a 4.64 or better now?
I mean, this is pure entertainment right here. I'm loving this.
The kid has heart, too, and you can't teach this. First 2 really just setups. Much better right there. A lot of speed into the lip. Throws a lot of spray. And that combination at the end was sick.
Fearless, too. It's not easy to just throw it all out there on your last turn.
Now, the only thing as a judge, though, you got to be looking at the sections. Were they critical? Were they steep enough? You know, just comparing it to the 4.5. More maneuvers on the 4.5 at Thompson. I like the speed element better on this wave right here, though. And you got a decision to make, and regardless of who advances, it's going to be heartbreak for either Thompson or for Somia, though. I don't think Ocean's gotten the news yet.
He must be tripping. You know, to go out there and wait for 11 minutes to get your first wave.
Drop all the excellent score.
All the emotions, right? You're stressing, and then all of a sudden you're feeling great because you got an 8.5. And then you're stressing again because there's only 30 seconds left, and you need a .37.
What a heat.
Yeah, that was super fun to watch, and it will be bittersweet for 2 of our surfers as it comes through. It's enough. It's a 4.70 for Aditya Somia representing Team Indonesia. Clutch surfing there.
That's crazy.
I mean, I don't know this kid yet, but I want to meet him. I'm proud of him. That was awesome.
Really nice kid. I got to meet him yesterday, and, you know, props to Luka Thompson. He surfed a great heat. I know we're going to see Camille probably back at World Surfing Games and at Junior next year. You know, but good performance there by Somia, left it all on the line. And of course, Lancaster dropping the 8.5 right here.
Look, he's just going. What just happened? Well, we'll get you all updated as to what's happening here in the round 2 of boys under 16. Heat 20 was one for the books, but guess what? We got another one for you right after these brief messages.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. And he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer, you can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves, so really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67. That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. at ISAsurf.org.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from Punta Rocas. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell,
I'm losing it.
We're really enjoying ourselves, and we're really lucky. This is an absolute privilege to call what we're seeing in the lineup right now, because the future of surfing is in really good hands. And the future for our editors is looking bright too, because they've got a lot of great waves to choose from. The end of the day is going to have an incredible highlight reel. That's going to get us fired up. So your boys under 16 round 2 continues. We're into heat 21. There you can see just lines for days. No shortage of swell. I feel like today is, from what I've seen so far, is the ideal size for this wave. I mean, it's right there in the sweet spot. It's hitting the rocks nicely. I mean, you can see right there, it's a perfect peak. We're starting to see more lefts being surfed, so all good signs. Still sheet glass out here. 16:40 to go. First wave ridden. It's going to be by Milo Shani, Team Sweden. This kid's favorite wave is Jeffreys Bay. So if he likes big, long rights, well, he's in a good spot. Lay back there. You saw Isaac Friend up and down out the back. Stick with Milo Shani now. Through to the inside section. Just solid, clean surfing. So far, mistake-free. Adds another layback on the inside. So mixing up his turns. And he's hoping for a little bit extra through the inside, but that was a well-surfed wave and a good start, and I like this. Hustle. Hustle gets you points in my book.
It definitely does, and you know, in the end, it's that kind of hustle that gets you through heats like we saw in the last one. So definitely got to make sure to get your 2 scores at the beginning, and then eventually make sure you're out there using priority in the best of ways and the smartest of ways too, because Marley Massey out there from France got some pressure on his shoulder. The French team so far this week hasn't done the best, and you know, they've been a contender always for the gold medal for a number of years, and very well coached as always. And speaking of Marley in the red, wasn't able to get into it. So the only wave ridden so far, it's going to be Shani from Sweden in the blue.
Yeah, that's kind of the tone setter wave for this heat.
So Isaac Friend yesterday, had a great interview with him. You asked me why I asked him if he was the imposter. They got a game within Team England, and I guess he's like one of the coolest kids out there. Ben Skinner was like, make sure you ask him if he's the imposter. And poor kid, They made him laugh. They embarrassed him so much. It was hilarious.
Yeah, his team was cracking him up the whole time. That's just another unique and fun element to this event. You know, the teams are here supporting each other dawn to dusk. You'd love to see it. So here's what we're looking at today.
Hitting low tide right now.
Yeah, that's a good thing. You know, as the tide starts filling in, the kind of the playing field condenses a little bit. Water temp 65, air 68. Good enough for a spring suit, short arm full.
Yep.
3-2 full suit. Swell height 4 to 6 feet. Yep. Wind has been non-existent today. I'm going to knock on wood just in case, but it's already 2:30 here in Peru, so that's a really good sign that it's going to be glassy all afternoon. First score comes through for Milo, 4.67. Oh, and he backed it up quick. Tells me he's got a proper high heat IQ.
Seems like a quick in and out right there from Shawnee. Spends a good amount of time in Israel, representing Sweden. Of course, I mean, when you look at Chinese Taipei, they run a lot of big QS events over there. They have a couple of pro juniors. They've crowned world pro juniors and world longboard champions over there. I think that is an underrated place to go for a surf trip, and they have impressed me so far this week.
Let's go. Marley Massey now, Team France. You know when the French team shows up, they bring their best. So Marley now having to wait a little bit. The wave didn't pan out like he wanted it to, so he pulls out. I think that's a good decision. Don't waste any time. You don't have a lot of it. These 20-minute heats are flying by. 13:20 to go. We got about a 15 wave set coming through. And it looks like two surfers way out the back. They could be in position. It's going to be Isaac Friend. And goes for the big extended roundhouse wrap. 16 years old from Bood. Surfs Black Rock a lot. So that was a pretty big wave, but we've said it before. Bigger is not always better. Did like the wrap on the outside, but we'll see what the judges have in store for Isaac. 12:50 to go. While we wait for the next scores to come through, let's go down to the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much. Ocean, what a big heat. That was crazy. The highest single wave score of the day, but it really still came down to the wire because you couldn't find that backup. I mean, what are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm actually just lost for words from that heat. I went out there and I was so hyped. I was watching all the heats leading up to it, and there was just so many good-looking waves, and I was like, all right, just going to go out there and give it my best and catch a bunch of waves, and got out there and sat for the first half of the heat, and I was like, all right, I got to get something real quick, and then I got that one, and it was such a good wave, and I was like, all right, I got 8 minutes. I should be able to find one in the next 8 minutes and get it back up, and then just paddle from left to right trying to find something, and yeah, nothing came to me, and in the end, I took off on one, and my foot slipped on my first turn, and I was like, oh my God, is this it? Like, am I gone? And then I managed to scratch into one that I just didn't even look like a wave, and somehow pull off one turn on it, and then, yeah, got the job done, so it was crazy.
In those moments when you need a score at the very end and you're really manufacturing and willing a wave to come to you, what does your mental speak sound like when you're paddling into what ended up being that 3-something to put you in the lead?
Oh, I was just thinking of all the scenarios, just all of them just played out, all 1,000 of them at once in my head, and I was like, oh my God, how is this going to go? Is this it? And I was just, yeah, I was lost, and then I was like, oh, I'm just going to try catch this little one and see if I can get something done, and hopefully that does the job, and ended up doing it. So, yeah, I'm just so happy that it turned out the way I wanted it to.
Okay, well, we've talked about getting that backup score, but I want to take a moment to really appreciate what has been the highest single wave score of the day so far. An excellent ride, an 8.5. How did that wave feel?
Yeah, it was really nice. It had the best pace on it, and I was just like, I'm just going to back my surfing and, yeah, see where it takes me, and I ended up getting a few really nice carves, and I've kind of been working on them in the warm-up surfs, and, yeah, it felt really good, and then I got that one nice inside section. I was like, all right, this is it, and then, yeah, I'm glad I was able to put that one together.
Well, that practice turning into great execution. Is there anything you'd like to say back to everyone at home that would be probably sweating and now sighing relief?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I'm sorry I put you all on the edge of your seats. I won't do that again, don't worry. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in, and we'll get it done in the next one, hopefully.
Onwards and upwards. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Andy Irons once said, a win is a win. Yep. You don't worry about numbers in your previous heat. You worry about what you're going to do in the next heat, and I think that's a a great learning experience for Ocean. He's an absolute ripper. So he dodged one there, but came through with the highest single wave score of the day. So congrats to Ocean. But now let's look at Sheng Yang Chen. This guy's a strong performer over the past couple of days, representing Chinese Taipei. We do have some scores to update you on. Milo Shani with a 4.67. Last wave for Isaac Friend. It was a big wave, but it did not have a lot of opportunity. It only comes through at a 2.43. So with 9.5 left, these surfers, I like that Ocean said he went out there and started paddling back and forth from right to left. I think that's kind of a low-key thing that we haven't really talked about or seen much of, just because it's kind of happening out there. That's basically paddling in circles, and that is like not how you want to do it when you're out in a lineup this big. But when it happens to a guy as good as Ocean, you know that it's happening to everyone.
Yeah, and he's from Newcastle, so you're either getting long period swells or you're surfing, you know, majority of beach breaks that tend to be short period. And with the addition of a lot of short period swell in there in the water today, that west-northwest, I think, is really making things a lot more difficult to really identify which one's the one that has a better wall and which one's going to break further on the outside and compare it to the inside. That's the confusing part. You get your good wave, you're thinking, all right, I get another one of those, nobody's touching me, not even close. That's what he waited for. All of a sudden, there's 2 minutes, you can't scrap into a wave. He gets that one where his foot slips off. He has to go on that small insider, and luckily gets a 3 out of it. But
he saved himself.
Exactly, and that's the power of just, you know,
grinding it out.
Your will.
Yeah, all the way down. I mean, down to the end. Every single heat that we've been a part of has literally gone to the last second. I'm sure this one's going to be the same, because this is one of those moments where it's almost like you're pulling back a compound bow, and you know that there's going to be some energy coming through. You can see it, all three surfers now paddling hard to get around what's probably a big peak of a wave. So again, that is your perfect illustration of the shifting peak we're seeing this afternoon.
And a lot of times it can be confusing. You move over too much, then you don't catch it. And especially with priority, once you paddle for it, that's a mistake on your behalf if you're not getting into it.
Milo Shani put himself in the perfect position for this wave. Looks good on the outside. And has to go under the whitewater to start. This wave forming up nicely through the mid portion. Comes around another section.
Oh, that was
lays
sick.
Up into it. Yeah, that was an awesome looking turn. You can hear the beach going wild. Milo Shani, Team Sweden, sending a message to their rider. Yes, do that more. We want to see that.
Once the judges get a hold of the score too, I think he's gonna, you know, be getting told from the judges, we want more of that too.
Yeah,
we appreciate it.
Closeout sections will do you good. Will do you well. They're gonna do something for you if you do it right.
Oh, turn and burn on the inside again?
Yeah, go for it. Milo Shani. Ooh, sliding, forceful layback turn. You know, when you're feeling a maneuver and owning it, that's got to be your go-to move.
Now, don't do it 3 waves in a row, though, because then they kind of get over it.
Yeah, like, okay, repetition's not going to help you.
Yeah, too repetitive, but no, that one was sick, and I don't think that one was planned the way he pulled it either, so might have been a little by mistake. It all depends on how high the other score comes through, but this maybe has a chance of replacing the 4.67.
You might be replacing both of these waves.
True.
That are in his scoreline. He's got a 4.67 and a 0.50.
So this is the insider, and once again, goes for the layback. Even caught his leash with his backhand, too. I mean, everything's happening in a positive way for Milo right now. Gets a little 2-for-1 in. But that slide of the fins with the layback, probably accidental, but worked out.
Yeah, that was a unique turn.
Definitely. And misses the first one right here on the outside, as he said. Kind of had to cut it short under the lip. That's a strong wrap, though. More of a setup. And right here, I love the timing of this last layback. Really critical, steep section. A lot of power and speed into it. He gets his best, Chris.
Yeah, 5.5. Really coming on the strength of that. Up from under into the lip layback turn. Not an easy turn to do. 5 minutes, 22 seconds left. Marley Massey's fallen behind. He's only got a 2-point ride. That's going to help him out. Big vertical snap. Carves it back to the whitewater, waiting for things to start to escalate on this wave. Coming through to the inside. is where all that work hopefully will pay off for Massey. Okay. All right, you've done enough. Get out. Get paddling. There you see effort there from Marley Massey. So a good backside whip right in the middle part of that wave, and a nice finish. Gets up into the whitewater for a little point of difference, as they say. So with 4 minutes 42 seconds to go, I mean, he only needed a .44. Yeah, he got that easy. 3.20 paired with a 2. He's got a 5.20 total. But Milo Shiani, he's in the double digits with a 5.5 and a 4.67. Everything's going his way for now. Isaac Friend with 1 wave ridden and only 4 minutes 25 seconds to go. This is becoming a trend. So if I'm a coach for a team or a team rider that's going out there, I'm telling them, get an early start and back it up quick. Easy to say from this chair. But here we go. Isaac Friend representing Team England. Couple of good turns on the outside.
Ah.
Yeah, just got a little overextended through that last turn.
Yeah.
Fins slipped out. He goes down.
Got to bend those knees a little bit more. Small steps, baby steps, though. This is a wide open heat, though, Chris. Second place is available at the moment.
There's the coach, team leader, shaper to a lot of the surfers on the team, Ben Skinner.
Also father to 2 of the members as well.
He's got a lot on his plate this week.
Yeah, he does.
Shenyang Chen. Been a little quiet in this one with the 2.10. Just kind of getting those waves that are just way too shouldery. A lot of credit to Chinese Taipei. They're definitely one of the most improved teams over the past few years.
Oh, yeah.
And Shenyang Chen is a big part of that progression. So Isaac Friend, score, yeah, comes through to 2. That slip really cost him. And also, wave selection isn't helping Isaac Friend. He's getting the good-looking waves that kind of loom large out the back, but they have all just been flattening out so quick. See, this one has like a closeout look to it. That could actually be a scoreable wave. Maybe. I'm mind surfing it. Okay, I just did a floater, came around the section, nailed the white water. I got a 3.
I was waiting for that wave to break.
It wasn't. I was trying to cover up a fail. That was not a good wave. 2 minutes 25 seconds left. Ben Skinner trying to will a wave to young Isaac Friend.
Well, that's an indication. Outside, board straight up. Yep. There's the lines, Chris.
Oh, my
2
goodness.
minutes. He's got first priority. He recovered it, and I think this next one might have to be the one, too.
Mitch, I need a new chair. I've worn out the edge of my seat. 2 minutes left.
These are the heats, too, where you'd rather go on the first wave of the set and make sure you actually catch one than be waiting for the second or third and it doesn't break. Here he goes.
With priority, Isaac Friend. Okay, good card to start. Looking for a 2.78.
Oh.
He's got to lean into these turns. Mistake-free surfing. He's got a proper section on the inside. Nails it. Yeah, flex on him. Isaac Friend. Got to feel good about that wave. He was looking for a 2.78. I think he went well above and beyond that number. And you just love to see a kid of this age that stoked.
Yeah, for sure. And a kid, when they come in, whether win or lose, they're going to receive him in the best of ways. But, I said it a few minutes ago. This heat's wide open. Marley Massey, only the 3.2 and the 2. And Isaac's had a couple of waves before this, also in the 2s. And, unfortunately for Chen, he's just had a couple of waves also that just never sit up. So you get the one chance, you make it worth your time. And it's basically a 3 right here, and I think he gets not only his best wave, I think he's going to put some pressure on both Massey and Chen right here. Might be needing something in the 4s right here with 45 seconds.
Dial up a set. It's the end of the heat. 45 seconds left. There's opportunity knocking way out the back. You got Shenyang Chen in that top priority spot. He could be in the zone. This one's going to crumble. Just a shouldery wave there. Ooh, nerves of steel not to go on that wave because, look, he may be one cut back. That's it.
And keep an eye on Massey, too. He's way on the left. I think he might be trying to go on one of these lefts over here.
20 seconds left. Oh, Chen just could not get into it. So Isaac Friend now, he gets the number he was looking for. 3.73, but watch out. Marley Massey needs a 2.97. Big extended left-hand wall in front of him.
Oh, no!
Ooh, ouch. 3, 2, 1. We're done. Milo Shani, believe he got up before the horn. Oh, and that could be a very painful fall for Marley Massey, who was looking for just about a 3-point ride. Give it up to Isaac Friend. That was clutch surfing, but he's in a precarious position. Got a 3.73. Now all eyes are on the score line for red, and it does come through at a 1.97. Not enough. So Milo Shani, representing Team Sweden, gets the win. Isaac Friend hammers his way into second place by the skin of his teeth, but he moves on, advancing into round 3. We lose a very talented duo in Marley Massey and Sheng Ying Chen, but we'll see more of those guys in the not too distant future.
Can't teach heart, Chris. Back-to-back heats.
We got more from round 2, boys under 16 action. Heat 22 is going to be entertaining and awesome, so don't go anywhere. We're going to bring Sophia and Shannon back into the booth. We'll see you after these brief messages.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
And we're back to live action with surfer in green up and riding for Cash Souter out of the USA. Just a little S-ing on the inside section as we take a look at this big set on the outside. And it looks like our 3 surfers out the back are just going to be caught on the head, unfortunately. And 18 minutes on the clock. Netherlands, Peru, USA, and Panama with surfers in the lineup. Kai Wolfsbeck, Luca Chipoko, Cash Souter, and Kalani Camarena. With the opportunity to stay in the draw, top 2 surfers will be advancing through. Bottom surfer will be knocked out of competition. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Sofia Milanovic. And Sofia, that would have been such a great set to see someone actually surfing.
Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, they were out of position in that set. They got it in the head pretty much. But still plenty of time. We have a beautiful hit in our hands. And we're watching that replay of Green. Wow, that first turn was such a beautiful turn by Green. Second good turn. Trying to get a little double up, maybe another section to end that wave. He's looking for it patiently. He sees it, takes good advantage of this little last section. Fortunately, he kind of stays up in that wave to finish that wave, but I think the damage was already done. That's a pretty beautiful way for Green to start this hit.
Well, a score to drop, and it's a 4.83 for the opener of Cash. Sets him up with a decent position to build from here. We've got a 1-point ride on the board for Kai out of the Netherlands, and now no priority established between Luca and Kalani from Panama and Peru. The local surfer, Luca, in the lineup. I'm sure his wave selection is everything he's thinking about right now.
Yes, Luca is an amazing surfer. I've seen him grown up. He's actually from my same town in Punta. He surfs in front of my house, Señoritas. That's probably his favorite wave because I see him surfing there every day, every hour of the day. And he absolutely rips. This kid is such an amazing surfer. He's going on his backside right now. He's a goofy footer, and he's ready for it. He's been training for it, and he's hungry.
Love that. Love seeing so many of these local surfers, you know, whether it's from living right here in Punta Rocas or just up the street where you're at in Punta Hermosa, San Bartolo, just down the coast where we're staying, you know, a lot of the team this week from the ISA. There's so many little pockets of waves and perfection here, little point breaks and bays with protected areas for the kiddies learning how to surf as well. It's just such an incredible zone, but it also features absolute world-class quality waves like this one here at Punta Roca for these surfers to be training in and enjoying their free surfing behind the scenes.
Yes, we have some really good waves here in this part of Peru, and we see Luca paddling hard for that wave.
Unable to get into it. Two surfers having a look. And just down the line, Cash on the paddle back out. He's in a perfect position here. That little corner popped up for him on a nice long wall. Swoops into that first opening carve, sets it up and buries the rail for the second turn. And wow, just incredible variety. He's been able to connect in, pushing that tail farther and farther around, whipping it back on the inside here, and now looking for this finishing maneuver. Quick kick out as he's headed into the shallow section. And he looks like he's in control. His boards, his equipment, everything is painting a very nice picture right now for Cash Souter.
Yeah, he's looking super good, color green. Those turns were like beautiful drone turns, long lines, beautiful surfing, beautiful style by the USA rider, Cash Souter, and he's really active in this heat. He's already caught 2 waves, and there's still almost 15 minutes to go to end this heat, so plenty of time for everyone.
Yeah, plenty of time still. 20 minutes on the clock for all the heats that we're running at this year's competition with the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got 1 round of Reparage that is running, you know, following that main round 1. Our under 16 boys Reparage round was able to run yesterday and be finished out. So now we're just back into the main rounds, advancing through for the rest of the week. The top 2 surfers will be staying in the draw, and the bottom 2 surfers will be falling out of competition, as it's now, you know, elimination on the line heat after heat this week.
Yes, we have a lot of heats coming, lots of competition, lots of waves, lots of good scores waiting for us. So it's going to be a really good week of surfing. All the competitors are super pumped. They're ready for it. They want those medals. We have the waves, so I'm sure they're going to take advantage of those waves.
Taking advantage of the waves already is the Outer Banks local from North Carolina, Cash Souter. He's from a really tiny town called Hatteras Island, and he is so stoked to be able to support. And we got the crew down there for Team England. That was a wild moment for Isaac Friend, you know, nearly on the buzzer, able to sneak in the wave that got him the score with an advancing position.
Yeah, and Team England is strong. We see Luca in this wave.
All right, it's been a quiet heat so far for the local from Punta Hermosa, just down the road. On his backhand, looking sharp to start this wave off. Into that third turn, gives a slight little claim, just that boost of confidence to himself, and he'll be on the way back out.
Beautiful surfing by Luca Chipoco. On point in every turn, going for it without a doubt. Great surfing by Red, a Peruvian, Luca Chipoco.
Yeah, former South American champion in the draw right now. Knows the lineup, so having a result like that, that's a massive achievement, you know, to take out the championships for the region with so many incredible nations competing for that title.
Yes, for sure. It's really competitive surfing in this part of the world, so achieving that title is really good for him.
There's just such a plethora of surf contests specifically for any of this pack in South America to be competing in on the regular. As we take a look at Kalani from Panama, he's one of those surfers that is in that contingency, looking to find himself into the third round. And so far, surfing looks very nice and tidy as he tries to hold it together on that finishing section. Wouldn't have needed to ride out clean for that final moment for the judges' eyes, but he'll have that first score to drop in.
Yeah, that was a nice wave by White. Let's see what the judges think.
Just a 2.67 as we see Cash now up and riding again. He's currently in the lead, drives through that rail. He's got a 5.9 that dropped in for his last wave, which bettered the 4.83. This one off that single turn won't factor into his top two now, given you know, the weight of those scores.
Yeah, and he goes straight to that first place with a 5.9 and a 4.83. And Luca Chipoco is in second place with a 5 and a 0.5.
Kai now up and riding for the Netherlands. He's been quiet through this heat as well. And that first turn was looking good. What went wrong there?
Yeah, I mean, that first turn looked really good. I think he put too much pressure maybe on the back foot to end that turn and kind of stayed up. He lost speed, but you can see he's an amazing surfer, so I'm sure he's going to paddle hard and go and try for another wave.
A little reset moment as Luca dropped in a 5-point ride for his last wave. Chips into the corner here. This is a really nice peak that's starting to develop as the tide is draining out. We're right past that low tide mark. It's going to start pushing over the next half hour. And that 5.5 for Cash, sorry, 5.90 for Cash came from that same little peak, I think, that Luca just tried to take off on.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave. He had a lot of potential. Unfortunately, he fell off in that attack, but wow, that was a really vertical, committed attack for Luca. That's the kind of surfing he's going to be doing in this heat, so I'm sure he's just going to grab his board and go for another one.
Well, 9 minutes remaining on the clock. At the moment, scores are set, and the situation will remain the same. We're going to go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tillian, the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, you guys. Team Sweden's very happy down here. Milo winning that heat. Now, not a super high-scoring heat. You can hear them all cheering. Not a super high-scoring heat, but in that opening exchange, you got the 4.5 when everyone else opened up with 2s. How important is it to win that opening exchange?
Yeah, at the beginning I just wanted to get like the furthest in the peak, so I could get really the first wave and start the heat good, and just like start the heat good so I can feel more confident to get better scores, and that's what happened. Went perfectly as planned.
Yeah, so making your plan, you're relying on your coaches here with Team Sweden. What does your conversations look like before paddling out?
Yeah, me and Harold are here. He's my coach here in Peru, and we talked like an hour before. And right before I went out in the beach, and yeah, we just talked exactly as planned, and it went really, really well.
Well, I'm sure everyone at home watching is really happy to see that too. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone watching?
Yeah, thank you to everyone that's watching me. I want to thank Team Sweden for letting me surf with them, and great. Me and Nina here, just the best. Love this spot. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations again, and I'll throw it back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Milo. Stoked to be able to take out that victory. And, you know, interesting to see a lot of the teams tapping into some local knowledge. Team Sweden specifically has a local Peruvian here. They've hired as a coach for the week to be able to give so many more insights on this break. And there's a few other teams that have done the same, Sophia.
Yeah, I know the coach from Sweden, Harold. He's a really good coach. He has a lot of experience, so I'm sure he's giving all the tips, all the insights to Team Sweden. And yeah, there's quite a few coaches that are working, like local coaches that are working with teams. Here we see the replay of Blue. First, nice turn.
This from during that interview, we missed it in real time as Kai Wolfsbeck was able to get another score on the board.
Great surfer. Unfortunately, he falls off on that last turn. He was kind of just waiting for that section.
Looks like it's dropped in as a 3.57, so that'll be his best score for this heat. Opening section looked really nice. And then as he just came through to the inside here, that foot slipping off, unfortunately. So Cash holding on to that leading position. And Luca, the local, sitting in second. With that 5-point ride, needs a 5.74 to take away first. Kai chasing down a 2.64 to take away second, and Kalani chasing down a 3.54 to take away second as the advancing position. bottom two will be heading out of competition, and you can see how, you know, much more pressure that has added to the conversation. For a lot of those buzzer beater exchanges happening throughout competition today for the under 16 boys, that last heat where Isaac Friend, you know, needed a score and he needed to surf it well enough to get into the 3-point range, and surprisingly those have been some of the harder scores to get, because if the wave quality isn't there, the surfing isn't able to kind of push those waves even higher. And he was able to kind of hold in that pressure, knowing elimination was on the line. If he didn't get the score, he wasn't going to get it. Found a wave in the last few seconds and was able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and that's nerve-wracking, you know. You have to stay calm, you know, but it's so hard to stay calm when you need a small score in the last seconds of the heat.
We'll see if anyone goes on this wave here. Surfer in white is in position, Kalani. He's going to let it go. And we definitely will see someone taking off on one of these next few waves that's coming through. Kalani now putting himself into position. We can see Cash having a strong paddle, and it's actually Cash in the green who has first priority, so Kalani's going to have to let him go. This will leave Kalani in fourth with first priority as we track with Cash Souter now, currently leading the heat and driving through each of these turns. Kind of double pump off the bottom to try and make it into that section, but he'll mistime it. And now Kalani with that priority will take off on this wave, just hits the foam, and he's looking to try and make it around the section. It'll close out in front of him.
And there were a couple nice waves surfed. Unfortunately, white kind of stays behind the section in that wave. But there's still some time left, 4 minutes and a half. And we have Cash Souter in that first place. He's the most active in this year. I feel like he's gotten a lot of waves. Then we have Luca Chipoco from Peru with a 5 and a 1.2. He can improve that 1.2 really easily. And even the 5 points, I think he can do a lot better than that. He's an amazing surfer. He knows the wave.
That's right, and now he's sitting with first priority. So he'll have the kind of time and space in the last 4 minutes here to pick a nice wave that should give him some scoring potential. Looks like this one's going to be the opportunity for him. Again, needing just a 1.2 to improve, chasing a 5.74 specifically to take the lead, and he fully throws the tail out on that one. What are your thoughts on a big maneuver like that?
Wow, that was an amazing move, but unfortunately he kind of loses control and falls by the end. He pushed harder, but maybe a little bit too hard, you know?
Yeah, maybe just holding it together slightly better as we take another look here. So he's going to reset directly into that first turn. And his last score was a 1.93. That's enough to jump him, to improve, on that 1.2. It's not enough to jump him up into that leading position, of course. As we take a look here, just staying really active. Little wave after wave. This is going to be the best of the 3 that he's taken off on in, what, maybe 45 seconds here. And he's got all the energy out in the water wanting to capitalize. So he's now going to wipe away those, tiny scores at least. We've got a 2.53 for the one before, and now another score to drop for this wave right here.
Yes, I think this last score is going to improve his wave count. Let's see what the judges think, but that was a well-ridden wave. It was a smaller wave, but still I think he did really well. He knows he needs to improve, keep improving, at least in his backup wave, to make it harder for Kalani and for Kai. So he's playing a smart heat with just 2 minutes and a half to go.
That's right, and I mean, that's exactly it, is improving. So far he's improved, as we see a quick in and out from Kai. Luca has improved his backup score with each of those waves that he just caught.
Exactly.
One after another, got better and better.
He's building his scores.
Yeah, great decision making. Priority 1 will now sit with Kalani. At the moment he's chasing a 4.87, but we are waiting for the score to drop for last of Luca, which will likely increase the requirement on Kalani and on Kai down in fourth. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. We'll see if anyone decides to go on this wave. You can see Cash waving his arms. He's still sitting in that leading position, but he wants to make sure, because he can see that, Luca's on the inside picking waves off. He wants to know if he's jumped down into second.
Yes, for sure, and we see that he gets a 4 points.
All right, there we go. So 4-point ride now for last of Luca Chipoco. It's not enough to take him into the lead, but it does very well to, put the mark down on that second place position. Requirements now into the 6s for Kalani and into a high 5 for Kai.
Yeah, it made things a lot harder for Kalani and Kai with just a minute and a half to go. That was a smart hit by Luca. Still, it's possible to get the scores like in the last minute for sure, but you know, they have to pick their wave better. They're gonna feel more pressure, so good job by Luca by doing that, by putting them in that position. There's still some waves though at the back. Let's see what happens.
Totally. I mean, literally in a 1 minute span, Luca dropped 3 scores, bettered each of them, and a 4 was the highest as his last wave. So that was excellent, you know, construction of that last couple minutes. The other benefit to this is that the requirements are now going to be 2 of the highest scores of the entire heat that need to be caught. Specifically, the 6.33 for Kalani would have to be well and truly the best wave of the heat. And for Kaya, 5.43 is going to be about equal with the best wave of the heat so far. Luca now up and riding. He's still chipping away at that 5.74 requirement. Would need to improve on his highest score with this wave. And he's just starting to look really loose. Great wave selection. Timing it well on the finish. Has one more section here. And, you know, he's looking really in rhythm as we finish out this heat. 30 seconds to go. The question will be, does Kalani or Kai have an opportunity? And it's a great looking wave for Kai out of the Netherlands. Driving through that first turn, hooking it in. Nice little corner as he goes for the layback on that next section, adding in some variety for the judges and setting himself up here through the inside section. Couple more turns, throws the fins out and drifts the tail around, showcases a lot of control on that wave. 5.43 is the requirement, Sophie.
Wow, that was a really good wave by Blue. That's going to be really close. I also want to see what's the score for Luca's last wave. Maybe that can improve a little bit the 4. And then we'll see. We'll see. It's such a close hit. Oh my God, every hit has been so close by the end, but they were all ripping. Really well served also that wave by Blue. Great effort by him.
Yeah, that was a great effort right down to the buzzer. Again, it's elimination right now, so the top 2 surfers will not be paddling out in the jersey again. They'll have lots of time to free surf, but not to represent their country.
This is the replay of Luca's last wave. First turn, great turn, throwing lots of water. Waiting for that section, another turn. He looks super smooth. He's keeping active in each opportunity he has. And finishes good. I think he's gonna improve on that 4. Let's see what the judges think. And if he does, it's gonna make the requirement a little bit higher for Blue.
Yeah, that's right. It's a 4.43 for last of red. It improves, so now a 5.86 is what this score needs to be.
This is a great wave by Blue, a bigger wave too. I think judges are gonna like that. It has a little bit more of size. That first 3 moves were good moves. Still nothing spectacular, but still really good surfing. I liked that one of those last turns. That was a really nice turn. Wow, yeah. It's gonna be super close. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen.
It's gonna be so close. Will the Dutch surfer find himself in advancing position? Was born in Netherlands, now resides in Santa Cruz, California with his family, and the scores have dropped in. It got close, but not close enough. It's a 4.43 for last of Kai Wolfsbeck, and it is official that the Peruvian local in Luca Chipoco will hold on to that advancing position off the strength of building wave after wave in those final 3 minutes.
Great surfing by Luca Chipoco. Super smart surfing, ripping in every wave, building.
I mean, really, it was the last few minutes that he was able to solidify himself now with an advancing position. That mentality to just keep going and to stay on the hunt to find another wave every time that he would fall to get back up and get into something else on a very quick turnaround has now secured him that advancing position. And a very well-served heat from the North Carolina local and Cash Souter for the USA, taking away the victory. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we've got 2 more heats remaining in our under-16s main round 2 to wrap out. And yeah, an exciting day of surfing that we have had. We'll be right back for more.
Welcome to day 2 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Goes for the alley-oop, he pulls it too.
It's keeping things really smooth. It's giving him all that speed and momentum through each section. Vertical, turn on the opener, which is now allowed. He's feeling that passion.
And a lip line floater at the end. He loves it. Love the attitude.
Our team's amazing. Everyone's been super supportive of each other, and vibes are really good, so just excited to keep it going.
Ellie Timperi from Finland up and riding on his opening ride, looking really sharp as usual. He's a surfer out of Encinitas, California.
Tahiti's Miliani Simon with an 8-point ride. From the United States, Bailey Turner with an 8.1. The Peruvian Catalina Sarique with a 7.33. Tune in tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. local time for day 3 of action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
To the action. We're running an event here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships at Punta Rocas in Peru, right out of the high performance center that has been built on top of one of the best point breaks in the world. And it's been an awesome venue for so many surfers around the world to be able to come and surf, experience a new culture in the desert land here, just outside of Lima. And we've had some great surfing so far. 2 more heats remaining in the main round 2. Heat number 23 out in the lineup now with Argentina, Netherlands, Panama, and India represented. Tigo, Tiago, Gabriel, and Pralad out in the water. Shannon Hughes here alongside Sofia Milanovic, and we've got a wave already being ridden as we take a look at the opener here for Gabriel out of Panama. Nice opening hook, and he sets it up to throw the fins. He'll take a stumble. As we see now, our Indian surfer, Pralad Siram, with a great looking opening turn, just kind of milking his way through this section, setting it up down the line. He was so stoked to be making it through his heat to advance into this round, and you can see him just driving through, finding as much power as possible.
Beautiful style by White. And we saw that first wave of green too. He looks so good, but unfortunately he falls off in that move, that last move. But it's good that these kids are active and catching a lot of waves.
Yeah, it's a nice day of surfing, calling heats when there is a lot of waves being caught. Kind of one after another, surfers finding themselves a little bit of rhythm and momentum, and also noting that there are those corners popping up and there's a lot of opportunity. I think we hear that in a lot of post-heat interviews, whether the conditions are, the best at all time. The most important thing for a lot of surfing and a lot of heats is just the fact that the surfers want to have opportunity to catch waves.
Exactly. I think it's the most important thing in a surfing contest, to be able to find that opportunity, that there's waves, and it just depends more like how you manage to have how you break your heat, but the waves are there. It just depends where you want to sit.
A 3.17 on the board for Tigo, representing the Netherlands, to open his campaign. A 2.43 for that opener of Gabriel that we got side of. He's representing Panama, and a 1.77 on the board now for Pralad out of India. Tiago now looking for his opening ride. He's one of those surfers with, a lot of expectation resting on him. He's been competing at the World Junior Championships for a number of years now. He's had, a former 3rd place finish here, that bronze medal in the under 16s division just last year. And now he'll be looking to go, make the finals again. He's done it before. Now wanting to go home with that gold medal as well.
He's for sure one of the favorites. He's an amazing surfer, Tiago, and he's been, he just won 2 back-to-back contests in the Alas Global Tour in the open division. So amazing. I think he's fired up, he's ready, he's in a really good rhythm, competition rhythm, and he's so talented.
Yeah, you always, there's no doubt that he's going to get onto the right waves when he's out in the lineup. As we take a look now at Tigo. Big open face in front of him, just kind of drawing that line, carrying a lot of speed through each section. Now really gets that change of direction with his first proper turn thrown in. Goes in for the second as well. And setting himself up here through the inside. We're seeing a few surfers now start to drop that backhand with those front side turns. As we take a look at Tiago. the bronze medalist from last year's under 16s for the World Junior Surfing Championships at the ISA, with some sharp surfing to start. Gabriel now for Panama answering back. That was a nice looking turn. He does get hung up on it coming out, and he's going to have to regain some speed as he slices through the second. Just kind of weaving his way through here, looking for a nice finish, tags the section, and does well.
Great surfer from Panama, Gabriel Cabrera.
Well, we've got scores to drop across the board, and that last heat had some battle to it. It was the American in Cash who was able to take out the leading position. He's on the glass with Rachel.
Thank you so much, team. Cash, congratulations. A great heat win, a relief. Now you're starting to find your flow. We were just talking about how that first heat of this event was such a nerve-wracking one, but now you're finding your feet out there.
Yeah, for sure. I was pretty nervous at first, but now I'm just kind of stoked to get a couple.
Well, you know, you're coming from the East Coast of America, the Carolinas specifically. Very different waves to here. How are you finding adapting to this wave?
It was definitely a little bit of a challenge at first, but I'm excited to finally get a few.
Well, you're surfing it really well, you know, and meeting everyone on the team. We were also just talking about how this is some of your first time meeting everyone that you're surfing with on your team of Team USA. How has that dynamic been?
It's been awesome. Everyone's so kind and good to each other. I'm really enjoying it.
And it's fun, I know, traveling with people from your home country and getting to experience that. Speaking of people at home, is there anything you'd like to shout out to those that would be watching?
Yeah, I want to shout out to my mom and my sisters, Lorelai and Story.
Well, thank you very much. Congrats. Go enjoy your win and go enjoy it with the team. I'll throw it back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Shout out to the sisters for cheering on their brother. Great performance out in the lineup. And we're going to see more of him coming up in round 3. Top 2 surfers are advancing through. Bottom 2 will be eliminated from competition. And it does mean that we're really cutting our field in half with each round that we run moving forward.
Look at the set at the back, Shannon.
Yeah, this is beautiful. I'm just kind of taking it in for a moment. What a great location. The fact that this wind has just stayed so mellow today. And some great opportunity. Everyone's kind of on the inside right now for positioning. Our surfer in white has first priority, and he's having a pretty quick paddle to try and get himself, you know, into position here. He might decide to duck dive this wave, and with that it's going to be Tigo representing the Netherlands with a nice open turn to start things off. Finds that corner and a little bit of speed coming out of that turn. Unfortunately, just goes down. I thought he was, you know, really had some momentum coming out of that second turn.
Yeah, unfortunately he falls off in that turn, but he had like one really nice drone turn. Still, it's a bummer that he fall on that wave because that's gonna subtract a little bit from his score, but still a good effort for him.
14 years old, lives in the Netherlands. He's from Den Haag, and he is the Dutch under-16s champion from last year, which got him the qualification onto the team for this year, allowing him that time and opportunity to train and, you know, get ready to go for a massive event here.
We see that Thiago Passeri got a 6.83 for that first wave. It's a great effort for him.
Very solid performance and way to kick things off. Patiently waited out that first wave as well. Didn't rush into anything too early. And well rewarded in that good range.
He surfed this wave a lot. I'm sure he surfed many contests here, so he kind of knows what waves are the ones that are offering the most opportunity. I think he's going to just sit there and wait for another one like that.
With 9 minutes remaining on the clock, we've got a paddle now from Sri Ram out of India. Great big opening carve to start things off with. He's got a really calm approach to surfing with some incredible style, and unfortunately just gets caught by the section on that one, and he won't be able to complete it. That first turn was looking sharp.
Yes, he's a great surfer. He's riding a really good board, Milano boards, my shaper. He shapes such good boards, and they look really good in his feet. Great surfing, beautiful style.
Beautiful style. India is one of the teams that for the first time ever is sending a junior squad to the World Championships, as we take a look here.
Going back to the power source, trying to find that section. Fortunately, the wave kind of flattens out.
India, Angola, St. Lucia, and Slovenia are here represented for the World Junior Surfing Championships for the first time ever. And then for the first time ever at an ISA event of all the different disciplines that the ISA runs, St. Lucia is here. They're one of the newest members to join into the ISA. And it's awesome to see the growth of more countries like this, you know, the developing countries for surfing specifically, where they've got some great waves back at home, but maybe haven't had that that investment on a ground level from a competitive side of things. Just starting to really invest in for Indian surfing specifically, with their sights set on, you know, maybe potentially being the host of the 2038 Olympics. They would love to continue seeing the growth of surfing. So their government has fully put the funding in for their team to be here, and that's why we see this Grand Pack representing India out in the lineup.
So good. It would be amazing to have the Olympics in India.
Some great waves there. They hosted the Asian Surfing Championships recently as well. And from, you know, all the surfers that were on the ground and some of the staff that we have running around here this week that were there and present as well, they just were so stoked with how the event went. And, you know, big props to the Indian Surfing Federation for starting to just put some momentum behind things and invest, because there's so many great surfers there. There's such a variety of types of waves as well on both coastlines, and access from India to some of the best breaks in the world. You know, the Maldives just right across the water. You've got, you know, just such incredible region of the world with some really great waves.
I want to go. It's in my list for sure.
Well, a quick in and out there for Prahlad, a 1.77 and a 1.53 on the board as his high scores. At the moment, with 6 minutes remaining, Tiago's sitting in that leading position, still off the strength of a single score. He's been patient, waiting to take off and use that priority. Just has been holding on to it, you know, for the majority of this heat, actually, as he was the last surfer to get himself into a wave. He was then deemed first priority. Use that on a great wave selection to get that 6.83.
Yes, he knows what wave he wants to get, so he's patiently waiting for it. He doesn't want to waste his priority in a wave that is not going to give him the score he wants, so...
Be sure to follow the ISA on Instagram at ISAsurfing. There's great content coming out from this event specifically, and then from so many other events along the way. You saw there, 3-time world longboard champion and ISA gold medalist Honolulu Bloomfield features on the page. As we see, Gabriel goes for a huge opening turn.
Wow, that turn was mind-blowing. Bummer he fell by the end of that turn. But that was beautiful surfing, attacking up the top, but, well, he didn't have a finish. So I don't think it's going to affect that much on his score.
Yeah, it's a 2.43. Unfortunately, won't move into his top 2 scores. Sorry, my bad. That was a 2.43 was the last of Tigo. For Gabriel, it was just that 1-point ride. As we see Prahlad up and riding again. He is just finding some rhythm out here. Wave after wave. Finds that big down carve for his last section. Couple pumps here as he takes a look at what else is happening in the lineup. And Tiago now up and riding. Uses his priority on this wave. Has so much speed that he's carrying. Equipment's looking really nice underneath his feet. And you can see the intention within his surfing. Pumping and driving down the line. And putting on a very powerful finish in a small section.
Beautiful surfing by Tiago. Super powerful surfer. You can tell that he trains a lot the physical side of it too. Putting so much power and commitment in each turn. And he was really happy with that wave.
Scores to drop now for last of Tiago. We've got 4 minutes remaining on the clock. And we're going to take a look at the replay here.
This is the replay of Tiago. Beautiful wave. Oh my God, how was that first turn? Beautiful turn. Second, really nice turn. Good timing to all his moves. Mixing it up too. Wow. Amazing surfing by Thiago Passeri from Argentina. He's the son of the Latin legend, Martín Passeri.
Incredible performance on that last wave. We're waiting for scores to drop in now from the second generation surfer out of the Passeri family.
That was such a good wave. That could go to the excellent score, I think. I think for sure.
Yeah, had great wave selection. Of course, his surfing matched it. And not every wave really offers that opportunity for excellent surfing.
Yeah, that's an excellent score, I think. I don't know. Yeah.
There it is.
9.33. Wow.
A 9.33 on the board for Thiago Passeri.
Incredible surfing by Thiago.
A 6.83 was his opener, which he waited a long time before he caught, sitting on priority. Then he sat and waited, held on to priority again for a very long time before committing to another ride. And the score's a near 10-point ride on the board for the Argentinian. Takes him into a heat total of a 16.16.
He's having such a good effective heat. Just 2 waves, one 6.83, the other 9.33. Not committing any mistakes.
No mistakes whatsoever. Just very, very sharp surfing all the way down to the buzzer. As we take a look here on his backhand for Gabriel. Little snap and throws a bit of water here. That wave's really soft for the start though. Although he is able to, you know, throw a little bit of spray behind for those first 2 turns. Working as hard as he can. He is only chasing a 2.83 to take the advancing position.
He doesn't need much at all. He's a great surfer, Gabriel. I think he should try and find like a better wave.
His first time ever competing here for the World Championships. And like you said, you know, his surfing is right there. It's just the wave selection, and that's reflective in the score that's just dropped. A 1.93 he'll be hearing from the panel. And Pralam, the 12-year-old out of India, just throwing so much style and grace into his surfing specifically. He's been surfing for 6 years now and is currently ranked number 3 in India, 2nd in his state of Tamil Nadu. And this wave is going to be great for his campaign, chipping away at that 4.63 requirement. He wants to be a world champion one day, and he wants to win the Olympic Games. And I love those kind of sights being set from a young surfer. As we see Tigo now for the Netherlands, he's driving through the section. He's got the opportunity to defend that advancing position against Gabriel and Prahlad.
That was a nice wave by Blue and a nice wave by White. We've just 20 seconds to go.
This heat has flown by. Thiago Passeri only catching 2 waves within it, one of them being a 9.33. And then that battle for second has been tight. It's been Tigo who's been able to hold off the rest of the field. Our surfer from The Hague in the Netherlands. And with that, scores locking in for that last exchange. It's a 1.93 for Gabriel. It's a 1.83 for Prahlad. And it is his highest score of the heat. However, not enough for that advancing position. And we're going to see Panama and India exiting competition today. They'll be supporting their teams for the rest of this week. It's Thiago Passeri from Argentina with a massive 9.33 on the board. And Tigo Sandoff from the Netherlands sneaking through in second place position. We've got more action. When we return, it is our 24th, our final heat for our under-16 boys round 2. After that, we're heading into some women's surfing.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. And he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves, so really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67. That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. at ISAsurf.org.
Welcome back to the action. We're here at Punta Rocas in Peru, located at the High Performance Center, which is one of the best facilities on the planet to be if you're training as a surfer. You got swimming pool access, you got a gym, you got a dorm that looks out onto the break here, and you also have a world-class point break with lefts and rights, peaks all across, a variety of beach breaks and other point breaks just within, a few minutes drive from here. It's an incredible location to host the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships this week, and we are so blessed to be in this location, as are 424 of the world's best surfers from 57 different nations around the world. And Sofia Milanovic, it is your home. This is what you get to see and surf on the regular. What an incredible place to be, spending your time and raising your family.
Yes, I'm really happy to come from here. It's like a wave machine, There's non-stop waves all the time. Look at the image, like waves non-stop. So yeah, I am just blessed.
Sebastian out of the Dominican Republic, now up and riding. Very frothy wave. Looks a little bit like snow out there with all the white water on the face of the wave as he's just driving down the line, setting himself up here for a big finish. He'll just get bumped off. Looks like there's a little bit of backwash kind of coming into play. Is that pretty standard when the tide is drained out low?
Yeah, sometimes it happens like that.
Alai from France up and riding and just looking to throw some water on his backhand. Trying to keep the dream alive for the under 16 boys. We've lost a couple of French surfers from the draw so far. And so he's got that opportunity to continue flying the flag and, help the team earn some valuable points moving forwards. He's got a 1.67 that he was able to open up with, so this score will be the second one to drop through for him. And Jamie for Portugal, Jamie Vaselko, now sitting out the back, holding on to that priority next to his name.
Perfect, with 16 minutes and a half to go. Plenty of time, plenty of waves.
Plenty of waves. That set, as we were just coming back from commercial break, was beautiful.
Yeah.
Noah Phillips for Chile also in the lineup. He's got a score to drop, so everyone was able to get a piece of the action off the buzzer. We'll take a look at some replays here.
This is the replay. We can see red at the start, and then we see blue in this beautiful wave at the back. Beautiful surfing by Blue. Really like his style, his approach. Fortunately, the wave kind of flattens out. This is green. Nice attack up the top. He gets a little bit stuck there. A little bit behind the section there. Let's see if he makes it through. Yeah, wow, beautiful turn up the top for green. Another turn. Throwing some water there. Good surfing by Noah from Chile. And we can hear the Chilean team cheering for him, proud of him.
Surfer out of Pichilemu, just 14 years old. That was really impressive. He made it around that section.
Yes, it was a fast section. Huh?
Yeah, I was not expecting it. That was our first time taking a look at it here on the replays. And it was big, fast. It would have had a lot of power to it as well, just being able to stay up and riding, and then to have enough speed coming out of it to hook up into that first turn.
Yeah, and he did a really good turn. He attacked it.
Absolutely on the attack. 15 minutes remaining. And we've got scores dropping in now. A 3.9 for the first wave of Blue. They're on screen, duck diving this wave, a 3.9. We've got a 2.67 for the opener of White for Sebastian. He's sitting in second now for the Dominican Republic. And then we're waiting still for that last score of Alai for France and for Noah out of Chile to see how that exchange is going to unfold. It's 3:30 in the afternoon here. We're looking at, probably close to a 5 o'clock finish today. And looking at our schedule, we're just finishing out a big day of our under 16 boys division here. with 24 heats total in the division. Once this finishes out, we're going to go into the first 5 heats of our Reparage girls round for the under 16s. 20 minutes on the clock for each of those. And that's going to be exciting to see those young girls here on the main podium. They haven't surfed at Punta Rocas yet. Their main round ran yesterday and the day before at El Bosque, which is just around the corner from us. So it'll be great to see those under 16 girls getting a piece of the action out here.
For sure. They're probably frothing. The waves look so fun.
13 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. On the other podium, we have had our Reparage boys under 18, heats 8 to 18, which needed to finish out because they started off yesterday. They finished at El Bosque this morning, and then from there it's been the main round girls, round number 2 that has been competing. For the under 18 girls, heats number 1 to 18 have been out in the lineup there. And there's been some really incredible scores dropping from that side of competition. You know, for those of you that are watching back home, of course, you can follow along with the scores, the live updates at ISAsurf.org. You can also click onto the webcam that is set up there. It's not a full broadcast, but there is a camera set so that friends and family of those surfers are able to see the waves being ridden while following along with those scores on the website. And so, you know, able to track with what's happening in the under 18 girls division. And one thing that we found out a little bit earlier on today, Sophia, for that division specifically, is that the reigning champion from the under 16 girls from last year, Zoe Aloha McKenzie for Team Australia, she took out that gold for the under 16s in 2024. She unfortunately just had to pull out of the event with a torn MCL. And that is just such a shame. They're not sure yet if it's a 1 or a 2 grade tear, but she just kind of wanted everyone to know that she's unable to finish competing in this event, and it's due to, you know, pretty major knee injury, which is just such a shame, being that she's coming in as a new surfer into under 18s category, but one with a lot of weight that she's carrying.
Oh, it's unfortunate for her. I hope she's okay, and I wish her a quick recovery.
Yeah, it could have been a likely gold medal hopeful on that side of things. As we take a look now at Jamie Vaselko, driving through the section for those first couple of turns and setting himself up just a little bit too far. He actually flies off the back of that wave, unfortunately. A paddle now for Albenzi out of France, and a great looking opening maneuver. Decent section, just floats across the next one. And so far, this wave is going to be an important one within the heat, sitting with a 3.9 as the high mark of the heat so far.
Yeah, beautiful wave by Red, the Frenchman. He surfed it really well, taking advantage of each section that came to him. And also the wave of Blue was nice, but unfortunately he fell off in that last turn. He went too high on that wave. But he's a great surfer, Blue. I really like his style, his approach. He's a smooth surfer with a beautiful style.
We got a paddle now for White. Sebastian opened up with a 2.67, driving hard off the bottom into that opening snap. A little bit more wide on that second turn. Just working with what that fatter section has available. Jamie now looking on the inside to make sure, you know, he's not in a bad priority position, and he'll just kind of let that wave go.
Kind of look to the left for a little bit.
Yeah. Couldn't tell if it was maybe someone on his inside or potentially just actually looking at the left if you wanted to go left or right, so a little indecisive on the takeoff. Ten minutes remaining on the clock as we see Jamie paddling back out to the lineup. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley, winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, you guys. Thiago, amazing surfing, amazing heat. 9.33, the highest single wave score that we've seen all day. Incredible. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, being here with all my teammates and my family, my sister, my dad. It's amazing. Finally, I got to surf Punta Rocas. Today was an amazing day for all the team, not just for me, and start to get in the rhythm of the competition.
Okay, well, talking about finally getting to surf Punta Rocas, you're having to spend time at both waves, also at El Bosque. So how is that learning how to manage the difference from Punta Roca to the other wave?
Well, it's pretty hard. I came here to Peru a lot of times in my life. I always got to surf here in Punta Rocas, so this week before the event, I just dedicated my time to El Bosque because it's a pretty hard wave, but just happy. The energy that all the team is vibing, it's amazing, and I don't know, I feel great.
I mean, okay, now we have to have a moment for that 9.33 specifically. As you were paddling into it, how are you feeling when you're reading that wave?
Well, it was one of the smallest waves, wasn't one of the set, but I was looking at, I said, well, maybe it's a good left, but when I see the wall of the ride, I said, no, I gotta go right. And on the last section, I want to go for an air, but I didn't want to fall, so I just went for a little tag, a little bit safer, and save the air for the next rounds.
Yeah, okay, so you guys heard it here now. There's still more to come from excellent surfing by Thiago. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish back to everyone at home?
Gracias a todos los que me están apoyando, a todos los que hoy me escribieron para preguntarme cuándo corría. Vamos con todo para la siguiente ronda. Gracias a mi mamá, a toda mi familia, a todos mis amigos. Y vamos con todo para la tercera ronda.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And I'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. I mean, Sophia, if he thinks that was safe surfing, I'm scared to see what happens when he actually unleashes.
This kid is amazing. And I really like just the energy he's carrying, the rhythms he's carrying. I only see good things for him. I think he's one of my favorites for sure. So
finished off with that third place finish in the under 16s last year, an absolute threat to that gold medal again this year. As we take a look now at Jamie, setting it up through the section, big layback for that opening turn, and wraps it around. This wave's got a lot to offer as he continues down the line. So much speed and precision through each of these turns. You can see the intention even in his eyes as he's looking down the section.
Great surfing by Blue.
All right, so a score to drop through for Jamie. He's got a couple of threes on the board so far. He's, of course, a national champion at home in Portugal, earning his spot here on the team for ISAs. He is the little brother of Kika Veselko. They've got 3 siblings in the family, and Kika is a world junior champion for the WSL. She's been a phenomenal force for Portuguese surfing on the women's side as we take a look at the little brother now.
Beautiful drone bottom turn to that first beautiful turn at the top, throwing lots of water, showing us variety too. We haven't seen that type of move a lot in the day, so it's really good to watch take him take a different line, different approach. That second turn was beautiful too. You can just tell he's such a good surfer. Just how much control he has over his body, over his board.
Yeah, he just has the full picture going on, you know. His surfing is right on point. All of the technical side of things that he needs. He's got great style as well.
He's a great surfer. Look how he extends to that turn, and yeah, that was a beautiful wave by him.
He's able to take away the lead with that last score of a 5-point ride. Now, Alai from France is chasing down a 4.68 on this wave. So he's able to get a decent critical turn on the start. Now just a couple wraps to decide if he sticks with this. If it's going to hit the double up section, he's going to pump through, and it's not quite going to stand up on the inside. Sebastian with a quick in and out as well. He's been hunting a couple waves, hasn't been able to find anything bigger than that 2 so far. And for the Veselko family, you know, professional surfer out of Kika. Jamie being the little brother now with a very bright surfing future ahead of him. Their oldest brother, Joey, is finishing his degree as a chiropractor, which Jamie says will come in handy. Sebastian now up and riding Nice little tag to the lip to start out with, wraps it around for the second, and he'll kick out with control. Again, just staying really active on the inside section. As Noah holds on to priority out the back, Jamie's also found himself out the back already.
Yeah, Kika is an amazing surfer too. I've seen her.
Yeah, she's so good.
Great surfer from Portugal. Portugal has amazing talent.
Totally, and for Kika as well, she's just such a wonderful person to have around a contest site, and you can really sense that from Jamie as well. As we take a look now at Noah, uses his priority on this wave, sets it up driving hard off the line, connects into the section, and he'll complete that maneuver. He's chasing down a 4.70 at the moment to get that advancing position.
Good wave by Green. Bright future for him, for Noah Phillips from Chile. I like how he attacks every section without any doubts. He just goes for it.
Taking a look at the current conditions, as it's about 3:45, we're coming towards the end of competition for the day. That swell has dropped just a little bit from what we've seen the last few days, but with the swell direction, I feel, and the lack of wind today, it's really turned into a very playful contest site in comparison to what we've seen. It's really kind of just ironed itself out. The little kinks that were happening yesterday afternoon as that tide was, as that swell was dropping, it was kind of complicated and there were just some kind of weird waves coming through. Today, it's really just allowed so much high quality surfing, although the size has been a bit smaller. Taking a look at this one now for the Frenchie, up and riding on his backhand. Great looking snap to start, wraps it around for the second, and driving through, getting great extension out of his back leg on, you know, those last couple of turns. As he comes through to the inside section looking for the finish. Couple pumps and he'll kick out. Jamie now up and riding, driving down the line. And into a great looking top turn. Just a little boggle there as he comes into the next section. And he goes progressive, throws the tail out, and continues down the line with that finishing snap.
Great surfing by Blue. So good to watch when they like push it a little bit harder, go into those progressive moves. Everybody wants to see that, so good for him. Amazing surfer of Portugal, Jaime Veselko. I really like the wave of Red too. I think with those two waves, both Blue and Red are gonna have a solid lead.
Yeah, they're gonna really close the door on both Noah and Sebastian in those third and fourth place positions. Sebastian right now at the top of the lineup, Noah just behind him. So it will be White and Green who are gonna end up gaining priority. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. 90 seconds can feel like a pretty long time in the context of a heat if there are some waves coming and you can see them on the horizon. We'll see if there's enough time for either surfer to get a wave though. As we get this angle, it's looking like maybe a little bit questionable. Some smaller lumps coming through, but not those defined kind of corduroy lines that we've had throughout the day.
Yeah, I think after those two waves though, the requirement is gonna be pretty high. They're gonna have to pick their waves right. This is Blue's last wave. Going through the section, attacking it there. Beautiful surfing. He kind of boxed a little bit in this turn, but still recovers really good. And this turn, wow, that was progressive, beautiful surfing by Blue, the Portuguese.
Drops in a 5.83 for Jamie, and it does put a requirement in the 6-point range now on Alai for Team France to take away the leading spot. Still waiting for that last wave of Red. And he drops in a 5.13. As you said, it would be increasing the requirements on the rest of the field. And now a 5.73 is the requirement for Noah. A 6.46 the requirement for Sebastian. And that's going to be a tough ask with 3 seconds on the clock. We've got a paddle here with this last set. But unfortunately, our two surfers looking for scores were unable to get into it, much to the joy of our surfers in those leading two positions. Alai Albines from France advancing through in second, and Jamie Veselko putting together some great surfing. Scores kind of in that mid-range, you know, not reflective of anything excellent, but what we saw from his surfing was really, really top-notch, and I think through the rest of this contest, we're going to continue to see him unleash more of that progression in a very exciting manner. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, Chris Cote and Mitchell Salazar will be joining the conversation as our girls hit the lineup with the Reparage round for our under 16s.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership, and so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas, Peru. I'm Chris Cote. I'm here with Mitchell Salazar. Got a new round in the water. This is girls under 16, Reparage 1, Heat 1. Rihei Skinner, Sinai Poto Perez, and Emma Diaz take to the lineup. You've got Ireland, Puerto Rico, and Uruguay represented here. This is going to be a fun one to watch because we know at this point the stakes are high, Mitch.
Yeah, and Quiva, Quive, or Kiva, depending on how you pronounce it. It's an Irish name. It means gentle or beautiful. So it's cool to see a lot of these different names, especially, you know, those from the old countries over there in that part of Europe be represented here at the ISA. Soto Perez, sister Myanmar also in the event. They've been a long time, you know, family that's represented here in the ISA for Puerto Rico. One of my favorite places in the world, personally.
Agree.
Great weather, good food, of course incredible waves too, but beautiful white sand beaches as well.
Awesome people, great music.
Mm-hmm.
There's a culture that likes to get outside and have fun.
And they're baseball players too over there. I like that.
Yeah, the Puerto Rico team uniform is a
Their
really
jerseys.
cool baseball jersey.
Mhm.
Names on the back, done proper. 16 minutes left. I like to call this discovery round because we're going to discover some new names, some new faces in the sport of surfing. So these are surfers that maybe made a mistake or two in their opening round, maybe just didn't catch the waves they wanted, and they find themselves in the Reparage round. That means their last chance to stay in this event. Top 2 surfers will get back on the main stage. 3rd and 4th place surfers, they're out. So this is a bittersweet round, but it's also a redemption round for surfers who want to surf their way back into this contest, potentially go all the way. We've seen it happen before.
Yes, it can happen. Unfortunately for one of these three women, though, this is going to be, the last chance that they have. And, you have 20 minutes out there to potentially get into the double digits if you can. Emma Diaz from Uruguay. She is 16. She's only been surfing for about 3 or 4 years and spoke it into existence right here, Chris.
Yeah, good, clean style there. Just flowing down the line nicely. I like that she has that kind of traditional narrow stance with the arms spread apart. It's just really pleasant to watch. And that'll be a decent score for your surfer representing Team Uruguay. And how incredible is it? We've seen this many times, especially in the Reparage round. These are surfers that really only started surfing a couple years ago.
Yep.
To be at this level already, only have surfed for 3-4 years, that's pretty incredible.
Truly is. And I mean, I had the chance to do that, after 4 years of surfing myself, being able to compete at my first ISA event right here, actually, just to the north of this area where we are in Punta Rocas. And to me, it's, an experience that I've taken with me for the rest of my life. And I've made relationships here that have lasted up until this point, one of them being with one of the head coaches for Team Hawaii, Jason Shibata. Full circle moment for me, being able to work an event on this side and him still doing his thing over there.
Here's a great overview of where we're at.
Could you ride down that hill, do you think, on a potential snowboard, sandboard, Chris?
Maybe. There's a lot of fun things to do here, and what I'm loving about this coastline is just endless nooks and crannies. Waves after waves after waves.
I want to say that's closer to where we're staying over there on that part of the screen. There's a novelty wave that you found actually the other day.
No, that's a secret spot.
Ah, my bad.
Yeah, I swore to secrecy after I saw it. It was already discovered by about 3 other guys, but still, I was there. And I believe right here you have, right in the middle, there's a popular spot to hang out, big blowhole.
Mm-hmm.
At the town of San Bartolo.
Also, a novelty left right there that a couple people surfed the other day because it was so big that wave actually broke. It's the only time it actually breaks.
Now, for you, what's the difference between just a spot and a novelty spot?
Place that breaks less than 10 times a month, I'd say. Yeah.
AKA a weird wave.
Yes. Call Dylan Graves. We got a few over here. Dylan Graves and his filmer Dave Malcolm have done some amazing things. I feel like
from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to get to. I think that's kind of where that trend started. And so far, I think, a lot of these people, if you have some weird waves, some novelty waves out there, that hit us up. Let us throw it out there. We'll send the filmer. You should get included in the video with Dylan, and I think we could potentially make that happen.
I think the cool part about novelty waves, too, is they're generally not really localized because they're weird.
Yep. And they're usually dangerous.
And hard to surf.
Yeah.
I think those are the tenets of a good novelty wave. And congratulations, Dylan Graves. He just got to the Guinness Book of World Records for most turns on a wave. And that was at one of the ultimate novelty waves in the world. Was it 9 Ghosts, or it's like a river bore wave.
That's the Indo one?
Yeah, in Indonesia. Something Ghosts. But anyway, he did 49 turns or something.
Well, there's probably some ghosts in that river.
11:45 to go. Got Perez in the lead on the strength of a 3.33. Nice set rolling through. Skinner having a look. All right. Has some good open face to work with. Clean carve. Look at how glassy it is. This is just awesome to have these kind of conditions all day long. Good carve there for Skinner. All right, so nicely served. Going with the cadence of the wave, not forcing anything. There wasn't really any critical sections, but I think she made the most of the wave in front of her.
Yep.
She'll be proud of that start.
Got to give a big shout out to Super Coach Ali O'Flaherty, who always travels with a lot of the junior teams. Met him in Brazil a few years ago. He had a contender that was a, XXL Big Wave Award, and that's usually what you think of Ireland when it comes to surfing, but they have good beach breaks too. They have different types of waves, and of course, a nation that probably isn't necessarily known for surfing, but they got potential. Garage McDade has, been a contender to potentially qualify for the Olympics. I actually think that if he would have qualified, he would have got a great chance in Tahiti too with that wave over there.
Oh, 100%. You go back to Fergal Smith,
yeah,
who was in Trans World Surf's high five.
You also
film.
had Tom Lowe, right?
Tom Lowe. He's gnarly. I mean, I think nowadays Ireland is probably best known for slabs. You know, Nathan Florence going over there on the slab tour and actually showcasing a bunch of local Irish surfers. They're a different breed. I mean, they are not scared. And there's nothing friendly about those slabs when they get serious. Cold water. They're oftentimes right up against a gnarly looking bluff. So I got a lot of credit to Irish surfers who get out there and get involved when things get radical. And here we go. Perez, Team Puerto Rico. Nice extended carve back into the whitewater. This is a solid wave. Flattening out in front of her, but she's going to hang on to it. This wave could do something cool on the inside. Just setting things up down the line. Another good carve there. And that's going to be it for Perez, but nicely surfed. So 9 minutes, 20 seconds left. Judges are going to lock in a score there. While they do that, let's go down to the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Jaime, congratulations. A heat win for you. You were the last heat of the round. That can be a nerve-wracking space. We're really late into the day today. How did you prepare? Were you watching all the heats all day, or did you stay away from the beach and arrive right before your heat?
I kind of did both. I watch a lot from my house. Also been a while here in the beach watching some heats, but it wasn't that easy of a heat. Didn't start as good as I wanted to. Also fell on a wave that was pretty good and could have made a good score, but ended up making two average scores, and yeah, made a heat.
Yeah, it did exactly what you needed to do to be standing here right now having this conversation. Team Portugal having a good day. Your teammate Manuel also winning his heat earlier. What are those conversations between teammates? Did he give you any word of advice to the conditions before your heat?
Not really. It's more the coach that gives us advice. But I saw both of my teammates did good and they're confident, so I knew the feedback would be good. And yeah, I was pretty confident to make a good heat, but ended up not making my best. But it's all right. Next round, I'll try my best to do way better.
Yeah, well, it's about building a house, and you're on that trajectory. Tell me a little bit about what you're riding here and how this equipment is.
Yeah, I'm riding silver surfboards. It's a brand from Brazil. It's actually Italo rides these boards too, and yeah, they're just really good boards. I'm feeling really good with them, and they've been helping me for already a while. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked and grateful for what they've done for me.
Was Italo an inspiration to get onto these boards?
Yeah, of course. It helped a little bit knowing that one of the best surfer in the world rides these boards. So yeah, of course, it helped me make this decision. But I tried them before. Like when I started trying them, I felt like they're just really good, and so on. I've been riding them.
Okay, well, they're looking great under your feet. Congratulations. Your day is done now. You can go relax and enjoy your afternoon at home.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. We got 6 minutes, 40 seconds left. Sinai Soto Perez, 16 years old from Aguadilla. Her favorite break is middles. She's riding a Tocoro board right now. She is a 3-time 16 and under national champion, Puerto Rico. She surfs jiu-jitsu, plays the piano, goes to the gym. She's a skater. All those things you can do a lot of in Puerto Rico. There's great skate parks on the beach, on a bunch of the beaches. Obviously, the music scene's thriving there. She's on this team along with her sister, 18-year-old Perez sister.
Yeah, Miamar. And her dad's here too. It's usually one of the strongest supporters of the junior team.
Diaz completes the drop. Elegant style.
She doesn't need much.
Floating down the line. This is one of the most stylish heats we've seen of the afternoon so far. I mean, nice, almost riding down the kind of an airdrop off the top. So representing Uruguay there, Emma Diaz.
Well,
I like the way she surfs. It's calming to me.
you like the low style, low center of gravity, huh?
Just the arms out where they should be.
It's like she's riding a mid-length almost.
Yeah.
That kind of style, very casual.
It's cool looking.
Chill. No, and with 5 minutes, I mean, I'm telling you, she only needs a low one, so I think there's going to be a situation change right here. And Skinner's got to be careful. She only has a low backup. Got to be seeing her on another wave, but, you know, you are right in one thing. It is very relaxing. It's soothing watching this because you're expecting something big, and she just kind of lulls you to sleep the entire time. It's just really casual.
She's going fast, though.
Mm-hmm. Do want to see, you know, you mentioned the narrow style. Do want to see the front foot just a bit further forward, though. And in those kinds of situations, having just a bit of a wider stance help you when you exit that motion right there. Skinner might have a wave, Chris.
4.5 left.
Oh.
Skinner up and down. So Uruguay basically just on the other side of the continent from where we're sitting right now.
Mm-hmm.
Emma Diaz, 16 years old, from Maldonado, Uruguay. Her favorite break is La Martinez. She's got an acai sponsor as well. That'd be a cool sponsor to have.
That's always cool.
She's a national champion for the sub-14 division. She's into surfing and gymnastics.
Best athletes in the world, gymnasts for the most part. No wonder she's so good at surfing. And situation change right here, moves up into second.
Yeah, 250. Not a bad score. Perez, meanwhile, is locking in some numbers. 4.67 and a 3.33. 3 minutes, 42 seconds to go. She's got to be feeling good about what she's accomplished so far, and she's in the top priority spot. So things are looking good for Perez. Now it's going to be between Diaz and Skinner. Skinner only needing 1.73.
She's from the west coast of Ireland. Surfs a lot of breaks, pretty empty for the most part. Of course, you know, good time of the year. It is quite chilly, but you know, in the summertime when it's warm, it usually ain't that bad. So they got multiple months out of the year where it's actually very relaxing and enjoyable. Crowd still here late in the afternoon. Of course, 5 heats of this round to get through, Chris. Then it's day 4 done and dusted.
I think Skinner's town name is one of the coolest I've heard yet. Castle Gregory, all one word. It's a small rural town. A lot of beaches around, which means a lot of surfing.
Good food in Ireland too. I think a lot of people always think about, you know, beer, but there's a lot of good food over there in Ireland.
Sure.
A lot of seafood as well.
So here in at Reparage, round 1 for girls under 16. We do have a secondary broadcast happening. So if you want to see updates, scores, results, there is a tab just above the live portion of the show, Podium 2. You can go in there and get all the results that you need. And wherever you're watching from, we'd love to hear from you. Hit us up on social media at ISAsurf, all over the place. Be cool to know where you guys are cheering from, which team you're going for, who do you think is going to take gold? Comment below on Instagram.
Tag at Chris Cote too.
Tag at Mitch Tails.
PR. PR.
Always spirited.
Yeah.
They bring a lot of joy with them wherever they go.
One of the coolest flags too, just the 1 star right there with the star and the stripes.
Of course, home to the world's largest selling musical artist, Bad Bunny.
Yes. It's going to be halftime show at the Super Bowl this year too.
I can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be fun. You know, reggaeton, one of our beach announcers, Pito, he's been talking about, you know, how it's become so popular in the last 20 to 30 years. He didn't grow up with it. It's been something recent, and a lot of these kids have grown up with that kind of music, that kind of environment, and that's why it goes to show you that, like, a lot of these people from Latin American countries end up with that good culture and vibes.
Well, I mean, that's just one more reason to go to Puerto Rico, right? Great waves, great people, food, you know, musical tourism.
Mm-hmm.
You see people going there specifically to just get into that reggaeton culture.
The weather's great year-round, too.
Weather's great. A lot of history there.
Mm-hmm. Viejo San Juan.
Yeah, Old San Juan, where we hung out. Too fun. Oh, who's this cool guy?
For those that don't know who that is.
Is that a security guard?
That's one of
FBI agent?
our photographers, Sean Evans.
Oh, yeah. Now I recognize him. Usually he's fully covered up. But our photography team has been nailing it. Some just unbelievable images have come from this event. And they're all over social media, so check it out on Instagram, at ISAsurf. These guys are working really hard to cover every angle. We want to thank them for their service. Proof is in the pudding. They've put up some incredible cover shots. And that's going to be it for girls under 16. Reparage 1. Perez gets the win. Diaz sneaks through in second place. We do lose Skinner from Team Ireland. But we'll see more from all these young surfers soon. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Reparage action.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back, Punta Rocas, Peru. We're live here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Chris Cote with Mitchell Salazar. That was a fun heat to watch, and guess what? We got another. This is your discovery round, the Reparage round. Also, a consequential round because third and fourth place surfers are out. We got Jacinta Silviano, Uruguay, Marcinada Nikijulu from Switzerland.
You're doing great.
Salma Linjawi from
the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is on the precipice of getting one of the greatest wave pools / water parks / amusement parks in the world. I've seen videos of construction on this place. I forget what it's called, but they're getting an endless surf pool, and it's surrounded by, I think they have the tallest, longest, fastest roller coaster in the world being built.
Whoa.
Yeah. Sounds wild.
Sounds scary and fun at the same time.
Yeah.
Seems like that's Sinai from the previous heat in red. Marchanda out there in the green representing Switzerland. So she was born in Basel in the beautiful Swiss country. Has lived in Bali since 2013, though she's 15. Favorite break, halfway over in Kuta. Who doesn't love Kuta? And of course, first place Ripco Grom Search back in 24. She got second this year in the 16. So, you know, she's had a couple of big accolades. Loves music, drawing. And this is the person I'm speaking of. And
whoa,
as you can see,
okay,
has plenty of talent. And I mean, you grow up in Bali. Eventually, you got to become really good. There's just plenty of waves. There's incredible surfers and cool style right there. That should score well, especially with the opening carve. And then Silvarino right here. Jacinta. Kind of just staying in the white water right near the pocket the entire time. And you know, this is the round, the Reparage, where a lot of these surfers haven't been surfing for that long either, Chris. So it's cool to see a lot of the young names have the chance. Of course, you know, whoever's eliminated here, they're out of the competition. But, you know, the only Reparage round right now, you still want to accomplish the goal of at least advancing one round. And look at the score for Marchanda. I mean, well rewarded right there, especially for that opening turn, given the context of the round, obviously.
That's why I call this the discovery round. I had no idea. And that first high-speed carving snap really just opened my eyes. All right, I'm on team. I'm on team Marchanda. That was really cool. 6.83 too. So that's the highest single wave score for this round so far. Waiting for a number for red, Cinta from Uruguay. Fielded a full squad for this event. Cinta is 13 years old. She likes to surf La Posta del Cangrejo. She was born in La Barra, Punta del Este, on a master surfboard. Also a ripping skater, and in Uruguay she ranked first in the under 14s, under 16s, and under 18s.
Pretty
Triple
big
threat.
accolades, yeah.
So at 13 years old, she's already taken out the titans of Uruguayan female surfing.
Drops a decent score in the process too. So solid conditions up there on the screen, 4 to 6 feet. Definitely still relatively warm this afternoon, Chris. I mean, I've been in board shorts all day. Sounds like a pretty good day to me.
Yeah.
Nice, sunny. It's much, more humid than people think right here in this part of Peru as well. Lele and I were having a chat about that this morning. He's like, it's so moist in comparison to California, a lot of other desert places. Just obviously because of the coastline right here. It's literally where the desert meets the coastline. You look towards the left, it looks like Mars, and then all of a sudden you look towards the right, the Pacific's right there.
It deceivingly, you need to keep applying sunscreen. I've been putting sunbum on my face all day long.
UV's high here, huh?
Yeah. Just need to be aware.
Yep.
And I've also seen every type of wetsuit. We've seen board shorts all the way up to, total full suits. So the water is, to me it feels a lot like spring Southern California. We do get the same kind of colored skies. Unfortunately for us, it's generally a little bit windier than this.
Yeah.
And it's been, even when the wind was pretty much howling yesterday, it was still nice and clean in some pockets of this wave. So that tells me not only can this wave handle high winds, but also high surf. Yesterday was proper 10 foot at least, some 12-foot sets coming through.
Yep.
And relentlessly as well.
And I wouldn't mind surfing it on a high tide, like a proper high tide either. I mean, if it's big enough and it could handle a high tide, I think it would be really fun.
All right, Marchanda, Team Switzerland.
Whoa.
Started great. But it looked like just hung up right when she touched that white water. Cool style, though. I mean, so far, so stylish.
Right on the Cabiancas, too, so those borders work great. John was mentioning during his post-heat interview, he's on the silver surfboards. Italo Shapers over there, Tico and Teco from Brazil. He spent a lot of time in Brazil, at the wave pools and, getting to know Tico and Teco better, working on his equipment. But of course, Johnny Cabianca, he's made famous because of Gabe's success on his board. So former ISA gold medalist in both the juniors and at the World Surfing Games. Got a rider up here, Jacinta. Oh.
Going for the high line carve. It's a little hung up on the top of that wave.
Typically the issue you see with surfers that are still developing their skills, extend the legs just a bit too much when they're still going through the transitional turn. But once again, learning stages for a lot of these young surfers.
And, I mean, as we've already seen, remember these names because these are the surfers that are going to return here in the next few years and just have the most incredible progression. It's undeniable.
Yeah.
It's like getting a taste of this level of competition when you've only been surfing 3 or 4 years. That's going to inject a ton of confidence, just a ton of experience in a very short time. So you can already see, Marchanda, she's been doing this at a high level for a while. I'm sure she's competed a lot in her amateur career. For Jacinta and Selma, I mean, they're learning every second of this heat. And one of them's going to get through to surf back in the main event.
Yeah, and Linjawi traveling with her sibling as well to this event. Both of them in it. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, though, I mean, same thing as you know, what's happening over there in Abu Dhabi right now. They're putting in a ton of effort, a ton of, you know, interest when it comes into other sports. And I think for good reason, too. They know that it's obvious that, you know, over there in the Middle East, there's potential to eventually get, you know, some world champions, at least some regional champions for sure.
I mean, Abu Dhabi's on the map, right, as a premier surf destination with the surf ranch pool they put in over there. It's called Abu Dhabi Surf. We've seen professional longboarding. Okay, here we go. Salma Linjawi. There you go. Up and riding. Representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Salma cruising down the line here. I mean, and this really is what it's all about. Getting this experience, riding waves with your contemporaries. I mean, we're growing surfing with every single heat. I just love to see that effort from Salma Linjawi. She's going to have a score on the board. And these are some of my favorite stories to kind of track throughout these events. You know, rising surf stars from nations that you thought you would never see a surfer from.
Yeah, you know, Afridun Amu from Afghanistan, he's on the board with the ISA Athletes Commission too. So
Best dude.
Another commission too that, or another nation too, excuse me, that, you know, wasn't necessarily known as a surfing nation. So all it takes, you know, is one person as a catalyst to eventually get those things going, and little by little, you know, next thing you know, Linjawi's going to be joined by 7, 8, other 10 people on the team.
Oh, here we go, Jacinta. Obviously very comfortable on her backhand. Just got a huge speed burst out of that backside carve. Her board was trying to run away from her. So she goes down. We'll see if she gets credit for that opening turn. Comes through at a 157, so does improve just a little bit over her previous score, which was a 103. 683 looming large.
Major.
In Marshanda's score line. She's trying to get rid of a 1.33. I think if she locks into a good wave, she's already made a couple mistakes, and I think the next wave is going to be a lot more telling of how talented she really is.
And it should have settled the nerves by now too. You got one major carve out of the way, able to kind of settle down, select a certain wave, you know, listen to the beach announcer too, listen to the scores. Oh, I'm in the lead by a large margin too. Go out there, enjoy yourselves. You have, you know, 20 minutes to yourself basically with perfect waves. And I mean, just once again, look at how glassy it is right now. It's crazy. It's almost 4:30.
Yeah, it looks really fun out there. It's like a peak coming towards Marshanda.
Maybe too peaky though.
Yeah, that wave's all shoulder.
And Switzerland, you know, pretty much known for a lot of snow sports.
Yeah,
they got good surfers. Matthias Bulto earlier this morning smashed it.
Went off. Switzerland does have a really popular wave pool, Alaya Bay. Seen a ton of footage of that place, and it looks awesome. 8 minutes to go. We're going to wait for our surfers to reset themselves in the lineup. While we wait, let's go down the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Team Sinai. Congratulations on that heat win. Okay, so we're in the Reparage round, right? So that means your round one heat didn't go how you were hoping or planned it to go. Talk to me about that pressure of now being in Reparage, and this is the make or break moment to get back in that main round.
So definitely being in the Reparage is a little tricky, but my last heat didn't go as I planned. I couldn't catch the waves, and now we made a better plan and a better structure, so it definitely worked out.
Okay, can you give us some insight? What looks like a better plan and a better structure to a heat?
So just sitting better where I get the wave in the last heat. I just got pounded by sets, but super excited to make this one and get good waves.
And you're here with Puerto Rico. You guys aren't the biggest team here, but you guys have a lot of passion. How has it been traveling with your team?
It's been awesome. I love the vibe. We're all a really good community, so I really love the support they give us every day.
Well, congratulations on this heat win. Is there anything you'd like to say back to those supporting you from home?
Le quiero dar gracias a mi familia por estar viendo. Primeramente, gracias a Dios también que me dio la oportunidad de pasar este hit. Así que gracias a la Futura, a todos mis auspiciadores, a mis abuelos, los amo y vamos por más.
Thank you so much and congrats again.
You want to throw it out there, or should I? Let's get an ISA World Junior Championship in Puerto Rico.
I'm down. That would be awesome. And they can handle it. We saw one of the best iterations of the World Surfing Games go on in Puerto Rico, as we see now. Cinta Silvarino from Team Uruguay. Nice and smooth all the way through. So with 6 minutes left, got a heat on our hands, folks. We got green and red waiting for scores.
Yeah, and she's getting her best right here on this last one, Chris. So extends her second place positioning. Marchanda, though, on the outside, well, seems like not only waiting on hers, it might have been, a pretty significant wave, too. Judges really taking their time. Obviously got some talent out there. We're going to look at Silvarino's wave first, though. So this her best, a 4.33. Roundhouse cutback in the pocket. And you can see, learn from her mistakes. Still a bit straight, but just definitely see that once she's turning, though, she's bending those knees just a bit more, making sure she doesn't fall. Staying on her board the entire time. Get a pace, rhythm to this one. Coming from Uruguay, you don't surf many waves like this either. There's a lot of beach breaks, a lot of sand bottom breaks. You're here at a reef break. This is an intimidating lineup for a lot of people, too.
All right, Marchanda trying to get into this wave. It just sneaks beneath her. The good news for Marchanda is that the other two surfers in her heat are still paddling back out. I want to give a shout out to Salma Lanjawi as well. I mean, you see her tenaciously trying to get back out into the lineup after a really long ride. Good enough for a .90. 4.5 left.
ASC Asian Surfing Championships, maybe eventually wave pool over there. That could happen.
Yeah.
We got enough time during this heat still. Could that happen? Could a wave or an event of that magnitude be able to happen, given that it's much more fair in the context of competition too? You don't add luck into it anymore. Look at the great technique right there from Jacinta Silvarino, surfer out of Uruguay. This is her best ride, a 4.33. Really nice connection with her board on this one. Well centered. Still standing up a bit too straight, but much better on this one in comparison to her other ones before where she had fallen on the outside. Nice technique.
That whitewater is not easy to deal with.
Not
it's
at all.
Powerful.
And they're coming from the Atlantic, Not even comparable when it comes to the amount of power right here in the Pacific. So crazy, First time I went to the Atlantic side, east coast of the U.S., I hadn't figured out how much short period of swell actually matters. Those waves, that's why Kelly got so good. That's why the Hobgoods, Lisa Anderson, everybody from over there had so much success. That's why the Brazilians, for the most part, do very well. Any single ripple that you see, you got to try to be on. And here in the Pacific, we're spoiled. We got energy for days.
Yeah, I know when East Coasters come over to the West Coast, they stay stoked.
And they stay as long as they can, too. They're like, I don't want to go back home in the summer. It's flat over there.
This wave's still going for Cinta. She's got one of our dream sponsors, Toyota. That's pretty cool. Getting backing. So you see the blue stickers on every competitor's board. That is mandatory from the ISA. That's basically your pass.
Yep.
Saying that you are signed up, you've done all your homework, you've done your paperwork.
You're registered.
You're in the event, and then every team, it's mandatory as well that they have their flag.
Yep.
On the board.
And both on the top part and the bottom
be
part
up there,
too.
yeah. 2 minutes 14 seconds left.
And if you don't have them on your board, Beach Marshal will tell you, I got plenty more right here if you need it.
We got plenty of stickers down here. 2 minutes to go. Cinta now making a charge. Last wave came through at 4.33, her best. Clean surfing through to the inside. I mean, I doubt the locals call it this, but it just really has that kind of boneyard feel to me in here. Boils start coming up. Those big rocks start to show. So it's probably pretty shallow where she's at right now with 1:42 to go. Team Switzerland still in the lead on the strength that 6.83 paired with a 3.73, and we're back at it. All right, we've seen flashes of brilliance here from Marchanda. That first turn was great. Solid snap right in the pocket there. What a cool looking style. So more elegant, speedy, powerful surfing from your surfer representing Team Switzerland.
Well, that's impressive just alone right there. Managing that speed. She's riding a longer board too. Wouldn't be surprised if this was a board that she tried out on the bigger day out here a few days ago. But really nice casual style. Emphasizes the carve when she needs to on the open face. And, you know, to me, this is competing with her best score of the heat so far, the 6.83. Maybe one more wave for Salma out there.
I hope so. This is Salma Lenjawi representing Saudi Arabia.
Get up, get up.
It's going to be her second wave ridden, and you love to see it. Styling it in the white water, setting that edge, flying towards the beach. And, you know, the scores aren't saying it, but those really are two of my favorite waves of this entire event. This is a passionate young surfer starting her path. Definitely no, you know, easy way to get over to Peru, all the way from Saudi Arabia. And so I give a lot of credit to Salma Lenjawi, her team, her friends and family that helped get her over here. Because to me, those are some of the most special moments of these events. When you see a surfer just giving it her all. And yeah, that was cool. All right, green and red move through. We do lose Salma Lenjawi. But what a great story we'll be following, hopefully, for the next few years. We're going to take a quick break, but girls under 16 Reparage round 1 will continue into Heat 9. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to Punta Rocas. We are live from Peru. This is the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm Chris Cote, and with Mitchell Salazar, we are in the girls under 16 Reparage round 1, heat number 10. We've got surfers representing the Dominican Republic, Switzerland, and Slovenia. How's that for a lineup? That is a unique lineup to ISA competition. And we're calling this the Discovery Round because we're finding some of our new favorites. That last heat, a young surfer out of Switzerland really turning heads. So we'll see if that trend continues here. Rosalie Misation, Sue Gartman, and Alina Amareta Pusic. Slovenia, relatively new to ISA competition.
No doubt.
But we're very excited to have him here.
Always had a great athlete, Slovenia.
Oh, yeah.
One of those countries that, you know, has always had a good amount of representatives, soccer, basketball, of course now in surfing too. Rosalie out there, she's 12 years old from Sosua. She was born in Canada, but close to living in the Dominican Republic for about 6 years now. Great waves in the DR, by the way, Chris. Multi-sport athlete, soccer, jiu-jitsu. Keeps her balanced and competitive, of course. favorite thing is surfing, though. And not only is it her hobby, but also been riding for CI surfboards now, 12-year-old.
Good pickup. So the Slovenia team is made up of the Pusic brother and sister duo. They're down here with their dad. And like you said, Pusic was born and raised in Canada, but Slovenia has always been a big part of her life. Grandparents are from Slovenia, grew up surrounded by Slovenian culture, and 4 years ago her family moved to Panama, where she quickly fell in love with surfing, and it's been her passion ever since. She's competed in some national competitions in Panama, and she says she's incredibly proud to be the first Slovenian junior surfer to compete in the ISA World Junior Championships. That's history right there.
It's cool. They got a team.
Yeah, her brother's name's Yanni, 17 years old. So Alina, 16. Small but mighty.
Well, don't you remember when Leo Fioravanti was the only kid surfing for Italy?
And now look at Team Italy. They've come through with some serious wins throughout the day.
All it takes is one. And eventually you get more recognition, more support from your local governments. You're getting more funding. And for a lot of these young kids, you know, obviously they represent a lot of their heritage, but it's cool to see when, you know, they make an effort to really go out and about, get to meet new people, make connections. And of course, you know, I always give, you know, the advice of get those phone numbers, exchange those digits and those contacts, because you never know, hey, can I sleep on your couch this summer? You have a place where I can stay? You can stay at my house if when you come snowboard in the winter.
I need restaurant recommendations in Slovenia. Oh, I know who I could call.
International traveler, yourself, just like everybody else right here. Get to exchange that part of the culture too.
A deep paddle for Gartman. And up and at it. Ooh, nice slashing snap to start this wave. Comes around a beautiful section. Goes up and into a layback, goes down, but wow, that was such a beautiful wall right when she took off. It did shoulder off kind of just past where she fell. So I don't think there was much more on offer for that wave. But gosh, that was a beauty right when she stood up. That first turn will get her some points.
How clean is it right now too? At this point, and I'm gonna tell you something that happens in a lot of California too, it is so glassy and the glare gets difficult to even see if there's a wave coming. And there's times where like you're just sitting out there waiting for a wave and you can't even see anything. And you know, at times to me it's always better to be a bit further inside, have a little bit of chance of the wave breaking before, and then you know, eventually paddling into it next to the whitewater, especially at a point break like this. At a beach break, that's nearly impossible. It moves too fast. But right here, Gartman, she got on the board. Look at the score, Chris. A pretty decent one for really just the one turn on the outside.
That was where she put that turn up, you know, right up into the most critical part of that wave. So the judges showing their appreciation with a 483. Nice set rolling through.
This is what I'm talking about.
It is oily glass. I mean, this is perfect.
So hard to really see anything coming, though, from the outside. Got to duck dive that one. It seems like Rosalie from the DR out there. Pretty much all the way on the outside. Alina, though, a bit further towards the shoulder. She might have potential to get one of the wider ones. Seems like here's red. Goofy footer.
Yeah, Rosalie up and down. Representing the Dominican Republic. And I feel like at low tide, those kind of extended long walls that are really steep are fewer and further between. Kind of seen a lot of shouldery waves coming through here, especially when the kind of the bigger ones that break way outside. Maybe some opportunity on the inside, but a lot of times these flatter waves aren't going to give you much in the way of critical sections to work with. That one had something on it. No riders were in the position to take off. 13 minutes ago, Sue Gartman currently in the lead, 16 years old. Favorite break, Santosha, Caberton. So Sue Gartman grew up in Zurich, Switzerland. Has been surfing since she was young. Mainly training in Switzerland at Urban Surf. See the wave pool there. Surfed in the ocean during her holidays. Since September, she's been going back and forth between Switzerland and France to train and surf.
Pretty easy flight.
Yeah, that's two awesome places to be. She says she's very happy to represent Switzerland at this ISA event, looking forward to competing with surfers from all over the world. And there's the Slovenian flag.
That's a pretty cool crest it has.
Yeah, I like that flag. It's peaceful and powerful at the same time.
The colors are cool. It's got a nice design. I feel like we could probably do an unofficial ranking of flags too.
Oh, that could get ugly. People are very proud of their flags.
Unofficial. So
let's do that in
just
private.
Between us, yes.
Okay.
There are a lot of them though that are just really creative and impressive. Some that you know more, than others.
Yeah, some of the flags that we see in this competition, they're so just easily identifiable. Others maybe I haven't seen as much of. What's your favorite flag? You guys can answer that question. Those of you watching at home, take to the gram at ISAsurfing. Post it up on Twitter, X, TikTok, Facebook. Something for every age demographic there.
Yeah.
My mom's probably watching. She'll put that on Facebook. Or as she says, I'm going to put that in Facebook. Sue Gartman up and at it again. Wave just kind of dissipates beneath her. She was able to get one solid turn. It'll be a decent backup number.
So urban surf, that's part of the wave-guarded technology. As you mentioned, Alaya Bay too. Got a lot of resources over there in Switzerland. Easy travels to most places too. Very strong passport as well, so pretty accessible for a lot of those people over there that have Swiss passports. Travel worldwide. Good training ground too. Seems like one of the surfers from Chile, I believe, making her way back from the second podium.
And if you want to know what's happened, second podium, I believe we had under 18 girls over there this afternoon. You can click on the Podium 2 tab just above the live screen. Get all the results there. I like talking about flags. Let me tell you some of my favorites. The Angola flag is powerful.
Dope.
It's awesome. Of course, I love the Triton on the Barbados flag.
Yeah, that one's cool.
Bayesian flag's cool. Going down the line a little bit. I mean, there's something to be said about the simplicity of just a flag with the 3 color stripes. Just bold, strong colors. St. Lucia has a nice kind of relaxing colored flag, which I really enjoy looking at. And Vanuatu.
Yeah.
Cool flag.
One of the newer ones.
Yeah.
3 different flags right there in the next heat 2. Israel, Scotland, England.
Oh, nice. You identified those. Oh, no, they have their. I thought you identified those without any.
Well, I was looking at the colors to the left, though. So.
Okay. So you could have done it without help.
I think so. But very clean colors, those ones.
Yeah. We're inside of 10 minutes now. Sue Gartman comes through with a 2.90 for her backup score. A respectable 7.73 total. Rosalie, unfortunately, had a slip on her opening wave. She's got a 0.50. Team England's flag being carried by Ben Skinner.
It's very clean,
Big
simple.
Ben Skinner, as he's known around the world.
He's so famous that they named a clock after him.
Yeah, yeah.
Longtime member of the ISA family. Father to 2 of the kids that are in the event for Team England as well. He's pulling multiple duties. He's got to go back home, straight into the shaping bay too. Make sure he makes some money to pay for all the travels.
Dad, coach, cat wrangler. I mean, look, no matter, we know that all the teams that have come here, they're disciplined. They know why they're here and they mean business. But if you got a group of 9 teenagers in a foreign land, you got to be on your toes.
Good luck.
Especially when there's 420 plus other teenagers in the same town.
And it's not like it's a big place we're at right here either. Most things are walking distance.
And I love that a lot of these surfers in their bios have really made a point to say, I want to meet new friends. All right, big drop there for Rosalie. Look at this, beauty of a wave. She was charging straight up in the pocket. Looked like she was going for a big under the lip power hook. Just couldn't get her feet stuck enough into the wax, so she went over the falls there.
Little Aki style turn right there, under the lip. I was enjoying it, especially with the colors in the background and everything too.
I like the drop. She kind of had a free fall drop on the takeoff.
Well, she's only 12, so the wave looked like it was 10 feet. Pretty cool though. Well, she gets her best out of it, and you know, she's in second. Still waiting for Alina though. Pusic out there, she hasn't been able to catch a wave yet. Want to see her on one right here with 7 minutes to go.
Well, we're cheering for her.
Boy, look at that though, Chris. What a beautiful afternoon. I mean, how privileged, how fortunate are we to be able not only to be here right now, but you know, see all the new talent here at the ISA Juniors. Work with some amazing people. Obviously, you get to tell all these stories, but get to meet a lot of new kids too in the process. You know, some kids that we had heard of before, now finally seeing in person too. Great day of action today. Boise 16 out there winning ripped in the main round, and you know, of course, in the end, people are here to win. They have a job to do, but I always tell kids, win or lose, make sure you're enjoying it, and make sure you're thanking your parents too. All those parents out there that put in a ton of work for their kids, guys are doing an awesome job.
Yeah, shout out to the parents that support these young surfers. And I think, you know, obviously surfing being an Olympic sport now, that I think added a lot of legitimacy to some programs around the world. As you see now, our first look at Pusic. Good looking wave, flying down the line. Nice turn off the top. Comes a Bowley section.
Ooh.
A good snap there. Gets around it, onto the open face. The positive energy being sent out by her team on the bluff worked. Alina is on the board. That could be enough to put her in second place.
Oh yeah, she should be taking second right here. Ooh, Gartman, good wave.
So Sue Gartman now. I mean, it
Solid.
is so glassy and the waves look so fun. I mean, you know these surfers,
wow,
gotta be a little nervous, gotta be a little stressed, but also fully enjoying themselves in really great conditions.
That's a good wave.
Yeah, that was a nice finishing slash there for Gartman. Score comes through for Pusic. It's a 2.50. That's enough to put her in the second place and advancing position. Inside of 5 minutes now.
Rosalie's got to get to work now. Don't need a whole lot to retake second place, but this score for Gartman should be substantial in my opinion, Chris.
Yeah, and I think Rosalie probably had a really memorable moment on that giant wave she caught. Air drop to the bottom. She's cranking a bottom turn, just looking up at a big, green, beautiful wave. I mean, that would be intimidating for any surfer, and I love that she just went for it, straight up into it.
12-year-old, though, that's only been surfing for, you know, a handful of years. Doesn't, you know, typically wear a wetsuit where she's from in the Caribbean either. So a couple different things, you know, X factors for her at this event. Obviously international competition, wearing a wetsuit, colder water, different environment. But also, you know, the age gap between her and the majority of the other surfers in this division.
I mean, even surfers who have been competing for decades get nervous. So you can imagine, if, you know, this being one of your first, if not your very first big international event.
You want nerves, though.
Yeah, it's going to take some time to settle in, and you've only got 20 minutes in these heats. So again, a lot of credit to these surfers out there. You know, you can tell everybody's putting in a lot of effort.
And she's got to weigh, what, 50 pounds, maybe, if that?
And there's a lot of water moving out here.
There's the score for Gartman, so she, you know, goes double digits. She's pretty safe in first, and now it's going to be the battle for second right here, and Rosalie might have a chance, and Alina, she's got to make sure she's on another wave before the buzzer sounds. Oh, how fun are these waves looking at the moment?
It is dreamy. Does Surfline have a dreamy tag?
They
that
should.
Put on? It's rare to have glassy conditions, or maybe not in Peru, but in most places, it's really rare to have glassy conditions from dawn to dusk that's what we saw today. And the waves have been pumping, super consistent. We've seen excellent scores come through. And nearly every single heat goes down to the very end. So many buzzer beaters today.
Coach right there from the DR. Trying to give some pointers right there, where to sit.
A little bit of guidance there.
Yep. Local boards, by the way. Dario Milano, he's right here from Punta Hermosa. Used to finish a lot of the boards for Channel Islands and Timmy Patterson, now fully dedicated to himself. I know he made, I think, all the boards for Team India too. Makes a lot of the boards for the Peruvian surfers. And of course, right here, Rosalie out there in the red riding his equipment too. Great shaper. Brian Bettis rode a couple of his boards.
I'd like try.
Yeah.
I'd like sample.
Probably could make that happen.
A minute 40. Sue Gartman, Team Switzerland, following suit as the previous heat was won by one of her fellow teammates. And currently in second place, history being made right now. This is the furthest a Slovenian surfer has ever gone in a ISA Junior Championship event.
And look at her, she's waving her hands. She's aware of the situation, wants to get an update right there from our beach announcers.
The 110. Yep, this one's going to go down to the wire. It looks like there could be a chance for this set to roll through in time, inside of a minute now.
Ooh, Rosalie's got a chance here, Chris. It's a low 2. Alina's got to be in the move as well.
Yeah, Rosalie has priority. Priority is not an easy thing to learn, figure out. Oh, this one just sneaks past him.
This one might have a chance, though. It seems like it's potentially backing off for her. Can she get to the shoulder in time?
Oh, Pusic almost got into that insider. Yeah, I think they just got caught a little inside there. 21 seconds left.
One more outside, but I think paddling the wrong way, but I might be wrong. She might be there.
All right, 10 seconds left.
Ooh.
Are we about to see a buzzer beater?
Right in the nick of time, I think.
5 seconds.
Hands need to leave the rail.
Oh,
it's
yeah, she got it. All right. Is this the buzzer beating finish for Rosalie? You said she needed a low 2?
A low 1. She's got it.
She's got it. I mean,
this is crazy.
That was literally down to the last second. This is clutch surfing for Team Dominican Republic. Rosalie, you got to be proud of what you just did. Your team is probably stressing on the beach, but wow, what a finish.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure Super Coach over there up top was sweating bullets, but look at them now.
3.6, that's enough for second place. But give it up to Alina Amaretta Pusic.
Look at them go.
Oh, the team is fired up. That's the spirit.
That's a small island nation, too, by the way. The DR ain't that big. You know, their population's pretty small. They share the same island with Haiti. It's a cool moment for them. 12-year-old moving through, only surfing 4 or 5 years at the most, too, Chris.
Yeah, and that was a great heat for Sue Gartman, Team Switzerland.
And props to Alina. You know, she'll be back. She's got a ton more years in the juniors, so gonna probably see her at both the juniors and the World Surfing Games too.
Yeah, she's a good surfer with a bright future ahead of her, no doubt. So the girls under 16 Reparage round 1, heat 13 coming up next. We're gonna take a quick break. We're bringing in Shannon and Sophia to finish our day with some radical surfing, some entertaining heats. Stay tuned.
welcome back to the action here for the under 16 girls repechage round. Heat number 13 is out in the lineup with Willow Smith from England, Ellie Segel from Israel, and Rosie Moore from Scotland in the water. We got a couple small scores that are dropping in already for Willow, a 1.27 and a 1.57 on the board. And that leaves Rosie Moore with priority out in the water. As we take a look at Rosie now for Team Scotland, great opportunity in front of her to build the campaign, start building that house from the start of this heat. Nice backhand attack as she whips it under the lip to finish right on the rocks. And she's got that control as she kicks off the board. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside of Sofia Milanovic. And Sofia, we're into the girls under 16 repos. This is the one opportunity that everyone gets to have that second surf if they had fallen out in that third or fourth place position in their opening round. The top 2 surfers will be advancing through into main round 2, back into the main round of competition, and it will be continuing on as elimination from there. So these young women have the opportunity to try and stick with it and stay in this event now.
Exactly, this round is really important for them. If they lose this round, they unfortunately have to go back home, you know, this is the last opportunity for them. But I see that Blue starts really well this heat with a 4.33. That was a really nice wave she just got.
4.33 on the board now for Rosie, and an excellent way to start off this heat. Putting together a solid performance on that opening ride. She's now in the lead over Willow and Ellie. As we've got 20 minutes on the clock for these repechage rounds. Oftentimes the repos are just 15 minutes, but due to the fact that there is only the single repechage round, it allows for the timing in the schedule to give these surfers for all 4 age divisions the opportunity to surf with that extra 5 minutes on the clock, and it was really helpful when you're out in a heat where the paddle is this far out.
Exactly, it's a wave that breaks really far out, so I think those extra minutes, those extra 5 minutes help a lot. There's a lot of paddling here in Punta Rocas wave.
An extremely long paddle as we see the celebrations now on the beach. That was such a wild moment. If you're just tuning in, just rewind at the end of this heat to the last 5 seconds actually of the previous heat before, and you will see that Rosalie Macechin out of the Dominican Republic had a requirement on her coming down to the buzzer. The clock literally was at 1 second as she found herself on the set of the heat. Got a 3-point ride on it. She literally popped up as the buzzer sounded, but her hands were just off the rails, so it was a counting score. And I mean, we'd all but counted her out of that heat because there was just no time left, and you're like, well, the set's gonna come, she might catch it, but it'll be after. And somehow her hands left the rails in time. It was very exciting. As we take a look now at live action with Willow Smith on her backhand for England, throwing a lot of spray on that last turn. Unable to keep the control, but you can see that aggression starting to come into her surfing, really wanting to push things.
Yeah, you can tell she's a really good surfer. Unfortunately, she loses control in that last turn. She did a couple before that, so let's see what the judges think.
Well, 14 minutes on the clock, and I'm just receiving the information from our technical director, Eric Kramer, that for our surfer that's meant to be wearing the red jersey for Segel out of Israel, she had injured herself in round 1. However, the ISA has not received an official withdrawal from Team Israel, so the heat must run with 2 people just in case she shows up late. At this stage, I don't see her in the lineup, and that's the information coming in from the judges tower specifically. So we're saying that at the moment it's just going to be Rosie and Willow with the shot to advance through, which means they're going to be making it. However, due to the just the rules surrounding withdraws and heats running, we would have needed an official withdrawal. So we're going to continue running. There's a chance that she somehow makes it out there and hopefully is okay with that injury. But at this stage, so far, we've only seen waves ridden from Rosie and Willow, and that's the only 2 surfers in the lineup.
Sounds good, interesting. I hope she's okay. The Israeli surfer, that the injury was not too bad, and hopefully she can make it into the heat.
We also had an unfortunate injury go to our reigning world champion for this division, the under 16 girls, Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie. She has aged up into the under 18s and was looking like a strong favorite for Team Australia to put herself into the medal rounds again. Unfortunately, Ziggy had an MCL tear yesterday and has had to pull out of the rest of competition. We're not sure yet if it's a grade 1 or grade 2 tear, but we do know that it's bad enough that she's just not going to be competing the rest of the weekend. We're so sorry for Ziggy and for Team Australia, as she was, you know, a really crucial member of that group in order to continue working their way toward that team goal. But also just for Ziggy, she's been on a roll this year. You know, we would have loved to see her with the opportunity to really end out her year well competing here at the ISAs.
Of course, she's an amazing surfer. I'm sure she's a little bit bummed about this, but I wish her a quick recovery. I'm sure she's going to recover super quick. She's young and she has a bright career in front of her.
That's right, and the Australian team has such a great support system behind the scenes. They would already know exactly what she needs to be doing from a rehab perspective and just taking it day by day now moving forward. Out in the lineup, 12 minutes remaining, as we could see Rosalie from the Dominican Republic. She was walking up the stairs looking so excited to have made it through that last heat.
Excellent job by the Dominican. That was nerve-wracking. That was amazing to watch.
That just took so much heart, you know, for her with that self-belief. There was a big set that came through right at the finish of that heat, and it actually cleaned them up. So Rosalie got 2 waves on the head, still had to make it past that. That was as the clock hit 1 minute, and we were all hopeful, okay, maybe she can scratch into that wave with a minute on the clock. If not, there's probably no chance. Took her another 45 seconds or so after duck diving those waves to get herself back in position, and another wave popped up at the perfect moment for her to be able to take off and get into it with 1 second remaining. And she was able to find that second place position behind Sue Gartman from Switzerland, who had a great heat. She took out the victory. And with that, let's take a break. We're about halfway through this heat. We've still got more action to come from Willow and from Rosie. But we've got the winner of the last heat, Sue Gartman, down on the beach with Rachel. We'll pick that up again in just a moment, working on some technical issues behind the scenes. And it's going to be great to hear from Sue in just a moment. Out in the lineup, 10 minutes remaining. Willow's currently in the lead with that 4.17, which was the best of the 3 waves she's taken off on so far, sitting on a 1.27 and a 1.57. Rosie Moore sitting with that 4.33 on the board. And we just saw that set come through and just, you know, kind of catch the girls off guard with their positioning out in the lineup.
Yeah, we have first green, second blue. I'm sure they're still like a little bit more relaxed as if there was like the third competitor. So I'm sure they're just having a good time, having fun. Always alert though, because the third competitor can come and serve the heat, but feels good to be 2 in the water for a little bit.
Yeah, really like actually freed up. They'll both be advancing through at this stage from what we can see in the lineup. And now, you know, those results are going to matter based on seeding into the next round. The higher seed out of this heat, whoever takes out first, will be placed against the lower seeds advancing through in the next round. So that's always a nice benefit. However, at this stage of competition, you know, it's just a lot of surfers, whether it's that first or second place position, the doors are still wide open when it comes to, you know, a lot of hefty names within the draw, a lot of surfers still in the division, as we're just going to be heading into that round 2 for these under 16 girls at the finish of this. Not today, but we'll be into those that main round 2 tomorrow. And so there's going to be still a lot of surfers in the draw on this side of things.
Priority number 1 is with blue, and priority number 2 is with green. And blue has a 4.33, that's the highest score of the heat, and she doesn't have a backup yet. while green needs to improve on a 1.57 to improve that lead. When there is 8 minutes remaining in this heat, and there's some waves coming at the back.
Waves are approaching. Willow Smith out of Newquay in Cornwall. She's the 2025 Open Boardmasters champion for the juniors. And that's a phenomenal achievement. That event has, you know, such a draw card for surfers in that British contingency, but also from an international perspective, a lot of surfers from Europe and from around the world, you know, go to attend the Board Riders event across multiple disciplines as well. It's got a great longboard category thrown in, and you know, it's been an event that has hosted some great surfers throughout its running. And so for Willow to be victorious on that level is incredible. A big takeoff there. Unfortunately, she goes down. She says when she's at home, she likes to eat acai bowls, and she likes surfing with her dad, who's a bit of a kook, but they like getting in the water together. As we take a look now at Rosie with a great looking takeoff and sets up that first turn on her backhand, looking for a bigger direction change on this second, and just setting herself up here on the inside section. She's looking to take away that leading position. She's got a 4.33, the strongest wave of the heat so far for her first, and she's going to be backing it up now off of that last one.
She looks really stable on that board. Looks good on her.
Riding the Paisel. She's out of Dunbar in Scotland. Her favorite break to surf is Hossegor. It's so nice how close Europe is for this British contingency. Getting to surf, you know, the beach breaks in France are absolutely world class.
They have such amazing waves there. It's so fun. I used to just love going there, taking a couple boards and just staying on the beach all day surfing those beach breaks.
Such a great proving ground for surfing in that region of the world as well. You know, for surfers coming out of anywhere, but a lot of that European contingency spending time on the beach, getting to paddle out at Hossegor, testing out, you know, their knowledge of reading that wave, as well as how heavy it can get on a good day.
Oh yeah, it can get really heavy.
Taking another look at this wave here from Rosie.
This is a replay of Blue in her last wave. Beautiful wave. Good bottom turn for her. She's now eyeing the section where she wants to go. Does a nice little turn, changes direction.
Love that hand drag as well as she whips the board around and then eyes up this next section.
She's eyeing this next section. She knows it's really important to take advantage of these sections that come to you. And she goes for it. Change of direction again, throwing some water. Good surfing by Blue. Rosie Moore.
Yeah, she's a surfer that's super comfortable in cold water, growing up on the East Lothian coastline. She said she spent more hours in cold water than most adults manage in a lifetime at just 15 years old. Honing in her style, surfing the heavy winter swells and the messy summer wind chop. She's excited to continue representing Scotland at the junior level and to continue finding waves like this back at home or anywhere around the world. This water would be feeling pretty warm for her in comparison to where she surfs back at home, which is really just a small weather-beaten corner of the North Sea, as she describes it.
Wow. I wonder what, how thick your wetsuit has to be there.
It must be like those 5 to 6 mil wetsuits, hoods, gloves, booties all the time.
Wow.
Maybe in the summer, you know, feeling nice enough to not have quite as thick of neoprene, but still needing at least a little bit of coverage.
She gets a 3.6 for that last effort, which was a really nice wave, and she goes straight to the lead, Rosie Moore from Scotland.
Oh, beautiful. So now the battle is on for Willow to get herself into another good ride. She's chasing a 3.77 to get herself into that leading position. Strong paddle here for Willow. And she's up and riding now. 16-year-old from Newquay. Great backhand whip for that single turn.
That was a good turn.
It's one turn, needing a 3.77 right now to take the leading spot.
She attacked. She looked aggressive there. I think there's a big probability she's going to get it.
And she'll look to make her way out to backline once again. This is Willow's very first time competing in an ISA competition before. So it's really awesome that she was able to qualify for Team England. It's been a tough team to make that qualification for over the years. And especially after her victory there at Board Masters, would have given her so much confidence in this being her first time competing as a 16-year-old.
Team England is looking so good in this event. I'm amazed by how much talent they have.
Yeah, they've got the Skinner siblings in Lucas and Lila on the team. They've got Ben Skinner, Skin Dog, who's a shaper, a professional longboarder, and a phenomenal person to sit in the role of coach and manager behind the scenes. Really just lights up in that role around the kids. Rosie with a quick in and out, and the score has dropped in for Willow Smith. We've got a 5.1 on the board, and it's jumped her up into that leading position off the strength of that single turn.
Yeah, that was a beautiful turn. She totally risked on that turn. She was really committed turn, and it paid off. She got a 5.1. That's the highest score of the heat. And she goes straight to the lead with 2 minutes remaining.
Well, all those surfs with her dad back at home currently paying off. As we're down to 2 minutes on the clock, she's currently looking to take out a heat win. We'll see if Rosie's able to find herself now the 4.95 she needs to take the leading position. And coming up after this, we will be into our 15th heat of the Reparage round for our under 18 girls. Sorry, our under 16 girls. Now that's not the 15th heat that we've run of the round. We're only actually running 5 heats of this round, and that's because the rest of them, you know, between the other heats of the 16 total in this round, actually only had 2 surfers in them due to the number of surfers in the draw. And so we're not going to surf those heats through. They'll be getting their placings into the next round already, just automatically advancing into the main round because top 2 would advance. There's no need to surf it out just for seeding purposes, and it saves a lot of time in competition this week. Willow Smith now up and riding once again.
Wow.
Starting to look a little more lively out there.
Yeah, seems like she's gained a lot of confidence with that last turn in that last wave, and now she's totally attacking everything that comes to her.
She's
Good
riding,
surfing.
yeah, she's riding that Skin Dog LKS Swallow, and it looks really sharp under her feet. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. That's going to be a throwaway score for Rosie. However, if she'd managed to land it, could be looking to replace one of those top 2 scores on the board already. 20 seconds remaining on the clock, and now the question is on Rosie. Will she be able to find a wave here with the scoring potential to get herself the lead, and she goes down on the takeoff? But put together 2 great waves with that 4.33 she started out with, and with that 3.6, found nice length of ride, and we'll be looking in those, you know, that next round to put herself into those waves that offer also those really critical sections to showcase her surfing.
The good thing is that she made the heat.
Yeah.
So that was a beautiful heat for them. Just surfing beautiful Punta Rocas with just 2 people out without losing. That's amazing.
It's a huge learning opportunity as well. You know, running heats like this, there's so much to be learned about your own surfing and to be learned specifically about a location just from being able to paddle out with no one else in the lineup.
Exactly.
Getting to fill out that space. And, you know, we've seen the improvements in women's surfing in heavy waves once those waves have been introduced into competition through the years, just because the women have then been able to surf them without anyone else out. And I think a heat like this is one of those highlight moments within women's surfing overall, and for the girls, that was a great opportunity. Now coming up, we're going to be in our final heat of the day. When we return, there's going to be some more great surfing on offer for our under 16 girls Reparage round. Top 2 will be advancing through into the main round right after this.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership, and so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
Welcome back to the action. We're in our final heat of the day here. It's the girls under 16's Reparage round. We're in heat number 15, which isn't the 15th heat of the round that we've run, but we're just running 5 of the 16, as those are the only ones that have more than 2 surfers in. Any heat in this Reparage round that had only 2 surfers is automatically moving forward into round 2, and their seeding will be dependent on their previous results. And so now we're into this final heat of the day. As we're approaching 5:15 p.m., it's been a long day of competition. We've been here since 7 a.m. and we're finally getting to witness Anna, Aneta, and Emma out in the lineup as we see the surfer up and riding on the inside corner here for Emma De Castro. And that's a great opportunity for her to get those feet in the wax, find that first wave, as she's been waiting a few minutes to catch it. In the water, up against Israel's Anna Gavrel, and from Uruguay, Emma De Castro. Aneta Kucharska from Poland in the lineup as well. And we'll take a look at the replay here from first of Anna, taking her into leading position.
There's this replay of first wave of red. Nice, beautiful wave. Surfing close to the wash water just to make sure she can find that section. Unfortunately, the wave flattens out. This is the replay of green on her first wave. The wave really didn't have that much potential, but still, it's good to be in the water. They've probably been waiting all day for the heat, so they're just probably so happy to be in the water surfing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's been a long day down here. They've been supporting their teams, you know, ready to go and trying to manage their own energy levels throughout the entire day, not spend too much time in the sun, you know, make sure they're well hydrated and, you know, eating throughout the day to keep those energy levels in check as well. Potentially had that bright and early morning surf, you know, around 5, 6 a.m. as the sun was rising, and then have been in that support mode throughout the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more than one Grom this week taking a nap in a board bag.
For sure. And we have that first wave by her, by Ana Gabriel from red, 2.67.
2.67 takes Anna into that leading position. A 1.5 on the board now for Emma, has her sitting in second. And we're waiting for Aneta from Poland to get her opening ride out here. Priority currently sitting with our surfer in red for Aneta, 15 years old. Her favorite color is pink, so she says don't be surprised if you see Barbie surfing. And I'm surprised that she doesn't have a pink wetsuit on right now, out in the lineup. So fun to see, you know, the different characteristics of these surfers come out to play, and in our across all the different divisions that are out here today. really enjoying the opportunity to get some eyes on the under 16 girls, as we haven't been able to have them here at Punta Rocas for competition yet. Their main round 1 ran at El Bosque, which is where all divisions will be rotating back and forth through the day, both boys and girls in both age categories as well. So now it's awesome for this pack of surfers to get an opportunity to surf here at Punta Rocas with nobody out. As we can see this set arriving, from the drone angle, it looks really pretty, although it's challenging to be able to see actually what's happening and if anyone's in position. Emma De Castro now with the opportunity, as we get this straight on angle as she sets her rail down the line. Nice snap for that next section and just hits it off the lip, throwing a bit of spray, and she'll down carve to finish with a great completion on that last wave for Uruguay.
Nice wave by Green. I like how she's showing passion. She wants to go through this heat. And that was a beautiful wave. She surfed it really well. The wave offered a couple sections.
From Punta de Este in Uruguay, loves surfing right-handed beach breaks. She said when she was little, she did a lot of different sports. Now as a 15-year-old, she's taking surfing much more seriously and has enjoyed being able to really pursue, you know, a dream career of professional surfing as she's finishing up school. But when she was 3 years old, she went on a trip to Costa Rica. That's where she stood up on a surfboard for the very first time. And she said just as a 3-year-old, she knew that this was her thing. She knew that this was the one that was going to set it apart from the other sports that she was already interested in at a young age.
She fell in love with surfing, with riding waves. That's beautiful.
Her whole family surfs. They've supported her with everything, taking her, you know, to training on the weekly and daily schedule, taking her on surf trips around the world, competitions. And at age 7, they made her her very first custom board. From there, she was able to really just start refining her own surfing, started working with a coach, and it's just been all guns blazing towards professional surfing for Emma De Castro. And I think it's so awesome for surfers, you know, coming out of these tiny nations like Uruguay, to have that support system from her family, to have some really fun waves at home, but also recognizing the need to be on the road, to travel and get to experience some other places and other breaks around the world. As we take a look now at Anita out of Poland. Great looking snap to start things off with, pumping down the line, and she'll kick out as that wave goes soft.
Yeah, that wave didn't offer much, but you can see that she's a good surfer. She did a little hack that looked good. So I think it's just a matter of her picking a better looking wave.
She got a 3rd place finish in the Open Polish Championships. And that is the best result for her to date. Now she's competing on the world stage. Slightly different than competing, you know, against some friends of yours from your home surfing community or your national surfing contingency, that is. And she's got that 2.67 she started with. Sorry, a 2.87 now has dropped in for that first wave of Anita. The 2.67 was the first of Anna from Israel, who's found herself down into that 3rd place position, chasing a 0.21 to take the advancement. And then Emma De Castro, based off the strength of 2 waves, is sitting up in that leading spot with a 2.33 and a 1.5.
And there's 10 minutes to go in this heat.
Emma now up and riding again. She's got a great looking wave in front of her, just driving, climbing, and dropping on this wave as she hits that bottom turn again and flies through the end section for the finish. Kicks that board out, and she'll be looking to try and improve on that 2.33.
Beautiful wave by Green. You can just tell she's fired up. She's stoked to be here, and she's giving it her all.
All right, well, with that, 10 minutes remaining on the clock, scores to drop. We're going to go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Willow, you ended up having a free surf out there, only 2 people in that heat, so both of you advancing. How did that feel going in knowing there's no pressure?
It was so fun. I could just do what I want the whole time. I just tried some big tides. Didn't land all of them, but it was so fun. Yeah.
Well, normally you're sharing that lineup with hundreds of your competitors and friends out there, and this time you got to have an empty lineup. I mean, I think every competitor would have loved to just be in that heat. What were takeaways that you were able to learn from having that lineup to yourself?
To not paddle straight out and to paddle around the lineup because I was getting pounded the whole time. And yeah.
Well, that is a good lesson. You want to apply that definitely into your future heats because you're moving on to the next round. How do you feel about looking at this event ahead of you?
Excited. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're excited to continue to see you surf. England is looking really great. A message for England and everyone watching?
Hi everyone. Thank you Nikki Board Riders and everyone for the support. And hi to my parents, Andy and Krisha. I know you're watching. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they are so happy, and so is Team England all behind the camera right now. We can hear them cheering, and so congratulations, and we'll let you go get warm. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Willow. And what a great opportunity. You know, surfing a heat basically with one other person, you essentially have the lineup to yourselves. Zero pressure, like she said. She knew that heading out there. And then also to come in and start learning how to do post-heat interviews, getting that opportunity to stand on the glass, which is what life as a surfer really is these days.
Yeah, she did a great interview. I really like her vibe. She was so happy, full of energy. And I like also how she said that she was trying big turns in that heat. She looked great, and I think she's going to take that positive attitude for the next heat.
7.5 minutes on the clock. Current situation in the lineup. Poland is in the lead with a couple of twos. Uruguay down into second, and Israel sitting in third with suspended priority. As she was in that first priority position, she got washed in by that last set and is now on the paddle back out. Once she gets out to the lineup, no matter how long it takes, that first priority will be awarded back to her, regardless of the scenario and priority with the other surfers. So that's kind of a nice thing, although it's defeating to get wiped out of, you know, out of the positioning that you had before, just knowing that once you're out there again, you're going to be right back in that first priority.
There is 6 minutes to go, 6 minutes and a half to go.
And I like that question from Rachel during the interview for Willow about, you know, getting to have a lineup to herself like that. Does she have any takeaways? What's the learning opportunity? And a pretty simple one, but an important one at that, in knowing where to paddle, like not to paddle straight out, paddle around, get yourself into the channel, and it'll be much easier to get into the lineup. And I think, Sophia, it brings up a great conversation about women surfing and the opportunities to surf better waves with nobody out. The opportunities to surf in a Jersey, as we see a quick paddle there from Emma. She's not going to be able to get into it. But I think getting to see more of these young girls and more women on the professional levels of tour, whether it's at the ISA World Surfing Games, the Olympics, or the WSL Championship Tour, have the opportunity to surf better waves in heats. It frees the lineup up completely for surfers to get to know the place in a wildly different way than just free surfing does. As we take a look here at Emma, she is absolutely dedicated to getting herself into another wave.
Yeah, she's super active. She wants it. You can tell she wants it really bad, and that's great to watch. So much passion, and, you know, she's going for it. I like her attitude. And yeah, for sure, I mean, me as an spectator, I love watching the women surfing good waves like Pipe or like Cloudbreak or even Chopu. It's so good to watch, and they rip. Like, it's incredible the level of women surfing right now, surfing good waves. Like, you know, I remember that heat with Katie Siemers and Molly Picklum. I think it was at Pipe.
Yeah.
That was mind-blowing. It was such a good heat to watch.
It's so incredible. You know, the skill levels are there, and the opportunity to surf in heats means they're able to figure out the lineup to themselves. They're able to learn that positioning without having to hustle with another 100 people in the lineup, most of which are men who are not going to be favorable to letting the girls, no matter their standard of surfing, actually into anything. And so getting the opportunity to surf these heats at breaks like this is really valuable to the growth of the sport for women surfing specifically. And I think with that, we've now been able to see more of these women, or like the 10-point ride that Tatiana Weston-Webb recently got at Chopu. That was incredible. You know, we know that there's been incredible 10s from Keala Kennelly out there in the past, but now this current generation is getting that opportunity to hunt it out again in a Jersey and get those waves of a lifetime that continues to build into where the future of women's surfing can go at these breaks.
Exactly. It's so good to watch, so good to see. They are such talented surfers. Like, that 10 of Tatiana was, like, mind-blowing. That was such a good wave. Like, she was just so happy after it.
It was just so awesome to see, and she didn't make it through the heat, but that 10 was just the absolute, a highlight of her life, with no doubt. As we see the support crew on the shoreline for Team Israel. At the moment, Anna is up and riding. She found her way to her feet after having that suspended priority for a while in a very challenging situation. She's looking to find a 1.86 unless Emma De Castro is able to improve on the 2s that she currently has on the board. Emma now up and riding, has this great open face in front of her, nice top to bottom surfing, and she'll just fall down on that last turn. Looking for currently a 3.24 to take the lead away from our surfer in the blue jersey for Poland, who's currently in position for this wave. She's going to have a paddle, and she's unable to get into it. It does look kind of tricky to actually get into these waves. You can see the way it's like a real kind of A-frame right on the takeoff.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird on the takeoff. You have to pick your wave right, and you have to be positioned really well. And I can see there's a little bit more of wind also. And look at all the kids waiting to get a couple waves before the sun sets.
Oh yeah, they're all going to be out there as quick as possible. They're doing a great job respecting the fact that these girls have 2 minutes and 30 more seconds to the lineup with only 3 of them left. For Anna, the pressure is now on. She got a 0.5 for her last wave. Her requirement is a 1.86 to take herself into an advancing position. She's been surfing for about 3 years, 16 years old, loves combining a deep love for the ocean with a passion of traveling and exploring different surf spots around the world. She's drawn to big, challenging waves and brings a bold, confident style to her surfing. So I love that. Right now, she is drawn to this kind of break. Punta Rocas is a big, challenging break with a great description there. As we see her now up and riding, beautiful S-turn. She goes in for a huge hook on the finish, and she nearly rides out of it, but chasing a 1.86, she's going to have that score regardless, taking position.
That was a good way for her.
Wow, I'm so proud of her determination to get back out there and find another opportunity. As we take a look now at our heat leader from Poland, Aneta goes down, unfortunately, on that last turn. She's holding on to the leading position, but we'll see where the score goes for last of Anna. We also have another score to drop in for Emma. So action across the board as we come down to the final 90 seconds.
Yeah, this heat is coming down to the wire again. Really exciting heat. And the last turn of Anna was really, really nice turn. Unfortunately, she fell off, but wow, she can surf. She can surf really good.
Yeah, she's got a great style. Her favorite break is Punta Roca in El Salvador.
Wow. She just needed to kind of like go lower stance there. She was a little bit too high to end that wave. Like her stance was too high, and that kind of
is the adjustment that could be made.
Yeah, but I mean, she went for it. That was really good.
And Punta Roca in El Salvador is a great right-hand point break. It's got a lot of consequence with the rocks on the inside section, just like Punta Rocas here in Peru. Slightly different setup to the type of point break that it is. But it's a wave that a lot of these surfers have gotten the opportunity to surf through the last few years of the ISA having a great relationship and running so many events there in El Salvador. And now we can see the Groms encroaching on the lineup. No doubt the beach announcers have had a tough task on hand for the last 5 to 10 minutes. As we see a surfer who is not in this heat actually catching a wave in the contest zone right now, which is not cool for those Groms that are paying attention. Don't do that. Just wait. Let the surfers surf their heat. But with that said, it's going to be Anna taking out the victory. That last wave, Sophia drops in as a 3.83. Right. An incredible effort from Anna Gabriel on that finishing section, and jumps her all the way from knockout position into that winning spot.
Nice. She's so happy. Good job, Anna.
Emma De Castro from Uruguay falling out in 3rd place. Unfortunately, she put together a great effort, took off on 6 waves in total in the effort to try and get herself that advancing position. Unfortunately, she will fall out of competition, but the family, like she said, has put so much effort in behind the scenes. We're going to see much more of her in the future, as she's just a bright young Grom out there in the lineup. And for Aneta out of Poland, taking away that second place advancing position. Well done for holding on. Opening up with that 2.87 was the high score of the heat for quite a while, actually, up until that final moment. Well, that will round out our day of competition. We're going to check out some highlights from all of the great surfing that we've gotten to witness and talk about today. When we come back from that, we're going to check in with Anna and celebrate that buzzer beater victory when we return after highlights. Well, a very exciting day of surfing it has been. Some huge moments in the boys under 16's main round. Some big excellent scores being dropped, Sophia.
Beautiful surfing all day long. That highlights was amazing. Looked like a surfing video.
It really did. High quality waves today, as well as that wind just stayed back. It never really puffed up at all for those onshores that we've had the last few days of competition.
Yeah, the waves were really beautiful today. So much opportunity and just clean walls since the start of the day till the end of the day.
Everything that you could hope for coming to a contest, and just the consistency sticking around. We know this spot to be a wave magnet, and for Anna taking out the victory at the finish of that heat, I mean, just an unbelievable moment. So fun to witness.
Yeah, that was amazing, that heat. I really liked her approach, how she risked in that last wave. She got the score and she's just so happy.
And she was charging on her way to that, you know, the 0.5 on the scoreboard before that. If she landed that turn, it would have been so impressive. Taking a look at our event schedule, we're just finished out day 4 of competition, and it's only Tuesday. We've got Sunday for our closing ceremonies and our final day of competition. Up until then, we're here literally sunrise to sunset, running heats at Punta Rocas and El Bosque for competition. Of course, between the under 16s boys and girls and the under 18s boys and girls, each surfer is getting that opportunity to surf between both locations, both venues, on their way to finals day Sunday. So a big week of competition ahead of us. And Sophia, have you noticed back at home at Punta Hermosa in the evenings or even in the mornings just a little bit more buzz and chatter around because of an event of this magnitude running here for the ISA World Juniors?
Yes, of course. We are, all the locals here, we are super stoked that the ISA's Junior World Championship is here at home, you know? What a privilege to have such a big event here with the best juniors in the world, the future of surfing. So, well, and the present of surfing. And yeah, it's an honor. It's an honor.
And this is a location here at Punta Rocas with the High Performance Center built here right on the bluff that has hosted the Pan American Games back in 2019. It's set to run right here at Punta Rocas again in Peru in 2027, so just 2 years from now. And that's a massive event when it comes to Olympic qualifications. So this venue itself is not just going to host the world's best junior surfers this week, but it's got a future already in plan to host the region's best surfers at the Pan American Games.
Yes, exactly. We have the Pan American Games in 2027. That's a huge event. You know, if you win that event, you qualify directly to the Olympics. So, yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Pretty big ticket there to take out the victory and get to know you're heading to the LA Olympics. Make sure to join us wherever you're tuning in from around the world on social media, you know, at ISAsurfing. You can follow along on all the different platforms to get great footage, highlights, clips, photos from the contest scene. We've got a great team downstairs in the media office that's running around with cameras, grabbing interviews, filling things in behind the scenes that we aren't able to capture here on the broadcast because we're really just focused on the surfing and celebrating that. But there's so many more stories, so many little moments to be captured with all the Groms hanging around.
Of course, so don't forget to follow ISAsurfing for amazing content.
And taking the final walk up the stairs for the day, Anna Gavriel for Israel. She had that 2.67 next to her name from early on in the heat. It took her a while to find a second wave. She got that 0.5 on the board. And in the end, finding that 3.83 allowed her to really unleash, get a couple turns connected together, and showcase the powerful surfing that she's been working on through the years. Finding herself with a victory right on the buzzer before about 100 Groms attacked the lineup to take out the evening surf. She got some great artwork on that board as well.
Yeah, she does.
Equipment looking really solid under her feet. And we're ready to go. Anna, let's check in with her and Rachel Tilley for our final interview of the day.
Thank you so much, you guys. Wow, what a dramatic finish for the day. Okay, you went from almost missing your heat altogether to making it just in time. Can you break down what happened?
I don't know, we somehow missed this heat. Like my friend Heli Segal from my team missed her heat. I went like 2 kilometers. I went in, I can't breathe, I'm like this, and they're like beep. The heat is started. I couldn't breathe, like I couldn't even do a duck dive. This wave came for me in the last 2 minutes. Thank God I did it.
Whoa, we could hear your team cheering so loud. It's a relief to everyone. A shame that your teammate unfortunately missed her heat in the heat before, but thanks to Accompanied with Team Finland, bringing you down here, calling you, letting you know you have a heat coming up. Yeah, come on over. All right.
No worries. Yeah. I heard they were calling the other Israeli surfer to go to the beach marshal to check in. So I told my dad to call like the Israeli trainer, and then when he went to the beach marshal to tell them that she's on the way, the beach marshal told my dad to tell the Israeli trainer that there's another Israeli surfer that's supposed to enter the next heat. So we called the trainer again, and then he brought her, and she got the win, thankfully. So it all turned out almost all right.
All right, well, thankfully, congratulations, enjoying the last heat of the day. Go enjoy your win.
Thank you.
Wow, that is such an unexpected turn of events from what we thought was kind of going on as we were calling that last heat. And Ellie, we were thinking because of the injury, maybe she'd pulled out and, you know, it just hadn't been notified. Unfortunately, she would have been wanting to surf that heat and just wasn't able to make it in time. So thankful that Anna was able to get out there, catch her breath in the lineup. We could see her, you know, kind of struggling with that positioning. She also had suspended priority for so long. She would have been so wiped out by the time she got that last score.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, thanks so much for tuning in to another really big day of surfing here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got another big day of surfing ahead of us tomorrow. We're going to be back here, Sophia, bright and early, 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes, I am super excited for tomorrow. Heats are going to be on fire again, so don't forget to watch this webcast because there's going to be plenty of good opportunities and good surf.
It's so true. It's an absolute wave magnet here at Punta Rocas, and we are so stoked to see these surfers tear it apart. We're going to take a look for that schedule tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. We'll have heats running between both Punta Rocas and El Bosque, so be sure to tune in, and we'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning.